A nosebleed? Shang Zashi instinctively reached up to wipe his nose, and sure enough, saw blood on his hand. He really was having a nosebleed. No wonder he'd just felt something warm trickling from his nose. Seeing Gu Jianning's flustered and angry expression, Shang Zashi felt a little guilty. He quickly grabbed a handkerchief to wipe away the blood and explained shamelessly, "Wife, it's not my fault. You can only blame your amazing figure." Gu Jianning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She couldn't bring herself to scold or hit him. She just gave a little humph and said nothing more. But despite her flustered appearance, she was secretly pleased and proud inside. After all, she'd always had a great figure and beautiful skin. And ever since she'd taken the system's reward, the Peerless Beauty Pill, over the past half-month, her body had been transformed to near perfection. She was slim where she should be, curvy where she should be, her figure growing more and more flawless. Even when she was washing herself, she sometimes couldn't help but feel a little envious of Shang Zashi. What a lucky man he was. "Ningning, do you want to wash your hair? How about I help you?" Shang Zashi offered eagerly after wiping his nosebleed. Gu Jianning shot him a glance. She suspected his motives weren't so pure. But she still nodded in agreement. Just as Gu Jianning thought Shang Zashi would use the excuse of washing her hair to get handsy, to her surprise, he was actually very proper. When he said he'd help wash her hair, he really meant it, taking it seriously. He gently wet her hair in the spring water, then picked up the soap and carefully lathered her long hair. His movements were so gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting her. Once her hair was fully lathered, he massaged her scalp with his fingertips, the pressure just right, not too hard, not too soft. Gu Jianning found it so comfortable she closed her eyes to enjoy it. Honestly, if she weren't worried about soaking in the hot spring for too long, she'd have wanted him to keep massaging her. After the massage, he wrapped her hair in a towel. Shang Zashi quickly dried himself off, got dressed, and started a fire before letting Gu Jianning get out. Once Gu Jianning was dressed and sitting by the fire, he unwrapped her towel and carefully dried her hair, using the warmth of the fire to help. The two of them were sitting very close. Shang Zashi could easily catch the faint, pleasant fragrance from Gu Jianning, not overpowering, but so enticing it made his heart itch. "Ningning, your hair is so soft and smooth," Shang Zashi praised. He meant it. Her black hair was silky and smooth, not a single tangle, and he couldn't get enough of the feeling of it in his hands. "What's not good about me?" Gu Jianning replied softly, lifting her chin a little with a hint of pride. Shang Zashi looked at her, thinking she was just like a proud little kitten. He wanted nothing more than to pull her into his arms and cuddle her. Once her hair was dry, Shang Zashi bundled her up tightly, and the two of them headed back to the military compound. As soon as they entered, they saw a commotion up ahead. There were vehicles and a crowd of people gathered, making quite a racket. "What's going on up there?" Gu Jianning couldn't help but mutter. Shang Zashi wasn't interested in the excitement. He turned to ask, "Do you want to go take a look?" Gu Jianning shook her head. "Not really. Let's just go home." "Okay." Gu Jianning wasn't one for crowds, and with the weather so cold, she had no desire to linger outside. So Shang Zashi turned the car around and headed in the other direction. After returning the car, the couple went home. The next day, Zhang Xuan brought over some fragrant, freshly made pancakes with guagua. "Jianning, do you know why it was so lively at the compound last night?" Zhang Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she was just waiting to share some juicy gossip with Gu Jianning. Gu Jianning blinked and played along. "Why? There's only a week left until New Year's Eve. I heard that every year at the Northwest Military District, the art troupe comes to put on a show for the soldiers." Gu Jianning suddenly understood. She'd heard about this before. On New Year's Eve, the art troupe would put on a gala. The group that arrived yesterday is the troupe performing at the Northwest Military District this time. I heard they're from the capital. I happened to see them when I was picking up guagua for dinner yesterday. I have to say, the girls who make it into the art troupe really are beautiful. But then she looked at Gu Jianning and added, "But honestly, even their prettiest girl, the so-called star of the troupe, still isn't as beautiful as you, Jianning." "Really? If you join the art troupe, You'd definitely be the most beautiful and eye-catching one there. Zhang Xuan spoke with conviction. In her eyes, Jianing was even prettier than the art troupe girls, and she was proud of it. After all, she treated Gu Jianing like her own sister. Jianing, I've noticed you're getting prettier by the day, Zhang Xuan said, a little dazed as she looked at her. She truly felt that Gu Jianing was becoming more and more beautiful, a joy to behold. Auntie is so pretty, Guogua chimed in, munching on her pancake. Gu Jianing took out a handkerchief and wiped Guogua's mouth, smiling. Our Guogua is pretty too. Oh right, are you and Captain Shang going to watch the art troupe's performance on New Year's Eve? Zhang Xuan asked. Of course. Shang Zashi had mentioned it to her in passing before, and Gu Jianing was quite curious about what the art troupe's performance would be like. Since the university was closed off and she couldn't go anywhere, not even back to her family, and there weren't any other activities in the compound, she figured she might as well go enjoy the rare excitement. Great. Let's go together and see if the art troupe girls from the capital are really as talented as they say. I also heard there'll be a matchmaking event after the new year to help the single soldiers in the compound find partners. While Gu Jianing and Zhang Xuan were discussing the art troupe girls from the capital, the very people they were talking about were also talking about Gu Jianing. Fang Manping walked into Li Shuyao's room and couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the sight of her single-occupancy dorm. People with connections really do get special treatment wherever they go. Just like Li Shuao, even though she'd come to the Northwest Military District with the rest of them, everyone else had to share dorms. But thanks to her grandfather's influence, she got a room all to herself. Fang Manping knocked on the door and walked in, her gaze landing on Li Shuao. Li Shuao was actually very beautiful, pure and gentle, giving off a soft and approachable vibe. Just like now, she was holding a cat in her arms, feeding it. From this angle, it was a warm and gentle scene. Fang Manping thought, maybe this was why so many elders in the compound liked Li Shuao, not just because of the powerful Li family behind her, but also because of the gentle persona she put on, which perfectly fit the image of a matriarch from a prominent family. Even her picky stepfather wanted Shang Zashi to marry Li Shuao. Fang Manping knew that, although over the years her stepfather had often scolded and hit his own son Shang Zashi under her mother's instigation, deep down, he still valued Shang Zashi the most. That's why he wanted to pick the most suitable wife for Shang Zashi. Who would have thought Shang Zashi would get married on his own, and her stepfather only found out after he submitted his marriage report. Even now, he was keeping it a secret from the family, not letting anyone know, even though he'd brought his country wife to the Northwest Military District to live with him. Fang Manping thought, if her stepfather found out, he'd definitely blow his top again. Mimi, come on, have another bite. Li Shuyao's voice interrupted Fang Manping's thoughts. Coming back to herself, she realized she'd already walked up to Li Shuao. Her gaze fell on the brown cat in Li Shuyao's arms, then to the bowl in Li Shuyao's hand. She was feeding the cat meat. Fang Manping couldn't help but twitch her lips. In these times, when people could barely get enough to eat, let alone meat, Li Shuao was actually feeding meat to a cat. Honestly, people weren't living as well as cats. Fang Manping remembered this cat. Li Shuao had raised it for years, and it was called Mimi. Li Shuao adored it, always bringing it along wherever she performed, personally feeding and caring for it. This time, she'd brought it to the Northwest Military District as well. Yao! Fang Manping pushed down her thoughts and called out. Li Shuao replied with a nonchalant not even looking up. You're here. Did you find out anything about that woman? Fang Manping, is that all I am to Li Shuao? Well, maybe that's true. She gave a quiet and then relayed what she'd learned about Gu Jianing from Peng Wenjing. You're saying she's very beautiful? Is she more beautiful than me? Li Shuyao's eyes turned cold as she looked at Fang Manping, making her stiffen. Fang Manping forced a smile. That's not what I said, it's what Peng Wenjing and the others said. But I think they're exaggerating. She's just a country woman, how pretty could she be? They probably haven't seen city girls or the girls in our art troupe, so they're overhyping some country bumpkin. Hearing this, Li Shuao finally looked away, clearly satisfied with Fong Manping's answer. But that woman knows medicine? Li Shuao asked again. Yeah, apparently she even performed a surgery that Director Lian couldn't do, and she has 2 prescriptions the military wants to collaborate with her on. Is that so? Li Shuao lowered her eyes, continuing to feed Mimi, lost in thought. In the next couple of days, find a time to visit her yourself, Li Shuao said after a while. Fong Manping was taken aback. She wanted her to go in person? But honestly, she barely knew Gu Jianing, and even with Shang Zashi, though they were siblings in name, they weren't close at all. Back when she first followed her mother Fong Wanrong into the Shang family, she'd tried to get on Shang Zashi's good side. But Shang Zashi had always ignored her, not hostile, but never treating her as family or a sister. To him, she was just a stranger. You're his sister, after all. Since you're here, of course you should pay a visit. You have to see for yourself what that woman is really like. Fong Manping, fine. Li Shuao just wanted her to use this identity to go and check out Gu Jianing. Could she refuse? Of course not. Even though she was a little afraid of Shang Zashi, she still agreed. Li Shuao hugged Mimi and suddenly smiled. Manping, my brother will have some time off after the new year. I'll arrange for him to go to the movies with you. Fong Manping was stunned at first, then delighted, quickly breaking into a smile. Okay, Yao, thank you. Fong Manping knew that, although Li Shuao was aware of her feelings, she'd never really approved of her. But now Li Shuao was taking the initiative to set her up with Li Tingxian. Did this mean she was finally being accepted? Although Fong Manping knew this was mostly because she was helping Li Shuao gather information about Gu Jianing and Shang Zashi, she didn't mind. She knew Li Shuao was using her. But so what? She didn't care about the process, as long as the result was what she wanted. The next morning, Gu Jianing, who rarely had a day off from training class, was still asleep when she vaguely heard knocking at the door. Who is it? Gu Jianing mumbled, unwilling to get up in the winter. She didn't even open her eyes, just pulled the blanket over her head and pretended not to hear. Outside, Fong Manping had been knocking for quite a while, but there was no response from inside. She frowned. Was that woman not home at this hour? Impossible. She'd done her homework. At this time, Shang Zashi would be at training, and only that woman would be home. That's why she'd chosen this time to come. She was debating whether to keep knocking or leave, when suddenly the door next door opened and a woman stepped out. The woman looked her up and down, then asked, "Who are you looking for?" Zhang Xuan had been busy in the kitchen when she heard the persistent knocking next door. She was a bit puzzled. Who would be looking for Jianing at this hour? All their close friends, herself, Sister Yu, Jiang Baihe, knew that Gu Jianing liked to sleep in and would probably still be in bed at this time. Normally, none of them would come looking for Gu Jianing this early. But the knocking went on, so Zhang Xuan came out to check. She saw a young woman, clearly dressed like a city girl, but a stranger. She'd never seen her in the military district before. "Hello, sister-in-law. Is this where Captain Shang Zashi and his wife live? I'm Captain Shang's younger sister. I just arrived yesterday with the art troupe from Beijing." Captain Shang's younger sister? Zhang Xuan was stunned. Captain Shang had a sister? Honestly, Zhang Xuan didn't really know, and Gu Jianing had never mentioned it. But since the girl said so, it must be true. Since she was probably Gu Jianing's sister-in-law, Zhang Xuan's attitude improved, but she still reminded her, "Your brother is probably at training right now, and your sister-in-law is probably still sleeping. Why don't you come back a little later?" Zhang Xuan had no intention of helping just because this girl was Shang Zashi's sister. She wasn't about to join forces to wake up Gu Jianing. If anything, she was firmly on Gu Jianing's side. She hoped Jianing could get some proper rest, and there was another reason. Gu Jianing was notoriously grumpy when woken up. Zhang Xuan had witnessed it once by accident. Jianing was like a feisty little chili pepper, and not just anyone could handle that. She was doing this for the girl's own good. Fong Manping frowned and glanced at her watch. It was already past 8. Still sleeping at this hour? Was this country woman really that lazy? So, it wasn't that the woman wasn't home, she was just sleeping in, deliberately refusing to open the door for her? The more she thought about it, the angrier Fong Manping became. She kept knocking, determined to see how long this woman could ignore her. Zhang Xuan frowned. Why was this little sister-in-law so stubborn? She was just about to say something when suddenly, the door next door creaked open. Zhang Xuan, oh no, Jianning's awake. She's definitely going to lose her temper. Hearing the door open, Fang Mianping felt a surge of satisfaction. See? If she kept knocking, how could that woman shamelessly keep sleeping? She was eager to see for herself just how beautiful and capable this woman supposedly was, enough to make Peng Wenjing give up. Yesterday, as soon as she arrived at the Northwest Military District, Fang Mianping hadn't even had time to rest before she went to the military hospital to ask Peng Wenjing for information. She'd expected to hear that Peng Wenjing, who liked Shang Zashi, had been making trouble for the country girl. But instead, she found Peng Wenjing chatting with a young officer who turned out to be her blind date. You like my brother, don't you? Why are you going on a blind date with someone else? Did my brother force you? Fang Mianping guessed. After all, Commander Peng had tried to set Peng Wenjing up before, but she'd always refused. No, Mianping, this time it was my idea. I don't want to waste any more time on Shang Zashi. Huh? After Peng Wenjing explained, Fang Mianping realized that the country girl was far beyond their expectations. She wasn't just pretty and well-built, she was so skilled in medicine that even military doctors consulted her. With both looks and talent, even the self-aware Peng Wenjing felt outclassed and decisively gave up on Shang Zashi. Fang Mianping thought Peng Wenjing was exaggerating. Now, she was determined to see for herself what this woman was really like. But just as she looked up, she felt something coming at her. The next second, she felt a sudden chill on her head, face, and body. When she finally realized what had happened, she'd been doused with water. She'd been splashed. Eyes wide with disbelief, Fang Mianping looked up and finally saw the woman holding the wash basin. She'd clearly just gotten up, hadn't even washed her face, just thrown on a military coat that swallowed her petite frame. Her silky hair was a little messy, her face bare, but it couldn't hide her natural beauty. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Striking. Absolutely striking. It was a kind of dazzling, flamboyant beauty, like a blazing flame, impossible to ignore. Fang Mianping had seen plenty of beauties. Her mother, Fang Wanrong, had a delicate, pitiful beauty. Li Shuao was pure and elegant. The other girls in the art troupe were cute, fresh, or glamorous. There was no shortage of stunning women in the Beijing art troupe. But this woman was different. Her beauty was unique, never vulgar. Some women's glamour becomes tiresome with time. But this woman's beauty was like the scorching summer sun, bold, passionate, radiant. The more you looked, the more breathtaking she became. In that instant, Fang Mianping finally understood Peng Wenjing's point. Maybe she was stunned by Gu Jianning's looks, because it took her a while to process that she'd just been splashed. Getting doused with water in the dead of winter, even with thick clothes, her face and head were exposed. It was like being forced to wash her face. And her clothes were all new, now they were soaked. You? What are you doing? Why did you splash me? Fang Mianping shrieked, pointing with a trembling finger. Oh? There was someone at the door? Sorry, I didn't know, so I just tossed the water out. Gu Jianning covered her mouth and said lightly. But Zhang Xuan, who knew her well, caught the smile in her eyes. Jianning definitely did it on purpose. What was going on? Why would she splash her sister-in-law? Wasn't she afraid the girl would complain to Commander Shing? You did that on purpose. Fang Mianping didn't believe for a second it was an accident. On purpose? Why would I do that? Do I have a grudge against you? I've never even met you before. By the way, who are you? Why are you standing at my door so early in the morning? Gu Jianning set down the basin and leaned casually against the door, looking her up and down. Jianning, this young lady says she's Commander Shing's sister, Zhang Xuan helpfully reminded her, winking at Gu Jianning. She figured Jianning had only recently married Commander Shing and hadn't met all his family yet, so she didn't recognize this girl. But if she really was the sister-in-law, it was best not to offend her. Zhang Xuan had heard plenty of stories about sisters-in-law making trouble for their brothers' wives, even breaking up marriages and families. If Gu Jianing had heard this, she would have said, "That's unnecessary worry. When it comes to making trouble, no one can outdo me. If anyone wants to compete, I guarantee they'll be begging for mercy." Zishi's sister? My Zishi told me his late mother only had one child, him. So, what kind of sister are you supposed to be? And after all this time, you still haven't told me your name. Shing what? Zhang Xuan was dumbfounded. What? Commander Shing's mother only had one child? Then how could this girl be his sister? Fang Miaping felt her scalp tingle under the scrutiny of both Gu Jianing and Zhang Xuan, especially that stunning woman, whose eyes looked innocent but held a hint of mischief. At this point, Fang Miaping was stuck. She deliberately avoided giving her name, but now, she had the urge to turn and run. Fang Miaping, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a deep, magnetic male voice sounded behind her, footsteps approaching. Fang Miaping's back went rigid. It was Shang Zashi. Zhang Xuan's eyes widened. Fang? Then she definitely wasn't Commander Shing's sister. Wouldn't his sister have the same surname? Brother Shi. When Gu Jianing saw Shang Zashi, her eyes lit up and she called out to him. As he approached, she immediately slipped her arm through his. Brother Shi, you're back so soon? Shang Zashi patted her hand, his usually sharp features unconsciously softening. I came back right after the meeting. What's going on? At this hour, aren't you usually still asleep? Did you dress warmly? Shang Zashi reached out and wrapped her coat tighter around her, fastening the buttons she'd left undone. He even smoothed out her slightly messy hair. Hearing this, Gu Jianing got annoyed. Exactly. She had been sleeping, only to be woken up by all the noise. She hadn't planned to get up, but the knocking outside just wouldn't stop, so she had no choice. She was worried it might be something urgent. But as soon as she got to the door, she heard a young woman outside claiming to be Shang Zashi's sister. Gu Jianing immediately caught on. Last night, Shang Zashi had mentioned that among the performing troupe visiting from the capital, his stepsister might be there. That was the first time Shang Zashi had ever talked to Gu Jianing about his stepmother and stepsister. Truthfully, Shang Zashi didn't want to burden Gu Jianing with his family's dirty laundry, but he was worried that if Fang Miaping showed up and caused trouble, Gu Jianing might get bullied, so he gave her a heads up. From Shang Zashi's description, Gu Jianing had already gotten a sense of what his stepmother and stepsister were like. One was all honeyed words and a snake's heart, the other looked timid and careful, but was actually scheming and selfish. In short, Gu Jianing had no fondness for either of them. Now, not only was it the annoying stepsister, but she'd also woken her up early in the morning. With Gu Jianing's temper, there was no way she'd just let it slide. So, as soon as she opened the door, she dumped a basin of water right on her. Now, she put on a delicate act and complained, "Brother Shi, I don't even know who this person is. She was standing at our door, claiming to be your sister, but as far as I know, your mother only had you." Shang Zashi understood Gu Jianing's little act and played along. "My mother did only have me. But after she passed away, my father remarried, and my stepmother brought a daughter with her." Gu Jianing acted as if she'd heard something shocking, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening as she glanced at Fang Miaping and gave a little snort. "So she's just your stepmother's daughter? No blood relation at all. How's that a sister?" The couple's back and forth completely tore off Fang Miaping's mask and trampled it underfoot. Fang Miaping's face burned with humiliation. "What? She's just your stepmother's daughter? She's not even got the same surname as Captain Shang, so why did she tell me she's his sister?" Zhang Xuan felt she'd been tricked by the young woman in front of her. She also realized why Gu Jianing had thrown water as soon as she opened the door and why she'd been so rude. The daughter of a husband's stepmother, why be polite? Zhang Xuan had seen plenty of stepmothers and stepsisters in her time. Sure, there were some good stepmothers, but she was convinced that 70 or 80% of them were bad. She'd seen too many fathers turn into stepfathers after remarrying, and too many stepmothers tormenting the children left behind by the first wife, all while pretending to be kind. Especially as a woman herself, she could see right through them. But the so-called fathers of those children either couldn't see it or chose to turn a blind eye. If the stepmothers were bad, How could the daughters they brought along be any better? In any case, Zheng Xuan had no fondness for stepmothers or stepsisters. Right now, Feng Monping's face was burning with shame. Under Shang Zashi's scrutinizing gaze, she opened her mouth to explain, "Brother, I." But as soon as she called him brother, Shang Zashi's face darkened. Feng Monping instantly remembered what Shang Zashi had told her before, "Don't call him brother, or he wouldn't be polite to her." Seeing his expression, she quickly changed her address. "See Captain Shang, I just heard you got married, so I came to see my sister-in-law." "You didn't tell the family about your marriage. Uncle Shing is very angry. He was planning to set you up with Li Shuao from the Li family." Feng Monping's voice was trembling, but that didn't stop her from stirring up trouble for Gu Jianing. Her meaning was clear. Shang Zashi had acted first and reported later, and his father was unhappy about his marriage to Gu Jianing. He didn't approve of her. The real daughter-in-law they wanted was someone else. Shang Zashi frowned. He hadn't been in touch with the Shang family in the capital for the past 2 months and had no idea what was going on there. Of course, he could guess his father's attitude. He deliberately kept it from him for fear that the old man would try to interfere. As for being angry, Shang Zashi sneered inwardly. If the old man got so angry he dropped dead, all the better. He could go apologize to his mother in the afterlife. But what did any of this have to do with Li Shuao? A blurry face flashed through his mind. Shang Zashi could barely remember her, just that she'd been rather annoying. Just then, Shang Zashi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower back. He winced and snapped back to attention, turning to look at Gu Jianing. He saw his little wife's hand at his waist, her head tilted up to look at him, a faint smile on her lips. But to Shang Zashi, that smile looked anything but friendly. Gu Jianing glared at him. First Peng Wenjing had finally given up on him, and now another Li Shuao pops up? Just how many troublesome women has this man attracted? Sure, she was perfectly capable of dealing with her husband's messy admirers, but that didn't mean she enjoyed the hassle. Gu Jianing looked at Shang Zashi's striking features and tall, upright figure. Maybe she thought, good looks really are a curse. Seeing that Gu Jianing was a bit angry and that he'd just been pinched for no reason, Shang Zashi's expression grew even colder as he faced Feng Monping. He couldn't help but sneer. "That's my business. What does it have to do with you? Now that you've seen her, you can leave. And from now on, whether you have business or not, don't come to my door. Don't go around calling yourself my sister either. Otherwise, even if I don't come after you, my mother might go looking for yours, since when did she ever have a daughter?" Feng Monping hadn't expected Shang Zashi to show her no mercy at all. His last words made her feel a chill run down her spine, even in broad daylight. All she could do was give Gu Jianing a long look before fleeing in embarrassment. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Shang Zashi's mouth is so vicious, and his behavior is so harsh. How does this woman put up with him, let alone marry him?" But then she remembered the way Shang Zashi had just fussed over Gu Jianing, gently fixing her clothes and worrying she might catch cold, and thought, maybe Shang Zashi really has fallen for her this time. And this woman really is beautiful, prettier than Li Shuao, prettier than any beauty she'd ever seen. Maybe Shang Zashi is just as shallow as everyone else, falling for a pretty face. After closing the door and returning to the living room, Gu Jianing reached out and poked Shang Zashi's chest with her slender, jade-like fingers. Her voice was soft and sweet as she teased, well, I didn't expect it. No sooner has Peng Wenjing left than Li Shuao shows up. "Captain Shang, you sure have a lot of admirers. It doesn't seem fair. Maybe I should go find myself a few admirers too, Before Gu Jianing could finish her playful words, Shang Zashi scooped her up in his arms and covered her mouth, his tone forceful. "I won't allow it. You can't have any admirers. You can only be mine. If any admirers come for you, I'll break every single one of them." Gu Jianing gave a little humph. "And what if there's a whole tree full of admirers? Can you break them all? Then I'll chop the whole tree down with an axe, pull it up by the roots, and set it on fire. Otherwise, come spring, the wind will just make it blossom again." Gu Jianing burst out laughing at Shang Zashi's serious expression and patted his chest. "All right, I was just teasing you. But you really should tell me, who is this Li Shuao? Is she part of the performance troupe that just arrived? Shang Zashi thought for a moment, uncertain. I think so. She's definitely with the Beijing performance troupe, but I'm not sure if she came this time. He hadn't bothered to find out. He really didn't care about Li Shuao or Zhang Shuao. It's fine. If she did come, we'll see her at the New Year's Eve show. Li Shuao is old Li's granddaughter. Shang Zashi began explaining Li Shuyao's background to Gu Jianing. After listening, Gu Jianing finally understood. This old Li, before retiring, held the same status as Shang Zashi's father. Even now retired, his influence remained strong. Not only that, but the Li family had developed connections in both the military and political worlds. Li Shuao truly had a powerful background, especially since she was old Li's only and most beloved granddaughter. Don't you regret not marrying Li Shuao? After all, if you had, it would have been a huge boost to your career, Gu Jianing couldn't help but ask. She thought of Wen Juqing from her previous life, and even other men. Didn't they all do the same? Abandoning wives or girlfriends with no background or influence, choosing instead to marry women with powerful families for the sake of their careers, even if there was no love involved. For many men, women were nothing compared to career, power, and wealth. If they had those things, what kind of woman couldn't they get? In fact, Gu Jianing even doubted whether there was such a thing as lifelong, unwavering love in this world. Just as she had that thought, a sudden, slight pain shot through her forehead. She instinctively looked up, only to meet Shang Zashi's fiery, slightly wounded gaze. Gu Jianing, you actually don't believe me. Shang Zashi could see right through her little thoughts. One glance at her eyes, and he knew what she was thinking. Her words just now were clearly a test, a sign of distrust. That made Shang Zashi angry. Hadn't he shown his love and affection for her clearly enough? Gu Jianing, let me tell you, I, Shang Zashi, don't need to sacrifice my marriage for so-called connections. The woman I want to marry will always be the one I love. No one can force me. Military honors, career, future, if I want those, I'll fight for them with my own strength, even if it costs me my life. I believe I'm capable of building a good future. I want to believe that by marrying you, I'll have enough strength to protect you. Shang Zashi gripped Gu Jianing's shoulders, his gaze sincere and burning. Ningning, believe in me, okay? Gu Jianing was almost scorched by the heat in Shang Zashi's eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and she was deeply moved, as if something had suddenly filled her chest to the brim. She didn't even have to think, she nodded, following her heart. Okay, I believe you. Actually, her doubts were just a shadow from her past life, and only lasted a moment before she realized they were misplaced. In her previous life, Shang Zashi had cherished her as his one true love, rushing into a burning building to save her. Even after her death, he left instructions to be buried with her. And in this life, Shang Zashi had done so much for her. Since their marriage, he'd cared for her in every way, in ways few men of this era could. Little by little, she'd been moved and drawn to him. The Shang Zashi of her past life, she had no reason to doubt. The Shang Zashi of this life, he'd proved himself with his actions. She shouldn't doubt him. So, tell me, what's Li Shuao like? Since she's old Li's granddaughter, should I avoid her, give way to her? Though she said this, Gu Jianing, nestled in Shang Zashi's arms, had a dangerous glint in her eyes. If this man dared suggest she give way to another woman then. Yes, she trusted Shang Zashi, but she still set a little trap. Shang Zashi didn't realize Gu Jianing was testing him, but her words still made him bristle. Gu Jianing, what's wrong with you? Why should you give way to anyone? No matter who it is, you don't need to step aside. Do whatever you want. Don't worry, if anything happens, your brother, she will have your back. What he meant was, if anyone dares to mess with you, go ahead and fight back. Your husband's got your back. Gu Jianing understood his meaning and couldn't help but burst out laughing. As for what Li Shuao looks like, I can't remember. Anyway, she's not as pretty as my Ningning, and she's annoying. Shang Zashi tried hard to recall, but he really couldn't remember what Li Shuao looked like. He wasn't face-blind, but he simply didn't care about people who weren't important to him. The only impression Li Shuao left was that, back in Beijing, she used to pester him, a real nuisance. Other than that, nothing. Alright then, Gu Jianing could tell Shang Zashi wasn't lying. Actually, Gu Jianing wasn't too concerned about Li Shuyao. After all, she and Shang Zashi were already married, and it was a military marriage. If Li Shuyao really tried to interfere, it would only be her own embarrassment. Besides, Gu Jianing wasn't afraid to face her. After all, Li Shuyao had the Li family behind her, but Gu Jianing had a future technology, the childbearing system, on her side. As long as she had enough points, there was nothing she couldn't do. In the days that followed, Gu Jianing thought she might run into Li Shuyao, or that Li Shuyao would come looking for her, but nothing happened. Before she knew it, New Year's Eve arrived. That morning, as soon as Gu Jianing opened her eyes, she heard the system's voice ring out in her mind. Ding! Host detected to be pregnant. The moment she woke up, the voice in her mind left Gu Jianing feeling dazed and groggy. It took her a while to process what she'd heard, and when she finally did, her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. System, did you just say I'm pregnant? Detected. Host has been pregnant for 1 month. She was really pregnant? That's right, after just 1 month, the system could already detect it. Ever since she'd taken the sacred pregnancy pill and healed Shang Zashi's body, she'd known it wouldn't be long before she conceived. But she hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. It must have been the very night she took the sacred pregnancy pill. Ding! Detected. Host is pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl. Rewards: 500 points, painless natural birth pill, comfortable pregnancy pill, malice detector X1. Gu Jianing's breath caught in her throat. Twins, a boy and a girl. She knew the system's detection couldn't be wrong. She gently placed her hand on her still flat belly. In that moment, Gu Jianing felt as if she could sense the 2 tiny lives inside her, connected by blood, quietly growing. She was going to have children? She remembered how, in her previous life, she'd seen countless doctors and endured endless bitter medicines in her desperate wish for a child, only to be disappointed again and again. The memory was so bitter that tears welled up in her eyes. Now, in this new life, she was finally pregnant, and with twins no less. Gu Jianing was truly overwhelmed with joy, crying tears of happiness. Childbearing system, thank you so much. Thank you for giving me a second chance at life, for the sacred pregnancy pill, for letting me learn medicine, for helping me finally get pregnant and walk a different path from my last life. Host, you're pregnant. You should be happy. Take a look at your rewards. And when the twins are born, there will be even more rewards. After all, the childbearing system was designed to help the host conceive and bear children, and the mission rewards were closely tied to that. Now that she was pregnant, the rewards were for her. When the children were born, the rewards would be for them. Right, she should check her rewards. Gu Jianing looked over her rewards and couldn't help but gasp in delight. Just for getting pregnant, she'd received 500 points. She'd treated so many patients and worked so hard, and had only managed to accumulate 443 points before. Now, in an instant, her points had jumped to 943, almost breaking the 1,000 mark. The painless natural birth pill and the comfortable pregnancy pill were both excellent rewards as well. Following the system's prompt, Gu Jianing took out the comfortable pregnancy pill and swallowed it. With this, she wouldn't have to suffer any pregnancy symptoms for the entire term. As for the painless natural birth pill, she'd save that for when she was about to give birth. Finally, Gu Jianing's gaze fell on the malice detector. What was this? Malice detector. Once bound, it activates. Besides the host, up to 20 family members can be added. Within 100 meters, if anyone's malice toward a bound person exceeds 50%, both parties will be marked. Below that, the system listed the standards for malice levels. 50%, malice toward the host or family, but not life-threatening. 70%, strong malice, planning to take action that day, possible criminal intent. 90%, extreme malice, has killed before, be on high alert. 100%, intense murderous intent, will attempt to kill within 3 days. Even if the host is sleeping, an alarm will sound. After reading this, Gu Jianing was both shocked and impressed. What a great item. With this bound, she'd know exactly who harbored ill will toward her or her family. People could pretend, but the system's malice readings couldn't be faked. As long as she knew in advance, she could take precautions. This malice detector would be useful in any era. System, I want to bind the malice detector right now. Add Brother Shi, my family in Huaishu village, and Grandpa and Grandma Sang. She hadn't forgotten that when Juqing in Huaishu village still bore malice toward her family. She was far away in the northwest military district and couldn't keep an eye on things, but with the malice detector, she could monitor when Juqing remotely. Ding! Malice detector bound to host, family members Shang Zashi, Yao Chunhua, etc. Detector is now active 24/7. As long as she didn't turn it off, the malice detector would keep working. Gu Jianing sat on the heated brick bed for a long time, finally calming herself after the emotional news of her pregnancy. After eating, she took out her notebook and began reviewing what she'd learned in her training class. Today was New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve, the first, second, and third days of the new year were all holidays, so there were no classes. Classes would resume on the fourth day. Gu Jianing had heard that after the spring, there would be 2 more months of classes before the final assessment. In the morning, Zhang Xuan brought Guo over to chat, and Gu Jianing didn't see any malice readings on either of them. At noon, Shang Zashi came home. As soon as she heard movement at the door, Gu Jianing jumped off the bed and, like a butterfly, was about to rush over. Brother Shi. Shang Zashi. Oh my, her voice is so sweet, like it's dipped in honey. He couldn't take it. It was the first time he'd seen his little wife so excited when he came home, her face full of happiness. But as she was about to throw herself into his arms, he quickly stopped her. Wait, don't come over yet. I just got back from outside and I'm still cold. Let me warm up first, I don't want you to catch a chill and get sick. Gu Jianing, all right then. She stopped in her tracks, but her heart felt warm. After all, Shang Zishi's first thought was always her well-being. Even though she couldn't hug him right away, Gu Jianing still buzzed around him like a little bee, watching as he brushed the snow off himself and warmed up by the stove. Gu Jianing quickly poured him a cup of hot water from the thermos and handed it to him with both hands. Here, drink some hot water to warm up. Thank you, wife. Once Shang Zashi felt his body and clothes were warm enough and the chill had faded, he raised his eyebrows at Gu Jianing and opened his arms. Gu Jianing grinned and dove into his embrace, hugging his lean waist and burying her face in his chest. Stroking her silky black hair, Shang Zashi asked, "Why are you so happy today? Did something good happen?" Of course something good happened. Gu Jianing looked up from his arms, her pretty face glowing. Her eyes sparkled, as if filled with stars. Oh? What is it? Gu Jianing took his large hand and placed it on her belly, looking up at him with a twinkle in her eye. Shang Zashi froze, not quite understanding. What's wrong? Is your stomach uncomfortable? Or are you hungry? I'll go make lunch right now. He turned to head for the kitchen. Gu Jianing burst out laughing and quickly grabbed him. No, it's not that. Then what is it? Gu Jianing tiptoed up to his ear and whispered, I think I might be pregnant. Well, actually, she was already pregnant. The system had confirmed it. But she couldn't just tell Shang Zashi with 100% certainty. Shang Zashi paused, then, realizing what she meant, couldn't help but laugh. So that's what it is. As soon as Gu Jianing saw the look on his face, she knew he didn't believe her. She snorted lightly. I'm telling the truth. They say mothers and children have a kind of telepathy. Anyway, I just have this feeling I'm sure I'm pregnant. Gu Jianing spoke so seriously that Shang Zashi's attitude became serious as well. Ever since he'd witnessed Gu Jianing's medical skills and his own health had been restored, he couldn't deny that he'd started to look forward to having a child. But, was it really possible? Thinking back to the times he'd been injured on missions and the repeated hospital checkups that always ended in disappointment, Shang Zashi found it hard to let himself hope. So, what should we do now? Should we find a doctor to check your pulse or go to the hospital for a test? It's only been a month, so a doctor probably wouldn't be able to tell by pulse. But we could do a blood test at the hospital. That would show if I'm pregnant or not, Gu Jianing replied. So, should we go to the hospital for a blood test? Of course. All right, let's go. But let's eat lunch first. Okay. Shang Zashi bustled into the kitchen and quickly whipped up 2 dishes, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and a soup, plus steamed some rice. After they finished eating, Shang Zashi grabbed clothes, a scarf, a hat, and bundled Gu Jianing up tightly before taking her hand and heading to the military district hospital. Since it was New Year's Eve, there were only a few staff on duty at the hospital and hardly any patients. Coincidentally, Dr. Hao was the one on duty in the gynecology department that day. After hearing their situation, Dr. Hao said, if it's only been a month, it's hard to tell by pulse, but a blood test should work. But are you sure you don't want to wait a bit longer? What if it's just a late period? After all, Gu Jianing had mentioned her periods were irregular and often late, and she'd had cramps before. Dr. Hao tended to think she wasn't pregnant. After all, for people like her, getting pregnant was always a bit difficult. Actually, Shang Zashi was thinking the same thing. But he didn't make the decision. Instead, he looked at Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing didn't hesitate. Dr. Hao, please just do the blood test for me. How could the system's test results possibly be wrong? Shang Zashi, just wait until the results come out. You'll be shocked. Your jaw will drop. All right, let's do the blood test. Soon, Dr. Hao arranged for a nurse to draw Gu Jianing's blood. The results might take 2 days. You know, there aren't many staff on duty at this time, Dr. Hao explained. They both nodded in understanding and agreed to come back in 2 days for the results. As they were leaving the hospital, Gu Jianing caught sight of a familiar figure. It looked like Peng Wenjing. The moment Peng Wenjing saw them from afar, she immediately turned and left, as if she was afraid of running into them. Gu Jianing thought, looks like Peng Wenjing has really given up on Shang Zashi. That's good, now I don't have to do anything about it. Back home, Gu Jianing started picking out clothes from the wardrobe. You're changing. Shang Zashi came over, wrapped his arms around her waist, and rested his chin lightly on her shoulder. Of course. Not only am I going to wear something nice, I'm also going to put on my prettiest makeup, Gu Jianing replied matter-of-factly. Is it because of tonight's New Year's Eve performance? MHM. Gu Jianing turned to glare at him. Someone's rotten peach blossom will be there tonight. I heard that girl is the star of the Beijing arts troupe. How could I not dress up? I can't let her outshine me. Shang Zashi couldn't help laughing. That won't happen. What won't happen? You won't be outshone. Because I'd never compare anyone else to you, Shang Zashi said seriously. In my eyes, my wife is the most beautiful, the prettiest. You don't know how my soldiers and comrades envy me for marrying such a beautiful and capable wife. I'm really proud. He meant every word. Other than Gu Jianing, there was no room in his eyes for any other woman. His wife, Gu Jianing, was so important to him. How could he ever compare her to anyone else? Wouldn't that be belittling, Ningning? Gu Jianing burst out laughing at his words. Her slender fingers poked his chest, chin lifted a little in pride. You should be proud. With that, she giggled. All right, why don't you help me pick something out? Sure, I think this set looks good. I think so too. Today, Huaihua Village was especially lively for New Year's Eve. Every household had decorated in festive red. The whole Gu family gathered at the old house for the reunion dinner. The New Year's Eve meal was lavish. But compared to previous years, there was one person missing. Yao Chunhua felt a little sad, and so did Grandpa Gu and the others. But soon Grandpa Gu spoke up. It's New Year's Eve, everyone, no need to be sad. Zashi is a good man, he'll take good care of Ningning. And Ningning just called yesterday, she's doing well in the Northwest Military District. We need to live well and be happy too. This year, our family has made progress. Our eldest is a worker now, his wife is pregnant, and Ningning married into a good family. I believe in the new year, our Gu family will only get better. Dad's right. Ningning wouldn't want us to feel sad because of her. Our family is doing better and better, we should be happy. Gu Yanting agreed right away. The rest of the Gu family chimed in, looking forward to the new year and hoping everyone would get better and better. Meanwhile, in the Northwest Military District, after dinner, Gu Jianing was being led by Shang Zashi toward the auditorium. She looked up but couldn't see the full moon in the sky and felt a wave of sadness. "Brother Shi, do you think they can't see the moon in Huaihua village either?" she asked softly. It was New Year's Eve, after all, a time for reunion. Shang Zashi paused, then reached out and pulled her into his arms. "Missing your family?" Gu Jianing gave a quiet her voice tinged with a slight choke, though she held it back. Looking back on her past life, Gu Jianing felt she drifted through it, never really living, never truly caring for her family. Now, living again, with the emotions of 2 lifetimes layered together, she'd become much more sentimental and more sensitive to the feelings and changes around her. She didn't know if this was a good thing or not. For a moment, she felt a bit lost. Had she really been reborn? Or was it all just a dream, just Shangzi dreaming of being a butterfly? Ning Ning. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she heard Shang Zashi call her name. The next second, she was pulled into his embrace. Unlike before, Shang Zashi held her tightly this time, instantly bringing Gu Jianing back to herself. It wasn't a dream. At least, at this moment, Shang Zashi's embrace was real. What's wrong? What if someone comes by? Gu Jianing looked around nervously. At this time and place, people could pass by at any moment. In this era, even married couples had to be careful in public. Holding hands, hugging, or kissing openly would be considered improper behavior. Shang Zashi snorted, a little rebellious. "I'm not afraid." Everyone knew that Shang Zashi was a bit of a troublemaker in the Northwest Military District. If anyone tried to mess with him, they'd just be asking for trouble themselves. The truth was, Shang Zashi had just felt a sudden, inexplicable panic. A moment ago, all his attention had been on Gu Jianing. He saw the look in Ning Ning's eyes, so complicated, with sadness, confusion, and a touch of bewilderment. And then, for a split second, he had the strange illusion that she didn't quite belong to this world, as if she were some fairy who might just ride the wind and disappear at any moment. In that instant, Shang Zashi's heart clenched. He couldn't care about anything else. He instinctively reached out and pulled her tightly into his arms, holding her close, as if only by feeling her warmth could he be sure she was really by his side. Shang Zashi couldn't help but recall a dream he'd had not long ago. In the dream, Ning Ning hadn't agreed to see him, but had married that Wen Zhuqing instead. When he woke up from that dream, he was so shaken that he held Gu Jianing tightly for a long time before the unease in his heart finally faded a little. "All right, let's hurry to the main hall." "I want to sit closer to the front," Gu Jianing said, patting his arm. Only then did Shang Zashi reluctantly let go, taking her hand again as they headed toward the auditorium. As they walked, they ran into Zhang Xuan and her family, as well as Jiang Baihe and her husband, Chai Jiangwo. More and more people appeared along the way, all heading to the main hall. The Northwest Military District, which had been unusually quiet due to the heavy snow sealing off the mountains, was bustling with excitement on this New Year's Eve, thanks to the performance by the art troupe. Even the air didn't seem quite so cold anymore. Gu Jianing glanced at Zhang Xuan and Jiang Baihe, doing some quick mental math. It had been over a month since she'd treated Jiang Baihe. She wondered if Jiang Baihe had gotten pregnant yet, but she couldn't be sure. As for Xuan had said she took the twin boys' pill that very day, and it had been over a month since then. She was probably pregnant by now, though she might not have realized it herself. "I'm going to chat with Xuan," Gu Jianing said, moving to walk beside Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up when she saw her, and Guogua quickly clung to her side as well. "Your Captain Shang finally let you out of his sight," Zhang Xuan teased. She noticed how tightly Captain Shang held Gu Jianing's hand, standing protectively by her side like a guardian angel. It was as if he wanted to keep the world at bay and have Gu Jianing all to himself. No one else dared to interrupt. Thinking of Shang Zashi's possessiveness, Gu Jianing couldn't help but laugh. "Xuan, don't tease me. I actually have something to ask you." "What is it?" Gu Jianing leaned in, and Lin Xing tactfully went to chat with Shang Zashi. Gu Jianing whispered, "This month, did your period come?" "That? Which one?" Zhang Xuan was puzzled for a moment, but quickly caught on. "Right, how could she have forgotten?" Her period was supposed to come a couple of days ago, but it still hadn't shown up. She'd been so busy preparing for the new year that she hadn't even noticed. If Gu Jianing hadn't mentioned it, who knows when she would have remembered. She suddenly recalled the fertility pill Gu Jianing had given her, and now, thinking about her missed period. Already a mother of one, Zhang Xuan immediately realized what was happening. Her heart started pounding. "Jianing, you mean I might be?" "I'd say it's almost certain," Gu Jianing replied, giving her an almost 100% confirmation. "Really?" Zhang Xuan was so excited she nearly blurted it out, but managed to hold back. "You can keep an eye on it. In another half a month, you'll be able to confirm it for sure," Gu Jianing said. She didn't suggest a blood test. What's another couple of weeks? "Oh, right," Gu Jianing suddenly remembered she could scan with her eyes. She immediately looked at Zhang Xuan and activated the scanner in her eyes. Soon, the scanner gave her the results. Zhang Xuan really was pregnant, and with twins, no doubt about it. "All right, Jianing, I'll keep an eye on it. If it's good news, I'll let you know." "Okay." When Gu Jianing returned to Shang Zashi's side, Lin Xing came over, picked up Guo, and looked at his wife, who seemed a bit dazed and excited. "What's wrong? What did Comrade Gu say to you?" Zhang Xuan instinctively opened her mouth to answer, but seeing all the people around, she held back. "I'll tell you when we get home tonight." "It's good news." Lin Xing, "All right then." Meanwhile, Gu Jianing used her scanner to check on Jiang Baihe up ahead. Seeing that she was pregnant as well, Gu Jianing felt even happier. She hesitated about whether to remind Jiang Baihe, but decided against it. Some surprises are best discovered on your own. They're even more thrilling and joyful that way. If someone else tells you, it just isn't the same. Soon, the group arrived at the main hall. Inside, rows of seats filled the auditorium. The first couple of rows were reserved for the leaders, but the rest were open seating. Since Gu Jianing wanted to sit closer to the front, Shang Zashi chose seats in the fourth row, close enough, but not right under the leaders' noses. Zhang Xuan quickly pulled her husband and Guo to sit beside Gu Jianing and Shang Zashi. There were about 10 minutes left before the performance started, and people were streaming in. Gu Jianing was already beautiful, but after taking the beauty pill, she was even closer to perfection. She dressed up carefully tonight, and as soon as she entered the brightly lit hall, she became the center of attention. In the military district, if there was one thing in abundance, it was single soldiers. Sure enough, as soon as the young men saw Gu Jianing, they were practically rooted to the spot. Some stared in a daze, some even bumped into each other. Their hearts pounded, and some of them were just about to make a move until they saw Shang Zashi by her side. Instantly, all their thoughts came to a screeching halt. Any budding feelings wilted on the spot, especially when they realized this beauty was Captain Shang's wife. Their hearts shattered into pieces. Shang Zashi's reputation as a troublemaker and sharp-tongued king of soldiers in the Northwest Military District was well known. No one dared to cross him. Now that this beauty was his wife, who would dare have any ideas? As soon as Shang Zashi noticed the heated gazes being cast at his wife from those around them, his eyes narrowed and he swept a cold glance over the crowd. Everyone who met his gaze instantly lowered their heads. No one dared provoke him. Truly, no one dared even look. Satisfied, Shang Zashi relaxed. Of course he knew Ningning was beautiful, especially since she'd put special effort into her appearance today. He'd even helped her pick out her outfit, so he could take some credit for her stunning look. He was happy when Ningning dressed up nicely. He wanted her to shine. She had every right to show off her beauty. He didn't mind others admiring her, but looking was all they were allowed. Any hint of coveting was absolutely forbidden. And even if someone did cross the line, he wasn't afraid. Shang Zashi clenched his fists. If it came to it, he'd knock every single one of them down. Meanwhile, Gu Jianing was busy curiously taking in the sights of the main hall, oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around her. She found a seat and sat down, but just as she did, A voice only she could hear suddenly sounded in her mind. Alert! Alert! Someone's malice level detected at 95%. The voice startled Gu Jianing so much that she almost jumped back to her feet. Ningning, what's wrong? Shang Zashi immediately noticed something was off. Gu Jianing quickly pulled herself together and forced herself to stay calm. It's nothing, she replied. Shang Zashi frowned. His instincts told him something had happened, but since Ningning wasn't saying anything, he didn't press. Instead, he quietly took her hand in his, silently letting her know, I'm here. But Gu Jianing's heart was pounding wildly. She instinctively glanced toward the left side of the stage, at the curtain. Just now, she thought she'd seen someone's head peeking out from behind it, but before she could get a good look, the person was gone. She never expected the malice detector would sound an alarm at a time like this. The malice detector was bound to her, which meant that within 100 meters, someone harbored malice toward her. And the malice level was actually 95%. What did that mean? It meant someone had an extremely strong hatred toward her and her family, so strong it was almost murderous. And, even more terrifying, this person had actually killed before. The most frightening part was that last point. This person had taken a life. And now, this killer had set their sights on her. Right now, that person was hiding behind the curtain. If she remembered correctly, the people behind the curtain were members of the performing arts troupe getting ready. So, was it one of them? Who could it be? Back before she'd even bound herself to the malice detector, she'd asked the system a question. How did it define having taken a life? After all, many soldiers in the Northwest Military District had been on the battlefield, fought in wars, or gone on missions. Technically, their hands were stained with blood. Did those people count? The system said no. Having taken a life referred to innocent people. Soldiers defending their country didn't count. So, ever since she'd activated the malice detector, she'd encountered plenty of people, on the way here and elsewhere, but the real-time readings never showed anyone harboring malice toward her or her family. Until now. For the first time, someone with extreme malice toward her had appeared. And not just any malice, 95%, and a killer to boot. Just her luck, huh? Gu Jianing screamed internally, but after a while, she forced herself to calm down. It's fine, don't panic. With the childbirth system and the malice detector, she wasn't afraid. If anything, the enemy was in the shadows while she was in the light. If the person really was from the performing arts troupe and she ended up performing on stage tonight, she'd have a good chance of figuring out who it was. Gu Jianing took a deep breath and sat down. She didn't realize Shang Zashi had been watching her the whole time. When he saw her calm down, he finally relaxed, though he was still puzzled. His gaze drifted to the curtain Ningning had just been looking over there. Who was she watching? What was she thinking? Hey, did you see that woman in the 4th row? She's gorgeous. Is she a military wife? The officer next to her is really handsome, too. I saw her too. Honestly, I think she's even prettier than our star performer. Shoo, don't say that. If Li Shuyao hears you, you'll be in trouble. She's not someone you want to mess with. A few girls from the performing arts troupe, having heard rumors about a beautiful young military wife in the Northwest Military District, couldn't resist sneaking a peek from behind the curtain. Now that they'd seen her, they were stunned by her beauty. But they only dared whisper among themselves, careful not to let Li Shuyao or her cronies overhear. Otherwise, they'd be in for it. After all, Li Shuyao was from the Li family and was notoriously arrogant and difficult. If she set her sights on you, all you could do was accept your bad luck. Do you think Li Shuyao saw that pretty military wife? She probably did. Maybe she even came out just to look. One girl, Alan, said mysteriously. What do you mean, Alan? Is there something going on? Spill. Alan glanced around to make sure none of Li Shuyao's lackeys were nearby, then whispered, Do you know who that pretty military wife's husband is? That handsome officer next to her. He's Fong Momping's stepbrother and the eldest son of the Shing family, same status as the Li family. I heard Li Shuyao likes him. What? The gossip sent shockwaves through the group. None of them had expected such a tangled web of relationships. But I heard that officer is already married. Alan snorted softly. Who knows? You all know what Li Shuyao's like. She always gets what she wants. If she's set her sights on a man, who knows if she'll let go so easily. Shua, stop talking. Li Shuao and her group are coming. Seeing Li Shuao approach, the girls quickly scattered to prepare for the performance. Gu Jianing, meanwhile, had no idea what was being said about her behind the curtain. She'd originally just come to watch the show and maybe check out her own Rotten Peach Blossom love rival, but now, all her attention was focused on the person with a 95% malice level toward her. She was determined to find out who it was. As the time arrived, the lights came up, the curtain was drawn, and the host took the stage to start the show. The first act was a duet, two girls singing a rousing military song. Their voices were lovely, quickly capturing the attention of the soldiers in the audience. But Gu Jianing didn't detect any malice from them. For the next few acts, Gu Jianing didn't see any malice value on the girls performing on stage. Halfway through, Fong Manping appeared. Because she had visited their house that day, Gu Jianing recognized her. She was the only person in the performing troupe that Gu Jianing actually knew. As soon as Fong Manping stepped on stage, the malice value alarm went off. Alert! Detected one person with malice value at 51%. Host, please be cautious. Gu Jianing's heart leapt, then settled a bit, but her brows drew together. Fong Manping, Shang Zashi's stepsister, had shown up, and the malice value alarm had sounded. But it wasn't 95%, it was 51%. A value of 51% meant this person harbored ill will toward her and Shang Zashi, but wasn't likely to do anything life-threatening. Either way, Fong Manping was definitely not a good person. That bucket of water she'd thrown at her the other day was well-deserved. But who, exactly, was the person with the 95% malice value? Beside her, Shang Zashi had been quietly observing his wife's expression. From the moment they sat down, Ningning's mood seemed off, and now she seemed tense the entire time. His gaze fell on the performers on stage. Was it related to them? Time ticked by, act after act, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The show was nearing its end. Soon, the final act began, the grand finale. As a beautiful, pure-looking young woman performed a solo dance on stage, Gu Jianing pressed her lips together, her expression dark as she stared at the girl. From the moment this girl appeared, the malice value alarm in Gu Jianing's mind had been blaring. 95% malice value. It's her. Gu Jianing turned to Shang Zashi and asked, "Do you know who that is?" Shang Zashi looked at her with a strange expression, then rubbed his nose and replied, "That's old Li's granddaughter." Shang Zashi thought his wife was truly amazing. She'd said she was coming to help him weed out rotten admirers, and now she'd accurately pinpointed the worst of them. Gu Jianing instantly put 2 and 2 together. Old Li's granddaughter, that was the girl Fong Manping had mentioned the other day, the one her so-called father-in-law approved of as a potential daughter-in-law, Li Shuao. Li Shuao, with a malice value toward her as high as 95%. Gu Jianing had thought that, even if Li Shuao liked Shang Zashi and disliked her, at most her malice would be around 70%, enough to scheme, slander, or try to sabotage her relationship with Shang Zashi. She never expected it to be as high as 95%. Gu Jianing's expression grew grave. Li Shuyao's malice toward her was one thing, but more importantly, this level indicated that Li Shuao had blood on her hands, innocent blood. But Li Shuao was old Li's granddaughter, from a powerful family, a member of the performing troupe, an entertainer who didn't even have to go to the front lines. How could she have killed someone, an innocent person, no less? To put it bluntly, Li Shuao had killed before. Someone who had killed an innocent was a completely different threat from someone who just schemed and played petty games. At this moment, Gu Jianing's guard against Li Shuao shot to the highest level. On stage, Li Shuao was performing her solo dance. She was always the finale, and she was confident in her performance. As she danced, her gaze swept over the audience. Seeing the admiration in their eyes, she wasn't surprised. Her eyes subtly landed on Shang Zashi. He was sitting near the front, and under the stage lights, she could spot him at a glance. But when she glanced at Shang Zashi, she realized he wasn't looking at her at all. He was looking to the side. To the side? Realizing who was sitting next to Shang Zashi, Li Shuyao's expression almost darkened, but she restrained herself, remembering she was still on stage. Still, her gaze drifted toward Shang Zashi's neighbor, Gu Jianing. Unexpectedly, as soon as she looked over, her eyes met Gu Jianing's. The woman's eyes were clear and calm, almost emotionless, yet seemed to pierce straight through her. In that instant, Li Shuao felt as if she'd been seen through. She instinctively sensed danger and quickly looked away. But after averting her gaze, she grew annoyed. Was she actually afraid of that woman? Up close, she realized that woman was even more beautiful. Especially under the stage lights, she seemed to glow with a halo. No matter how unwilling she was to admit it, Li Shuao had to concede, this woman was more beautiful than her. No wonder the proud Shang Zashi would fall for her. With such a beautiful face, if only. Alert! Alert! Current character's malice value toward host has reached 99%. Gu Jianing narrowed her eyes. It was clear now she and Li Shuao were enemies. Li Shuao probably wished she were dead. If that's the case. Except for the incident with Wen Jiqing, Gu Jianing had never used the childbirth system against anyone else. But now, Gu Jianing opened the childbirth system's exchange shop in her mind and browsed through the items. Soon, she found something interesting. Clown's invisible hand, use on a designated person. After activation, an invisible hand will cause the target to embarrass themselves on stage, unlimited times, until they step down. It only cost 1 point. Perfect. She'd use this. Gu Jianing redeemed the clown's invisible hand and designated Li Shuao as the target. So, in a way only Gu Jianing could see, the clown's invisible hand quietly appeared on stage. Li Shuao was talented at dancing, and she'd practiced this routine countless times. Even while distracted, her performance was flawless. After all, she planned to use this dance to make a name for herself in the Northwest Military District. Just after she tore her gaze from Gu Jianing, unwilling to give up, she glanced back at her. But as soon as she looked, she felt something was off. Why was that woman's mouth curled in a faint smile? What was she so happy about? Before she could figure it out, she suddenly felt her left foot gripped by an invisible hand. Losing her balance, she stumbled forward, her dance interrupted. If she hadn't steadied herself, she would have fallen flat on the stage. The sudden mishap shocked everyone. What happened? Did she twist her ankle? What's wrong with Shuao? She's always been so steady. How could this happen? Li Shuao felt utterly embarrassed and humiliated. On such a big stage, in front of so many people, after everyone else had performed smoothly, she, the grand finale, had an accident and almost fell. She quickly looked down at her left foot. Just now, she'd felt as if a hand had grabbed her ankle. When Li Shuao glanced down at her left foot, she saw nothing at all. Since it was a solo dance, she was the only one on stage. The floor was perfectly smooth, with nothing that could possibly trip her up. But she could have sworn she felt a hand grab her left foot. That was why she fell. It couldn't have been her imagination. Maybe it was a ghost. Just then, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. The crowd was forgiving. Even though Li Shuao had fallen, their applause was full of encouragement. So, with no choice but to press on, Li Shuao forced herself to continue her performance. But what happened next, again and again, made Li Shuao feel like she really must have run into something supernatural. After picking herself up and starting to dance again, she fell once more. Sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. It was as if someone was deliberately pulling her down. In fact, that's exactly how it felt to Li Shuao. It was as if an invisible hand was tugging at her left foot, then her right, or grabbing her arm, anything to keep her from dancing, to make her look ridiculous. The last time, she felt both her feet being grabbed. No matter how careful she was, she ended up falling flat on her face, right in front of the audience. There was a loud thud. Li Shuyao's face burned with pain and humiliation. Even with her strong will, she couldn't take it anymore. The applause, which had been encouraging her, fell silent. Everyone was baffled. How could she fall again and again like this? Wasn't she supposed to be the star performer of the troupe, the grand finale soloist? How did it end up like this? It wasn't just the audience who were confused. Even the troupe leader and other members were shocked and bewildered. This time, when Li Shuao got up, she couldn't hold back anymore. Covering her face, she ran off stage. Xu Yao, Feng Manping hurried after her. Those who had always disliked Li Shuao were now gloating. Did you see that? Li Shuao insisted on doing the solo, insisted on being the finale. I thought she was going to wow everyone, but she ended up being the clown. This must be the most embarrassing moment of her life, and in front of the entire Northwest Military District, no less. If it were me, I'd be too ashamed to stay. I'd probably pack up and leave overnight. Don't you think it's a little strange? It didn't look like she made a mistake. She's performed this dance countless times, never had a problem before. Why did she keep falling tonight? Someone whispered, honestly, it looked like something was grabbing her arms and legs, making her mess up on purpose. Hey, don't say things like that. That's superstitious nonsense. We shouldn't talk about that kind of supernatural stuff. Fine, I won't say it. But I'm still happy about it. What was supposed to be the most dazzling performance of New Year's Eve ended in disaster, and Li Shuao, the troupe star, became infamous throughout the Northwest Military District. No matter how hard Li Shuao tried to explain that something had tripped her or grabbed her, neither the troupe leader nor anyone else believed her. After all, everyone, thousands of eyes, had seen exactly what happened. Even if her fellow performers believed her, what about the rest of the Northwest Military District? In any case, Li Shuao had lost all face here. On the way home, Guian could hear people all around her discussing Li Shuyao's falls. Shang Zashi glanced at his wife, who was smiling faintly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He took her hand and gently stroked her fingers. Ningning, are you happy because Li Shuao fell on stage? Guian shot him a dangerous look. What? I can't be happy when my love rival makes a fool of herself. Or do you feel sorry for her? Shang Zashi shivered and quickly clarified, no. I barely know her, and we have nothing to do with each other. What happens to her is none of my business. In fact, if my wife is happy, then I'm happy too. He even forced a smile, afraid Guian would misunderstand. Guian snorted softly, satisfied with his answer. Still, she glanced at him. Do you think I'm a bad person for being so happy about someone else's embarrassment? Shang Zashi shook his head immediately. Of course not. In my eyes, you're the best, no matter what. And whatever you feel, I'm sure there's a reason for it. I trust you. Guian, all right, you pass. In fact, Shang Zashi was telling the truth. Although his wife could be a little spoiled and willful, she was definitely not a bad person, nor someone who enjoyed kicking others when they were down. Even though today was the first time Ningning had met Li Shuao, he could tell that Li Shuao must have offended her somehow. And Ningning could hold a grudge. She would never play the saint and forgive people who were openly hostile to her. If she got the chance, she'd definitely get her revenge. Shang Zashi didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Better to have a bit of an edge than to be a pushover. He never thought there was anything wrong with paying someone back for what they did. If people left him alone, he'd leave them alone. But if someone came looking for trouble, he'd make sure they paid for it. So, in essence, Shang Zashi and Guian were really kindred spirits. Honestly, if Li Shuao had only liked Shang Zashi and hadn't done anything else, Guian wouldn't have targeted her just for that. But Li Shuyao's hostility toward her was over 95% and later reached 99%. That was enough to make Guian angry. If someone was so openly malicious, why should she show mercy? So, seeing Li Shuao make a fool of herself on stage really did make her happy. After getting home, Guian started browsing the exchange shop for something that could protect her life. After all, there was someone in the Northwest Military District who had killed before, who had a 99% hostility rating toward her, and was watching her like a hawk. Who knew when she might make a move? Guian had to be prepared. Otherwise, she might not even know what hit her. As for Shang Zashi, she couldn't tell him for now. After all, whether it was the childbearing system or the hostility detector, she couldn't reveal them to him. She'd have to rely on herself for protection. Ning Ning here. When they got home, Gu Jianing was still browsing the exchange shop in the living room when Shang Zashi pulled her out into the yard and put a sparkler in her hand. Did you buy these? Gu Jianing asked, a little surprised. Yeah, it's New Year's after all. I thought fireworks would make things more festive. As he spoke, Shang Zashi picked up a match and lit the sparkler in Gu Jianing's hand, then lit his own. The sparkler sizzled, sending out little bursts of light that instantly illuminated a corner of the dim courtyard and lit up Gu Jianing's face. She gently waved her sparkler, tracing shapes in the air. The light reflected in her already beautiful eyes, making them shine even brighter. Shang Zashi crouched beside her, quietly watching the fireworks bloom. He turned to Gu Jianing and said, Ning Ning, Happy New Year. Gu Jianing was momentarily stunned. She turned to look at him, only to find Shang Zashi gazing at her, his eyes filled with deep affection. A gentle smile curved Gu Jianing's lips, and her eyes sparkled with happiness. Happy New Year to you too, Shiji. She reached out her hand. Let's take care of each other in the new year, okay? Shang Zashi chuckled at her words, but immediately reached out, taking her hand in his and holding it tightly. He said solemnly, I'll take care of you, always, for a lifetime. With fireworks sparkling around them, the two exchanged a smile. In that moment, it was as if they could see the decades ahead, supporting each other, growing old together. After New Year's Eve, the first day of the new year arrived. Shang Zashi didn't have training and accompanied her to stroll around the nearby county town. Of course, they also called Grandpa and Grandma Sang in Beijing to wish them a Happy New Year. As for the Shing family, Shang Zashi didn't mention them, and Gu Jianing didn't ask. After all, when Shang Zashi married her, he hadn't told his family. From Feng Manping, he learned that his father-in-law was furious and dissatisfied with his marriage to her. Plus, Shang Zashi and his father had never gotten along. Since that was the case, why should she go looking for trouble? She married Shang Zashi. As long as he treated her well, that was enough. Everything else was secondary. She didn't really care. Other people's approval or disapproval didn't matter to her. After all, what's done is done, and she was the one living her life. On the second day of the new year, Shang Zashi returned to training, but Gu Jianing was still thinking about the blood test results from the hospital. Fighting off sleepiness, her eyes half open, she reminded Shang Zashi, remember to pick up my test results from the hospital when you come home for lunch. Shang Zashi patted her head. Okay, I know. Go back to sleep. After giving her instructions, Gu Jianing closed her eyes and drifted off again. Classes at the training center would start on the 5th, so there weren't many days left to sleep in. Shang Zashi watched her fall asleep again, tucked her hand under the covers, straightened the quilt, and kissed her forehead before quietly leaving. The first training session of the new year was full of energy. After finishing in the morning, training was done for the day. After all, it was just the start of the year, no official missions yet. After training, Shang Zashi remembered Gu Jianing's request and headed to the military hospital. Coincidentally, Dr. Hao was on duty today, with Peng Wenjing beside him. When Shang Zashi entered, the two seemed to be chatting. Dr. Hao, I'm here to pick up my wife's blood test results. Peng Wenjing hadn't expected to run into Shang Zashi again and had the urge to turn and leave. To be honest, she used to hope for chance encounters with Shang Zashi. But now, with her feelings for him gone, seeing him again just felt awkward. Still, when Shang Zashi walked in, he didn't even glance at her. It was as if he didn't know her at all. Peng Wenjing couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Was Shang Zashi really so heartless? Even if he didn't like her, they at least knew each other. Did he really have to pretend otherwise? Captain Shang, you're here for Comrade Gu's test results, right? Wenjing, go get the results from the table over there for Captain Shang, Dr. Hao instructed. Dr. Hao is good friends with Peng Wenjing's sister-in-law. Peng Wenjing was currently transitioning from nurse to doctor and was a diligent student. When she wasn't in training classes, she studied alongside Dr. Hao. Hearing his instructions, Peng Wenjing walked over to the table, muttering to herself, "What kind of test result is this?" She vaguely remembered seeing Shang Zashi and his wife at the hospital on New Year's Eve. Was the woman sick, or was it something else? With these thoughts, Peng Wenjing started searching through the reports on the table and quickly found one with Gu Jianning's name. She glanced at it out of habit, and when she saw the results, she froze. So it was this kind of test. That fast? How long have they even been married? But Peng Wenjing didn't linger. She handed the report to Dr. Hao. Dr. Hao took a look, then handed it to Shang Zashi. "Captain Shang, congratulations. The report shows your wife is pregnant, 1 month along already." Dr. Hao's beaming smile and his words left Shang Zashi frozen in place, his hand halfway out to take the report. He was truly stunned. It was as if, for a moment, his mind stopped working, or as if he'd been struck by a pie falling from the sky, leaving him dazed. It took a while before he snapped out of it. His voice trembled slightly and was barely above a whisper as he asked, "Dr. Hao, are you sure? My wife is really pregnant." Dr. Hao, having seen plenty of dumbfounded fathers-to-be, wasn't surprised. He replied warmly, "Of course I'm sure, Captain Shing. The report doesn't lie. See for yourself." "Right." Shang Zashi snapped back to reality and hurriedly looked at the report, though his hand was shaking with nerves. Sure enough, at the end of the report, it clearly stated, "Confirmed pregnancy, 1 month." So Ningning's intuition was right. Ningning had said that mothers and babies are connected. She said she was pregnant, and she really was. Ningning was going to be a mother, and he was going to be a father. "Captain Shing, go home and share the good news with your wife." Shang Zashi nodded quickly. "Thank you, Dr. Hao." After thanking him, Shang Zashi turned and hurried out, walking as if he was floating on air. Back at the family quarters, Gu Jianning was in the kitchen, preparing lunch. She'd already started the rice so that when Shang Zashi got home, she could start cooking right away. Although she didn't like doing housework and was a bit lazy by nature, after all, this was their little home together. There were some things she could do, and she felt she should do them. Especially since Shang Zashi trained so hard and still came home to cook, it really was tough on him. So she tried to share the load whenever she could. Just as she finished up and was about to leave the kitchen, thinking Shang Zashi should be back any minute, she saw a tall figure rush in. Before she could even react, that figure was already in front of her, barely coming to a stop. Maybe because he'd run so fast, he was still a bit out of breath. Without even catching his breath, he shoved a report right in front of Gu Jianning's face and pointed at it. Ning, look." Only then did Gu Jianning realize it was Shang Zashi. She didn't even look at the report and said, "Why did you run so fast? You're out of breath and already talking. Take a moment and catch your breath first." But Shang Zashi shook his head. "I'm fine. Ning, look at this report. Do you see the results? It says you're pregnant." "Ning, you're really pregnant." Gu Jianning glanced at the report. Sure enough, it showed she was pregnant, about a month along. At this point, though, it hadn't detected that there were 2 embryos, let alone that they were twins, a boy and a girl. Gu Jianning wasn't surprised at all by the result. She'd already gotten a definite answer from the system, and the system's results couldn't possibly be wrong. "Yeah, I see it. It says I'm pregnant." She leaned in closer to him. "I told you before that I was pregnant, but you didn't believe me." "Oomph." Shang Zashi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Now that he'd caught his breath, he said, I really didn't expect it." He thought it was impossible. They hadn't been trying for long, so how could it happen so quickly? Especially since he'd had some issues before. He really didn't dare to hope. So when Gu Jianning said it that day, he hadn't taken it seriously. Even when he went with her to the hospital for a blood test, it was just because she wanted to go, so he went along. He never expected the results would bring him such a huge surprise. As he spoke, Shang Zashi's eyes turned red, and the emotions he'd been holding back finally spilled over. "Ning, do you know? There was a time when I thought I'd never have children in this life." He'd thought that way for 2 reasons. One was that he'd been injured on a mission, making it hard for him to have children. The other was that his mother died young, his father remarried, and his biological father gradually became like a stepfather to him. This made him lose hope in his original family and in the relationship between father and child. He never received fatherly love from his own father, so he was afraid that if he had a child, he wouldn't know how to give them fatherly love. He was afraid he wouldn't be good enough. So when he was injured and found it hard to have children, he actually felt relieved. He thought, maybe I just won't get married in this life. No marriage, no children, that's fine too. But fate had other plans. That year, he met Gu Jianing, and from then on, he fell hopelessly in love. Even though he had fertility issues, he still couldn't bear to let her go. Later, he married Ningning. Although Ningning never said it, Shang Zashi knew she liked children. When he learned that Gu Jianing was skilled in medicine and wanted to treat him, he started to hope. The Shang Zashi who once didn't want children and thought he couldn't give them love began to look forward to having a child with the woman he loved. He started to dream that if he and Ningning had a child, boy or girl, he would love them with all his heart and give them everything he could. But even so, as he underwent treatment, he still didn't dare to hope too much. It wasn't until later, when Ningning's sister-in-law got pregnant, thanks to Ningning's treatment, and he himself was cured, that Shang Zashi finally began to hope. At that time, he thought, as long as he and Ningning had a child within the next 5 years, he'd be satisfied. So when Gu Jianing said she was pregnant on New Year's Eve and went to the hospital for a checkup, he didn't take it seriously. He just thought maybe her period was irregular or she wasn't feeling well, and that he should find a doctor to help her get healthy. He also thought he should comfort Ningning and tell her not to be so anxious about having a baby. Who knew he was the silly one? And Ningning was right. Whether it was the treatment or the pregnancy, she was right about everything. So, Ningning was always right. You're crying, Gu Jianing exclaimed in surprise. Shang Zashi snapped out of it and touched his face. Sure enough, he felt a trace of moisture. He was crying. But Shang Zashi didn't think it was shameful for a man to cry. Ningning, I'm crying because I'm happy. Ningning, I once thought I'd never have children, never even dared to hope. But you gave me hope, and you gave me the right to be a father. Ningning, how can you be so wonderful? Thank you. With that, Shang Zashi gently hugged Gu Jianing, as if holding his whole world in his arms. Gu Jianing tilted her head up proudly and said, well, you'd better thank me. And being pregnant is hard work, so you'll have to treat me even better from now on. I will, I promise. Shang Zashi hurriedly assured her. Just then, he suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. How could I forget? What is it? Shang Zashi said, a little annoyed. I was so caught up in everything, I forgot to ask Doctor how what I should pay attention to when taking care of a pregnant woman. I need to go ask him. No rush, you can ask him next time. Right now, you should probably get back to cooking. Shiji, your wife and baby are hungry. Gu Jianing pouted playfully. That's right, it's lunchtime. Look at me, I almost forgot. Go sit on the heated bed, don't get cold. I'll go cook right now. I'll help you. No way, you're pregnant. You can't be running around. Go rest on the bed. Gu Jianing couldn't help but laugh and cry. In the end, she had no choice but to go back to the heated bed to warm up, waiting for Shang Zashi to finish cooking and bring the food over so they could eat together. Afterwards, Shang Zashi insisted on doing the dishes too. Even before she got pregnant, Shang Zashi wouldn't let Gu Jianing wash dishes in the winter because the water was cold. Now that she was pregnant, he was even more adamant. As Shang Zashi put it, he was a man with thick skin and strong muscles, young and full of energy, so he could handle the chores without any problem. But Gu Jianing was a woman, delicate and tender-skinned. If she got cold, she'd get sick easily. So, it was better for her to rest as much as possible. While Shang Zashi was washing the dishes, suddenly, Gu Jianing heard a rapid knocking at the door outside the courtyard. Gu Jianing went to open the door and saw that it was a young soldier from the military district's gate guard. Sister-in-law, there's a boy outside from Kaoshan village named Qin Tian. He says he has something urgent to discuss with you, the soldier spoke as soon as he saw her. Qin Tian? Why is he here? Qin Tian had come by twice before to deliver medicinal herbs, but after the mountain was sealed off by heavy snow, he hadn't come again. They had agreed he would wait until spring to return. If he's come looking for her now, something must have happened. Gu Jianing had a good impression of the siblings Qin Tian and Qin Qing, especially Qin Tian. Although he was young, he was clearly more mature and steady than his older sister. With their parents gone and a frail grandmother at home, he had taken on the responsibility of supporting the family at such a young age. Gu Jianing had always liked children, and she couldn't help but feel even more compassion for those who were sensible and well-behaved. All right, I'll go see him. Thinking that Qin Tian must have an urgent matter, Gu Jianing decided to meet him. Back inside, as she was getting dressed, Shang Zashi, who had just finished washing the dishes, came over to ask what was going on. Gu Jianing explained the situation to him. I'll go with you, he said. Okay. The couple walked over and from a distance saw a small figure standing at the military district gate, peering inside from time to time. It was snowing heavily today. Shang Zashi, worried that Gu Jianing would get wet, held an umbrella for her and made sure she was bundled up warmly. But in the midst of the heavy snow, that small figure stood without an umbrella. As Gu Jianing got closer, she saw that his clothes were thin, his cotton jacket both old and patched in many places. Snow had almost covered the little boy, and his face was red from the cold. Gu Jianing frowned and whispered something to Shang Zashi. He glanced at Qin Tian, handed the umbrella to Gu Jianing, and jogged back inside. Sister Gu. When Gu Jianing walked up to Qin Tian and held the umbrella over his head, Qin Tian's eyes immediately reddened and his voice choked up. Sister Gu, Grandma is very sick. The doctor said he can't treat her. Sister Gu, please, I'm begging you, please save my grandma. Talking about his grandmother's illness, Qin Tian sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Gu Jianing stepped forward and gently hugged him, taking out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. She comforted him. Don't cry yet. Tell me exactly what happened. Only if you tell me can I know whether I can help. With Gu Jianing's soothing words, Qin Tian calmed down a bit and explained his grandmother's situation in detail. The first time Qin Tian and his sister met Gu Jianing at the market, their grandmother was already ill and coughing constantly. Later, after selling some herbs, Qin Tian finally had enough money to invite the village barefoot doctor to see his grandmother. After taking medicine, her condition improved. For a while, his grandmother's health had been stable. Before the snow sealed off the mountain, Qin Tian had managed to save some money from selling herbs with Gu Jianing's help and bought some grain. Though it wasn't much, if they rationed it carefully, they could make it through the harsh winter. But a few days ago, his grandmother got up early to cook, stood up too quickly, felt dizzy, and collapsed. It was raining heavily at the time, and the sound of the rain drowned out the noise of her fall. Qin Tian and his sister, sleeping in the next room, didn't hear anything. By the time Qin Tian found her, his grandmother had been lying on the ground for almost an hour. He braved the rain to fetch the doctor. With treatment, his grandmother woke up, but she developed a fever that day. The doctor said it was due to cold entering her body. Qin Tian spent almost all their money, staying up for 2 days and nights before his grandmother's fever finally subsided. But after that, she started coughing again. Today, Grandma even coughed up blood. She didn't want my sister and me to see, but I saw it anyway. The village doctor came and said Grandma has consumption. He can't treat it. Maybe only a big hospital in the city could help. Woo-woo. Sister Gu, what is consumption? Is it really that hard to cure? Gu Jianing frowned. If it really was consumption, tuberculosis, then in this era, it would indeed be difficult to treat. Could she cure it? Gu Jianing thought, if she could bind Grandma Qin as her patient, then have the system analyze the illness and study the treatment, she should be able to cure it. Qin Tian and his sister had lost their parents and only had their grandmother. If the old lady passed away, the siblings would be left alone, likely to be bullied to death. Don't worry, I'll go back with you to take a look, Gu Jianing agreed. Thank you, Sister Gu. At that moment, Shang Zashi returned, holding a thick cotton jacket. Gu Jianing took it and, before Qin Tian could react, draped it over his shoulders. Qin Tian froze in surprise. Sister Gu, it's so cold, and you're just a child. You need to dress warmly. Qin Tian looked at the brand-new cotton jacket on his shoulders, such a stark contrast to his own thin, patched, gray coat. He hadn't expected Sister Gu to have her husband bring him a jacket. Qin Tian was deeply moved, tears welling up again. Sister Gu, I can't accept this. Though poor, Qin Tian wasn't the type to take advantage of others. He tried to take it off, but Gu Jianing stopped him. Don't take it off, Qin Tian. Think about it, your grandma is sick. If you get sick too, then your sister will be left to manage everything alone. Do you think she can handle it? Qin Tian was stunned. So, keep it on. Qin Tian understood Gu Jianing's intentions. His eyes filled with gratitude, and he nodded, silently vowing to remember this kindness. He would repay Sister Gu, no matter what. Gu Jianing turned and briefly explained what had happened to Shang Zashi. Shang Zashi frowned slightly, then relaxed. I'll go borrow a car and drive you both there. He wasn't too keen on Gu Jianing going out in such cold weather, worried she might catch a chill and get sick, especially since she was pregnant. But since Ningning had already agreed, and knowing her fondness for the Qin siblings, he couldn't stop her. At least if he drove, they could avoid the cold and snow. Gu Jianing looked at Shang Zashi and softly replied, She knew he was always looking out for her in the little details of life. To be honest, he was even more considerate than her own parents. When Shang Zashi brought the car around, everyone got in. Gu Jianing kept looking at him, her gaze so gentle it seemed to melt. Shang Zashi's ears turned a little red. Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Jianing said, I just think you're really a wonderful husband, Shiga. You'll definitely be a great father in the future, too. She was telling the truth. Ever since they found out she was pregnant, Shang Zashi had asked Dr. Hao all about what pregnant women needed to be careful about and how to take care of them, and he'd been putting it all into practice ever since. But for now, Gu Jianing hadn't told her family about the pregnancy yet, nor had she told Grandpa and Grandma Sang. She planned to wait until after the first 3 months, when things were more stable, before sharing the good news. At this moment, hearing his wife praise him, Shang Zashi couldn't help but beam with pride, his eyes lighting up and a big smile curling on his lips. Of course! I, Shang Zashi, guarantee that I'm absolutely the best husband in the world. As for being a father, he'd never done it before, so he wasn't sure how to go about it. He didn't really have a clear idea of what it meant yet, but he thought that if it was a child of his and Ningning's, he would do his best to be a good dad. Gu Jianing seemed to understand the unspoken meaning in Shang Zashi's words. She gave him a gentle, playful look, but didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, who was sitting in the back seat and had witnessed the whole exchange, thought to himself, Sister Gu and brother-in-law really have a great relationship. The jeep slowly drove out of the military compound. Kaoshan village wasn't far away, and with Qin Tian giving directions, they arrived in less than 10 minutes. After getting out of the car, Gu Jianing stood in front of the Qin family's house. To her surprise, she had always thought the Qin family was poor and probably lived in a thatched hut or a mud brick house. She hadn't expected it to be a blue brick, tiled house, not very big, but certainly not small either. Seeing Gu Jianing looking at the house, Qin Tian also gazed at it, as if seeing something beyond the walls. He said softly, Grandma said this house was built by my mom and dad with their own money. Qin Tian couldn't remember how long it had been since he'd last said the words mom and dad. Now, saying them again, even he felt a bit unfamiliar. They'd been gone from home for 8 years. They'd left suddenly, taken away by car. At the time, both Qin Tian and his sister Qin Qing were only 2 years old. Qin Qing's memory wasn't as good as Qin Tian's. She didn't even remember what their parents looked like. But Qin Tian, who had always been precocious, still remembered things from when he was 2. He remembered that day, their mother was telling him and his sister about how to build powerful weapons, while their father was whittling a piece of wood into a little toy gun for them with a small knife. It was an ordinary, warm day. Then that car arrived, shattering the piece and making the day unforgettable. The car hurriedly took their parents away. They didn't even have time to pack their clothes. Their parents only had time to say a few words to Grandma and give him and his sister a quick hug. He remembered his mother holding him and telling him to be good and live with Grandma, and to wait for them to come back. Maybe it was a child's intuition, but 2-year-old Qin Tian cried and begged his parents not to leave. He had a bad feeling, a sense that if his parents left, they might never see each other again. He wanted to make them stay. But in the end, no matter how much little Qin Tian cried, his parents still left. Through his tears, he and his sister chased after the car, but they fell down and could only watch as the car carrying their parents quickly disappeared from sight. After that, for a long time after their parents left, he and his sister would cry whenever they thought of them. Little Qin Tian would cry and ask Grandma where their parents had gone. Grandma would pull him and his sister into her arms and say, "Your mom and dad went to do something very, very important for the country and the people." Xiao Tian, Xiao Qing, don't blame your parents. They are great people. At 2 years old, Qin Tian didn't understand what great meant. He only knew that he and his sister missed their parents, but their parents weren't there. But children, it seems, always forget quickly. One day, when Qin Tian thought of his parents again, he suddenly realized that his sister hadn't cried or mentioned them in a while. As time went on, even with Qin Tian's good memory, he had only been 2 at the time. As he grew older, the memories of that day and of his parents' faces and figures gradually became blurry. "Mom, Dad, if you don't come back soon, my sister and I might not remember you anymore." Far away, at a weapons research institute in the southeast, a young woman assembling a weapon suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, and tears welled up in her eyes. "What's wrong?" her husband beside her asked anxiously, noticing something was wrong. She shook her head gently. "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of the kids." Her husband hugged her. "It won't be long now. We'll be able to go home soon. Even though we can't write to them, we've sent our salaries back every month. Your mom and the kids should be doing okay." I hope so." The sadness only lasted a moment. Time was tight, and the couple quickly composed themselves and got back to work. Back in Kaoshan village, Gu Jianing had already entered the Qin house and was sitting by Granny Qin's Kong bed. Granny Qin was awake. When she saw Gu Jianing and Shang Zashi, such a handsome couple, her eyes were full of kindness. She coughed and said, "You must be the goose sister Xiao Tian always talks about, the one who's so good to them." "Comrade Gu, sorry to trouble you to come all this way. It's so cold, Xiao Tian shouldn't have bothered you. They say life and death are up to fate. I've lived to this age, and that's enough for me. I just can't let go of these 2 children." Cough, cough. Grandma, Qin Tian and Qin Qing's eyes instantly reddened. "Granny, since you can't let go of the kids, you have to take care of yourself. You know what things are like for the Qin family. If you're not here, who knows how people might bully them." As Gu Jianing comforted her, she also had her system bind Granny Qin as a patient, her eyes scanning Granny Qin's condition. She quickly reached a conclusion. It really was tuberculosis. She took Granny Qin's pulse and finally said, "It's tuberculosis." When Granny Qin heard the word tuberculosis, her already pale, thin face turned even grayer. She'd seen this illness before in her long life. Very few people ever recovered from it. Granny Qin seemed to see her own death. She'd lived a long life, and dying didn't matter to her, but what about the 2 children? She knew that there were plenty of people in the village eyeing the Qin family's brick house with greedy intent. Her son and daughter-in-law had been gone for 8 years now, not even a single letter, let alone any money sent home. Otherwise, with only the old and the young left, things wouldn't have been so hard. She wondered if she'd live to see them come home. As she thought about it, cloudy tears welled up and rolled down her cheeks. Grandma, seeing her cry, Qin Tian and Qin Qing were at a loss. "Hey, Grandma, don't cry. Even though it's tuberculosis, I never said it can't be cured." The crying Granny Qin and the Qin siblings both froze in shock. "Sister Gu, can you really save my grandma? Please, I'm begging you, save her. I'll kowtow to you." Qin Tian didn't know any other way to beg for help. Kneeling and kowtowing was his most sincere expression. As he spoke, He tried to pull his sister down to kneel with him. Hey, don't kneel, and don't kowtow either. We don't do that nowadays, and I don't need it. Gu Jianing hurried to help them up, but someone was even quicker than her. It was Shang Zashi. He firmly held the two children, not letting them kneel. You two little rascals, stop kneeling at the drop of a hat. Since Ningning said she can save her, she will. Maybe it was Shang Zashi's military bearing, but Qin Tian and Qin Qing were a little intimidated. Hearing his words, they didn't try to kneel again, just looked at Gu Jianing with pitiful, hopeful eyes. Gu Jianing couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She turned to Shang Zashi and said, Brother Shi, I need to go back to the base to get my medical kit and some herbs. Can you drive me there and back? You too, stay home with your grandma and wait for me to return. Oh, and have you eaten yet? Gu Jianing had heard their stomachs growling earlier. Food is the foundation of everything. No matter what happens, you have to eat well. Only when you're full can you take care of yourselves and your grandma. The siblings nodded, promising to remember. Soon, Gu Jianing and Shang Zashi got in the car. As Shang Zashi started the engine, Gu Jianing said, Brother Shi, you drive. I'll close my eyes and rest for a bit. In reality, Gu Jianing needed to enter her divine doctor's space to study as much as possible. Shang Zashi glanced at her deeply and nodded. All right. After he nodded, Gu Jianing didn't waste any time. She closed her eyes and let her soul enter the space. What she didn't see was that, as soon as her soul entered the space, Shang Zashi turned to look at her, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes before quickly returning to calm. Inside the divine doctor's space, Gu Jianing reviewed Granny Qin's symptoms, then immediately went to the pile of books on treating tuberculosis and began reading. After reading, she followed several teachers to learn the treatment methods. When Gu Jianing opened her eyes again, a ding sounded in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for passing all the tuberculosis assessments. Rewards, 10 points, 3 glimpses of the future, can choose between this life or previous life. Huh? Gu Jianing wasn't surprised by the 10 points, but the second reward caught her off guard. Glimpses of the future, what did that mean? After reading the description, Gu Jianing finally understood. It turned out that, once activated, for 1 hour, whenever she encountered a key person, she would trigger a vision and see fragments of that person's future. In other words, she could see what would happen to them. There could be more than one key person. And she could choose to see the future of this life, or of the previous life. Gu Jianing pondered the meaning. In other words, she could see the difference between the current timeline, where she was involved, and the previous timeline, where she wasn't. After all, once someone interferes with the original course of events, the future changes. Just then, the car slowed to a stop, pulling Gu Jianing out of her thoughts. Ningning, we're here. Okay. Gu Jianing went home and took out her small wooden medical kit, which contained all the essential tools. She could have kept it in her space, but it would be awkward to take things out in front of others. With a small wooden box, it looked much more natural. So, not long ago, Gu Jianing had told Shang Zashi she wanted a small medicine chest. The next day, Shang Zashi brought one back for her. Gu Jianing immediately filled it with the essentials, and this was the first time she'd actually used it. With the kit in hand, Gu Jianing gathered the herbs she needed for the prescription she'd planned, packing them into a bundle. Luckily, she had everything she needed. She wrote out the dosages for Granny Qin's medicine, making several packets, enough for 3 days. It was freezing and Qin Tian had no money. If she didn't prepare the medicine for him, he wouldn't know where to get it. While Gu Jianing busied herself, Shang Zashi, unable to help, could only watch. They say a man is most attractive when he's focused on his work, but right now, in Shang Zashi's eyes, Gu Jianing was the most dazzling as she worked, unconsciously drawing all his attention. When Gu Jianing finished packing the herbs, she said, "Brother Shi, let's go." All right. Shang Zashi snapped out of his daze, took the medicine chest and slung it over his shoulder, and the two of them set off for Kaoshan village once again. But this time, before they even entered the Qin house, they heard a commotion inside, including an unfamiliar male voice. On instinct, Gu Jianing said to the system in her mind. System, activate the limited-time glimpse of the future, previous life version. Ding. Previous life future glimpse activated. 1 hour remaining. Xiaotian, are you really not going to consider apprenticing in Min City? This is such a good opportunity. I only offered it to you because I pity you and your grandma. They even approved 2 months' salary in advance, 20 yuan. You could take Xiaoqing and your grandma to the city for treatment. Otherwise, with your grandma's condition, said the unfamiliar man. Uncle Da, I'm not going. I've already found someone who can cure my grandma. What? In this rural place, who could possibly cure tuberculosis? Xiaotian, don't let yourself be fooled. No, Sister Gu is great. She's amazing. Xiaotian, you. The man seemed about to say more, but at that moment, Qin Qing saw Gu Jianing and Shang Zashi walk in and called out, Sister Gu is here. The man turned at the sound. At that moment, Gu Jianing heard a ding in her mind, and a series of images flashed before her eyes. To Gu Jianing, it felt like a short while had passed, but in reality, only a few seconds had gone by. When the vision ended, Gu Jianing came back to herself and looked at the man in front of her, her expression darkening. The man Qin Da turned his head and saw Gu Jianing. For a moment, he was stunned by her beauty, his eyes flickering with calculation and lechery. But soon, a figure stepped forward, blocking his view. That person's voice was cold. Do you not want your eyes anymore? Qin Da snapped back to his senses. He was about to lose his temper, but when he saw Shang Zashi tall, at least 1.9 meters, dressed in olive green, he immediately backed down. A soldier. Why would a soldier be in Qin Tian's house? And this one didn't look easy to mess with. Qin Tian came over and introduced, Uncle Da, this is Sister Gu, and this is her husband, Brother Shang. Sister Gu can treat Grandma's illness. What? That pretty little girl can cure Grandma Qin's tuberculosis? Qin Da instinctively didn't believe it. How could that be possible? At the same time, he was puzzled. How did Qin Tian and his sister get to know this military couple? Their appearance was completely unexpected and disrupted his plans. Sensing that Shang Zashi was not to be trifled with, Qin Da, though he coveted the beauty, didn't dare linger. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll get going. Xiaotian, what I said still stands. If you ever change your mind, come find me. After all, Grandma's illness can't wait. Qin Da still didn't believe this little beauty could cure tuberculosis. Tuberculosis, even in big city hospitals, it's rarely cured. Qin Da left. Gu Jianing glanced at his departing figure, her eyes narrowing slightly. After Qin Da left, Gu Jianing opened her small medicine box and took out a packet of herbs. I've already prepared this medicine. Go decoct it for Grandma to drink. Thank you, Sister Gu. Qin Qing took the medicine and went to prepare it. Both siblings were skilled at decocting medicine. When Grandma was sick before, they had always prepared the medicine themselves. Gu Jianing then took out her needles. I'll give Grandma some acupuncture. It'll help ease her symptoms so she won't cough as much or as badly. Ning Ning, may I call you that? Thank you for your trouble. Grandma Qin looked at her kindly. Of course you can, Grandma. Lie down, I'll do the acupuncture. Everyone else, please step outside for a bit. Only Gu Jianing and Grandma Qin were left in the room. Gu Jianing quickly inserted the needles. As she did, Grandma Qin felt her previously tight chest slowly loosen, the heaviness lifting, and her breathing becoming much easier. Just as Gu Jianing finished the acupuncture, a ding sounded in her mind. Then, images flashed before her eyes. In the images, Qin Qing was kneeling by the Kang, crying. Grandma Qin, lying on the Kang, had already stopped breathing. Then came scenes of Grandma Qin's funeral. When she came back to herself, Gu Jianing sighed inwardly. So this was Grandma Qin's fate in the previous life? In her past life, without Gu Jianing's help, Grandma Qin died quickly from tuberculosis. In fact, Grandma Qin's tuberculosis was quite severe. Gu Jianing could say with confidence, if not for her and the medical skills she'd learned from the divine doctors in her space, there would have been no hope. Even if Grandma Qin had gone to a big city hospital, with the medical standards of this era and the delay in treatment, she wouldn't have survived. So that so-called Uncle Da was just deceiving Qin Tian. And his real purpose. When Qin Tian came back in, he saw Grandma sleeping soundly on the king. Seeing his confusion, Gu Jianing explained, "Grandma hasn't slept well these days because of her coughing. The acupuncture I gave her will temporarily stop the coughing and let her get a good rest." "Thank you, Sister Gu. By the way, Xiao Tian, what's the deal with this Uncle Da? Is he a relative of yours?" When Gu Jianing mentioned Uncle Da, Qin Tian quickly explained. It turned out Uncle Da was a distant relative of the Qin family, from his father's generation, but not closely related by blood. According to Qin Tian, after their parents left, Uncle Da had often looked after them. Sometimes, when the three of them ran out of food, he would bring them some grain. This time, after learning that Grandma Qin had tuberculosis and Qin Tian had no money to take her to a big city for treatment, Qin Da told him that a furniture factory in Min City was recruiting apprentices. He had some connections and could recommend Qin Tian. The pay was 10 yuan a month, and after becoming a full worker, it would be even more. Not only that, but Qin Tian could get 2 months' wages in advance, 10 yuan, as soon as he went. Uncle Da said he'd help my sister take Grandma to the city for treatment then. After hearing this, Gu Jianing's eyes turned icy. "You were planning to agree?" Qin Tian rubbed his nose and nodded, but quickly said, "Now that you're here, Sister Gu, I won't go." He just needed money for Grandma's treatment. Now that Gu Jianing could cure her, he didn't want to leave Grandma and his sister. Gu Jianing understood his filial heart. She reached out and patted his head, then asked, "You said your parents have been gone for 8 years. In all that time, they never contacted you or sent money." At the mention of his parents, sadness flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. He shook his head. "No." Gu Jianing fell silent. But actually they had. The moment she saw Qin Da, flashes of future scenes appeared in Gu Jianing's mind. She saw that Qin Tian's parents, though they hadn't sent letters, had sent money every month for the past 8 years, a considerable amount, sometimes dozens, sometimes over 100 yuan. But all that money had been intercepted by Qin Da. He collected it for 8 years. 8 years added up, that was a huge sum in this era. If they'd had that money, the Qin family would never have suffered like this. But in reality, Qin Da took all the money, and Qin Tian and his sister always thought their parents never sent anything. Qin Da, after taking the money, would only occasionally give them a little charity, making Qin Tian feel grateful to him. But with that money, they wouldn't have needed anyone's help, they could have lived very well. But for Qin Da, even 8 years of stolen money wasn't enough. Now he wanted Qin Tian dead. The so-called furniture factory apprenticeship was just a lie. Qin Da was planning to sell Qin Tian to human traffickers. Just now, when she saw Qin Tian, Gu Jianing also saw his fate after being abducted. He was beaten to death by traffickers while trying to escape. As for the Qin family, Qin Da pretended to take Grandma Qin for treatment, but she died anyway. Qin Qing was tricked by Qin Da into the mountains and pushed off a cliff. She died on the spot. When Qin Tian's parents finally returned home in glory 6 months later, all they found were the graves of their children and mother, and the brick house they'd paid for, now occupied by Qin Da's family. Even though later on, Qin Tian's parents uncovered the truth and brought Qin Da to justice. Neither Granny Qin nor Qin Tian and his sister could ever come back. They had sacrificed their own family for the sake of national weapons research, devoting everything they had to their country. Yet in the end, the mother and her children met such a tragic fate. It was just too cruel. They didn't deserve such an ending. Gu Jianing forced herself to suppress her emotions for now. Half an hour later, the medicine was ready. Granny Qin got up, drank the medicine, and lay back down on the bed. Her coughing eased noticeably, and she seemed much calmer. "Ning Ning, thank you. If it weren't for you, this old woman might have." Ever since the day Qin Tian and his sister returned from the market and praised Gu Jianing, Granny Qin had a very good impression of her. Now, even after learning she had tuberculosis, Gu Jianing still came out in the freezing cold to treat her. This kindness, both she and the Qin family would never forget it. Granny, don't worry. I can treat your illness. As long as you follow my instructions and take your medicine, you'll definitely get better. Qin Tian and Qin Qing are still young, and with their parents away, they need you to look after them. Granny Qin nodded. She understood. Sigh, I just don't know when Ahong and the others will be back. Ahong? Granny, are you talking about Qin Tian and Qin Qing's parents? Gu Jianing asked. Yes. Perhaps because she trusted Gu Jianing, Granny Qin revealed a little. Her son and daughter-in-law worked for the country. She was afraid Gu Jianing and her husband would think her son and daughter-in-law had abandoned their mother and children, but that wasn't the case. They just had to put the country first, sacrificing their own family for the greater good. There was nothing they could do, it wasn't their fault. Gu Jianing understood. In this era, there were many people who sacrificed their families for the country. It was precisely because of the dedication of people like them that the country would one day prosper. It was countless people like them who, with their own backs, supported this once storm-tossed nation, awakening the sleeping lion. Granny, even if Qin Tian's parents haven't sent letters, surely they've sent money back, right? I think, since they're working for the country wouldn't treat them unfairly. Granny Qin nodded. That made sense. But over the years, they really hadn't received any money from them. Granny, did you or Qin Tian ever ask about it yourselves? Granny Qin was taken aback, then shook her head. It was Ada who asked. But every time, Ada only brought back disappointing news. After a few years, they stopped hoping. Gu Jianing's face darkened slightly. Granny, forgive me for saying this, but is Qin really that trustworthy? I just met him earlier, and to be honest, my first impression wasn't great. Do you think what he says is true? As Gu Jianing spoke, Shang Zashi was listening by her side. He looked at his wife's back, feeling as if Ningning knew something. No, that can't be, Granny Qin instinctively replied. Was Qin not trustworthy? Could he have lied? Over the years, Ada hadn't been especially good to them, but he did help out from time to time. But Gu Jianing, Granny Qin had a very good impression of her. She didn't seem like someone who would slander others for no reason. If what Ningning said was true, and Ada hadn't been telling the whole truth then. Thinking of the possibilities, Granny Qin's face went pale. Her chest tightened, and she started coughing violently again. Gu Jianing quickly took out her needles and gave her a few acupuncture points, finally calming her down. Granny Qin grasped Gu Jianing's hand, her own withered and wrinkled. Ningning then, what do you think we should do? Let my husband take Qin Tian to the post office and ask if his parents have sent any money over the years. If not, then I've wronged Qin. But if they have, then we might need to call the police. Gu Jianing shared her suggestion and waited for Granny Qin's decision. She was worried Granny Qin might still trust Qin too much. Fortunately, Granny Qin was clear-headed and decisive. She immediately agreed to Gu Jianing's idea. All right, let's do that. Sorry to trouble you and Xiao Sheng. If Ada hasn't done anything wrong, that's fine. But if he has, then we should call the police. Granny Qin's eyes were full of determination. To her, the most important thing now was Qin Tian and Qin Qing. No one could harm their interests. If Qin really had taken the money sent by her son and daughter-in-law, 8 years' worth, Granny Qin would never forgive him. No one knew better than her how hard life had been for the two children all these years. After Granny Qin made her decision, Gu Jianing looked at Shang Zashi. Shang Zashi pulled Gu Jianing aside. I can drive the boy to the post office, but I'm worried about leaving you here alone. He'd seen Qin's look and demeanor just now. He was afraid the man might come back and, seeing Shang Zashi gone, might do something to Ningning. Gu Jianing squeezed Shang Zashi's hand. I know you're worried, but don't be. He might not come back. After you take Qin Tian away, we'll just lock the door and not open it for anyone. Even if he tries to force his way in, don't worry, I can protect myself. Trust me. With the exchange shop at her disposal and nearly 1,000 points, she could redeem anything she needed in an emergency. But Gu Jianing didn't think Qin would come. When Qin had come earlier, Her malice detector hadn't gone off, so for now, he wasn't considered dangerous. Shang Zashi gazed steadily into Gu Jianning's eyes, as if struggling with something, but finally calmed down. "All right, I'll trust you." Meanwhile, Granny Qin explained things to Qin Tian. The boy's face was full of shock and confusion, but he pursed his lips and walked over to Shang Zashi. "Brother Shing, could you please take me to the post office?" Qin Tian asked. "Of course," Shang Zashi replied. After getting Qin Tian into the car, Shang Zashi watched as Gu Jianning locked the door, reminded her not to open up for anyone, then drove off toward the county seat. The post office was in the county town. On a snowy day like this, it would take a long time to walk from Kaoshan Village. Neither Kaoshan Village nor the Northwest Military District was close to the county. But with a car, it would save a lot of time. Maybe because of the heavy snow and cold, there was hardly anyone on the road. It was Qin Tian's first time in a car. He was nervous and uneasy, staring out the window, thinking about what Granny and Sister Gu had said. Granny said, Sister Gu said, maybe Mom and Dad really had sent money, but Uncle Da always said they hadn't. So, Grandma wanted to go to the post office herself to ask whether Dad and Mom had really sent them money. She even gave him the household registration book. Qin Tian's feelings were complicated. If Sister Gu's guess was right, then Uncle Da. Qin Tian's small hand instinctively clenched into a fist. He still remembered his parents. Over these 8 years, besides missing them, Qin Tian couldn't deny that he also felt some resentment, especially when Grandma was sick or when the three of them faced hardships and could barely get by. At those times, he truly resented his parents. Why, after giving birth to him and his sister, did they just leave them behind? Why could they abandon Grandma, who was already so old? Back then, his parents had held him when he was 2 and said they would come back. But 8 years had passed, and they still hadn't returned, not even a single word from them. Sometimes, Qin Tian was afraid that he might never see his parents again for the rest of his life. But now, things seemed a little different. If his parents really had been sending them money all these years, then they hadn't truly abandoned them. But was that possible? And what about Uncle Da? He had always treated them so well. Did he really pocket the money his parents sent? Qin Tian stared out the window, his eyes full of confusion. Half an hour later, the car slowly stopped in front of the post office. Because of the weather, there weren't many people at the post office. Shang Zashi took Qin Tian's small hand and walked over. At the counter was a young woman named Chenfang. When Chenfang saw Shang Zashi's face, she was momentarily stunned by his looks. But when she noticed his olive-green military uniform, she immediately straightened up with respect. She knew there was a Northwest Military District garrison nearby. Perhaps the soldier was from there. Chenfang quickly stood up. "Comrade soldier, are you here to send a letter or?" Shang Zashi handed over Qin Tian's household registration book. "Comrade, this is my friend's child. My friend and his wife are state employees working in a confidential position. They haven't been back for 8 years. I'd like you to check if they've sent any money home during that time." So that's how it was. Chenfang took the booklet. "Please wait a moment, comrade. I'll check for you." Soon, Chenfang had the results. "Comrade soldier, I found that Qin Jihong and Bai Wei have indeed been sending money home. They've sent money every month for the past 8 years." Hearing this, Qin Tian's face turned pale and his eyes reddened. Shang Zashi's expression darkened as well. Ningning's guess had been right. Chenfang was surprised and puzzled by their reactions. Shang Zashi asked, "Can you check how much was sent each month and what the total amount is?" Chenfang nodded, a bit dazed. Her instincts told her something was wrong here. It shows here that 8 years ago, Mr. and Mrs. Qin Jihong started sending money home every month. At first, it was 70 yuan per month for 3 years, totaling 2,520 yuan. Starting from the 4th year, it was 95 yuan per month for 5 years, totaling 5,700 yuan. Altogether, over 8 years, that's 8,220 yuan. 8,220 yuan in this era, while not astronomical, was still a huge sum. Back then, some rural families might only save up 100 yuan in an entire year. Shang Zashi snorted coldly in his heart. 8,220 yuan, is that right? But as the children and mother of Qin Jihong and his wife, in these 8 years, they haven't received a single cent. Qinfang's eyes widened in shock. How could that be? The records show the money was collected by relatives every month, with signatures. Shang Zashi said coldly, neither the 2 children nor the mother of Qin Jihong ever received any money. They didn't even know that Qin Jihong and his wife were sending money home. They never authorized any other relatives to collect it, either. So, who exactly are these so-called relatives? Do you know what kind of life Qin Jihong's 2 children and elderly mother have been living these past 8 years? They've nearly starved or died from illness. Qin Jihong and his wife work for the country, sacrificing their family for everyone else. If they come back and find out the money they sent for their children and mother was stolen by someone else, while their loved ones suffered, how heartbroken do you think they'll be? Can you bear the responsibility for this? Wah! Qin Tian couldn't hold back his grief any longer and burst into tears. Qinfang was startled by both Qin Tian's crying and Shang Zashi's questioning. This wasn't authorized by me. I'll go get the manager. Soon, Qinfang left, and shortly after, a middle-aged man arrived. When he saw Shang Zashi's military uniform and the crying Qin Tian, his expression turned serious. What happened? Tell me quickly. Qinfang hurriedly explained and showed him the records. After hearing everything, the man's face turned completely dark. Who authorized the previous pickups? All done by Lu Ping. Where's Lu Ping? He's off today, not here. The manager gritted his teeth. Lu Ping had really gotten him into trouble this time. He didn't need to investigate further. He could already guess what had happened. Lu Ping must have colluded with someone to steal the Qin family's money. Damn Lu Ping. If Qin Jihong and his wife really were working in confidential positions for the state and had been gone for 8 years, their work must be extremely important. Weren't they afraid that the Qin couple would come back and settle accounts with them? How could they dare? And now they'd even provoked a military officer. Judging by the uniform, if he wasn't mistaken, this man was at least a battalion commander. So young and already a battalion commander, his future was limitless. Besides, he'd heard that people from the military district fiercely protected their own. No, this matter had to be handled seriously. The manager quickly explained the situation to Shang Zashi, then said, "Comrade soldier, this was indeed a mistake by someone at our post office. How would you like to proceed?" Shang Zashi's face was grim. He spat out, "Of course, we'll call the police." The manager gritted his teeth. "All right, let's call the police." Over 8,000 yuan, there was no way not to report it. He knew that once the police were involved, not only would Lu Ping be arrested, but he himself, as the manager, would also be held responsible for poor supervision. But at this moment, he hated Lu Ping and whoever else was involved in the theft. So, the manager, Shang Zashi, and Qin Tian headed to the police station together. When the police heard what happened, and that the victims were the family of state confidential workers, and the amount involved was a staggering 8,000 yuan, they knew this was a major case. The police immediately sprang into action. The jeep drove slowly along the road, a police car following behind. Shang Zashi glanced at the child sitting in the passenger seat, still silently crying, and frowned slightly. Why did this kid cry so much? Were all children this prone to tears? Would his and Ningning's future child be a little crybaby too? No, definitely not. This child was crying because he'd been bullied and deceived. In the future, if anyone, except Ningning, made his child cry, he'd beat them to a pulp. Catching sight of the child's red, swollen eyes, Shang Zashi spoke up. "Hey kid, why are you crying?" Qin Tian, who had been silently weeping, was startled and snuck a glance at Shang Zashi. Why was he crying? Of course he was crying because, just as he'd guessed on the way here, his parents hadn't forgotten about him and Grandma after all, even though they'd gone off to serve the country. For 8 years, they'd sent money home every month. His parents still wanted the best for them. Qin Tian didn't answer. Shang Zashi continued, "It's okay to cry for a bit, but you can't be a crybaby. Your parents aren't home. You're the only man in the family now. You have to hold things together. If you've been tricked or bullied, you should fight back. Crying won't help. And if you're crying because you trusted the wrong person, that's even less worth it. Is it really worth shedding tears for bad people? You should be grateful that Ningning helped you uncover the truth today. Now everything's out in the open, and the police will deal with that person. If it weren't for Ningning, who knows how much longer you'd have been kept in the dark." He couldn't forget to give his wife credit for this. Even if Ningning didn't care about such things, Shang Zashi did. Today's outcome was all thanks to Ningning. Wipe your tears. No more crying. Maybe it was his years of military training, but Shang Zashi's tone carried a hint of command. Still, seeing the child's trembling lips, he tried to imitate Gu Jianing, softening his voice awkwardly. "Things will get better from now on." Shang Zashi's words were like sunlight breaking through the clouds, dispersing Qin Tian's sorrow and confusion. Thinking it over, he realized Shangji was right. With his parents gone, he was the only man in the family. He really did have to hold things together. And if Uncle Da no Qin Da was a bad person, then he wasn't worth crying over. They'd met Sister Gu and Shingji, who had helped them again and again. He had to remember this and tell his parents when they came back one day. With the bad people gone, life at home should get easier, right? Qin Tian clenched his little fists and stopped crying. Shang Zashi noticed out of the corner of his eye that the child had stopped crying, a look of determination gradually replacing the sadness in his eyes, and the corners of Shang Zashi's mouth lifted slightly. Back at the Qin house in Kaoshan village. After Shang Zashi left with Qin Tian, Grandma Qin took her medicine and fell asleep again. Qin Qing, on the other hand, had cooked some coarse grain porridge and was drinking it. All their money had been spent on Grandma's treatment, and what little they had left had been traded for coarse grains. Now, every meal at the Qin house was just coarse porridge. She even invited Gu Jianing to have some. But Gu Jianing declined. For one, she wasn't hungry. For another, the coarse porridge was rough on the throat. Gu Jianing was delicate and couldn't handle it. Whether at home or now, following Shang Zashi to the Northwest Military District, she'd never had to drink it. The two chatted idly, until the sound of brakes came from outside, and Qin Qing immediately reacted, standing up. When Shang Zashi's voice came from outside, Qin Qing hurried to open the door. Gu Jianing watched Shang Zashi approach from a distance, saw him nod, then looked at Qin Tian, whose eyes were still red. She more or less guessed the outcome. Sure enough, the flashes of the future she'd seen were correct. Meanwhile, at home, Qin Da was still scheming how to coax Qin Tian into agreeing to go to Minqing. "Dad, hurry up and make Qin Tian's family move out." "I want to live in the big house," Qin Da's son said, stuffing his mouth with braised pork. Qin Da's wife chimed in, "When can we spend money openly instead of sneaking around?" She knew her husband had money, but their family had always been poor and jobless. Suddenly living well would arouse suspicion, so even eating meat had to be done in secret. Qin Da puffed on a cigarette, rare, expensive to Qianmen, and replied, "Soon, soon." As long as he got rid of the old and the young in the Qin family, moved into their house, there'd be nothing left to worry about. To be honest, the Qin Da family had been poor. But after Qin Da started taking the money sent by Qin Jihong and his wife, they weren't poor anymore, or at least, they only looked poor on the surface. In reality, they could wear new clothes and eat meat from time to time. Back then, when Grandma Qin asked him to check at the post office if Qin Jihong and his wife had sent money home, Qin Da went, and sure enough, they had 70 yuan a month. 70 yuan. Even now, the Qin Da family hadn't managed to save that much. This money might come every month from now on, Lu Ping had muttered at the time. Lu Ping was Qin Da's brother-in-law. It was that offhand remark from Lu Ping that planted the seed of greed in Qin Da's heart. Qin Da didn't know where Qin Jihong and his wife had gone. He'd asked Grandma Qin, but the old lady wouldn't say. At the time, Qin Da owed a lot of gambling debts. The collectors had threatened to break his arms and legs if he didn't pay up. His wife had said that if he didn't get money soon, she'd leave him for someone else. So, Gritting his teeth, Qinda conspired with Lu Ping to steal the money, splitting it between them. 1 month turned into 2, then 3. Now, it had been 8 years. At first, Qinda had been worried, afraid Qin Jihong and his wife would come back, afraid the truth would come out. But as the years passed, with no word from them at all, Qinda thought, maybe they'd never come back. Maybe he could keep collecting this salary forever. So, at first, he'd hoarded the money, hardly daring to spend it. But eventually, he started using it. Until not long ago, when Qinda suddenly had a nightmare. In the dream, Qin Jihong and his wife came back, found out what he'd done, and punished him severely. He woke up in a cold sweat and started thinking about what to do. If there's no one left in the Qin family, even if Qin Jihong and his wife come back and get suspicious, there'll be no one left to testify. Yes, that's it. So, hardening his heart, Qinda began plotting the deaths of the 3 remaining members of the Qin family. Grandma Qin was old and sick, she could die of illness easily. But the 2 children. In the end, Qinda contacted human traffickers, making up a story about an apprenticeship at a woodworking factory in Mincheng, trying to trick Qin Tian into going with the traffickers. Qin Tian was gone. As for Qin Qing, just a little girl, she'd be easy to deal with. Find an excuse, lure her into the mountains, give her a push, and it'd all be over. Qinda had been plotting this for a while. When he heard not long ago that Granny Qin had come down with tuberculosis, he felt the time had come. He even thought the heavens were on his side, otherwise, how could Granny Qin have gotten such an incurable illness? So, he started trying to trick Qin Tian. At first, he thought Qin Tian was tempted, but then, things didn't go as planned. Thinking back to that military couple he'd seen at the Qin house, Qinda had a vague sense of unease. His wife and son were still chattering beside him, making him irritable. Just then, the door suddenly burst open and several police officers rushed in. Before Qinda could react, they grabbed him. Qinda, we suspect you and Lu Ping colluded to fraudulently claim a large sum of wages sent by the state to the families of government workers. You'll need to come with us. As soon as the police said this, only one thought flashed through Qinda's mind. It's over. Hey, what are you doing? Help! The police are arresting people. Qinda's wife shouted, but it was useless. If anything, her yelling just brought the neighbors running. Of course, it wasn't just Qinda who was arrested. Lu Ping, who lived in the county seat, was also taken away. In Kaoshan village, it was a snowy, freezing day and every household had their doors tightly shut, unwilling to go out. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from Qinda's house. With his wife shouting, the neighbors quickly came out to see what was happening. When they saw the police, word spread from one person to another, and soon, all the villagers were outside. Why are the police here? They're here to arrest Qinda, aren't they? What did he do? Whatever it is, it can't be good. I've always said Qinda wasn't a good person. Kaoshan village was instantly abuzz with gossip about Qinda's arrest. Qin Tian stood at the doorway, watching as Qinda was taken away, the police and their car passing right in front of him. His little face was tense and drawn. Inside, Granny Qin had already woken up. When she learned the truth, tears streamed down her face. It was my fault for trusting the wrong person. I never should have believed in Qinda. I've brought so much suffering to these 2 children. If she'd received the money sent by her son and daughter-in-law 8 years ago, the children's lives wouldn't have been so hard. It was her negligence that made the children wonder if their parents had abandoned them. Otherwise, how could it be that for 8 years, there was neither a letter nor money, nothing at all? Especially Xiaotian, she knew he was mature for his age, smart, and remembered things early. He must have resented his parents. She was the one who made the children misunderstand their mom and dad. Granny, it's not your fault. It's Qinda and Lu Ping who were too wicked, Gu Jianing comforted her. The stolen money was over 8,000 yuan. Even split in half, Qinda got more than 4,000. And with that money, all Qinda ever did was occasionally give the Qin families old and young a few small favors. But even now, he felt it wasn't enough. He still wanted the 3 of them dead so he could take over their brick house. Human greed, it always grows until in the end, a person is unrecognizable, completely losing their conscience. Gu Jianing called Qin Tian in and explained why Qinda had tried to send him to the Minqing woodworking factory. The truth was cruel, but Gu Jianing felt that Qin Tian was now the only one in the Qin family who could take charge. He couldn't afford to be so naive anymore. He needed to understand how dangerous the world and people could be. Even though learning the truth now was a heavy blow for a 10-year-old, it was better than being fooled forever. Sure enough, after hearing everything, Qin Tian's face went pale. He walked off to a corner by himself to process it all. Gu Jianing and Shang Zashi left the Qin house that afternoon. The police would need time to investigate Qinda and Lu Ping, but with Shang Zashi putting in a word, justice would be served. As for the Qin family, Gu Jianing left 3 days' worth of medicine. As long as Granny Qin took it on time, her tuberculosis would get better. Before leaving, Gu Jianing gave Qin Tian 10 yuan. Knowing he wouldn't want to accept it, she said it was just a loan so he could buy some fine grains. Granny Qin was still sick and needed good food. She also told Qin Tian that if anything happened, he could always come find her at the military district. Qin Tian, his sister, and Granny Qin thanked Gu Jianing repeatedly. Hey, Ningning, you two are going out even in this heavy snow. Back at the military district, Shang Zashi held an umbrella over Gu Jianing, shielding her as they walked home. Just as they reached their door, the neighbor's door opened and Zhang Xuan poked her head out. Yes, we had some things to take care of, but we're done now. It's so cold, better to stay home, Gu Jianing replied. As she spoke, her expression changed slightly, but only for a moment before she regained her composure. Shang Zashi, standing beside her, noticed the change in her expression. He thought for a moment, then looked away as if nothing had happened. Ningning, let's go inside. Okay. Back home, Gu Jianing sat on the kang in the living room while Shang Zashi went to fetch water and start the fire. The system's future vision reward would last only 1 hour at a time. She'd already used the first hour when dealing with Qin Tian. But for some reason, as she got into the car with Shang Zashi to return to the military district, Gu Jianing activated the second hour of future vision. She wanted to see if she'd run into anyone at the military district, maybe even Li Shuao. But along the way, she hardly saw anyone. The future vision remained blank. It wasn't until she saw Zhang Xuan at the door that the future vision finally activated. She saw Zhang Xuan's past life, or rather, what would have happened if she'd never met Gu Jianing. In that vision, Guoguo was kidnapped and never found. Zhang Xuan and Lin Xing searched in vain. Later, Zhang Xuan developed depression and died in misery, while Lin Xing lived out his days alone. But now, things were different. Guoguo had been saved, and now Xuan was pregnant. Her and Captain Lin's future would surely be better than in their previous life. This time, they would be happy. Just then, there was a sound at the door. Gu Jianing looked up to see Shang Zashi coming in with the kettle, having fetched water. She was about to say something when, suddenly, a series of images flashed through her mind. A mission. Blood. Serious injury. Death. Wailing. Gu Jianing's face changed dramatically. Ningning, what's wrong? Shang Zashi immediately noticed something was off, quickly set down the kettle, and hurried over. He took her hand and found it icy cold. He held it tightly. Why are your hands so cold? Your face is so pale. It must be from going out today. You've caught a chill. Should we go see a doctor? No need. Gu Jianing quickly tried to reassure him. I just suddenly remembered, after the spring festival, once the heavy snow seals off the mountains, will you have to go out on missions at any time? Yes. Gu Jianing stepped forward and hugged Shang Zashi, burying her face in his chest. You've been with me all this time, and I've gotten used to it. I just suddenly remembered that you'll have to go out on missions again, and once you leave, who knows how long you'll be gone. Before she could finish, Gu Jianing felt his hand gently stroking her hair. Above her head came his voice, full of tenderness and guilt. I'm sorry, Ningning. But I'm a soldier. It's my duty to protect our country and our people. Going on missions is something I must do, so I can only ask you to bear with it for now. Gu Jianing looked up and pressed her hand to his lips, gazing at him. I know, of course I understand. I know my husband is a hero who protects our country. I'm proud of you. I just suddenly felt reluctant to let you go and got a little emotional. I'll be fine soon, it's just. She paused. It's just that, whenever you have to go on a mission, no matter how urgent it is, you have to come back and tell me first, okay? Shang Zashi sighed, the affection in his eyes almost melting. Okay, go sit on the king. I'll fill a hot water bottle for you, then I'll go make dinner. Okay. Sitting on the king in the living room, Gu Jianing hugged the hot water bottle, listening to the sounds of Shang Zashi busy in the kitchen. But her mind kept replaying the scene she'd just witnessed. She never expected that the second time she glimpsed the future, the second person she'd see would be her own husband, and in such a tragic scene. In the vision, Shang Zashi seemed to be on a mission with his comrades. Suddenly, bullets flew toward him. He was shot. Most of his comrades were wounded too, some even killed. The last image was of a rainy day, fine drizzle falling from the sky, and a large pit where the heroes were buried on the spot. Gu Jianing couldn't bear such a scene, whether it was Shang Zashi's serious injury or the sacrifice of his comrades. She knew that was a scene from her previous life. But if someone changed things in this life, the outcome could be different. If no one changed anything, everything would repeat as before. She knew that in her previous life, Shang Zashi was seriously wounded in this mission, but he definitely survived. After all, in her last life, Shang Zashi lived to be over 50. But this serious injury must have left him with lasting complications. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died of old wounds flaring up in his 50s. In this life, now that she knew what was coming, she absolutely had to find a way to prevent it. Suddenly, she remembered the invisible bulletproof vest she'd given Shang Zashi earlier. She couldn't help but admire her own foresight. With that, he shouldn't be seriously injured by bullets this time, right? But what about his comrades? There was no doubt they were brothers in arms. Shang Zashi would definitely want them all to be safe. Even knowing that sacrifice is part of the job, if it could be avoided, it should be. If his comrades died, Shang Zashi would be heartbroken. And Gu Jianing didn't want to see him sad. Even setting aside their relationship, those men were soldiers defending the country. The peaceful life she enjoyed now was bought with their blood and sacrifice. She should do everything she could to protect them. Gu Jianing had the urge to tell Shang Zashi about the future she'd seen. But in the end, she held back. Even if she told him and he believed her, how much could really be changed? And most importantly, Gu Jianing wasn't ready to reveal her childbirth system yet. So what should she do? In the end, Gu Jianing decided that the best thing she could do was to give Shang Zashi the 5 rolls of universal hemostatic tape she'd received as a mission reward before he left for his mission. The stuff was miraculous and special, so she'd have to explain it to him first. With her plan in mind, Gu Jianing's anxious heart finally settled a little. When Shang Zashi brought in the freshly cooked meal, he saw Gu Jianing's rosy cheeks and finally relaxed. Starting from the 5th day of the new year, Gu Jianing resumed her routine of attending classes at the training center. Although she had to get up early, her days felt fulfilling. That day, Gu Jianing had just returned home from the training center at noon when Zhang Xuan arrived. As soon as she came in, she grabbed Gu Jianing's hand, her face full of excitement. Jianing, I'm pregnant. I'm really pregnant. She hadn't even stepped inside before she blurted it out, gripping Gu Jianing's hand, eyes red with emotion. You're pregnant? That's wonderful. Gu Jianing didn't seem surprised at all. As Zhang Xuan explained, Gu Jianing learned that on New Year's Eve, after returning home, she'd told her husband Lin Xing about Gu Jianing's prediction that she might be pregnant. Lin Xing hadn't really believed it at first, but when Zhang Xuan's period didn't come as expected, he gradually started to believe. After all, his wife had mysteriously told him that Gu Jianing could help her get pregnant, though she never explained exactly how. The couple patiently waited, and when it was almost 2 months, they went to the military hospital for a checkup. Sure enough, The doctor took her pulse and did an exam. She was pregnant. Even though she'd already suspected it, the moment it was confirmed, Zhang Xuan still cried, and even Lin Xing's eyes turned red. Thinking back on all the years of bitter herbal medicine, Zhang Xuan felt a wave of sadness, but now it all seemed worth it. Lin Xing, of course, understood how hard it had been for his wife all these years. After getting the good news, Zhang Xuan didn't delay. She came straight to tell Gu Jianing. She felt this child was a blessing from Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing was their family's lucky star and benefactor. Now, Zhang Xuan finally voiced a thought she'd kept hidden for a long time. You mean you want Guogua to recognize me as her godmother? Gu Jianing asked in surprise. Yes. Zhang Xuan nodded. Jianing, to tell you the truth, after you rescued Guogua, that night I had a dream, a nightmare, really, that Guogua was kidnapped and never came back. Even now, the memory of that nightmare made Zhang Xuan shudder. Jianing, it was you, you're Guogua's lucky star. She was only saved because she met you. Otherwise, she might have. I thought, if you became Guogua's godmother, maybe your good fortune would protect her too. Jianing, I know it's selfish of me. If you don't want to then. Of course I will. Before Zhang Xuan could finish, Gu Jianing nodded in agreement. You'll do it? That's right, Guogua is such a sweet and sensible child. I really like her and I'd be happy to be her godmother. Honestly, I don't think of myself as some kind of lucky star, but if it's really like you say, and I am Guogua's lucky star, then I'd gladly use my good fortune to protect her. Lucky star or not, Gu Jianing wasn't sure if she really was one. But after dying and getting a second chance at life, even being able to bind to a childbearing system, she figured she must be pretty lucky. As for Guogua, she truly liked her. If she could, she would gladly share some of her luck with Guogua. Thinking about the glimpses of the future she'd seen, about the tragic fate of Zhang Xuan and Guogua in her previous life, she wondered if maybe she really was meant to be Guogua's benefactor. After all, in her last life, Guogua was kidnapped and never returned. But this time, things had changed because she was there to save her. Back then, Zhang Xuan also never got pregnant again, but now, thanks to her, she was expecting once more. Everything was different because of her. Gu Jianing thought, if she could, she wanted to use her abilities to help those who were kind and innocent in their past lives, but ended up with tragic fates. That way, she wouldn't have wasted the second chance heaven had given her. When Zhang Xuan saw how readily Gu Jianing agreed, she was moved to tears and thanked her over and over. She even suggested that, when the time was right, they could have a formal tea ceremony with both families present, so Guogua could officially recognize Gu Jianing as her godmother. Oh, by the way, Xuanjia, I'm pregnant too. Gu Jianing quietly shared her own news with Zhang Xuan, explaining that it was still early days, so she hoped Zhang Xuan would keep it a secret for now. Zhang Xuan was even happier when she heard Gu Jianing was pregnant too. Wow, both our families are just full of good news. This is wonderful. I just wonder how Sister Jiang is doing. Zhang Xuan suddenly thought of Jiang Baihe, since she had also come to Gu Jianing for treatment before. Now that both she and Gu Jianing were pregnant, what about Jiang Baihe? Gu Jianing actually knew that Jiang Baihe was pregnant too, but she didn't say so directly. She just replied, Sister Jiang probably hasn't been to the hospital for a checkup yet. Once she does, she'll know if she's pregnant or not. That's true. I hope we hear good news from her soon too. But lately, Sister Zhang's probably not having an easy time. Zhang Xuan hesitated. What do you mean? Gu Jianing asked. Zhang Xuan leaned in and whispered, because Commander Chai's mother is here. I heard she came to pressure them about having a baby. At this moment, in the family housing block, Jiang Baihe hadn't been having a good time lately. Because her husband's mother had come from their hometown. To be honest, her mother-in-law, Old Lady Chai, was not an easy person to get along with. One of the reasons Jiang Baihe had chosen to come with her husband to the military base was to avoid living under the same roof as her mother-in-law. She wanted to be with Chai Jiangwo and have a child with him as soon as possible, but she also really didn't want to stay back home with her mother-in-law. The reason was simple. Old Lady Chai had always preferred her first daughter-in-law, The woman was her own niece from her maiden family. Back then, Chai Jiangwo married her because his mother arranged it. He didn't have anyone he liked at the time, and since his mother introduced her and she seemed fine, he just went along with it. But who could have guessed that woman would later run off with someone else? Even then, because she was her mother's niece, old lady Chai still felt some affection for her. So even after what happened, Chai Jiangwo didn't pursue the matter too deeply. Later, when Chai Jiangwo married Jiang Baihe, old lady Chai was not happy about it. But that time, Chai Jiangwo stood his ground and insisted on marrying her. In the end, old lady Chai had no choice but to give in. But over the years, every time they went home for the new year, old lady Chai would pressure them to have a child. And as the years went by with Jiang Baihe still not getting pregnant, her attitude toward Jiang Baihe grew worse and worse. Every visit, she would make sharp, cutting remarks, and Jiang Baihe had shed countless tears over it. This year, Chai Jiangwo hadn't planned to go home, and Jiang Baihe was actually quite happy about it. But then, just a few days before the new year, old lady Chai suddenly showed up alone at the Northwestern Military District to spend the holiday with them. What could Jiang Baihe do? She couldn't exactly kick her out. She could only let her stay. But as soon as her mother-in-law arrived, Jiang Baihe's hard days began. Before, when her mother-in-law wasn't around, Jiang Baihe was the one in charge at home. Now, with her mother-in-law there, she had to interfere in everything and boss Jiang Baihe around. Whenever Chai Jiangwo wasn't home, old lady Chai would make snide remarks, calling Jiang Baihe a hen that couldn't lay eggs. Jiang Baihe was angry, but didn't dare speak up. She'd cried countless times in secret, but never dared tell Chai Jiangwo. After all, that was his mother, no matter what. Jiang Baihe could only pray that her mother-in-law would hurry up and go back home, or that she herself would get pregnant soon. At the moment, Jiang Baihe was in the kitchen, cooking. She was just about to bring the dishes out when she heard her husband and mother-in-law talking outside. On a whim, Jiang Baihe didn't go out right away, but quietly listened in. Soon, her mother-in-law's voice drifted into her ears. "Jiangwo, what's so good about that Jiang Baihe? Sure, she's young, but what use is that? She still can't give you a child. Mom, Baihe can do it. We've both been taking care of our health. Maybe soon we'll have good news." Old lady Chai snorted. A hen that can't lay eggs, if she suddenly could now, that'd be a miracle. Who would believe it? Mom? Chai Jiangwo's voice sounded a bit stern. "Jiangwo, I'm just thinking of what's best for you. Do you realize how old you are now? Back in our hometown, men your age already have kids in their teens. Listen to me, just divorce Jiang Baihe. I'll find you someone else." Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Jiang Baihe's face went pale, and her hands trembled as she held the dishes. What would Jiangwo say? Thankfully, Chai Jiangwo didn't let her down. "Mom, that's enough. I'll say this just once. Whether Baihe can have children or not, I will never divorce her. You want to drive your own mother to an early grave." "Mom?" Chai Jiangwo's tone was full of helplessness. "Fine, if you won't divorce Jiang Baihe, at least you need to have a child. How about this? I have a suggestion for you. Shua, she regrets what happened before. She's remarried now, but she still feels bad about what she did to you, so she wants to make it up to you." Jiang Baihe was no stranger to the name Shua. That was Chai Jiangwo's ex-wife. Shua has had 2 sons with her new husband. She says, if you're willing, she's willing to have a son for you too, to make it up to you. Jiang Baihe's eyes widened. What did that mean? Was it what she thought it was? And her mother-in-law kept going. "If you don't want Jiang Baihe to know, after the child is born, you can just tell her you adopted him. Wouldn't that be perfect? That way, you get your own child to carry on the family line, and you can still stay with Jiang Baihe." Jiang Baihe felt as if a hammer had smashed into her head, her mind buzzing and spinning, and even a faint pain started in her belly. With a crisp clatter, Jiang Baihe's hand lost its strength, and the plate she was holding slipped and crashed to the floor. On the other side, upon hearing his mother's words, Chai Jiangwo felt it was utterly absurd. Baihe had always been so sincere with him, how could he ever do something so inhuman? As for having children, Chai Jiangwo honestly didn't care that much. What mattered most to him was Jiang Baihe. It was only because Baihe wanted a child that he wanted one too. If the child wasn't his and Baihe's, he'd rather not have one at all. He wasn't some old-fashioned man obsessed with carrying on the family line. To him, having a loving partner to support and cherish each other was far more important. His mother's words only made him feel more chilled. She had always seen things only from her own perspective, never once trying to understand his. Maybe, to his mother, Chai Shaoan was more important than her own son. She always listened to Shaoan more, too. Maybe he shouldn't have let his mother stay in the military compound, letting her disrupt the harmony between him and Baihe. He was just about to say something when suddenly, he heard the sound of a plate breaking behind him. Turning around, he saw Jiang Baihe, who had been in the kitchen, now standing not far away. She might have overheard their conversation. And at that moment, Jiang Baihe clearly wasn't well. She was clutching her stomach, bent over, her face twisted in pain. Baihe, what's wrong? Chai Jiangwo rushed over to support her. Jiangwo, my stomach hurts. Your stomach hurts? Don't be afraid, I'll take you to the hospital. Scooping Jiang Baihe up in his arms, Chai Jiangwo prepared to leave for the hospital. Before heading out, remembering that Baihe might have overheard their conversation, he turned to his mother, face dark, and said, "Mom, I'll pretend you were just talking nonsense just now, but don't ever say those things again. In this life, I will only have Baihe and only have children with her. If Baihe can't have children, then I'd rather never have any at all. If you love kids so much, go back home and help my younger brothers raise theirs." He was basically telling his mother to go back to their hometown. Old Mrs. Chai was so furious she nearly fainted. Looking at Jiang Baihe in her son's arms, she felt certain this woman was a vixen who had bewitched her son. "Jiang Baihe, you little fox, you must have led my son astray. Jiangwo, don't be fooled by her. Stomach pain? She's probably faking it. Why go to the hospital? Hospitals cost money." As she spoke, she tried to grab at Chai Jiangwo, refusing to let him take Jiang Baihe to the hospital. By now, the commotion had drawn out the neighbors from that floor of the apartment building, and they began to gossip disapprovingly. "What is wrong with old Mrs. Chai? Baihe's face is white as a sheet, she's clearly unwell, and yet she's stopping them from going to the hospital. Does she want Baihe to die? Who knows what she's up to? Just look at her, you can tell she's no good. Mom, let go. I have to take Baihe to the hospital." Chai Jiangwo struggled as his mother clung to him. To be honest, the old lady was surprisingly strong. If Chai Jiangwo had a free hand, he could have pried her off, but both arms were holding Jiang Baihe and he couldn't. Luckily, a neighbor who was friendly with Jiang Baihe couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward, prying old Mrs. Chai's hands off. "What is wrong with you, old lady? Can't you see how much pain Baihe is in? You won't let Captain Chai take her to the hospital. What are you thinking? Do you want to see her die? You're really heartless. Captain Chai, hurry up and take Baihe to the hospital." "Ow, my hand, my hand. Chai Jiangwo, you heartless boy. That vixen has bewitched you, and now you don't even care when your own mother is bullied." But Chai Jiangwo had no time for her now. He carried Jiang Baihe straight toward the hospital. Behind him, old Mrs. Chai's curses echoed, but Chai Jiangwo paid her no mind. Once he and Jiang Baihe had left, the neighbor finally let go of old Mrs. Chai's hand. Her family were butchers, she might look petite, but she was strong. Dealing with an old hag like this was nothing. Old Mrs. Chai, finally freed, felt her wrist aching badly. Watching Chai Jiangwo carry Jiang Baihe away, she gritted her teeth and hurried after them. "I want to see for myself whether that vixen is really sick or just pretending." Old Mrs. Chai was convinced Jiang Baihe was faking it, just to make her son feel sorry for her. As if she couldn't see through such tricks. She was determined to go to the hospital and expose Jiang Baihe in front of her son. Meanwhile, Chai Jiangwo rushed Jiang Baihe to the hospital, where, by chance, Dr. Hao was on duty. Dr. Hao took her pulse, examined her, and immediately frowned. She stirred the fetal qi. In early pregnancy, emotional stress must be avoided. How could you not be more careful? I'll give her in 4 to help stabilize the pregnancy. As she prepared the 4, Dr. Hao scolded Jiang Baihe. Honestly, you should know better. You're pregnant. You can't let your emotions swing like this. Especially in early pregnancy, any upset can affect the baby. Do you even want this child? At these words, both Chai Jiangwo and Jiang Baihe stared at her in shock. Dr. Hao paused, then realized, and asked in surprise, "Wait, don't tell me you really didn't know." Chai Jiangwo finally snapped out of it and asked, dumbfounded, "Dr. Hao, did you just say pregnant?" Stirred the fetal chi? My wife is pregnant. That's right, Jiang Baihe echoed. Dr. Hao, I'm pregnant. Hearing she might be pregnant, Jiang Baihe even felt her stomach hurt less. Dr. Hao finally understood these two silly parents really hadn't known. As she set up the 4, she said, "Yes, you're definitely pregnant. Congratulations, it's been over a month. Congratulations, you're going to be parents." Dr. Hao's words confirmed it for them. The couple looked at each other in amazement. Chai Jiangwo walked over, knelt down, and took Jiang Baihe's hand. "Baihe, did you hear that? You're pregnant. We're going to have a baby. We're going to be parents." Jiang Baihe nodded dazedly. "Yes, I heard. Jiangwo, I'm really pregnant. This is wonderful, just wonderful." As she spoke, Jiang Baihe's tears began to fall, and even Chai Jiangwo's eyes turned red. No one knew just how much Jiang Baihe had exhausted herself over the past 4 years, all in hopes of getting pregnant. She wanted to have a child more desperately than anyone. That's why every time she heard her mother-in-law call her a hen that couldn't lay eggs, it hurt so much. Ever since she finished her treatment with Gu Jianing, she had been hoping every day that she'd finally get pregnant. She never expected that now it had actually happened. "Jiangwo, now that I'm pregnant, you don't have to be with Chai Xiaojun." Before Jiang Baihe could finish, Chai Jiangwo cut her off. "Baihe, don't talk nonsense. Whether you're pregnant or not, I would never have anything to do with that woman. You don't need to take my mother's words to heart, just treat her like she's gone mad and is talking nonsense. I'll make sure she goes back to our hometown as soon as possible. You shouldn't worry about anything right now. What you need to do is take good care of yourself and focus on a safe pregnancy." Jiang Baihe nodded, finally comforted by Chai Jiangwo's words. She stopped crying, and her emotions gradually settled. Maybe it was the joy of learning she was pregnant, or maybe it was the 4 drip to help stabilize the pregnancy, but Jiang Baihe started to feel less pain in her belly, though she was still a bit pale. Dr. Hao prescribed some brown sugar, and Chai Jiangwo made her a cup to drink. As Jiang Baihe was sipping the brown sugar water, old lady Chai arrived. She should have come earlier, but she didn't know the way to the military hospital and got lost, having to ask several people before she finally found it. As soon as she walked in and saw Jiang Baihe drinking brown sugar water, she was instantly displeased. "She's fine, why does she need brown sugar water or in 4? Even I, her mother-in-law, never had brown sugar water." Jiang Baihe hadn't expected her mother-in-law to follow her to the hospital. Hearing her speak, she frowned, wanting to say something. "You just drink. Let me handle this," Chai Jiangwo said. The next second, just as old lady Chai was about to start making a scene, Chai Jiangwo forcefully pulled her out of the ward. "Chai Jiangwo, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? I'm your mother, the one who gave birth to you and raised you." "Yes, I know you're my mother." Chai Jiangwo let go of her, his voice low and serious. It was precisely because she was his mother that he had tolerated her until now. But now he couldn't take it anymore. "Mom, pack your things and go back to our hometown. I'm sure my little brother and your grandkids miss you." Did old lady Chai want to go back? Of course she did. She much preferred looking after her grandkids. But this time, she hadn't come to the military district on a whim. She had her reasons. She couldn't just leave so easily. If she left on her own, that was one thing, but if her son told her to go, that was another. People might think she was being driven away. "What do you mean by that, eldest? Are you trying to send your mother away? Tell me, was it that little tramp Jiang Baihe who put you up to this? My life is so hard. My husband died young. I raised my children with so much effort, and now that they're grown and married, they forget their mother. Old Lady Chai made as if she was about to throw a tantrum right there on the floor. Chai Jiangwo felt a splitting headache from her shouting, and people nearby started to look over curiously. His face darkened, and his voice grew louder. Mom, how long are you going to keep this up? Bai has already been so upset by you that she almost lost the baby. What more do you want? My little brother's kids are your grandchildren. Aren't my children your grandchildren too? Chai Jiangwo almost growled the words, startling Old Lady Chai into silence. Then she quickly realized what he meant. What? Almost lost the baby? You mean she's pregnant? Yes. How is that possible? Old Lady Chai shrieked. Eldest, did that woman cheat on you? That must be it. That vixen should be drowned in a pig cage. Shut up. Chai Jiangwo roared, scaring Old Lady Chai into swallowing her words. Mom, don't you think I'd know if the child was mine or not? Or do you just not want me to have kids? Old Lady Chai's lips moved, but she said nothing. Of course that wasn't the case. Deeply influenced by old-fashioned thinking, she desperately wanted her eldest son to have children. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought it was a good idea when Chai Xiaojun offered to have a child for Chai Jiangwo. The whole reason she'd come to the military district was to persuade her eldest to have a child. And now, Jiang Baihe was actually pregnant. Old Lady Chai knew her eldest wouldn't lie to her. So, just now, Jiang Baihe really was so upset by her that she almost lost the baby? No, that couldn't be. She hesitantly asked, then, the baby in her belly. Luckily, we got her here in time and the doctor put her on a stabilizing for. But the doctor said that in early pregnancy, emotional stress can easily cause a miscarriage. Old Lady Chai pursed her lips and muttered, so what you're really saying is you want me to go home. She thought for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, fine, I'll go back to the hometown. For the sake of her future grandchild, she could let Jiang Baihe off for now. But, she paused. I spent all my money coming here this time. Chai Jiangwo understood her meaning. I'll give you 100 yuan and some food coupons. Old Lady Chai immediately brightened. Great. Buy me a ticket and I'll go back tomorrow. Thinking about seeing her precious grandkids soon, she couldn't help but smile. Chai Jiangwo pressed his lips together and said nothing. He knew that 99% of that money would end up with his younger brother's family. But Chai Jiangwo didn't care anymore. If 100 yuan could buy him some peace, it was worth it. So, when Chai Jiangwo returned to the ward, he told Jiang Baihe that his mother would be going back to the hometown the next day. Jiang Baihe breathed a sigh of relief. Her mother-in-law was finally leaving. To be honest, she was really afraid that if her mother-in-law stayed any longer, she'd get so upset again that she'd risk another miscarriage. Jiangwo, once I'm feeling better, let's buy something to thank Jianing, Jiang Baihe suggested. She knew that her inability to get pregnant before was due to her own health issues, and it was Gu Jianing who had treated her. They owed her a debt of gratitude. You're right, Chai Jiangwo agreed. 2 days later, Gu Jianing saw the couple arrive at her door with gifts to thank her, and they told her that Jiang Baihe was pregnant. Because of what had happened with Jiang Baihe's scare, Chai Jiangwo was still worried and asked Gu Jianing to check her pulse. When Gu Jianing confirmed that the baby was developing well, the couple finally relaxed. Not long after they left, a guard from the military district came to tell Gu Jianing that Qin Tian was looking for her. Gu Jianing figured the outcome of Lu Ping's case must have come through. Sister Gu, as soon as Qin Tian saw Gu Jianing, his face lit up with a big smile. Gu Jianing also noticed that the boy's spirits were clearly much better than before. Come on, let's go inside, Gu Jianing called. It was still too cold outside, and the doorway wasn't a good place to talk. Can I really go in? Of course, just sign in and it's fine. Okay. After registering, Gu Jianing brought Qin Tian home. It was Qin Tian's first time visiting Sister Gu's house, and he was full of curiosity, though he only dared to sneak glances around. When he was invited to sit on the heated Kong in the living room, a wave of warmth washed over him, making him feel much better after the cold outside. Here, have some egg cake. Qin Tian looked at the egg cake Gu Jianing handed him and quickly waved his hands. No, I can't take it. This was egg cake, after all, something precious. Nonsense. I'm giving it to you, so just eat it. Your sister Gu doesn't lack things like this. In the end, unable to refuse her kindness, Qin Tian could only eat the delicious egg cake while telling her what had happened over the past couple of days. The police had quickly investigated Qin De and Lu Ping. Since Qin Tian's parents were important national researchers, they and their families were supposed to be protected. Yet Qin De and Lu Ping had embezzled 8 years' worth of their wages. And the amount involved was huge. The police said both of them will get the death penalty. Qin Tian's voice dropped as he said this, clearly feeling down. What's wrong? Do you think the death penalty is too harsh for them? Gu Jianing asked. Qin Tian looked up, confusion in his eyes, even pausing mid-bite. I don't know. Honestly, Gu Jianing could understand how he felt. After all, it was 2 lives, and Qin De had once acted like a benefactor in the Qin family's life. Plus, Qin Tian was still just a child. But, Gu Jianing said seriously, Xiao Tian, think about it. If this hadn't been uncovered, what would have happened to your family? Qin Tian looked up, listening intently. Do you remember what I told you before, about Qin De trying to trick you into going to the woodworking factory? He was going to sell you to human traffickers. Do you know what would have happened to you then? And if you were gone, what would have happened to your elderly grandma and to Qin Qing? Imagine, your parents are serving the country. I believe they do it not just out of love for science or a sense of duty, but also because they want to give you all a good life. But they endured being separated from their mother and children, only for others to profit, while their own parents and children suffered. How do you think they'd feel if they knew? If your parents came back and saw 3 graves instead of their family, how much pain would that be? In fact, thanks to glimpses of the future, what Gu Jianing described was exactly what Qin Tian and the others had experienced in their previous life. Gu Jianing tried to put herself in Qin Tian's parents' shoes. If it were her, she didn't think she could bear such an outcome. So, Qin Tian, don't go soft on them. They're just paying the price for their own greed. As Gu Jianing spoke, it was as if those scenes appeared in Qin Tian's mind. Gradually, he seemed to understand what she meant. The conflict in his expression faded. Qin Tian looked up and said, Sister Gu, thank you. I understand now. I'm glad you do. After that, Qin Tian talked about other things. For example, the human trafficker in Min City that Qin De had contacted to sell him still hadn't been found. The police were still searching. He also said that after investigating, the police told him that because his parents were important national researchers, even though they were urgently called away, someone had been assigned to look after the Qin family. After all, only when the families at home were safe could researchers focus on their work for the country. It was a retired soldier uncle who lived in the county. Unfortunately, not long after Qin Jihong and his wife left, the retired soldier entrusted to look after Qin Tian died unexpectedly just half a month later. If he'd still been around, Qin De probably wouldn't have gotten away with the embezzlement. It would have been exposed much earlier. The police uncle also gave us 5,045 yuan. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled at the mention of money. Over 5,000 yuan was a huge sum for him. Of course, it was still 3,000 less than the total wages his parents had sent home over 8 years. That 5,000 was what the police recovered from Qin De and Lu Ping's families. Since they'd embezzled the Qin family's money, it had to be returned. As for the missing 3,000, it had already been spent. Still, the police took other things from their homes to make up for it: bicycles, sewing machines, radios, watches, some furniture, and so on. Basically, they emptied out both households to try to make up the 3,000 yuan. Both families were nearly cleaned out, but it still wasn't quite enough, even after adding a lot of grain. Some of the money had been spent on food or other things and was gone for good. There was nothing more to be done about the rest. Even so, Qin Tian was already very satisfied. Sister Gu, now we have plenty of food at home, enough for at least half a year. The house that used to be empty is now full. I even play the radio for Grandma. She loves listening to it. After taking Gu Jianing's medicine for 3 days, Grandma Qin had stopped coughing and was much better. Qin De's case had caused a huge stir in Kaoshan village. After all, it was rare for anyone in the village to get taken away by the police, let alone face the death penalty. Because of this, Everyone realized that even though the Qin family's adults weren't home, and the family was just an old woman and 2 children, they weren't people to be bullied. Even knowing Qin Tian now had over 5,000 yuan, and the house was full of things, no one dared to try anything, no tricks, no stealing, nothing. Anyone who tried might end up like Qinda. Money is nice, but staying alive is more important. Who wants to eat peanuts? So now, the Qin family was very safe. In fact, the whole village was afraid something might happen to the 3 of them. Sister Gu, thank you, and thank you to Brother Hao Sheng. If it weren't for you two, our family wouldn't be like this now. Finally, Qin Tian stood up and bowed deeply to Gu Jianing, expressing his gratitude. He truly felt that Sister Gu had indirectly saved all 3 of their lives. He didn't know if he'd ever see his parents again, but if he did, he'd be sure to tell them everything that had happened. This kindness is something that absolutely cannot be forgotten. Qin Tian didn't stay long before he left. When Shang Zashi came back at noon, Gu Jianing told him about Qin Tian's visit. That afternoon, while Shang Zashi was at home, Lin Xing brought his wife and daughter over. Today was the day they had agreed upon earlier to formally become godparents. Guogua, having been well taught by Zhang Xuan, respectfully served tea to Gu Jianing and Shang Zashi, and called them godfather and godmother. Shang Zashi and Gu Jianing both accepted, drank the tea, and each gave Guogua a red envelope. With that, the godparent relationship was officially established. This time, Lin Xing sincerely expressed his gratitude to Gu Jianing, whether it was saving Guogua back then or helping his wife conceive. These were favors he could never forget. So, Lin Xing also brought quite a few gifts this time, insisting that Shang Zashi and Gu Jianing accept them. Gu Jianing knew that if she refused, they would feel uncomfortable, so she accepted the gifts. In the end, the 2 families had a meal together and chatted for a long time before Lin Xing's family finally left. Jianing, do you want to go to the county town in a couple of days? Zhang Xuan asked before leaving. Spring had arrived, and the heavy snow that had blocked the mountain was about to end. In the past couple of days, it had stopped snowing. The military district had organized people to clear the snow everywhere, but although the snow had stopped, it was still very cold. However, as the days passed, the temperature was gradually rising. In a few days, it would probably be warmer and not so cold. At that time, the military district's procurement department would drive to the county town to buy supplies, and if any military wives wanted to go, they could catch a ride. So, Zhang Xuan invited Gu Jianing to go with her. Gu Jianing quite enjoyed shopping, and with spring coming, they were running low on food at home, so it was a good time to restock. Sure, let's go together in 2 days. It just so happened that her training class would be on break that day. Great. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 days later. When Gu Jianing woke up in the morning, her husband was already gone. She got dressed, washed up, and went to the kitchen. Lifting the lid of the steamer, she found warm porridge and side dishes inside, along with a bowl of goat's milk and an egg. The goat's milk was something Shang Zashi had specially ordered after hearing it was good for pregnant women and children. The military district had arranged with nearby villagers to deliver it, and some families in the residential compound had also subscribed. As long as there were orders, the villagers would deliver it to the military district every morning. It was a bit expensive, so not every family could afford it. But Shang Zashi didn't mind. He wasn't short on money, and as long as it was good for Jianing and the baby, he was willing to do it. Gu Jianing drank the goat's milk first. It was warm, and she'd heard it was sterilized at high temperature before delivery, so it tasted good and wasn't at all gamey. After the milk, she ate the porridge with the side dishes and finished the egg. Maybe it was because she was pregnant, even though she wasn't showing yet and didn't have any morning sickness, her appetite had increased. Before, this amount of food would have been enough for 2 meals, but now it was just right. Gu Jianing could understand, after all, she had 2 little lives quietly growing inside her. After eating, she left the dishes to the side without washing them. Shang Zashi had repeatedly told her not to do any housework at all. He would take care of it when he got home. Before she got pregnant, Gu Jianing could still help out with some small chores, even if she wasn't very skilled, but at least she could lend a hand. But ever since she became pregnant, Shang Zashi wouldn't let her touch anything. Being pampered like this was truly happiness. Shang Zashi hadn't really agreed to her going out today at first, but he also didn't want to keep her cooped up at home just because she was pregnant, so in the end, he agreed. He just told her to be extra careful. After eating and resting for a bit, Gu Jianing heard Zhang Xuan next door calling out, asking if she was ready to leave. After all, the military district's procurement department had a set departure time for supply runs. "I'm ready, coming now," Gu Jianing replied. She put on a hat, wrapped a red scarf around her neck, and covered her face. She wasn't bragging, but if she showed her face in the county town, she'd definitely attract a lot of attention. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to keep her face covered. She liked looking good, but she really didn't like trouble. She hoped this trip would go smoothly, otherwise, Shang Zashi probably wouldn't let her go out alone again. Soon, Gu Jianing locked the door and got in the car with Zhang Xuan, heading to the county town. On the way, Gu Jianing saw other military wives as well. Probably because the heavy snow had kept everyone stuck in the military district for the past 2 months, everyone was eager to go to the county town now that they had the chance. Even though Gu Jianing was bundled up tightly, the little bit of skin that showed was as fair as snow. And even under her coat, her graceful figure was still faintly visible. Compared to when she first arrived at the military district, Gu Jianing was much more popular now. Maybe it was because people had heard she was teaching at the medical training class and might become a doctor at the military hospital, or maybe it was because of her rumored medical skills. Not only had she saved Commander Cui, but there were even rumors she could help people get pregnant, though no one knew if it was true. Anyway, on the ride, the other military wives were all very friendly and enthusiastic toward Gu Jianing, chatting nonstop. Zhang Xuan barely had a chance to get a word in. Gu Jianing wasn't very good at socializing, especially with strangers, and these military wives were strangers to her. So she wasn't very outgoing, but even so, she couldn't fend off their enthusiasm. It wasn't until they arrived in the county town and got off the car together that Gu Jianing finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the other wives asked where they were going and if they wanted to join up, Gu Jianing quickly found an excuse to decline. Once the two of them were alone, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but laugh. "Look at you, acting like you're facing a formidable enemy." Gu Jianing gave a wry smile. "I'm really not good at socializing." Besides, Gu Jianing didn't see the need for that kind of socializing. She felt that having 1 or 2 close friends was enough, no need for more. As for superficial friendships, she wasn't interested. She thought it was just a waste of time. "All right, let's go. Let's shop around the county town first," Zhang Xuan said, taking Gu Jianing's arm. Sure. The two of them shopped and bought what they needed, and before they knew it, it was noon. "Let's eat at the state-run restaurant. It's just ahead," Zhang Xuan suggested. Okay, Gu Jianing agreed. So, the two of them went into the state-run restaurant and each ordered a serving of dumplings. Since they were about to eat, Gu Jianing had to take off her scarf. When the scarf was removed, a stunningly beautiful face was revealed, her skin fairer than snow, her complexion glowing, as radiant as peach blossoms in June, her whole face seeming to emit light. Once the hat came off, her silky hair cascaded down like a waterfall, giving her the air of a celestial maiden. Gu Jianing took out a hair tie and put her hair up in a bun. Almost the instant her hat and scarf were removed, she drew the attention of everyone dining in the state-run restaurant. Those already eating would glance at Gu Jianing between bites, as if her beauty was a feast for the eyes. Some people who were just passing by happened to look inside, and immediately spotted Gu Jianing standing out in the crowd. Their feet, which had been about to leave, couldn't help but pause. Even those who hadn't planned to eat came in and chose seats close to Gu Jianing. In no time, the previously half-empty restaurant was packed full, with even latecomers unable to find a seat. "Jianing, your face is a real weapon," Zhang Xuan whispered to Gu Jianing, marveling at the change in the atmosphere. Gu Jianing, aware of all the gazes on her, didn't mind. She casually brushed her hair back, winked at Zhang Xuan, and said with pride, "Of course. I've got the looks to back it up. Gu Jianing was well aware of her own beauty. Of course, showing off her looks could also attract trouble. Sure enough, before they'd even finished their dumplings, several men came over trying to strike up a conversation with Gu Jianing. Zhang Xuan helped fend them all off. She made it clear Gu Jianing was already married and a military wife, quickly discouraging the would-be suitors. A beauty like her was tempting, but unfortunately, they were too late. They all wondered which lucky man had managed to marry such a stunning woman. Meanwhile, in the northwest military district, Shang Zashi, who was in a meeting, suddenly sneezed. He drifted off for a moment, thinking, Ningning should be in town by now, right? She should be fine, shouldn't she? Knowing his pregnant wife was going out, Shang Zashi was genuinely worried, so much so that he couldn't focus on the meeting. But this meeting was important. If all went as planned, he'd be heading out on a mission in a few days. He wondered how Ningning would manage at home alone. Shang Zashi considered whether he should ask his mother-in-law to come and take care of Ningning. Back at the state-run restaurant in town, Gu Jianing continued eating her dumplings. They really were delicious. If she wasn't worried about them getting soggy, she would have packed some to take home for Shang Zashi. The sudden voice in her head nearly made Gu Jianing choke on her dumpling. Luckily, she managed to swallow it in time. What's going on? There really is a bad guy. And with a malice value over 70%, that meant they'd take action within 3 days. Which could very well mean today, or even soon. Who could it be? Was she really that unlucky? She finally got to go out, only to run into trouble. While sipping her soup, Gu Jianing discreetly scanned the restaurant, quickly spotting the person flagged by her malice detector. It was a tall, thin man sitting in a corner, eating. Though there were others at his table, it was clearly a shared table. He was alone. This man had over 70% malice toward her. Gu Jianing knew the system's tagging was never wrong. But she didn't recognize him at all. So what did he want from her? Gu Jianing thought for a moment, then activated her Future Glimpse ability, choosing to see an hour into her own future. An hour was enough to figure out what this man intended. Jianing, I'm done eating. Want to check out the supply and marketing cooperative? Zhang Xuan, still unaware, suggested. Sure. As they finished eating and got ready to leave, Gu Jianing took the opportunity to glance, seemingly by chance, at the tall, thin man who was also getting up to leave. Almost immediately, the future vision flashed through Gu Jianing's mind. A few seconds later, she came back to herself, her eyes deep with meaning. So that's how it is. She couldn't let this man off the hook. As the two women left the restaurant, Gu Jianing noticed the man following them at a distance. When they entered the supply and marketing cooperative, he followed them in as well. Gu Jianing figured he was waiting for her to be alone, looking for the right moment to make his move. Should she give him that chance? For now, she focused on shopping. An hour later, both women's arms were full of purchases. Gu Jianing glanced around and saw that the tall, thin man was still patiently following her. It seemed he was determined to act today. Jianing, I need to use the restroom, Zhang Xuan said as they left the store. I know where the public toilet is, I saw it when we arrived. Want to go now? Okay. Gu Jianing had indeed noticed the public restroom earlier, but it was at the edge of a rather secluded alley. She thought, he's been following me for over an hour. I might as well give him a chance to make his move. She was just that considerate, so she'd give him an opportunity. The public restroom was indeed secluded. If you weren't familiar with the area, you'd never find it. Gu Jianing had only spotted it by chance. Right now, it was just the two of them. Jianing, I'm going in first. I really can't wait. Watch our things, okay? If anything happens, call me and I'll come right out, Zhang Xuan instructed. Okay. Zhang Xuan put down her things and hurried into the restroom. Almost the moment she disappeared inside, Gu Jianing heard movement behind her. Pretending not to notice, she quickly equipped an item she'd seen earlier in the systems exchange shop. Just as she finished, the footsteps behind her grew closer and more hurried. Gu Jianing spun around. Sure enough, she came face to face with the tall, thin man. He seemed surprised that Gu Jianing was so alert and had turned to face him. But now that they were so close, He didn't seem to care whether she saw him or not. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and strode toward her, aiming to cover her mouth and nose. Gu Jianing smiled. The man was startled. Why is she smiling? Doesn't she realize I'm about to do something bad to her? Is she stupid? Such a beautiful face, what a pity if she's an idiot. Inside the restroom, Zhang Xuan, who had been holding it in for ages, finally finished and felt completely refreshed. Just as she was about to pull up her pants, she suddenly heard a loud bang from outside. Zhang Xuan was instantly startled. What was going on? Could something have happened to Jianing? She immediately regretted leaving Jianing outside alone, especially since Jianing was so pretty. Jianing. Zhang Xuan quickly started putting on her pants while calling out for Gu Jianing. Hey, Xuanjia, I'm here. Hearing Gu Jianing's response, Zhang Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by her voice, Jianing seemed fine. But then what was that sound just now? That loud bang had been so clear, Zhang Xuan was sure she hadn't imagined it. Still, she hurriedly finished putting on her pants and rushed out. Jianing, what is that? Zhang Xuan had just spotted Gu Jianing and was about to speak when she suddenly saw a man lying on the ground. She jumped in fright. It was a tall, thin man in a gray jacket, lying there with his eyes closed and a handkerchief covering his face. Standing calmly beside him was Gu Jianing. Oh, he's a human trafficker. He just tried to smother me with that cloth, Gu Jianing said casually. Zhang Xuan's eyes widened. What? A human trafficker? Yeah. He's been following us since we left the state-run restaurant. I noticed him back then. He trailed us for over an hour. Just now, when you went into the public restroom, he probably thought it was his chance and made his move. He tried to cover my mouth with this handkerchief. I think it's drugged. Luckily, I was quick. I grabbed it from him and pressed it over his mouth instead. Then he just collapsed. Gu Jianing recounted it lightly, but Zhang Xuan's heart was pounding in terror. Oh my god, a human trafficker. And Jianing had noticed him back at the restaurant. He'd followed them for over an hour, and she hadn't noticed a thing. Jianing, you should have told me. If I'd known, I wouldn't have left you outside alone to use the restroom. If anything had happened to you, how would I explain it to Commander Shing? Zhang Xuan imagined coming to town with Gu Jianing, only for Jianing to be kidnapped and her returning alone. What would she say to Commander Shing? If Jianing went missing, Commander Shing would probably go crazy. He might seem calm and composed most of the time, but from watching the two of them together, Zhang Xuan could tell how much he cared about Gu Jianing. Especially now that Jianing was pregnant. Thank goodness Jianing was okay, and even managed to turn the tables on her attacker. Gu Jianing, I deliberately gave him a chance to act alone, how could I tell you? Besides, Gu Jianing thought, if she'd told Zhang Xuan, the latter might have gotten nervous and blown their cover, and she definitely wouldn't have let Jianing stay outside alone. That would have made it much harder to catch the guy. Oh, Xuanjia, I just thought I could handle it myself. See? He's the one lying on the ground now, isn't he? In fact, Gu Jianing had been fully confident. She had just exchanged for a freeze for 5 seconds skill in her system, which had cost her 10 points. As long as she activated it, anyone she looked at would be frozen for 5 seconds. 5 seconds might not sound like much, but you could do a lot in that time. She'd also exchanged for a Popeye's strength skill, which could instantly boost her strength tenfold. Originally, she'd planned to freeze the guy and then beat him up. But when she saw the drugged handkerchief in his hand, she changed her mind. So, after freezing him, she snatched the handkerchief and, while he was still in shock, pressed it over his mouth and nose. The drug must have been strong, because his eyes rolled back almost immediately, and he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Right after that, Zhang Xuan called for her and came out of the restroom. Even though the man was already down and Gu Jianing seemed confident, Zhang Xuan was still shaken. Jianing, next time something like this happens, you should tell me. After all, 2 heads are better than 1. Seriously, we came out together. If something happened to you, I wouldn't know what to do. Commander Shing would probably lose his mind too. Gu Jianing linked arms with Zhang Xuan. Okay, it's my fault. I should have told you. I'll be more careful next time. But thinking of the promise she'd made to Shang Zashi yesterday, Guian felt a little guilty. Great, it was probably going to be even harder to go out in the future. There won't be a next time. They definitely didn't want to run into another human trafficker. From now on, may everything be safe and sound. Jianing, what should we do now? Should we call the police? Zhang Xuan asked. Guian nodded. Yes, call the police. 10 minutes later, Guian and Zhang Xuan arrived at the police station, with the man being carried in by the officers. He still hadn't woken up. While Guian was giving her statement, the officers, upon learning they were military wives, immediately treated them with great respect. Do you know a Commander Shang Zashi? A young officer asked. Guian and Zhang Xuan exchanged a glance. Guian replied, he's my husband. The officer's eyes lit up. So you're the sister-in-law. Hello, I'm Zhang Weidong, a close friend of Brother Shang. From Zhang Weidong's explanation, Guian learned that he and Shang Zashi had been friends for 3 or 4 years. They'd met when Shang Zashi had saved Zhang Weidong by chance, and ever since, Zhang Weidong had looked up to him as an elder brother. I'd heard Brother Sheng got married, and I always wondered what kind of woman could win his heart. Now that I've met you, I understand why he chose you. Such a beauty, and so calm even when facing a human trafficker, truly remarkable. No wonder someone as proud as Brother Sheng would fall for her. Knowing that Zhang Weidong was Shang Zashi's friend and brother-in-arms, Guian relaxed and recounted what had happened with the trafficker. By the way, do you know about the Qin family case? Guian asked Zhang Weidong. He nodded. I worked on that case. Good. Qin De was planning to sell Qin Tian to traffickers. I'm wondering if this is the same guy. Zhang Weidong pondered and took notes. It's possible. We'll focus on this during the investigation. After finishing her statement, Guian walked out of the station and immediately saw Shang Zashi approaching, his expression calm and serious. Guian, why is he here? Beside her, Zhang Weidong scratched his head. I called Brother Sheng. Guian, well, okay then. The next second, Shang Zashi walked up and pulled Guian into his arms. Shang Zashi was holding her so tightly that Guian could barely breathe. Instinctively, she tried to push him away, turning her head only to see the redness in his eyes. She froze, her heart suddenly melting with tenderness. Brother Shi, I'm sorry for making you worry. Guian apologized softly. Before she left, she'd promised nothing would happen, but in the end, something did. But really, Brother Shi, don't worry. I'm fine, truly. You can check, I'm not hurt at all. And I even managed to take down that human trafficker. He's at the police station right now. Seeing that Shang Zashi was still silent, Guian grew anxious. She softened her voice further. I'm sorry, Brother Shi. I really made you worry. She reached out and gently hugged him to comfort him. The warmth and softness in his arms, along with her gentle words, finally brought Shang Zashi back to his senses. His hands, which had been cold, slowly regained their warmth. The heart that had been pounding with panic at the news of Guian's encounter with the trafficker finally began to calm. He rested his chin on her head and explained, I'm not blaming you. I was just worried about you, Ningning. You're still pregnant. No one knew how he felt during training when a young soldier rushed in to report that Guian had run into a human trafficker in town. Even though the soldier said Guian was amazing and had taken down the trafficker, only Shang Zashi knew how delicate his little wife was, how she didn't have much strength, and now she was pregnant. How could she possibly take down a trafficker? Even if she did, what if she got hurt? Thinking about all this, Shang Zashi couldn't bear it. If he thought any further, he was afraid he'd go crazy. So he rushed out of the military compound and drove straight to town. It wasn't until this moment, with his wife in his arms, that his heart finally settled. I know you were worried about me, Brother Shi, but I'm really fine. I even managed to take down that trafficker. Listening to his little wife excitedly recount how she'd taken down the trafficker, Shang Zashi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he could only squeeze her hand and lead her into the police station. Shang Zashi saw the trafficker, who still hadn't woken up, his eyes cold as ice. He instructed Zhang Weidong to interrogate thoroughly and to report any news to the military at once. Don't worry, brother, I will. Finally, Shang Zashi helped Gu Jianing and Zhang Shuan load their purchases into the car and drove them back to the military compound. As soon as they arrived, Zhang Shuan saw Lin Xing anxiously waiting. Lin Xing had just learned that his wife and comrade Gu had run into a trafficker outside. He was frantic with worry, especially since both women were pregnant. Seeing his wife safe and sound, Lin Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Shang Zashi slowed his steps, carrying their things as he walked beside Gu Jianing. When they got home, Shang Zashi put down the bags. Gu Jianing was about to start sorting things out when Shang Zashi suddenly scooped her up and sat down on the kang in the living room, holding her in his arms. He rested his head on her lap, full of reliance. Should we unpack? Gu Jianing asked. No rush, came his muffled reply from her lap. Are you hungry? Want something to eat? Gu Jianing asked again. Not hungry. What about you? I already had dumplings at the state-run restaurant. Shang Zashi said nothing more, just continued to hold her quietly, not moving at all. Gu Jianing thought, well, after being scared, this man has turned into a big, aggrieved puppy. She stroked his head over and over and couldn't help but feel like she was petting a big dog. And, honestly, he seemed to enjoy it. Gu Jianing couldn't resist teasing him, exaggerating a little. Oh my, our tall and mighty Captain Shang, the king of soldiers in the army, turns into a clingy husband at home, hugging his wife and refusing to let go. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you if they see? The man in her arms gave a soft hum. What's wrong with hugging my wife? Most of them don't even have wives. Just like that, Shang Zashi made it sound like having a wife was a badge of honor. Gu Jianing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she stopped teasing him. She just held him, leaning against him, quietly enjoying their time together. Maybe his embrace was just too warm, too familiar and safe. Before she knew it, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted off to sleep. When she woke again, it was already dark outside. For the next 2 days, Shang Zashi kept following up on the human trafficker's case. On the 3rd day, he finally came back with news for Gu Jianing. The trafficker has confessed. He was identified by Qinda as the same one who tried to work with him to kidnap Qin Tian. Fortunately, he hadn't kidnapped anyone else, and for now, he has no accomplices. Then why did he target me? Gu Jianing asked. She wasn't surprised by what Shang Zashi said. She'd seen it in flashes of her future vision, which was why she'd warned the police. At first, he said it was because you're pretty. That can't be the only reason, Gu Jianing immediately dismissed. You're right, it wasn't. After another round of questioning, he finally admitted that someone hired him to target you specifically. He'd been waiting around town and Kaoshan village for quite a while. Today, he got word that you were in town, so he made his move. He got word? From whom? Gu Jianing's heart skipped a beat. Shang Zishi's face was calm as he shook his head. Even the trafficker doesn't know who it was. Whether it was the hiring or the messages, that person never showed their face. He doesn't even know if it's a man or a woman. He just received instructions at a certain place. As for how they knew about you, the person who hired him gave him a drawing of you. Shang Zashi had seen the drawing. It was a good likeness, though of course, Gu Jianing was beautiful enough that anyone could recognize her from it. What did the person who hired him say? Gu Jianing asked. They said, kidnap you first, and then, Shang Zashi looked at her face. Seeing her confusion, Shang Zashi said in a low voice, then use a knife to ruin your face. What? Gu Jianing cried out, clutching her fair, pretty face with both hands. That's just evil. It must be a woman, someone who's jealous of my looks. Actually, Gu Jianing had a vague suspicion. A woman with such strong hostility toward her. There was only one person it could be. Li Shuyao. Gu Jianing was 80 to 90% sure it was Li Shuyao. Ning, do you suspect anyone? Seeing Gu Jianing deep in thought, Shang Zashi asked. Gu Jianing hesitated, gazing at him. There is someone I suspect, but I don't have any proof. Who is it? Gu Jianing pursed her lips and said, Li Shuyao. I'm not saying this just because she likes you, she explained. Do you remember that performance on New Year's Eve? Even though Li Shuao didn't talk to me or interact with me at all, my intuition told me she harbored ill will toward me. As for where that malice came from, whether it was because of you or something else, I'm not sure. In reality, that malice had been detected by the malice detector, so there was no way it could be wrong. But Gu Jianing couldn't mention the malice detector, so she could only say it was her intuition. She took Shang Zashi's hand. Brother Shi, trust me. My intuition is never wrong. Seeing how anxious she was, as if afraid he wouldn't believe her, Shang Zashi quickly patted her hand to reassure her. Ningning, of course I trust you. Don't worry, I'll let the police know about your suspicion and have them look into Li Shuao. It's just... Shang Zashi paused. Li Shuyao's background isn't easy to investigate. Unless there's solid, easily obtainable evidence otherwise. Gu Jianing nodded. I understand. I'm only telling you this so you'll be more alert around Li Shuao. It's not because I'm jealous or anything. Gu Jianing didn't want Shang Zashi to misunderstand and think she was accusing someone out of jealousy. Shang Zashi smiled. I know. I still trust you and I'll be careful. With that, he pulled Gu Jianing into his arms. Gu Jianing leaned quietly against Shang Zashi, her mind preoccupied with the matter. The fact that there was someone behind the human traffickers, someone who hired them, had caught her off guard, but at the same time, it wasn't entirely unexpected. She felt there was a high chance it was Li Shuao. But just as Brother Shi said, even if the police investigated, it would be very difficult to find any evidence pointing to Li Shuao. After all, she had gone to such lengths to disguise herself and had never shown her face when contacting the traffickers. There was no way she'd leave any evidence behind now. Still, Gu Jianing became even more wary of Li Shuao and used this opportunity to make Shang Zashi wary of her as well. Otherwise, she worried that one day Li Shuao might stab them in the back without them even realizing it. But Gu Jianing was also curious. Why was Li Shuao so intent on targeting her, wishing for her to be disfigured or even disappear? Was it really just because she had become Shang Zashi's wife, out of a woman's jealousy? If someone could go so far as to hire people to ruin a girl's face, or even have her kidnapped, just because of jealousy, then Li Shuao was truly terrifying. But if it wasn't just that, then what other reason did Li Shuao have for treating her this way? Before she could figure it out, something happened that forced Gu Jianing to set these thoughts aside. Shang Zashi was about to go on a mission. The 2 months of heavy snow that had sealed off the mountains were finally over, and Shang Zashi had already resumed his full training schedule. Now he was being sent on a mission. As a military wife, Gu Jianing had always known that one day she would have to face Shang Zashi being deployed. The fact that he had been able to stay home with her for so long was already a blessing. But every time she thought about him going on a mission, Gu Jianing couldn't help but recall the bloody and tragic scenes she'd glimpsed in her visions of the future. When she chose Shang Zashi after her rebirth, it was partly to avoid repeating her past mistakes and partly because Shang Zashi had loved her in both past and present lives. She knew that, back then, she hadn't felt much for Shang Zashi, and he knew it too. So after their marriage, he had always tried his best, hoping she would fall in love with him. It was Shang Zashi's open and honest strategy. In truth, Gu Jianing had to admit that after these months together, she had indeed grown to love him, even to deeply depend on him. Sometimes, just the thought of losing him would fill her with panic. She couldn't live without him anymore. She was already hopelessly entangled in the web of love he had woven. That's why she was so afraid of those future scenes coming true. She wanted him to be safe. Gu Jianing packed Shang Zashi's clothes, making sure to include the 5 rolls of universal hemostatic bandages, as well as other essential pills, anything she could think of, she packed for him. Shang Zashi quietly watched her busy figure. Ever since he told her about the mission, he could clearly sense Ningning's unease. He could feel her anxiety, but didn't know how to describe it. It was as if Ningning already foresaw that something might happen to him on this mission. Shang Zashi didn't go over to help. He knew that maybe only by keeping busy could Ningning calm her nerves and feel less anxious. When Gu Jianing finished packing, she pulled Shang Zashi to sit on the Kong bed. There's something I need to explain to you. Shang Zashi sat quietly as she opened the bundle and introduced each item inside. Finally, she took out 5 rolls of something that looked like bandages. These bandages have a name: Universal Hemostatic Bandages. Universal? Shang Zashi looked a little puzzled. No matter if you're shot or stabbed, even if you're bleeding heavily, as long as you're not dead on the spot and still have a breath left, using this universal hemostatic bandage will instantly stop the bleeding and keep you alive until you get medical help. I'm giving you 5 rolls. Take them, you might need them. As Gu Jianing introduced the bandages to Shang Zashi, she felt like she was taking a huge risk. After she finished, she instinctively closed her eyes, waiting for Shang Zashi to question her. But to her surprise, he didn't ask anything. When she opened her eyes, she saw Shang Zashi pick up the 5 rolls and solemnly put them back in her hands. Keep these. Don't let anyone see them. Gu Jianing stared blankly at the bandages in her hands, stunned. Did brother she mean? No, you have to take them, Gu Jianing insisted, pushing the bandages back to him. Shang Zashi got up and made sure the doors and windows were tightly shut. He returned to the Kong bed, looked deeply at Gu Jianing, and took a deep breath. Ningning, I know there's something special about you. His words made Gu Jianing's pupils widen, and she visibly became anxious. Shang Zashi placed his hands on her shoulders, trying to calm her. But Ningning, if you don't want to say, I'll never ask. Gu Jianing was stunned. Thinking back on these past few months with Shang Zashi, she gave a bitter smile. Yes, living under the same roof and with brother she being a soldier, how could he not have noticed anything at all? In fact, Gu Jianing had sensed it several times before, moments when she'd almost exposed herself and Shang Zashi had seemed like he wanted to say something but stopped. Back then, Gu Jianing thought brother she simply didn't know. But now, looking back, it was just that he chose not to say anything. He had always known. Maybe he realized she wasn't ready to tell him yet, so even if he suspected something, he chose to turn a blind eye and never asked. It wasn't until now, when she took out that special hemostatic bandage, that Shang Zashi finally brought up the topic. Ningning, I have no intention of prying or digging into your secrets. I just need to know that you're by my side. As for what makes you special, you can tell me whenever you're ready. But whether you tell me or not, it's still my duty to protect you. Ningning, don't forget, you're the wife I personally asked to marry. I hope we can be together for a lifetime, and I hope you'll always be well. So, anything that might expose you, don't take it out in front of anyone but me. Even with me, try not to let me see it unless you have to. Ningning, I know you mean well, but sometimes human nature is greedy. No matter what, your safety is my top priority. Shang Zashi's words made Gu Jianing's eyes well up with tears. She couldn't help but throw herself into his arms. Brother Shi, how are you so good to me? But I can't just stand by and do nothing when I know you and your comrades might be seriously injured or even killed. If I have the ability to help and choose to ignore it, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Shang Zashi frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and asked, You mean there's a chance my comrades and I could be seriously injured or even die on this mission? Yes, Gu Jianing replied firmly. After a pause, Shang Zashi asked, Is this something you saw with your special ability? Yes, Gu Jianing answered without hesitation. What exactly did you see? Tell me. All right. Gu Jianing then told Shang Zashi everything she'd seen in her visions of the future. As Shang Zashi listened, his fists clenched tightly. He knew if what Ningning said was true, he understood what it meant. Those things would happen in the future, but Ningning had already seen them. And if her ability was discovered, what would happen to her? There might be even more secrets she was hiding. Shang Zashi's expression grew heavy. At that moment, he told himself that no matter what, he would do everything in his power to keep Ningning's secret safe. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine the consequences. He even had the impulse to retire or transfer and take Ningning away with him, but he knew that wasn't the ultimate solution. Shang Zashi forced himself to calm down. He started analyzing what Ningning had seen. In her vision, he would be seriously injured, and many of his comrades would die. Why? Was the mission leaked? Or something else? Shang Zashi didn't know the reason, but he knew one thing for sure: he didn't want to see his comrades, who'd fought alongside him for years, sacrificed. To Shang Zashi, the comrades he'd fought with for so many years were sometimes even more important than so-called family. His comrades were all defending the country, and behind each of them was a family. Every time he went on a mission, Shang Zashi had only two wishes. One, that the mission would be completed successfully, and two, that everyone who went out would come back. Gu Jianing took Shang Zashi's hand. "Brother Shi, promise me you'll take this bandage with you. As long as you're careful, you won't be exposed. I trust you. And besides, it's just a precaution. It's best if you never have to use it." Shang Zashi was silent for a long time, but in the end, he chose to take the bandage. He pulled Gu Jianing into his arms. "Ningning, on behalf of my comrades, thank you." Gu Jianing shook her head. "They're not just your comrades, they're warriors defending our country. The peaceful life we have now is thanks to people like you. Since I know what's coming, how could I just stand by and do nothing?" Gu Jianing knew there was a risk of exposure, but she still chose to do it. She couldn't just watch, knowing she had the ability to save those heroic lives, and choose to hide in fear just to protect herself. That wasn't who she was. Shang Zashi hugged Gu Jianing tightly. This was Ningning's kindness. Others might say Ningning was spoiled or willful, but Shang Zashi knew she had the softest heart. "Ningning, don't worry. I'll be careful. I'll do everything I can not to expose you. I hope nothing will happen, but if something does, they'll have to go through my dead body first." Gu Jianing immediately covered his mouth, her beautiful eyes full of reproach. "Don't say things like that." Shang Zashi fell silent, but he meant every word. He would give his life to protect his wife, to protect the one he loved. Afterward, Gu Jianing asked him how he'd discovered her secret. Shang Zashi mentioned a few occasions, like on New Year's Eve, when Gu Jianing seemed off, or that time after they returned from the Qin family, when she acted strangely at the door, or sometimes when she was sleeping or resting with her eyes closed in the car, and even some unusual things that had appeared at home. Only then did Gu Jianing realize she'd exposed herself so many times without knowing it, and that Shang Zashi was so observant. All those times, she was either entering her space to study or seeing visions of the future. It was only now that Gu Jianing truly understood how formidable someone who'd become a top soldier after years of training could be. Luckily, this man was her husband, the one who loved her like a precious treasure. But what if that love didn't last? Then, memories of her previous life made Gu Jianing suddenly anxious. "Host, don't worry. The childbirth system has a detection and defense mechanism. If the male lead's heart changes and his love for you is no longer pure, all memories of the system and your special abilities will be erased from his mind." Gu Jianing, it can do that? Now, Gu Jianing was completely at ease. "Oh right, Ningning, you were so sure before that Shua was behind the human traffickers. Is that something you know because of your ability?" Shang Zashi suddenly remembered. I'm 80 to 90% sure." And, Gu Jianing paused, then lowered her voice. "I can say with 100% certainty that Shua has killed someone, an innocent person. And she harbors deep malice toward me." As soon as Gu Jianing said this, Shang Zashi's face darkened. "I believe you. I'll have someone keep an eye on Shua. Ningning, do you have the ability to protect yourself?" Shang Zashi wanted to make sure. "I do. Last time, that human trafficker." Shang Zashi didn't let Gu Jianing finish her sentence. He already understood. He just reminded her, even if you can protect yourself, you still need to be careful. If anything happens to you or the baby, what am I supposed to do? Gu Jianing wrapped her arm around Shang Zashi's and replied, "I know." After confirming that Gu Jianing could defend herself, Shang Zashi finally relaxed. Otherwise, with Li Shuyao or others keeping an eye on Ningning and harboring such malice, he really wouldn't feel at ease leaving her behind when he went on missions. "Don't you want to ask me anything?" Gu Jianing blinked at him, leaning in. So far, Shang Zashi only knew she was special in some way. Even when he asked a few questions, it was just to make sure she was safe. He never pressed for more. Wasn't he curious? Shang Zashi glanced at his little wife. immediately seeing through the thoughts swirling in her eyes. He couldn't help but reach out and flick her forehead lightly. You love letting your imagination run wild. What's there to ask? When it comes to secrets, the fewer people who know, the better, even if that person is me. So, I won't ask, and you shouldn't tell me, understand? Seeing the seriousness in Shang Zashi's eyes, Gu Jianning's eyes grew hot. She nodded and snuggled into his arms. Her voice was soft and sweet. Zashi, you're so good to me. I think the luckiest thing in my life was choosing you. Shang Zashi hugged his wife tightly, his lips curving up uncontrollably like a big dog being praised by its owner. If he had a tail, it would be wagging like crazy right now. As long as you know. Marrying me, you really struck gold. Gu Jianning covered her mouth and laughed. This man's thick skin was something he'd never change. Since Shang Zashi didn't press her and seemed to have some idea of her uniqueness, Gu Jianning felt relieved and a bit bolder. She leaned in and whispered in his ear about the invisible bulletproof vest. Shang Zashi's eyes widened, full of shock. I thought what I already knew was surprising enough, but I didn't expect there was something even more astonishing. Bulletproof vests were rare these days. He'd only heard of them, never worn one himself. He'd heard they were only used for extremely dangerous border missions. But Ningning had one and it was invisible. You're wearing it right now? Shang Zashi asked. Gu Jianning nodded. Shang Zashi reached out to touch her, but couldn't feel or see anything. There was clearly nothing resembling a bulletproof vest on her, and he had no idea when she'd put it on. At that moment, Shang Zashi realized this must be some kind of futuristic technology, and Ningning possessed it, maybe even more than what he knew. Shang Zashi wondered, if a less developed country got their hands on this kind of technology, would they advance rapidly? But the thought only lasted a second before Shang Zashi dismissed it. Even so, he would never let Ningning take risks. He was even more determined to protect Gu Jianning and never let her secret be exposed. Maybe because he was leaving for a mission the next day, Shang Zashi was extra clingy with Gu Jianning that day. He followed her around like a big tail, always wanting to hold her, constantly reminding her how to take care of herself after he left. Remember to drink goat's milk every day. Xiaobing will deliver it to the door. When I'm not home, don't eat in the cafeteria or cook for yourself. Just go to Sister Zhang's house for meals. We'll pay them extra, and she's already agreed. Try not to go out when I'm gone. Even though I know you can protect yourself, I still don't want you or the baby in any danger. Who knows how many times he repeated himself. Every time he said something, Gu Jianning patiently replied. Gu Jianning didn't find it annoying at all. She knew this was Shang Zashi's love and care for her. How lucky was she to have this? She should feel happy and blessed. In the end, Shang Zashi hugged Gu Jianning tightly, like a big dog reluctant to leave its owner before a long journey. Ningning, I'm sorry. You're still in the early stages of pregnancy, and I can't be by your side. Ningning, I hate to leave you. Gu Jianning hugged him back. I hate to see you go too, but I know your ambitions and your responsibilities. You're a hero, my hero, and a hero to our country and people. The baby and I will wait for you at home. Please take care of yourself. Your safe return is our greatest wish. Gu Jianning's words warmed Shang Zashi's heart and made his eyes sting. I will. The next morning, when Gu Jianning woke up, the man beside her was already gone. But this time, Gu Jianning knew he had left on a mission, and she had no idea when he'd be back. Yesterday, they'd agreed that Shang Zashi would leave quietly without waking her, to avoid the sadness of parting. Now, Gu Jianning hugged Shang Zashi's pillow, which still carried his unique scent. She sat on the heated bed for a long while before coming back to herself and starting her morning routine. After she finished washing up, she heard Zhang Xuan next door calling her for breakfast. Coming. When Gu Jianning arrived, Lin Xing wasn't there. He'd gone off to train early. So it was just Gu Jianning, Zhang Xuan, and Guagua having breakfast together. So, now that your Captain Xing is off on a mission, do you miss him? Zhang Xuan asked. Gu Jianning thought for a moment. I'm okay. Zhang Xuan just smiled. It's only the first day, so you can still say that. Give it a few days, you'll see the difference. Gu Jianning, really? In fact, it was just as Zhang Xuan said. When Shang Zashi was home, he did everything boiling water, warming the bed, all the chores. Now that he was gone, Gu Jianing had to do everything herself. It was fine during the day, but at night, lying alone in the empty room, even though the bed and the heated platform were warm, Gu Jianing still felt lonely. She was used to having someone beside her, holding her, making her feel safe. The howling wind and snow outside never used to matter. Now, with her man gone, the wind and snow outside seemed louder than ever, so loud she couldn't sleep. Yes, on the very first night after Shang Zashi left for his mission, Gu Jianing couldn't sleep. She wondered where Shang Zashi was now. Had he eaten enough? Was he thinking of her too? Gu Jianing closed her eyes, trying hard to hypnotize herself to sleep. After a long while, she still had no choice but to open her eyes again. She muttered helplessly, "Gu Jianing, you're not a child anymore. Do you really need someone to sleep beside you just to fall asleep? For the 17 years you were at home, you always slept alone, and you slept just fine. You have to get used to it. Adapt." She tossed and turned until late into the night before finally drifting off into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Shang Zashi and his comrades were taking a break in a remote village. After a long journey, everyone else had already fallen asleep. Shang Zashi stood by the window, hands behind his head, thinking of his little wife back at the military base. He wondered if she was sleeping well without him by her side. What if she kicked off her blanket and caught a cold? He used to be the one tucking her in, but now Ningning was all alone. The next morning in the northwest military district, Gu Jianing woke up to find that most of her blanket had fallen off the bed, and her nose felt a bit stuffy. But after moving around for a while, she felt fine. She knew she must have slept restlessly and kicked off the blanket again last night. Luckily, she had the pregnancy comfort pills from the system, which would keep her healthy throughout her pregnancy. Gu Jianing realized just how powerful habits could be. In just a few short months, she had gotten used to life with Shang Zashi. Or maybe, Shang Zashi had already become woven into every part of her life. Now, more often than not, she'd subconsciously call out Brother Shi whenever she did something or thought of something. Every time the door opened, she'd hope it was him, back from his mission. But every time, she was disappointed. Still, Gu Jianing kept trying to comfort herself. Until the 5th night after Shang Zashi left, when she hugged his pillow to sleep and realized there was no trace of his scent left on it, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Pouting, her voice choked with emotion, she clung to the pillow as if it were Shang Zashi himself, pouring out her grievances. "When are you coming back? This pillow, after just a few days without you, it doesn't smell like you anymore. Brother Shi, I miss you. Please come back soon." She mumbled into the pillow for a long time before finally drifting off to sleep, a single glistening tear still hanging from the corner of her eye. At that moment, far away, Shang Zashi had just completed a battle and achieved victory. Not only that, but he'd been charging at the very front, earning the most merit and taking down the most enemies. During the post-battle rest, his comrades all praised Shang Zashi's bravery, saying that if he hadn't been at the front, they might have been wounded or even shot. Shang Zashi just raised his eyebrows and said nothing. In truth, the reason he could do this was because of the invisible bulletproof vest he wore. 2 days earlier, they'd been ambushed. At that moment, to protect his comrades, Shang Zashi had taken a bullet aimed straight at his chest, right over his heart. He hadn't even had time to react. All he could do was try to avoid a direct hit to the heart. But getting shot was inevitable. Yet, in reality, Shang Zashi wasn't hit at all. The bullet, when it was about 5 centimeters from his chest, seemed to hit some invisible barrier and suddenly dropped to the ground. Only Shang Zashi saw this miraculous scene. He was utterly shocked. He immediately realized it was the invisible bulletproof vest Ningning had told him about at work. Although he'd believed her, hearing about it was nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. Throughout the whole thing, Shang Zashi hadn't felt anything unusual. He remembered Ningning saying that the vest covered his entire body, head, torso, arms, and legs. And it had unlimited uses. As long as Ningning didn't take it off from her end, it would keep working. Shang Zashi thought, if that's the case, does that mean I'm invincible on the battlefield? Can I charge even further ahead? So, that's exactly what he did. He led the charge. While his comrades worried that he'd get hurt or even killed in such a hail of bullets, Shang Zashi not only wiped out all the enemies, but returned completely unscathed. If Gu Jianing had been there, she would have known that in the future she'd glimpsed, this battle was supposed to have casualties and injuries. Even Shang Zashi himself was originally meant to be seriously wounded in this very fight. But now, because Shang Zashi wasn't hurt, and because he'd taken out most of the enemies, the battle ended in a swift victory, with 0 injuries and 0 casualties. As everyone praised Shang Zashi's bravery, if those defeated enemies could still speak, they'd definitely say, yes, he really is that brave. It's like he's wearing some kind of invincible armor, bullets drop before they even reach him. How are we supposed to fight that? Who wouldn't be brave with protection like that? We barely had time to react before we were shot in the head. To keep herself from missing Shang Zashi too much, Gu Jianing tried to stay busy. During the day, she attended training classes. At night, she'd go into her space to study or make ointments and pills. It turned out that keeping busy really did help. Her mood improved a bit. Zhang Xuan, of course, noticed that Gu Jianing was missing Shang Zashi. Sometimes during meals or conversations, she'd see Gu Jianing zoning out, her eyes full of longing. Having been through it herself, Zhang Xuan understood exactly what was going on. Gu Jianing was thinking about Captain Shing. All she could do was comfort Gu Jianing, reminding her that as military wives, their men were heroes defending the country, so they had to be even braver. Sister Xuan, I understand. To help Gu Jianing feel better, Zhang Xuan would come chat with her whenever she had time, and would bring Guogua along to keep her company. One day, Zhang Xuan knocked on Gu Jianing's door. Tonight is the Lantern Festival. The Beijing art troupe is performing tonight. Do you want to go? If you do, let's go together. I heard this is their last show. They're leaving tomorrow. Gu Jianing thought for a moment, then nodded. Let's go together. She still hadn't settled the score with Li Shuao over the human trafficker incident. Gu Jianing was not one to let go of a grudge. Soon, evening arrived. Gu Jianing and Zhang Xuan, with Guohua in tow, walked behind Lin Xing, and the group quickly reached the auditorium. Sitting in her seat, Gu Jianing couldn't help but think of the last time she came here with Shang Zashi. This time, he wasn't by her side. Suppressing her sadness, Gu Jianing leaned over to chat with Zhang Xuan while mentally browsing the systems exchange store. Tonight, I heard the star performer, Li Shuyao, will be on stage again, Zhang Xuan said. Li Shuyao is going to perform? Isn't she afraid? Thinking of that human trafficker, Gu Jianing's eyes darkened. It was a pity she'd already used up her skill that let her glimpse 3 flashes of the future. Otherwise, she could have saved it for tonight. Maybe she'd have seen something about Li Shuyao. There were other similar items in the system shop, but those were permanent and very expensive, 1,200 points. She simply didn't have enough. As everyone took their seats, the host soon came on stage, and the show was about to begin. Gu Jianing hadn't expected Li Shuyao to be the very first performer. She's not even saving herself for the finale this time. But the moment Li Shuyao stepped on stage, Gu Jianing's malice detector immediately blared, showing 99% malice. The person Li Shuyao hated, of course, was her. Gu Jianing looked up, locking eyes with Li Shuyao at that exact moment. A faint smile curled on Gu Jianing's lips. Li Shuyao knew Shang Zashi was away on a mission, but she hadn't expected Gu Jianing to show up, and sitting so close to the front that she saw her as soon as she looked up. Seeing Gu Jianing, and the ambiguous smile on her lips, Li Shuyao suddenly had a bad feeling. She couldn't help but recall New Year's Eve, when she'd been the finale act but ended up looking like a clown. Because of that, she'd barely dared leave her dorm these past weeks, practicing her dance relentlessly, determined to shine at the Lantern Festival. This time, she'd chosen to open the show. She'd been confident, but now, after seeing Gu Jianing, an ominous feeling crept over her. Could something go wrong again, just like on New Year's Eve? Backstage, members of the performing troupe peeked out at Li Shuyao dancing on stage, all looking displeased. Why does Li Shuyao get to call all the shots? If she wants the finale, she gets it. If she wants to open, She gets to open. Does she own this troupe? What can we do? She's got the Li family behind her. Even our troop leader has to cater to her. Whatever she says, goes. After how she messed up on New Year's Eve, what right does she have? Isn't she afraid she'll ruin the opening dance again? No sooner had the girl finished speaking than a loud thud came from the stage. They all looked over. The very person they'd just been talking about, Li Shua, had actually fallen. No way. My words are that prophetic? She really fell. Yes, Li Shua, who had been dancing gracefully just a moment ago, had really fallen on stage. Lying on the floor, Li Shuyao's face was ashen, almost liver-colored. She'd fallen. She'd really fallen. Just like last time on New Year's Eve, Li Shua had the intense feeling that some unknown force was targeting her, intent on making her the clown again. She just knew that whenever she encountered Guian, nothing good would happen. Li Shua had no proof, but her gut told her, whenever Guian was around, she was bound to have bad luck. In fact, Li Shuyao's instincts weren't wrong. Her fall was indeed because of Guian. Although Guian had no evidence that Li Shua was behind the human trafficker incident, she was 99% certain. Since that was the case, she had to pay her back. If Li Shua loved dancing on stage and basking in everyone's admiration, then Guian would just have to give her the stage clown aura again. Unfortunately, that aura couldn't be used forever. Otherwise, she'd make sure Li Shua never dared step on stage for the rest of her life. But Guian didn't think that was enough. After all, Li Shua would soon be returning to Beijing, and it'd be hard to deal with her from afar. So, Guian spent another 10 points to give Li Shua a 6-month bad luck aura. Bad people deserve to be unlucky. She wanted everything Li Shua tried to do to end in failure. That was only fair. On stage, sensing she'd been targeted by something again, Li Shua didn't want to make a fool of herself like last time. She didn't want to risk it again. Struggling to her feet, Li Shua decided to leave the stage. She thought this would spare her further embarrassment, but as she got halfway up, her left foot caught her right, and she pitched forward. This time, with the bad luck aura in effect, the audience heard a crisp crack, the unmistakable sound of a bone breaking. Li Shuyao's scream rang out from the stage. That's right, Li Shua had fractured a bone. Oh my god, Xiao. Backstage, the troop leader and others rushed to surround Li Shua, carrying her off stage. The leader quickly apologized to the audience and hurriedly arranged for the next act. The troop leader was muttering to herself, wondering what was wrong with Li Shua. Time and again, she'd ruined the show. Always insisting on the finale or the opening spot. Last time had already disgraced the troupe, and now this. In the past, when Li Shua performed well, the leader could still protect her for old Master Li's sake. But now, after these incidents, if she kept shielding Li Shua, the rest of the troupe would be unhappy, maybe even report her. She couldn't afford to offend old Master Li, but she didn't want to lose her position as troop leader either. Li Shuya's mishap was just a brief interlude. Soon, other girls took the stage, and the atmosphere in the auditorium became lively and harmonious again. Zhang Xuan leaned over to whisper to Guian, "Wow, that star performer is really unlucky. She fell last time, and now she's fallen again." Talk about bad luck. Guian nodded calmly. She really is unlucky. With the 2 auras she'd placed on Li Shua, there was no way she wouldn't be unlucky, not just now, but for the next 6 months. And she hadn't forgotten the note on the bad luck aura. Kind people are unaffected. The more malicious a person, the worse their luck. Just look at Li Shua. Guian had barely activated the aura before she broke a bone. Clearly, she wasn't a good person. Thinking of the innocent lives Li Shua might have on her conscience, Guian thought, maybe this is just the beginning of her bad luck. And indeed, as Li Shua was carried to the hospital on a stretcher, one of the soldiers carrying her accidentally tripped, instinctively letting go of the stretcher. Li Shua, caught off guard, tumbled forward. She reflexively tried to break her fall with her hand, but her bones were so fragile that with a crack, she heard another snap. Li Shua screamed again. That's right, after breaking her foot, she'd now broken her hand as well. Li Shuyao's streak of bad luck was far from over. On her way to the hospital, things just kept going wrong. First, after breaking her hand, a flock of birds flew overhead, and several freshly dropped bird droppings landed squarely on Li Shua with uncanny precision. She was instantly covered in a foul stench, with even her face smeared, and some of it even got into her mouth. Li Shua couldn't stop gagging the whole way. Just as they were about to reach the hospital, they ran into a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law having a heated argument. Because Li Shua kept retching to one side, the stretcher tilted, and she ended up bumping into the old lady. The old woman, knocked off balance, fell backward, landing right on Li Shuyao's broken leg. Two sharp cries of "ah" rang out at once. One was Li Shuyao, crying out in pain from her fractured leg being pressed, and the other was the old lady who had been knocked over. The old woman, realizing she'd been bumped, exchanged a glance with her daughter-in-law and immediately got an idea. "Oh my leg, my body hurts so much, I can't take it." "Heavens, Mom, what's wrong? How did you get knocked over?" "No, this won't do. You have to pay, you must pay." "That's right, you must pay." So, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law instantly stopped fighting each other and turned their attention to Li Shua. Even after Li Shua was taken inside the hospital for treatment, the pair followed her in. Onlookers outside were whispering among themselves. "That girl's really unlucky to have gotten tangled up with those two." Yeah, everyone knows the Qian family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are infamous in our military district for being shrewd and money-grubbing. If they latch onto you, they won't stop until they've skinned you alive. Gu Jianing only heard about Li Shuyao's string of misfortunes later from Zhang Xuan. By then, Li Shuyao had already left the Northwest Military District. "She got 50 yuan squeezed out of her by those two," Zhang Xuan said excitedly. And get this, yesterday, when Li Shuyao was being carried onto the car, she just happened to fall sideways and hit her mouth on the car. Her mouth started bleeding, and I heard she even lost a tooth. There was no helping it. This story had spread all over the Northwest Military District by now. Those soldiers who had once been interested in Li Shuyao and their families were no longer considering her. Do you know what those old ladies are saying about Li Shuyao? Gu Jianing looked over. "They say she just looks unlucky, like she brings bad luck. If anyone married her, they'd get dragged down by her misfortune." So, all those families who were thinking about her because of her background, her looks, and her status in the arts troupe, have all given up on the idea. When Li Shuyao first arrived at the Northwest Military District, plenty of soldiers tried to chat her up, but when she left yesterday, not a single person came to see her off. Gu Jianing listened, deep in thought. She hadn't expected that the bad luck aura she'd given Li Shuyao would actually make her so unlucky. Maybe this meant Li Shuyao really was a terrible person. As for those old ladies' concerns, both Gu Jianing and Zhang Xuan could understand. Even though people these days were supposed to reject old superstitions, the older generation still held on to those beliefs. But as the arts troupe from the capital left, the gossip about Li Shuyao gradually faded away. What Gu Jianing didn't expect was that Shang Zashi would be away on his mission for so long. Even after she finished her medical training course, he still hadn't returned. By then, he'd been gone for over a month. Meanwhile, Gu Jianing was more than 2 months pregnant. Zhang Xuan and Jiang Baihe were already over 3 months along, and their bellies were starting to show. Both of them trusted Gu Jianing's medical skills and would often come to her for a pulse check, asking about their own and their baby's health. That day, after Gu Jianing finished the final exam for her training, she returned home, and the two arrived one after the other. "Jianing, do you think I'm having a boy or a girl?" Jiang Baihe asked happily after hearing her baby was healthy. Gu Jianing tilted her head and didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked, "Sister Jiang, do you want a boy or a girl?" Jiang Baihe paused, her hand resting on her belly, a look of longing on her face and a gentle smile in her eyes. "I'd love either, boy or girl. As long as it's my and Jiangwo's child, I'll love them." She meant it. After 4 years, she and Chai Jiangwo had finally conceived. Whether it was a boy or a girl, she'd treasure the child. "But my husband wants a girl. He says it'd be best if she looked like me." He even asked someone to get some expensive, brightly colored fabric so I could make little clothes for our daughter. I think a daughter would be wonderful flowers before fruit, you know. I see. If Jiang Baihe had only wanted a boy and didn't like girls, Gu Jianing might not have told her the result. But since they'd be happy either way, and especially wanted a girl, Gu Jianing said, then congratulations to you and Captain Chai, you'll get your wish. You're having a lovely little girl. Really? Jiang Baihe's face lit up with joy. I'll tell Jiangwo later. He'll be so happy. Looks like I'd better start preparing things for my daughter early. Jianing, what about me? Is mine a boy or a girl? Zhang Xuan asked anxiously after Jiang Baihe. Clearly, both women had absolute faith in Gu Jianing's medical skills. If she said it was a girl, it was a girl. If she said it was a boy, no doubts at all. A boy. Gu Jianing knew Zhang Xuan wanted a son to carry on the family line, so her husband's relatives wouldn't try to take advantage of them. So Gu Jianing didn't keep her in suspense and told her directly. In fact, after 2 months, the system could not only scan how many babies a patient was carrying, but also determine their gender, health, and development. When Zhang Xuan heard that she was having a boy, she froze for a moment, then her eyes turned red. A boy, it's a boy, boys are wonderful. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. All the grievances and hardships she'd suffered over the years seemed to melt away in that moment. The heavy weight on her heart finally lifted. Zhang Xuan didn't dislike girls. In fact, she cherished Guogua as if she were a precious jewel. She could guarantee that even if she had a son, she would treat Guogua just as well after he was born. But Zhang Xuan knew that, given her and Lin Xing's situation, they desperately needed a son. She didn't want Guogua to end up like she once did, always being targeted by so-called relatives who were really wolves in sheep's clothing, scheming to take everything from an orphaned family. She'd been through that kind of hardship herself and never wanted Guogua to experience it. If Guogua had a younger brother to back her up, things would be different. Zhang Xuan thought that once her son was born and old enough to understand, she would teach him to always protect his big sister. Gu Jianing watched Zhang Xuan cry, feeling deeply moved. She understood Zhang Xuan. Although in modern times, it was common for families to have only one daughter, daughters could be just as capable, and sometimes even bring a husband into the family and take charge themselves. That didn't mean there weren't still vile people with bad intentions. Even today, there are plenty of people who covet the property of families with only daughters. And in this era, such things were even more common. So Gu Jianing understood Zhang Xuan's concerns. That was one reason she was willing to help her. Of course, the main reason was that Zhang Xuan truly loved Guogua. If she had favored sons over daughters, Gu Jianing wouldn't have helped her at all. After all, Guogua was a wonderful child. When Zhang Xuan said she would teach her unborn son to protect Guogua, Gu Jianing corrected her. Actually, it's 2 little brothers, not just one. Yes, 2 little brothers, not just a what? Zhang Xuan suddenly looked up at Gu Jianing, eyes wide. Jianing, you mean I'm carrying? She pointed at her belly, momentarily speechless. Gu Jianing smiled and confirmed, that's right, Xuan, you're carrying twin boys, and both are healthy. Looks like Captain Lin will have to work extra hard to earn money to raise them. Zhang Xuan covered her mouth in shock. She never doubted Gu Jianing's words, but she never expected that when sons finally came, there would be 2 at once. This was truly a huge surprise. Both Zhang Xuan and Jiang Baihe were endlessly grateful to Gu Jianing. Their pregnancies, especially Jiang Baihe's, caused quite a stir in the family compound. Zhang Xuan had only arrived at the Northwest Military District at the end of last year, so people didn't know her well, but they knew all about Jiang Baihe. Jiang Baihe and Commander Chai had been married for 4 years without a child. There had even been whispers from Jiang Baihe's mother-in-law that she was infertile. Now that Jiang Baihe was pregnant, everyone was naturally curious about how it happened. Jiang Baihe was straightforward. She admitted she'd had health problems that prevented her from conceiving, but Gu Jianing had treated her, allowing her to finally become a mother. Jiang Baihe thought that if Gu Jianing passed the medical training exam, she'd be working at the military hospital soon. So she took this opportunity to spread the word about Gu Jianning's skills as a way to repay her. Zhang Xuan did the same, especially since she was carrying twins. Previously, Gu Jianning had become famous in the Northwest Military District for her beauty and as Shang Zashi's wife. Before that, she'd made a name for herself by saving Captain Chui's leg in surgery. Now, she was famous for helping Jiang Baihe and Zhang Xuan get pregnant. Pregnancy. In this era, for women, getting pregnant and having children was extremely important. It could even determine their status in their husband's family and their relationship with their husbands. There were plenty of women who had 5, 6, 7, or 8 children, but there were also many who simply couldn't conceive. Even today, with advanced technology and medicine, infertility is still a problem for many. So when those who'd been unable to get pregnant heard that Gu Jianning had this ability, they immediately became interested. They also knew that Gu Jianning had attended the medical training organized by the military district and was now in the exam phase. If she passed, she'd soon be working at the military hospital. They planned to register for her appointments as soon as she started working there. At this moment, Gu Jianning was on her way to check her exam results, completely unaware that once she started at the military hospital, a huge wave of people would seek her out for infertility treatment. If she knew, she'd probably have mixed feelings. On the one hand, she'd be happy more patients meant more successful treatments, which meant more points and rewards. On the other hand, she was naturally lazy and preferred to take things easy, not to be so busy all the time. Soon, Gu Jianning arrived at the results board and, as expected, found her name. She then found her instructor and received her medical license. Holding the license in her hand, Gu Jianning was delighted. With this, she was finally a legitimate doctor. No matter the era, a certificate is always important. Jianning, don't go yet. I want to discuss some questions about female fallopian tube blockages with you. Peng Wenjing walked in to see the scene. Gu Jianning surrounded by the instructors, discussing medical questions, with Gu Jianning clearly at the center. Peng Wenjing had also attended the medical training. At first, she'd hoped to outshine Gu Jianning, who came from the countryside. But to her surprise, Gu Jianning not only aced every assessment, but sometimes even the teachers would consult her. At that point, Peng Wenjing gave up competing and no longer saw Gu Jianning as a rival. Gu Jianning was simply too good. If she'd only been a little better, Peng Wenjing might have kept competing. But Gu Jianning was so far ahead that any thought about doing her felt pointless and laughable. Today, Peng Wenjing came to check the results after 2 months of diligent study. As expected, she passed the exam and could now get her medical license and work at the military hospital. When she saw the results posted outside, she immediately spotted Gu Jianning's name and wasn't surprised at all. Seeing Gu Jianning surrounded by teachers now, she was even less surprised. As for Shang Zashi, Peng Wenjing had long since let go. She'd also heard many stories about how considerate Shang Zashi was toward Gu Jianning. Now, she felt no jealousy, only admiration. After looking at her certificate for a few seconds, Peng Wenjing turned and left. She had only walked a few steps when someone called her name. Comrade Wenjing. Peng Wenjing looked up and saw a tall, upright soldier with clear eyes and a handsome face waving at her from ahead. Seeing who it was, Peng Wenjing pursed her lips, a shy smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. What are you doing here? Peng Wenjing walked over quickly. The soldier was the man Peng Wenjing had been introduced to before, and now the two of them were officially seeing each other. Today is the day you got your medical license, Comrade Wenjing. Of course I had to come and congratulate you. When Jibing looked at Peng Wenjing, his eyes full of pure, passionate admiration. Peng Wenjing glanced at him playfully. You were so sure I'd get my license? Of course. You're so smart and you love being a doctor. I knew you could do it and your efforts wouldn't be in vain. Peng Wenjing smiled. Wenjing, I saw this hair clip at the supply and marketing cooperative and thought it would look great on you. As he spoke, Wen Jibing pulled out a hair clip from his chest and handed it to Peng Wenjing. The hair clip sparkled in the sunlight, just like the young soldier's love, intense and dazzling. Then put it on for me, Peng Wenjing said. Wen Jibing was momentarily stunned, then broke into a huge grin. Flustered but careful, he fastened the hair clip into Peng Wenjing's hair. "How does it look?" "It looks great. You look beautiful," Wen Jibing replied eagerly. Peng Wenjing laughed. This silly guy, she was asking about the hair clip, but he said she looked beautiful. Still, Peng Wenjing's heart felt warm. "Wenjing, to celebrate you getting your medical license, how about we go to the state-run restaurant for a meal?" "My treat," Wen Jibing invited, full of anticipation. Peng Wenjing didn't play coy. "Sure, let's go." Wen Jibing's face lit up with joy. "Great. I'll go get my bicycle and take you there." He turned to leave, but Peng Wenjing stopped him. "What's the rush?" "I'll go with you." "All right, let's go together." Gu Jianing came out just in time to see Peng Wenjing and the soldier walking away together, looking very close. She suddenly remembered how Zhang Xuan had gossiped to her before, saying Peng Wenjing had been introduced to an officer, and things were going well, they were already dating. During the training class, Gu Jianing had occasionally noticed Peng Wenjing, but Peng Wenjing had never caused any trouble. And her malice detector had never gone off. Gu Jianing thought Peng Wenjing must have given up on Shang Zashi a long time ago. Now that she'd met a good man and started a new relationship, Gu Jianing sincerely wished her well. Maybe it wouldn't be long before there was good news about the two of them. And that's exactly what happened. The very next day, news spread in the family compound that Peng Wenjing and the officer named Wen Jibing were about to get engaged. As for Gu Jianing, she was lying on her Kong bed, wrapped in a military coat, quietly watching the torrential rain outside. She had received her medical license and had already submitted her intention to work as a doctor at the military district hospital. They had agreed, but hadn't yet assigned her to a specific department. She'd have to wait another 2 days. For once, Gu Jianing didn't have to go to training, and with the heavy rain, she decided to stay home and rest. This was actually the first time she'd seen such heavy rain since coming to the Northwest Military District. Before, it had mostly been snow. Even though it was spring, it didn't snow as much anymore. But the weather was still cold, and now with the rain, it was damp and chilly, making everything feel even colder. Watching the rainwater drip from the eaves like broken strings of beads, Gu Jianing counted the days. Shang Zashi had been out on assignment for 35 days now and still hadn't returned. "When are you coming back?" Gu Jianing muttered. She had to admit, she missed Shang Zashi a lot. Listening to the rain outside, Gu Jianing drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Although she'd taken her pregnancy comfort pills and didn't have morning sickness or leg cramps, she was still very sleepy. No matter how much she slept at night, she'd still get drowsy during the day and could fall asleep if she wasn't careful. Maybe it was the sound of the rain, or maybe the Kong was just so warm. Gu Jianing slept deeply, and when she woke up again, it was already dark, but the rain hadn't stopped. Soon, she heard Zhang Xuan next door calling her to come eat. Maybe it was because it hadn't rained in a while, but now that it started, it just wouldn't stop. It rained for 3 days straight, sometimes heavy, sometimes light, but never stopping. Gu Jianing walked to the military district hospital under her umbrella. Her assignment had finally come through. She had thought she'd be assigned to surgery or obstetrics and gynecology, but to her surprise, she was sent to the traditional Chinese medicine (TCM) department. But Gu Jianing was quite happy about it. She was pregnant now, and compared to the busy surgery or OB/GYN departments, the TCM department was much more relaxed. Plus, Director Shua had said that, considering her pregnancy, she only needed to work 3 days a week. For Gu Jianing, who wanted to treat patients and earn points, but also wanted a more relaxed schedule, this was perfect. She was very grateful to Director Shua at the time. She didn't notice Director Shu's hesitation, though. Director Shu looked at the happy Gu Jianing and thought to himself, it's not that the surgery and OB/GYN departments don't want her, but they just couldn't compete. The doctors in surgery and OB/GYN had been waiting for Gu Jianing to get her license, so she could join their departments. But when they were all fighting over her, they were told Gu Jianing had been assigned to the TCM department. And it was the head of the TCM department who had personally requested her. If it had been anyone else or any other department, surgery and OB/GYN might have tried to fight for her, but TCM? Forget it, they couldn't win and didn't dare to try. Gu Jianing had no idea about all these behind-the-scenes maneuvers. She didn't really care which department she went to, but now that she was in TCM, she felt it was a good fit. When she arrived at the TCM department, she closed her umbrella and walked in. Maybe it was because of the rain, or maybe because there weren't many people in TCM to begin with, but the department was very quiet. It stayed that way until Gu Jianing poked her head into an office and saw two young male doctors inside. The two young doctors had actually been quietly discussing Gu Jianing, but were caught off guard when they looked up and saw her. As for how they knew this was Gu Jianing, well, the news that old Dr. Chen had personally requested her to join their department had already spread everywhere. Gu Jianing's reputation had already spread throughout the military district hospital back when she was still attending training classes. Of course, the attention she received wasn't just because of her impressive medical skills, but also because of her beauty and the fact that she was the wife of Shang Zashi, that sharp-tongued, handsome Yama of a man. There were two young male doctors in the traditional Chinese medicine (TCM) department, both unmarried, but even they had heard the rumors about Gu Jianing. They never expected that old Dr. Chen would actually manage to bring such a remarkable person into their usually quiet TCM department. Just now, they had been discussing how today was Gu Jianing's first day at work. They wondered what she was really like, since people who had met her for the first time had described her as astonishingly beautiful. They weren't sure if it was true. But now, seeing the young woman before them, radiant as a peach blossom, with elegant brows, sparkling eyes, and fair skin, they exchanged glances, both silently thinking, she really is breathtaking. What a pity. A pity that she's already married, and to Shang Zashi, that sharp-tongued Yama. Otherwise, they would definitely have tried their luck. After all, what man wouldn't want to marry a capable, goddess-like wife? You must be Dr. Gu Jianing? Zhou Qiwan, one of the young doctors, stood up and greeted her warmly. Yes, I'm Gu Jianing. We've heard for a while that you'd be joining our department. With your talent, it's wonderful to have you here in TCM. Dr. Gu, let me take you to complete the onboarding procedures and introduce you to our department. Thank you, I appreciate it. As they walked, Gu Jianing learned that these two were the only other doctors in the TCM department besides herself. The one who spoke first was Dr. Zhou Qiwan, and the other was Lu Jin. It was Zhou Qiwan who was now taking her to complete the onboarding process. Dr. Zhou, so including me, there are only 4 doctors in the TCM department? Gu Jianing asked. That seemed a bit too few. Zhou Qiwan understood what she was getting at and nodded, explaining, in the military hospital, the most popular departments with the most doctors are surgery, obstetrics and gynecology, and pediatrics. As for our TCM department, we're pretty much at the bottom. Gu Jianing thought for a moment and quickly understood why. After all, in this era, some people still regarded TCM as feudal superstition. Besides, TCM treatments could be troublesome, decocting herbs and taking medicine for days, whereas Western medicine often just required a few pills. That's why most people now preferred Western medicine. But Gu Jianing felt that the tradition of TCM shouldn't be lost. TCM was not inferior to Western medicine. In fact, there were some conditions that Western medicine couldn't treat, but TCM could. Moreover, TCM was a national tradition, something that shouldn't be forgotten. In her divine doctor space, most of her teachers had been legendary TCM doctors from ancient times to the present, from China and abroad. Their miraculous skills had left her in awe. Gu Jianing thought that if possible, she wanted to carry forward and pass on the essence of TCM. So, even though Zhou Qiwan said that the TCM department wasn't popular in the military hospital and didn't have many patients, Gu Jianing had no regrets about being assigned here. Dr. Gu, this is your office. Because there weren't many doctors in the TCM department, the space was relatively generous, so each doctor had their own office. Though not large, it was still a private space. Unlike departments like surgery or OB/GYN, where several doctors had to share an office. Thank you, Dr. Zhou. You're welcome. Gu Jianing glanced around the office. It seemed to have been tidied up in advance. Though not big, it was clean and neat. Zhou Qiuan thought to himself, of course it's clean. Old Dr. Chen told Lu Jin and me 100 times to make sure the office was spotless. By the way, Dr. Zhou, you said there are 4 doctors in the TCM department including me. Who's the other one? Gu Jianing hadn't seen anyone else. The other is old Dr. Chen. Old Dr. Chen? Not Dr. Chen, but old Dr. Chen? That wasn't a title given lightly. Gu Jianing could see the respect and admiration in Zhou Qiyuan's eyes when he mentioned him. Dr. Gu, do you know how you ended up in our TCM department? I was assigned here, wasn't I? Seeing her confusion, Zhou Qiyuan hesitated, then asked, how do you feel about being assigned to TCM? I think it's great. I really like it, Gu Jianing answered honestly. Sensing her sincerity, Zhou Qiyuan breathed a sigh of relief, then quietly said, actually, Director Shua originally planned to assign you to surgery or OB/GYN. The doctors in those departments were all hoping you'd join them. But it was old Dr. Chen who stepped in and requested you for TCM. Gu Jianing blinked, a little puzzled. She didn't think she knew old Dr. Chen. Why would he want her in TCM? Old Dr. Chen is the founder of our military hospital and its first director. He's already 70, and his TCM skills are extraordinary. It's said he's even treated top leaders. After retiring, he stayed in the TCM department as a consulting expert, but he rarely sees patients. Everyone guessed that the reason old Dr. Chen stayed was to find a worthy disciple to pass on his skills, but so far, he hadn't found the right person. Zhou Qiyuan glanced at Gu Jianing. Since old Dr. Chen had personally requested her, and she was said to be very talented, could it be that he intended to take her as his apprentice? Zhou Qiyuan wasn't sure, so he didn't mention it to Gu Jianing. But he thought, if Dr. Gu could become old Dr. Chen's disciple, she'd be incredibly lucky, her future would be set. Old Dr. Chen's connections and background went far beyond just being the hospital's founder. Back then, both he and Lu Jin had hoped to become old Dr. Chen's disciples, but unfortunately, old Dr. Chen hadn't taken a liking to them. There must be a reason old Dr. Chen wanted you in TCM. As for what it is, I'm not sure. Maybe he hopes you can help revitalize our department. Gu Jianing understood. Though she hadn't met old Dr. Chen yet, and didn't know why he wanted her in TCM, it was certainly no bad thing for her. And from what Zhou Qiyuan said, old Dr. Chen had a powerful background. If she could build a good relationship with him, it would be a valuable connection. After Zhou Qiyuan finished explaining and helped her complete the onboarding process, he returned to his own office. And with that, Gu Jianing officially started her job at the military hospital as Dr. Gu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully joining the Northwest Military District Hospital. Special rewards, 800 points, several treasure-level medical books from both Chinese and Western medicine spanning 5,000 years, and 1 memory pill. Almost as soon as Gu Jianing officially became a doctor at the military hospital, the system's voice rang out in her mind. Gu Jianing was stunned. System, I thought I only got rewards for treating patients or having children. How come I'm getting such generous rewards just for starting this job? Host, I'm not just a simple childbearing system. As the system explained, Gu Jianing recalled that when she first bound with the system, it had said that besides detecting her strong desire to have a child, it also sensed her wish to become a doctor, to heal more people, and to help more infertile couples have children. That was why the childbearing system had chosen her. That was also why she had such a miraculous divine doctor's space. Not all childbearing systems are the same, and not all of them come with a divine doctor's space. According to the system, it was considered a high-level childbearing system, and its requirements for binding were much stricter. Host, I believe you'll do great and become a divine doctor. Gu Jianing, well, thank you so much for your confidence. Still, these generous rewards were a pleasant surprise. The 800 points were self-explanatory. She'd spent so long saving up just over 900, and now with this 800, her total shot up to over 1,700. Not bad at all. As for the books and the memory pill, they were exactly what she needed right now. But when she saw the mountain-like pile of books in her space, Gu Jianing felt a headache coming on. How long would it take to read all these? Still, she knew she needed them. Although she'd attended a vocational school before, it was for nursing, so honestly, she was better suited to being a nurse. The training course had taught her a lot, but it was only a little over 2 months long. As for studying in the system space, she had to bind with a patient first, and the learning was targeted. She'd only become proficient in certain areas, not comprehensive. But now that she was a doctor in the traditional Chinese medicine department, she'd be facing all kinds of patients. It was best to master all aspects of medical skills so that no matter what kind of patient she encountered, she could treat them without being at a loss or having to waste time learning in the space. Without hesitation, Gu Jianing swallowed the memory pill and immediately started reading in the divine doctor's space. Of course, reading was best done in the space, where time flowed differently and was much more efficient. If anyone else had been there, they would have seen Gu Jianing flipping rapidly through thick, brick-like books. She skimmed each page quickly, and the contents were instantly memorized, even if she wasn't trying too hard. Everything was stored in her mind, ready to be recalled whenever she needed it. She finished a book in just a few minutes. The mountain of books was steadily shrinking. If anyone saw the titles of these books, they would have been shocked. Qingnang Jing, Qianjin Fong, Shenong's Classic of Materia Medica, many lost classics of both Chinese and Western medicine were among them, their value beyond measure. Gu Jianing knew how precious these books were. She'd even thought about donating them. If these books were made public, they could help train many skilled doctors and greatly advance the country's medical standards. But in the end, this idea didn't work out. The system said that, for now, only she could read these books. She couldn't even take them out of the system to read, let alone show them to others or donate them. Of course, it wasn't entirely impossible, unless Gu Jianing became a divine doctor. Once she had fully mastered and internalized the contents of these books, and they were no longer useful to her, she could do whatever she wanted with them. Gu Jianing's reaction. Become a divine doctor? That sounded like a long road ahead. Maybe it was because of the heavy snow, or maybe the TCM department was just that quiet, but that day, not a single patient came in. Gu Jianing was more than happy with that. After all, what do doctors hope for most? No patients, of course. No patients meant no one was sick. And isn't that a good thing? With time on her hands, Gu Jianing entered her space to read. There were so many books, but to be a good doctor, she had to finish them as soon as possible. Even if she couldn't fully digest them right away, just having them memorized and ready to use when needed was already excellent. So, for the next 2 days, it looked like Gu Jianing was just sitting in her office reading a medical book, but in reality, her soul was in her space, frantically reading. Fortunately, time flowed differently in the space, giving her plenty of time. After 2 days, Gu Jianing finally had all those mountain-like books memorized, though it would still take time and practice to fully absorb and apply the knowledge. On the 3rd day, Gu Jianing went to work with her umbrella as usual. But seeing the torrential rain, she frowned. It had been raining for too long and often heavily. Luckily, her yard in the family compound was on high ground, so there was no flooding for now. But she'd heard from Sister Shua that things were bad in the apartment buildings of the compound. Those buildings were on lower ground. The higher floors were fine, but the lower ones, especially the first floor, were practically flooded. People were complaining bitterly. Only now did they realize that apartment buildings weren't all that great. Single-story houses with yards on higher ground were much better. When Gu Jianing entered the TCM department, she saw the other 2 doctors, Zhou and Lu, also frowning at the rain. If this rain keeps up, it'll be a disaster. Yeah, I'm worried about landslides. Gu Jianing silently agreed. There were quite a few mountains around here, and many villages were built at their base. If a landslide happened, she frowned deeply. Nature's power was unpredictable, and humans were so small in comparison. She could only hope nothing would happen. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. That night, in the early hours, Gu Jianing was woken by a commotion outside. Other families in the compound also opened their windows or doors, only to see many soldiers and military dogs mobilizing. No one knew exactly what had happened yet. It wasn't until the next morning, when Gu Jianing stepped out the door, that she heard people all around her talking about it. Only then did she find out a landslide had occurred on a nearby mountain. At the foot of that mountain was a village called Xinghua. After days of heavy rain, the local authorities had already warned the village committee to be on alert and evacuate immediately if anything seemed off. But many villagers didn't take it seriously, especially in Xinghua village, where there had never been a landslide before. People were reluctant to leave their homes. Then, in the middle of the night, while everyone was fast asleep, the mountain suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar. I heard that a lot of houses at the foot of the mountain were buried, with people still inside. So that's why the military was mobilized last night. They went to help with the rescue. I just wonder how many people they'll be able to save. Let's hope everyone makes it out safely. Gu Jianing's brow furrowed deeply. The thing she'd hoped wouldn't happen had happened after all. As soon as she entered the traditional medicine department, she saw an energetic old man burst in. Everyone, pack up your medical kits. We're heading to Xinghua village to help the injured. He rushed over to Gu Jianing, looking her up and down with an approving gaze. You must be Xiao Gu. Come with us. All right, Gu Jianing replied quickly. There was no time for questions. Gu Jianing, together with Dr. Zhou, Dr. Lu, and the old man, piled into a jeep. Only on the way did Gu Jianing learn that this little old man was actually Elder Chen, the very founder of the military hospital and the one who had insisted she join the traditional medicine department. Soon, the jeep came to a stop. We'll have to walk the rest of the way. After getting out, Gu Jianing saw that not only their department, but doctors from other departments had also arrived. With a brief explanation from Elder Chen, Gu Jianing learned that after the landslide last night, not only soldiers and military dogs had rushed to the rescue, but doctors and nurses from surgery, emergency, and other departments of the military hospital had also gone. But there still weren't enough hands, and the first wave of doctors and nurses needed to be relieved. So, more medical staff from various departments had come. After all, their military hospital was the only hospital in the area. And since the soldiers had all been mobilized, how could the hospital staff stay behind? It was still raining, though lighter now. But the rain still made rescue efforts difficult. Gu Jianing and the others donned raincoats and trudged through the muddy mountain path towards Xinghua village. She couldn't help but feel grateful that she was only a little over 2 months pregnant. Even though she was carrying twins, she wasn't showing yet, and thanks to the special prenatal pills she'd taken, her stamina was much improved. As they got closer to Xinghua village, Gu Jianing saw tents set up everywhere, people coming and going, soldiers and villagers alike. From afar, she could hear faint cries. Drawing nearer, she saw the landslide had buried houses, leaving devastation everywhere, even through the curtain of rain. Military dogs were frantically sniffing for survivors, soldiers and villagers were digging together, carrying out stretcher after stretcher. Children sobbed for their parents on the stretchers. Disheveled middle-aged men wailed over elderly loved ones, caked in mud and long gone. Young mothers knelt in the mud, digging with their bare hands, calling out their children's names. How could Gu Jianing not be moved by such a scene? In the face of nature's power, human strength seemed so small. All she could do was fulfill her duty as a doctor and do her best to save the wounded. Without hesitation, Gu Jianing entered a tent and joined Dr. Zhou, Dr. Lu, and the others in treating the injured. She was grateful she had read and memorized all those precious medical texts, and even more grateful for her solid surgical skills. Any patient brought to Gu Jianing, so long as they were still breathing, she could save. Of course, those in critical condition could only be stabilized temporarily and would need to be sent to the hospital for further treatment. But for those already gone, there was nothing Gu Jianing could do. Even with her childbirth system and its exchange shop, she didn't have enough points for a medicine that could bring the dead back to life. And even if she did, Gu Jianing doubted she'd dare use it. Outside the tent, people came and went. Stretchers were carried in, one after another. The rain kept falling, sometimes even heavier. Gu Jianing lost track of how long she'd been working. Just that as soon as she finished treating one patient, another was brought in. Outside, soldiers, military dogs, and villagers raced against death to find survivors. The sooner they were found, the better their chances. Inside, Gu Jianing and the other doctors and nurses worked non-stop, racing against time. I can't. This patient's injuries are too severe. I can't save him. Many doctors weren't surgeons. They could only do basic bleeding control and bandaging. Even the surgeons struggled. Medical technology was limited in this era, and treating severe injuries in these conditions was incredibly difficult. Gu Jianing happened to be nearby. Hearing this, she looked over, her eyes scanning the patient in 2 seconds. Only she could see the display, showing the patient's injuries and the treatment plan. After looking it over, Gu Jianing said she could handle it. So, following her duty to save lives, she spoke up, "Bring him to me. I'll take care of it." The doctor recognized Gu Jianing as the one who'd operated on Captain Chui's leg and brightened. "That's right, maybe Dr. Gu can do it." The patient was quickly brought to Gu Jianing. She immediately began treatment, stabilizing the patient's condition and pulling him back from the brink. "Dr. Gu, I have another critical patient." "Dr. Gu, this patient may need an amputation, but he's the breadwinner for his family." "If he loses both legs then?" "Dr. Gu, this one's bleeding just won't stop." "All right, bring them all to me." Determined to save as many as she could, Gu Jianing accepted every case. Soon, all those patients were brought to her. Gu Jianing worked quickly, her hands steady and precise. Every patient sent to her, those who would have needed amputations, didn't. Those whose bleeding wouldn't stop and were on the verge of bleeding out, she managed to save. Watching as those patients who had been gravely injured and on the brink of death under their care were quickly stabilized and saved by Gu Jianing, with her swift assessments and precise treatments, all the doctors present were truly astonished. Honestly, if it weren't for the urgent need to save lives and their lack of time, they would have loved to observe Gu Jianing's methods more closely and learn from her. During this time, Elder Chen also came by. After hearing about the situation and witnessing Gu Jianing's treatment process, he didn't say much, but he nodded approvingly in secret. Gu Jianing was completely focused on saving the wounded, to the point that she didn't even have time to pay attention to the system in her mind. She had set the system so that every patient brought before her would be automatically bound. So, with every person she saved, the system's voice would ring in her mind. "Congratulations, host, for saving patient number 23, Li Hohat. You are awarded 28 points and 3 military coats. Congratulations, host, for saving patient number 32, Li Ping'an. You are awarded 50 points, 1 brand new Phoenix bicycle, and 10 bottles of injury medicine." Every time she saved an injured person, she would receive points. The more severe the injury, the higher the points and the more valuable the physical rewards. These rewards covered all aspects of daily life: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and were distributed randomly. As soon as Gu Jianing received them, the system would automatically store them in her space. Normally, Gu Jianing would be eager to check what rewards she'd gotten, but this time, she didn't have the luxury. She kept working non-stop, barely taking a break except to drink some water. As the light dimmed and night fell, kerosene lamps were lit inside the tents, and the rescue efforts continued both inside and outside. Fortunately, the rain had finally stopped for the time being. Many people silently prayed that it wouldn't rain again anytime soon, or else the rescue work would become even more difficult. Under the dim lights, the rescue continued in an orderly fashion. Gu Jianing didn't pay attention to anything around her. As long as a wounded person was brought to her, she would treat them. It seemed that many had noticed her exceptional skills and quick treatments, so most of the severely injured were sent her way. Gu Jianing didn't complain. Those who are capable should do more. Meanwhile, word had quietly spread throughout the military district about the arrival of a beautiful, fairy-like young female doctor with outstanding medical skills. Next, Gu Jianing said after finishing stitching up her current patient, "Dr. Gu, There are no more wounded for now. Gu Jianing was stunned. No more patients? She could finally take a short break. Just as she was about to get up, a wave of dizziness hit her. Her legs gave out, and she nearly collapsed. Jianing. Zhang Xuan had been searching tent by tent for Gu Jianing. Just as she reached this one, she saw Gu Jianing about to fall and was scared out of her wits. She rushed forward to catch her, and the others quickly came to help, settling Gu Jianing down onto a seat. Once seated, the dizziness faded, and her vision cleared. The first thing she saw was Zhang Xuan's anxious, worried face. "Xuanjia, what are you doing here?" Gu Jianing asked. "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you hadn't rested at all. You're pregnant. You need to take care of yourself. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain it to Commander Shing?" Before Shang Zashi left on his mission, he had specifically asked Zhang Xuan to look after Gu Jianing. Ever since she learned yesterday that Gu Jianing had come to the disaster area to help, Zhang Xuan had been worried. So the moment she arrived today, she started looking for Gu Jianing. Heaven knows, when she saw Gu Jianing nearly collapse just now, she was scared out of her mind. What? Dr. Gu is pregnant? Pregnant, yet she'd been working nonstop to save so many people, and they'd even sent her the most difficult and severely injured cases. They really shouldn't have. The people around them all looked guilty, but Gu Jianing didn't notice. Her attention was on Zhang Xuan. She saw that Zhang Xuan's eyes were red, and her hands were trembling as she held her. Clearly, she was truly worried and had been frightened. Gu Jianing quickly explained, "I'm fine, really. I probably just squatted for too long, so when I stood up, I got a bit lightheaded from low blood sugar. I'll be okay after a short rest." You definitely haven't rested for a whole day and night, and you haven't eaten either. A whole day and night? Gu Jianing glanced around and finally realized that, without noticing, it was already morning. She really had been working for a full day and night. During that time, aside from drinking water, she'd only snatched a few bites of steamed bun in between treating patients. "Would the baby be okay?" "Host, don't worry. The babies are fine, but you should eat as soon as possible." Hearing the system's reassurance, Gu Jianing breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, she hadn't felt hungry because her attention was focused on saving lives. Now that she'd stopped, hunger hit her all at once. Right on cue, her stomach growled. "You," Zhang Xuan said, "wait here for me. Don't get up. I'll be right back." Zhang Xuan left for a moment and quickly returned, carrying a steaming bowl of porridge, topped with some pickles and peanuts. "Here, drink this porridge quickly. Your hands are freezing. This will warm you up and keep you from getting hungry," Zhang Xuan said, then turned to the other medical staff in the tent. "There's more porridge outside. Since there are no patients right now, everyone should go have some." Everyone was already hungry, so at her words, they all went out to get porridge. Gu Jianing reached out to take the bowl, but Zhang Xuan didn't hand it over. Instead, she pulled out a hot water bottle from her coat and put it in Gu Jianing's hands. "I filled this hot water bottle before I left. Warm your hands up first. I'll feed you the porridge." "That's not necessary, I can do it myself." Gu Jianing tried to take the bowl, but Zhang Xuan moved it away and glared at her. "Look at your hands, can you even hold it steady?" Gu Jianing paused and looked down, noticing her hands were trembling slightly. She immediately understood. It was from overuse. Just as she looked up, a spoonful of porridge was brought to her lips. "You're Guoguo's godmother, and I treat you like my own little sister. Are you really going to argue with me about this now?" Gu Jianing was taken aback, then smiled and lowered her head to drink the porridge. The porridge was warm, not too hot, just right. As it slid down, it warmed not only her stomach, but her heart as well. "Xuanjia, I know you're doing this for me. Thank you. There's no need for thanks between us. Come on, eat up. Try to finish the whole bowl." Gu Jianing was being fed porridge by Zhang Xuan. Her once cold hands were now gradually warming up inside a hot water bag. "By the way, Xuanjia, how come you're here? Don't forget, you're pregnant too." In fact, Zhang Xuan was half a month further along than her, already 3 months pregnant with twins, so her belly was already showing. "Don't worry, I know my limits. I just couldn't stop worrying about you, and since I had the chance, I came over. It was only after Zhang Xuan explained that Gu Jianing realized everyone had been busy with rescue efforts these past 2 days, so busy that many hadn't even had time to eat. Just this morning, the military district's family compound had organized the military wives to donate some food, cook porridge together, and prepare some side dishes to bring to the rescue workers. In this freezing weather, a bowl of steaming hot porridge was the best comfort. I donated some too, and then just came along with everyone. Natural disasters are merciless, but there's love among people. Although Zhang Xuan's family wasn't well off, she still wanted to do her part, so she managed to squeeze out 2 jean of rice to donate. Of course, she also wanted to check on Gu Jianing. After all, since Gu Jianing had gone to work at the hospital yesterday, she hadn't come home. When Zhang Xuan asked around, she found out they had come to the disaster area. Partly because Shing Zashi had asked her to, and partly out of concern for the pregnant Gu Jianing, Zhang Xuan had come as well. Knowing Zhang Xuan had come because of her, Gu Jianing felt a warm glow in her heart. Xuanjia, you have to be careful too. Don't forget, you're pregnant, Gu Jianing reminded her. Don't worry, I know. Gu Jianing was truly hungry. She finished a bowl of porridge quickly and felt her body warming up. Do you want more? No, that's enough. All right. She followed Zhang Xuan out of the tent, gazing out at the scene before her. Zhang Xuan sighed. At least it's finally stopped raining. I hope things get better soon. Gu Jianing stayed silent, silently praying in her heart. After a few more words of advice, Zhang Xuan left to help out with the other military wives. Not long after Zhang Xuan left, Gu Jianing noticed a sudden commotion up ahead. She frowned. Was someone still trapped? She walked over almost unconsciously. Sure enough, at the site of a collapsed building, several soldiers were gathered. From their conversation, Gu Jianing learned that there had been another landslide here not long ago. A military dog named Amber had managed to pull a baby out just in time, but had gotten trapped under the rubble itself. A huge boulder was pinning it down. Unfortunately, on the other side of the boulder was a young man. The current situation was, unless they were strong enough to lift the boulder, both the man and the dog could be saved. Otherwise, they'd have to break the boulder with tools, but because of the angle, once one side was broken, the remaining weight would crush the other side, meaning either the dog or the person would die. What are you all hesitating for? Save me! Save me, I'm in so much pain. That's just a dog. Dad, you're the village secretary of Xinghua village. Tell them to save me. I'm your only son. You soldiers are supposed to serve the people. Hurry up and save me, I'm in so much pain. The boulder and mud hadn't completely buried the man and the dog. Both their heads were still visible. The young man kept screaming in pain and shouting. Gu Jianing's gaze shifted to the other side, to the military dog called Amber. It was pinned down too, only its head exposed. Blood was still trickling from its forehead, but it was quiet, head drooping, making no sound. It seemed to have struggled, but couldn't move. At this moment, it just gazed silently in the direction of its handler, waiting quietly for its fate. Gu Jianing felt a pang in her heart. At that moment, an elderly couple holding a baby and a young woman started shouting as well. What's wrong with you people? Aren't you here to save us? Now my son is trapped and you're not saving him. Is my son's life not worth more than a dog's? If you dare save a dog instead of my son, I'll report you. Amber's handler, a young soldier, was so angry his eyes were red. He shouted, Amber has saved so many people since yesterday. Just now, she saved your grandson, and you don't feel the slightest gratitude. She's a military dog, that's her job. Is a dog's life more important than a human's? If she dies saving my son, then that's a glorious death for a dog. The soldier was so angry he couldn't speak, clenching his fists, almost wanting to rush forward. What, you want to hit someone? If you dare, I'll scream and say you soldiers are beating people. Xiao Duo, don't be impulsive, calm down. Xiao Duo's eyes were red as he choked out, do you even know Amber is pregnant? Amber was pregnant. She shouldn't have been out on rescue duty, but with so many disaster victims and too few military dogs, Amber had come out to help. Since yesterday, Amber has saved so many people, so many. Tears streamed down Xiaoduo's face. Amber had saved so many people, even while pregnant, risking her life in the rescue. But now, when her own life was in danger, she was the first to be abandoned. How heartbroken must Amber be? She didn't deserve to be treated like this. Xiaoduo had only worked with Amber for half a year, but already saw her as his comrade. Amber trusted him so much, but now he had to watch helplessly as Xiaoduo, there's nothing we can do. We have no choice. Gu Jianing watched quietly. She already knew what choice they would make. To most people, if it's a choice between saving a person or a dog, it seems there's no need to hesitate. But they're both lives. Does a dog deserve to be abandoned? Even if this dog is pregnant and has saved so many people, while the man is clearly not a good person. Soon, Gu Jianing saw them make their decision. Xiaoduo stepped forward, stroked Amber's head, tears streaming down as he seemed to whisper something to her. Gu Jianing saw the last glimmer in Amber's eyes fade, her head drooping completely. As Xiaoduo and the others moved to save the young man, the elderly couple and young woman broke into smiles, looking smug, as if they'd expected this outcome all along. Gu Jianing quickly searched the exchange store for something and soon found what she needed. As the boulder was split in two, one half completely crushed Amber, burying even her head from sight. Hurry, save me. Gu Jianing silently put on a pair of gloves she'd just exchanged for in the store and swallowed a strength pill. These gloves were called remote operation gloves. As the name implied, as long as you were within 20 meters, you could operate things remotely. At this moment, Gu Jianing was standing just within 20 meters of the rescue site. The huge stone crushing the young man was moved aside, but he still couldn't move for a while. The soldiers had to drag him out. Just as the soldiers approached, ready to pull him out, the boulder suddenly shifted. Wearing the gloves, Gu Jianing aimed her palm at the boulder and, with a slight exertion, gently pushed it. The boulder quickly rolled toward the young man at such speed that, before the soldiers could get close, it had already crushed the man's legs and then stopped. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream before passing out. "My son!" The elderly couple and the young woman cried out. They hadn't expected this to happen and rushed forward, only to trip over stones at their feet. All three fell face-first onto the ground, their mouths hitting rocks so hard that their teeth, mixed with blood, fell out. My tuoth, now, they couldn't even speak clearly. Watching her purchased bad luck aura, which lasted a month, take effect on them, Gu Jianing wasn't surprised at all. While the soldiers went to move the stone and rescue the young man, Gu Jianing, still wearing her gloves, remotely shifted the half of the boulder that was pressing down on Amber. It was Gu Jianing who moved it, but to others, it looked as if the boulder had rolled away on its own. Gu Jianing then stepped forward and brushed away layers of sand until she saw the dog underneath. Amber looked up, meeting Gu Jianing's gaze. At that moment, freed from darkness, it seemed to understand something. "Amber, I'm here to save you." Amber's once dull eyes gradually brightened. Those clear, pure eyes were like a lake, and from this moment on, perhaps for the rest of its life, only Gu Jianing's reflection would remain within them. Gu Jianing reached out and gently lifted Amber from the sand, ignoring its dirt and blood, and held it close. The warmth of a human, so different from the cold rain and sand, warmed Amber's chilled body. It nestled in Gu Jianing's arms, seeking its only source of comfort. "System, bind Amber as patient number 78, Gu Jianing said silently to the system. Ding! Amber has been bound as patient number 78. Amber's physical condition has been sent to the patient panel. Treating Amber will grant the following rewards: 80 points, and the permanent skill to understand animal language." A skill to understand animal language? That sounded pretty good. Amber, are you okay?" Just then, Xiaoduo, having helped rescue the man, rushed over, hoping to find Amber. He still held onto a sliver of hope. Maybe, just maybe, Amber was still alive. Even though he knew the chances were slim with such a huge boulder, what if? When he arrived, he saw that the boulder had been moved, and Amber was no longer trapped. Instead, Amber was in the arms of a beautiful woman. Seeing Amber's eyes open, clearly alive, Xiao Duo was overjoyed. Did you save Amber? Who else? Gu Jianing replied coolly. Even though she knew this was Amber's owner, and even though Xiao Duo had argued and cried for Amber during the rescue, she still didn't show him much warmth. She only cared about results, and the result was that Xiao Duo, as Amber's owner, had also given up on her. Gu Jianing turned to leave with Amber in her arms. Where are you taking Amber? Xiao Duo hurriedly blocked her path. Can't you see my white coat? Do you really think Amber is completely fine? Of course, I'm taking her for treatment. With that, Gu Jianing left without hesitation, holding Amber close. If she hadn't used the one-time invisible golden shield she exchanged for in the system shop, would Amber have survived under that boulder? Ignoring Xiao Duo's expression, Gu Jianing quickly returned to the tent with Amber. Luckily, her strength pill hadn't worn off yet, or she wouldn't have been able to carry Amber. Entering the patient panel, Gu Jianing checked Amber's condition. Amber was indeed pregnant, with 3 puppies, though it was early and her belly wasn't big yet. Amber's leg was injured, and she had internal bleeding, but fortunately, nothing too serious, all treatable. Gu Jianing didn't delay and immediately began treating Amber. Dr. Gu, quick. There's a patient here, his legs need treatment, or he'll have to be amputated or paralyzed. As Gu Jianing was applying medicine to Amber's leg, 2 doctors rushed in with a man on a stretcher and several others, urgently demanding Gu Jianing's help. Gu Jianing glanced over. Wasn't that the young man whose legs had been crushed by the boulder? Next to him were his parents and wife, missing teeth and slurring their words. It was Gu Jianing who had manipulated the boulder to crush that young man's legs. How could she treat him? So, after a quick glance, she continued treating Amber, her voice indifferent. My medical skills are limited. I can't treat him. Dr. Lin, you handle it as you see fit. Dr. Lin was stunned. He was a surgeon from the military hospital, working with Gu Jianing in the same tent for this rescue mission. He'd seen Dr. Gu save people in far worse condition than this man. As long as a patient was brought to her, she would treat them. Why now? Dr. Lin wasn't stupid, on the contrary, he was sharp and open-minded. He immediately realized that Dr. Gu simply didn't want to treat this man. He didn't know the reason, but he wasn't about to expose or criticize Gu Jianing. So, he prepared to take the man away for treatment elsewhere. But the others wouldn't have it. You'll treat a dog, but not my son? What kind of doctor are you? Their slurred, angry shouts came from behind, but Gu Jianing ignored them, continuing to bandage Amber's bright eyes. Gu Jianing admitted she was a doctor, but she didn't want to save just anyone. She would never save someone she knew was evil. Some might say evil people will get their retribution, or that the law will punish them. But she believed that if you already knew someone was evil, you shouldn't waste medical resources or time saving them. Sometimes, saving an evil person just lets them keep hurting more innocent people. That was something she never wanted to see. Anyone who disdains the life of an animal, Gu Jianing didn't believe could be a good person. Of course, if she judged wrong, she was willing to accept the consequences. But Gu Jianing didn't think she'd made a mistake. As the stretcher was carried away, the sound of cursing gradually faded into the distance. After finishing Amber's treatment, Gu Jianing heard the familiar voice of the system. Almost as soon as the system's voice fell silent, Gu Jianing heard a gentle, unfamiliar female voice. I want to follow her. She feels so kind, and she smells so nice. She's the one who saved me and my babies. Gu Jianing's eyes lit up. Amber, that's you talking, isn't it? Amber, I can understand what you're saying now. She leaned in close and whispered. Amber's ears twitched. She looked up at Gu Jianing, eyes full of disbelief. You can understand me? Gu Jianing stroked Amber's head. That's right, I can understand animals now. I can understand everything you say. Amber was stunned. This was the first time she'd ever met a human who could understand her. It was unbelievable. Amber was 5 years old and had been a military dog for 3 years. In those 3 years, she'd had 2 handlers. The first died on a mission, and after that, Amber was assigned to Xiao Duo. Her closest bonds had always been with her handlers, but no matter how close they were, no one had ever understood her words. Amber never expected that the beautiful, kind-smelling human who saved her today could actually understand her. Thinking of this, Amber hurriedly asked, "My babies, are they okay?" Hearing that Amber's first concern was for the puppies in her belly, Guian, who was also pregnant, softened. "They're fine. You protected them very well." Amber let out a sigh of relief and looked at Guian seriously. "I know it was you who saved me and my puppies. Thank you." "You're welcome. You're a military dog, a hero. Saving you was the right thing to do." Even though Amber was just a dog, she'd completed so many missions and saved so many people. Even now, pregnant as she was, she'd still come to such a dangerous place to help with the rescue. A hero isn't defined by being human or dog. Just because a hero is a dog, does that make her less worthy than a human? How can a hero's worth be diminished just because she's a dog or be so easily abandoned? Am I a hero too? Can I be saved as well? Amber's eyes instantly reddened. She was actually very smart, otherwise, she wouldn't have become a military dog. So, when the boulder crushed her, and when her handler and comrades had to make a choice, she already knew what the outcome would be. Sure enough, she was abandoned. Amber thought that was her fate. In that moment, she lowered her head and quietly waited for death to come. She wasn't afraid of dying, otherwise, she would never have become a military dog. Soldiers risk their lives on missions, and so do military dogs. From the moment she became a military dog, Amber knew what her future might hold, but she never regretted it. Still, being abandoned hurt. It made her feel despair. But what she worried about even more were the puppies in her belly. She could accept her own death, but if possible, she hoped her babies could survive. When she was abandoned, Amber prayed in her heart. But as the boulder broke and started to fall toward her, about to crush her to death, she knew that she and her puppies were really going to die. She never expected to see a glowing presence wrap around her. The boulder did fall, but she didn't feel its weight. She was protected. When the boulder was finally lifted away and she saw a beautiful face, saw her own reflection in those clear, pure eyes, Amber felt as if she'd seen the light. She saw hope for life. When this person, unafraid of dirt, held her in her arms and treated her wounds, Amber made up her mind. Now, Amber gently placed her uninjured front paw on Guian's hand. "You saved me, so from now on, I want to follow you with my puppies. I'll protect you, and I'll have my pups protect your child. Is that okay?" From the moment her second handler, Shua, and his comrades made their choice, from the moment the boulder fell, the old Amber, the military dog, died. Now, she was just Amber, the one saved by the person before her. Amber was a dog, but she knew the importance of repaying kindness. This person had saved her life. She had to repay that debt. Guian was stunned. She hadn't expected Amber to want to follow her with her puppies. She was just about to say something when someone walked in. "How's Amber's injury? Amber, are you still feeling unwell anywhere?" It was Shua, his face full of worry and anxiety. He squatted down and stroked Amber's head. Amber let him touch her, but she kept her head lowered, clearly in low spirits. Knowing Shua was Amber's handler, Guian told him about Amber's condition. When he heard that Amber was out of danger, Shua's eyes turned red and tears streamed down his face. He forced a smile. "That's great, Amber. I almost thought I'd lost you. Amber, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you. Shua wanted to beg for Amber's forgiveness, but he just couldn't get the words out. He'd abandoned Amber. What right did he have to ask for her forgiveness? Amber's all bandaged up. Can I take her with me now? I'll bring her back to the hospital for dressing changes as needed." At these words, Amber tensed up and looked instantly at Guian, as if waiting for her decision. Guian said to Shua, "Amber says she wants to follow me with her puppies." "What?" Shua stared at Guian in disbelief. "Doctor, are you joking?" Amber says. "What, can Amber talk now? And you can understand her?" "I can understand Amber's feelings. She wants to stay with me from now on. And you chose to abandon her, didn't you? I'm the one who saved Amber. If not for me, Amber and her puppies would be dead right now." Xiao Duo felt a sharp pain in his chest. He stroked Amber's head, lowering his own. I know, it was my fault. But I had no choice. I tried to fight for her, but in that situation, I won't ask for Amber's forgiveness. Amber, will you give me another chance? As he spoke, Xiao Duo, like a stubborn child, reached out to hug Amber. Amber struggled, her eyes turning to Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing patted Amber's head, leaned in, and whispered something in her ear. Amber immediately calmed down. Gu Jianing said to Xiao Duo, you can take Amber with you. Take good care of her. If you need anything, come find me. I'm a doctor in the traditional Chinese medicine department. My surname is Gu. The rescue operation was wrapping up, so Gu Jianing and the others no longer needed to stay in the disaster area. Since the vehicles were being used to transport the wounded, they had no choice but to walk back. Fortunately, it wasn't too far, a little over half an hour on foot. Zhang Xuan linked arms with Gu Jianing as they walked together. As they walked, Gu Jianing suddenly glanced back, her eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. What's wrong? Zhang Xuan asked. I feel like someone's watching me. But when she turned around, she didn't see anyone. Maybe you're imagining it? Zhang Xuan looked around too, but didn't notice anyone suspicious. Maybe. Gu Jianing kept walking with Zhang Xuan, but she didn't really believe she was mistaken. She was sure she'd felt someone's gaze on her just now, and it hadn't been friendly. Ever since her rebirth, Gu Jianing had become more sensitive to these things. Still, her malice detector hadn't gone off, so it was probably fine. Back at the military compound, Gu Jianing didn't go to the hospital for work. Old Qin had told them that, after working non-stop on rescue for a whole day and night, they deserved a break. They were given the day off to rest at home. Gu Jianing was indeed exhausted. After eating at Zhang Xuan's place, she went home, lit the Kong, and curled up for a deep sleep. After rescuing people for a day and a night, Gu Jianing was truly worn out, especially since she was pregnant and prone to drowsiness. She'd been running on willpower alone. Now that she could finally rest, her nerves relaxed completely and she drifted off. She slept deeply, but she did have a dream. In it, she saw Shang Zashi and his comrades weaving through a hail of bullets. Many of them were wounded. Even though she knew it was just a dream, Gu Jianing couldn't help but worry. At that very moment, Shang Zashi was bandaging an unconscious, bleeding comrade. Around him, several others were also injured. They hadn't expected the enemy to learn their route and set up an ambush along their path. The ambushers were numerous, and many of Shang Zashi's comrades had been wounded, some seriously, on the verge of death. Shang Zashi thought, maybe this was what Ningning had seen. Fortunately, he'd brought bandages. Now, hidden from view, he was tending to his gravely wounded comrades, hoping desperately that they would survive. As many as went out on the mission, that's how many he wanted to bring back. The less injured soldiers were also tending to each other's wounds, while analyzing what had gone wrong. Someone must have leaked information. Yeah, definitely. Otherwise, how could they have predicted our route so precisely? But who was it? Shang Zashi agreed with this assessment. After finishing the last bandage, he saw his comrades breathing steady and let out a sigh of relief. It's unlikely there's a traitor among us. The most likely scenario is that someone leaked something by accident. You'd better think hard. Did any of you mention our mission to anyone? He looked around, but none of the conscious soldiers showed any sign of guilt. Shang Zashi's gaze shifted to those who were unconscious from their injuries. Could it have been one of them, leaking information unintentionally, only for someone else to exploit it? What do we do about the mission now? With so many wounded, I don't think we can continue, someone said, looking at the large number of injured. Shang Zashi made a decision. Let's get the wounded to the hospital first. We'll deal with the rest later. Soon, the seriously injured were taken to the hospital, and the rest found a place to rest in the nearby county town. That night, after everyone had fallen asleep, Shang Zashi, who had been sleeping as well, suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, he moved like a shadow. After leaving a message, he grabbed his gear and slipped out, heading toward the mission's objective. This mission was critical. If there was any chance, he had to give it his all. His comrades were all injured, some gravely. The enemy had superior numbers and equipment. Shang Zashi thought, right now, the only one with a real shot at completing the mission was him. Protected head to toe in an invisible bulletproof suit. No matter how many bullets the enemy fired, he'd be fine. He would complete the mission. Ning ning, it won't be long. I'll be back soon. With that, Shang Zashi melted into the night, becoming one with the darkness. Gu Jianing had no idea how long she slept. When she woke up, it was already dark, and she was hungry. At first, she dreamed of Shang Zashi. But after that, she didn't dream anymore. Sitting on the king, she recalled the dream, Shang Zashi, alone, charging into enemy territory through a hail of bullets, countless rounds flying toward him. She didn't know what happened after that. Seeing all those bullets flying at Shang Zashi had startled her awake. After that, she slept deeply dreamless. Hugging Shang Zashi's pillow, Gu Jianing patted it a few times. Why aren't you back yet? You've been gone for over a month. My belly's showing now. Don't tell me you're going to wait until I give birth before you come back. You've been gone so long, this pillow doesn't even smell like you anymore. Shang Zashi, if you don't come back soon, I'll forget what you look like. Had she really forgotten? Of course not. Gu Jianing just missed him, worried and longing for him so much. No matter how much she muttered, Shang Zashi still hadn't returned. The next day, Gu Jianing went back to work at the hospital. This time, Old Chin was there too. It was only yesterday that Old Chin, Dr. Zhou, and Dr. Lu found out Gu Jianing was pregnant. When they learned she'd worked tirelessly on rescue while pregnant, saving patients for a whole day and night, they were full of admiration. If they'd known sooner, they would have tried to take on more themselves. But, they thought, even if they had, there probably wouldn't have been much they could do. After all, Dr. Gu's medical skills far surpassed theirs. Yesterday, she'd saved countless critical patients they'd thought hopeless. With no patients at the moment, Old Chen sat down to discuss the treatment of the seriously injured with Gu Jianing. Dr. Zhou and Dr. Lu joined in, eager to learn and occasionally offering their own thoughts. The discussion lasted all morning. Gu Jianing lost count of how many cups of water she drank, otherwise, her mouth would have gone dry. As for Old Chen, the more Gu Jianing spoke, the brighter the admiration in his eyes. Do you think Elder Chen might want to take Dr. Gu as his apprentice? Not long after, Dr. Zhou and Dr. Lu got together again to discuss. They had both noticed the admiration in Elder Chen's eyes for Gu Jianing. It was impossible to hide. I think it's very likely. Talented people are welcome wherever they go. In fact, Elder Chen truly did appreciate Gu Jianing. He had already heard about her medical talent before, and after witnessing her save the wounded yesterday, to be honest, there were some severely injured patients. Even if they'd been in his hands, he might have been able to save them, but the results definitely wouldn't have been as good as Gu Jianing's. Every time she treated someone, Elder Chen could only describe it with one word: perfect. It was as if she'd practiced countless times in advance, until her skills were honed to perfection. If Gu Jianing could hear Elder Chen's thoughts, she'd definitely say, Elder Chen, you're absolutely right. In my space, I've practiced treating people thousands of times, until I've completely mastered it, no mistakes at all. Only when I reached that level would the system consider me to have passed the assessment. That afternoon, Elder Chen wasn't in the traditional Chinese medicine department, so Gu Jianing finally didn't have to talk so much. It wasn't that she was unwilling, she didn't mind sharing or teaching some medical knowledge that wasn't yet widely known. But most of the time, she was the only one talking, and after several hours, her throat just couldn't take it anymore. Now that she had some free time, Gu Jianing finally had a chance to sort through the rewards she'd received for her day and night of rescue work in the disaster area. She'd gotten a lot of material rewards. Almost every time she saved someone, she'd get something tangible: food, clothing, daily necessities, you name it. Looking at all the items in her space, Gu Jianing felt like she could open a little shop. As for points, she'd started with over 1,700. This time, the system awarded points based on the severity of the injuries she treated. After deducting the points she'd spent on buying skills, she still had 2,590 left. She was quite satisfied with both the goods and the points. After sorting everything out and seeing that no one was around, Guian planned to enter her space to read. She hadn't expected to hear footsteps approaching her office. Soon, a young woman appeared, looking to be in her 20s. She seemed a bit timid, her gaze cautious, but full of hope as she looked at Guian. "Are you Dr. Gu?" Chinro asked nervously. "Yes, that's me. Is there something wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Chinro hesitated for a moment, then finally gathered her courage. "Dr. Gu, I'd like to ask you to help me get pregnant." Guian. Someone's already come to ask her for help having a baby? I can give it a try. Why don't you tell me more about your situation? Encouraged by Guian, Chinro slowly began to speak. It turned out that Chinro had married Qi Yuanqing, a soldier who was a squad leader, through a matchmaker. Even though it was an arranged marriage and they hadn't spent much time together after the wedding, their relationship had always been good. Last year, Qi Yuanqing was promoted to company commander, and she was finally able to join him as a military spouse. Life with the army in the Northwest was wonderful, and their relationship grew even stronger. But there was one thing that weighed on both their hearts. They'd been married for over 5 years and had been trying for a baby the whole time. Actually, just a few months after we got married, I did get pregnant, but I miscarried not long after. And since then, I haven't been able to get pregnant again. Her mother-in-law thought she was infertile and planned to adopt one of her younger brother-in-law's 3 sons for them. She said it was to continue the family line and to have someone to care for them in their old age. But Chinro didn't want that. If she and her husband could have their own child, of course that would be best. Besides, Chinro didn't like her brother-in-law's 3 kids. They'd been spoiled rotten by their grandparents and parents, rude, undisciplined, and always swearing, which made Chinro, an elementary school teacher, very uncomfortable. And back when she was still living with her in-laws before joining her husband, her parents-in-law were decent to her, but her brother-in-law's family, including the kids, treated her badly. They pushed all the housework onto her while they lazed around. Sometimes, when her husband sent her care packages with cookies or pastries, those kids would just take them without asking. And after taking her things, they'd even mock her behind her back, saying she couldn't have children, so what right did she have to eat those treats? Chinro was furious when she heard that. But that wasn't the worst part. The real issue was that she once overheard her brother-in-law's family talking. They were lazy and greedy, with no savings or steady jobs, and their kids didn't like studying. But they treated Chinro and Qi Yuanqing's property as if it was already theirs. The son they planned to adopt even said that once he inherited everything, when Chinro and Qi Yuanqing got old, he'd mistreat and abandon them. Hearing that sent chills down Chinro's spine. She wouldn't take in a child like that even if they were giving him away for free, let alone adopt him. Later, Chinro told her husband what she'd overheard. Fortunately, Ah Chung believed her. Not long after, he was promoted to company commander and took her with him to the army base. After that, they tried even harder for a baby, but it still didn't happen. After listening to Chinro's story, Guian was deeply moved. But she could only say that situations like this, and families like her brother-in-law's, existed in every era. "Dr. Gu, I heard from Baihe in my building that you cured her, so I wanted to ask you to check if there's something wrong with me. If there is, I'm willing to get treatment." Chinro's eyes were full of determination. Guian nodded. "I see. All right, have a seat and I'll check your pulse." "Okay, thank you." As Chinro sat down, Guian placed her fingers on Chinro's wrist, and the scanner in her eyes began to scan Chinro's body. But a few seconds later, the scan was complete. 2 minutes later, Guian finished checking her pulse. But Guian's brows furrowed slightly. Seeing this, Chinro immediately grew anxious. "Dr. Gu, is my condition very serious? Could it be that it's untreatable?" At that thought, Chinro's eyes turned red, and she nearly burst into tears. Instead of answering, Guian asked another question. "You came alone today. Where's your husband?" Chinro was momentarily stunned. "Ah Ching? He is training today." Gu Jianing said, "You might need to ask your husband to come over." Shinhao let out an ah. And then, as if realizing something, her face instantly paled. Doctor, do I have some incurable illness? Am I dying? Woo-woo. Gu Jianing hadn't expected Shinhao to burst into tears so easily, scaring herself like this. She quickly explained and comforted her, "No, don't let your imagination run wild. There's nothing wrong with your health." Seeing Shinhao still dazed, Gu Jianing continued, "I've checked your pulse, and I can assure you, there's nothing wrong with your body. You don't have any serious illness, nor is there any reason you can't conceive." Shinhao, then, isn't that a good thing? But why haven't I been able to get pregnant after more than 5 years? Comrade Qin, that's exactly why I need your husband to come in. Having a child isn't just a woman's responsibility. Both husband and wife need to be healthy for conception. Since there's no problem on your side, then the issue may lie with your husband. So, that's impossible. Shinhao was shocked. To be honest, neither she nor Aching had ever considered that the problem might be on his side. After all, Qi Yuanqing was certainly capable in bed. "It's definitely possible," Gu Jianing said. "Comrade Qin, if you want to have a child, you should bring your husband in. I need to examine him, check his pulse, and find out where the problem is so we can treat it. Of course, whether he comes or not is up to you. Go home and think it over." "All right." Shinhao left in a daze. Watching Shinhao's departing figure, Gu Jianing was actually 100% certain that the problem lay with Shinhao's husband. Because whether by scan or pulse diagnosis, Shinhao's body was perfectly healthy. She just didn't know if her husband would be willing to cooperate with treatment. She knew that, whether in this era or in modern times, when couples can't have children, the blame almost always falls on the woman. It's always the woman who gets treated, while men rarely even consider that the problem could be theirs. In fact, sometimes men know full well they have an issue, but for the sake of pride, face, or other reasons, they still blame their wives, letting their deceived wives bear all the criticism, scolding, and guilt. Not long after Shinhao left, Shao Duo arrived with Amber, though he didn't look very happy. I'm here to get Amber's bandages changed." "All right. Big sister, hello. I'm here." As soon as Amber arrived, she greeted Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing patted Amber's head. "Hello to you too, Amber." Watching Amber's excitement and their interaction, Shao Duo felt a pang of jealousy. Although he'd taken Amber home that day, he'd clearly noticed that Amber had become distant from him, which made Shao Duo very upset. Honestly, he hadn't wanted to come see Gu Jianing today. After all, any doctor could change the bandages. He had a feeling that if Amber saw this Dr. Gu again, she might just run off with her and not want him anymore. But in the end, after weighing it in his heart, Shao Duo still brought Amber to Gu Jianing for her bandages. No matter what, Amber's injury couldn't be neglected. After all, this Dr. Gu is the best. But watching their interaction now, Shao Duo's heart ached with jealousy and pain, as if he could already see Amber leaving him. "Thank you." After Gu Jianing finished changing Amber's bandages, Shao Duo thanked her and hurriedly left with Amber, afraid Amber would stay with Gu Jianing even a minute longer. "Big sister, I'll come back to see you." From a distance, Amber's voice floated back. Gu Jianing couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, silently replying in her heart, "I'll be waiting." The next day, as soon as Gu Jianing arrived at work, Dr. Zhou told her someone was looking for her. When Gu Jianing entered her office, she saw a middle-aged woman she didn't recognize. After asking, she learned that the rescue operation in Xinghua village had ended 2 days ago, and the organization planned to commend those who performed well during the rescue. As for who would be commended, it was naturally decided by everyone's votes. Among the medical staff, the person who received the most votes was Gu Jianing. Despite being pregnant, she had insisted on working on the front lines, tirelessly treating patients, and with her superb medical skills, she had saved many critically injured people. Among the medical staff, who else but Gu Jianing deserved to be commended? Choosing Gu Jianing was the will of the people. Today, this woman was here to inform Gu Jianing of the result and to invite her to attend the commendation ceremony the following evening. "Thank you, Comrade Li. I'll be there on time. But Gu Jianing paused. I wanted to ask, besides people, will there be any commendations for the military dogs? Comrade Li was clearly taken aback. Gu Jianing could tell there hadn't been. She continued, this rescue operation involved not only medical staff, but also soldiers, villagers, military wives, and, of course, the military dogs. The military dogs also rushed to the front lines and never stopped. I even know of one military dog, pregnant herself, who braved the rain and, together with the soldiers, saved many people. So I think the contributions of the military dogs shouldn't be overlooked. If possible, I hope they can be commended too. Li Hong was deeply moved by Gu Jianing's words. In the past, commendations had always been for people, but now Gu Jianing was suggesting that military dogs deserved recognition as well. She thought about it and realized the logic was sound. The military dogs had contributed, rushing to the rescue in the rain, never stopping. Their efforts truly shouldn't be ignored. However, commending military dogs had never been done before. Comrade Gu, I'll take your suggestion and report it to the leadership. I believe they'll consider it, but I can't guarantee the outcome. I understand. But I'll look forward to it. As soon as Li Hong left, Dr. Zhou poked his head in, eyes shining with gossip and excitement. Dr. Gu, was that comrade just now here to tell you the organization is going to commend you? How did you know? So it's true. That's great. Our traditional Chinese medicine department finally has a doctor being commended. You don't know how many benefits there are to being commended. From Dr. Zhou's explanation, Gu Jianing learned that being commended would greatly help her future promotions, and there would even be a cash reward. If a military wife was commended, the honor would also benefit her husband's career advancement. After all, husband and wife are a team. Because Gu Jianing was a member of their traditional Chinese medicine department, her being commended was also an honor for their whole team. So, Dr. Zhou was genuinely happy as well. Oh, so that's how it is. Gu Jianing suddenly understood. In that case, this honor was pretty nice. Gu Jianing was still very pleased. After all, this meant that she, Gu Jianing, wasn't just good-looking, she also had talents that were recognized and praised. As a woman, of course you should strive to have both beauty and brains. But, Shang Zashi, when are you coming back? After Dr. Zhou left, Gu Jianing rested her chin in her hands and murmured to herself. She really hoped that Shang Zashi could be there when she was commended. She wanted him to see it, to be proud and happy for her. Today, aside from Qin coming in for a consultation, there was only one elderly patient, and then no one else came. Once again, Gu Jianing experienced just how quiet the TCM department could be. The next day, Gu Jianing went to work as usual. She hadn't even reached her office when she saw two people waiting at the door. One of them was none other than Qin from yesterday. Standing next to her was a young man in military uniform. Gu Jianing had a vague guess in her heart. Qin was delighted to see Gu Jianing. As soon as Gu Jianing reached the office door, Qin immediately said, Dr. Gu, this is my husband, Cheng. Qi Yuancheng stepped forward, nodded politely at Gu Jianing, and said warmly, Hello, Dr. Gu. I'm Qi Yuancheng. All right, come in with me. She opened the office door, and the two of them followed Gu Jianing inside. After Gu Jianing put on her white coat and sat down, Qi Yuancheng stepped forward and said, Dr. Gu, Ro told me about your suggestion yesterday. I took the morning off today specifically to come and see you. Hearing this, Gu Jianing had a good impression of him. The fact that Qi Yuancheng was willing to come with Qin to see her showed he wasn't the selfish, chauvinistic type. Just like Qin, he sincerely wanted to find out the problem and have a child together. Captain Qi, have a seat. I'll take your pulse. As soon as her hand touched Qi Yuancheng's wrist, Gu Jianing had the system bind to him and used the scanner in her eyes to check him over. A few seconds later, she had the results. Gu Jianing understood and asked, Captain Qi, if I told you the reason you and your wife haven't been able to have children is because of you, how would you feel? Qi Yuancheng froze for a moment, then said bluntly, So, it really is my problem? My feelings. I guess I regret it. He answered almost without thinking. I regret not going to the hospital sooner. If I'd found out earlier it was my problem, Ro wouldn't have had to bear so much. Thinking of all the ridicule and grievances Qin Ro had suffered over the years, Qi Yuanqing felt deeply guilty. It was clearly his problem. Qing, we're a married couple. Don't say things like that. Qin Ro took Qi Yuanqing's hand. Even though they still didn't have children, their relationship had always been good, and Qi Yuanqing had always treated her well. Qi Yuanqing looked at Qin Ro with eyes full of tenderness, so much so that it was almost overflowing. Gu Jianing. Hey, we're in the middle of a consultation here. Why are you two suddenly showing off your affection? My husband isn't around. If you keep this up, I'm going to get jealous. After Gu Jianing cleared her throat a couple of times, Qi Yuanqing snapped back to reality. Dr. Gu, please, just be direct. Ro and I really want to have a child. If it really is my problem, I'm willing to cooperate with treatment. Gu Jianing was satisfied with his attitude and stopped beating around the bush. It is your problem. You have oligospermia. Both Qi Yuanqing and Qin Ro were stunned. Qi Yuanqing frowned. Dr. Gu, could you explain that in more detail? Gu Jianing said, a child is formed from an embryo, which requires a man's sperm and a woman's egg to combine and form a fertilized egg. But in your case, you have too few sperm. That's why Qin Ro hasn't been able to get pregnant. After hearing this, Qi Yuanqing and Qin Ro suddenly understood. So that's the reason. Qi Yuanqing clenched his fists. This man, who had seemed so gentle at first glance, now had a barely noticeable sadness in his eyes. Dr. Gu, are you saying that Ro and I will never be able to have children in this lifetime? As he spoke, it was as if he'd made a painful decision after much deliberation. Ro, maybe we should get a divorce. I can't hold you back. I'll explain to everyone that it's my problem. If you meet someone good, you should remarry. That way, you can have a child. Even though making this decision broke his heart, just thinking about divorcing Qin Ro, about her marrying someone else, and having a child with another man, made Qi Yuanqing feel like his heart was being cut to pieces. But he couldn't be selfish. He'd already let Ro bear years of ridicule and misunderstanding. He couldn't deprive her of the right to be a mother. Qin Ro stared wide-eyed at Qi Yuanqing, completely shocked that he would even suggest divorce. Normally so gentle, Qin Ro was now furious. She reached out and smacked Qi Yuanqing's arm. Qi Yuanqing, what nonsense are you spouting? You actually want to divorce me. Are you trying to abandon me? Qi Yuanqing let her hit him, his eyes full of pain as he explained, No, Ro, how could I bear to abandon you? But you heard it yourself. I have oligospermia. I can't give you a child. But I can't take away your right to be a mother. It's my problem. I should take responsibility. I can't let you be misunderstood anymore. I don't need you to do this. Qi Yuanqing, listen to me. The reason I want to have a child is because the father would be you. If it were someone else, I'd rather not have one. So even if you can't have children, I still won't divorce you. Let me ask you, if it turned out today that the problem was with me, would you divorce me? Of course not. Qi Yuanqing answered without hesitation. Exactly. So, wait a second. Seeing the two of them like this, Gu Jianing quickly interrupted, Actually, you don't need to discuss any of this. Gu Jianing looked at the two of them and said, I never said that Captain Qi's condition can't be treated. Qi Yuanqing and Qin Ro were both stunned. They turned to look at Gu Jianing, their voices filled with excitement. Dr. Gu, you can treat this? Of course I can. This isn't some incurable disease. Since the problem is a low sperm count, then we just need to increase the sperm count. Medication combined with acupuncture will do the trick. I can write the prescription right now. As for acupuncture, it depends on when Captain Qi is available. 1 week of acupuncture and half a month of medication should be enough. Qi Yuanqing and Qin Ro had come because they trusted Gu Jianing. Now, hearing her say she could treat it and even provide a treatment plan, they were overjoyed. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Thank you so much. After that, Gu Jianing wrote a prescription for Qi Yuanqing. As for the acupuncture, they'd have to coordinate with his schedule. It definitely couldn't be done today. Although Gu Jianing had given Qi Yuanqing a prescription, She still wanted to study more in her miracle doctor's space to perfect the acupuncture plan and find an even better treatment. But she was confident she could cure Qi Yuanqing's oligospermia. Qi Yuanqing and Qin Ro's visit seemed to open the floodgates for Gu Jianing. That very day, 2 more couples came, hoping she could help them conceive. Of course, there were some odd cases as well. For example, a domineering mother-in-law brought her pregnant daughter-in-law, insisting that Gu Jianing determine whether the baby was a boy or a girl. The mother-in-law was aggressive and overbearing, while the daughter-in-law looked timid and miserable. After a few words, Gu Jianing understood their situation. This family clearly favored boys over girls. The daughter-in-law had already given birth to 4 daughters, and this was her 6th pregnancy. Why the 6th? Because during the 5th pregnancy, the mother-in-law had a dream that it was another girl, so she forced her daughter-in-law to abort the baby. Since it was early in the pregnancy, the gender couldn't be determined anyway. Now, the daughter-in-law was already 7 months along, but the mother-in-law was still dragging her to doctors everywhere, hoping someone could tell her the baby's gender. Although the old woman didn't say it outright, Gu Jianing knew, if she said it was a girl, even at 7 months, the mother-in-law would probably find a way to get rid of the baby. Even if the child was born, her fate would be miserable. When they came in, Gu Jianing had scanned the woman immediately. The result: the baby was a girl. "I'm sorry, my abilities are limited. I can't tell the gender," Gu Jianing said. She felt that if she told the truth, she'd be indirectly responsible for the death of an innocent life. By not saying anything, at least the baby had a chance to be born. Once born, there was still a glimmer of hope. The next evening, the military district's grand auditorium was holding an awards ceremony for the outstanding individuals who had performed heroically during the rescue in Xinghua village. Most of the military district would be attending. Gu Jianing was one of the honorees, but she didn't dress up specially. She wore her usual clothes. Shang Zashi was still away on a mission and hadn't returned, so the occasion felt half as joyful. Fortunately, she still had Zhang Xuan, Guogua, and the others by her side. At this point, Gu Jianing was 3 months pregnant, her belly just starting to show. But since she was wearing layers, it wasn't obvious. Zhang Xuan was a month further along and carrying twins, so her belly was much bigger. Even under clothes, it was noticeable. Gu Jianing held Guogua's hand in one of hers, while Zhang Xuan linked arms with her other. Zhang Xuan looked at Gu Jianing's glowing face and clicked her tongue in envy. "It's not fair, really not fair." Gu Jianing was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I mean, we're both pregnant, but I'm getting uglier and my skin is rougher, while you're getting prettier and prettier. Look at your skin, so fair and smooth, like a peeled egg. And your figure is still great. Only your belly is showing. Everywhere else you're still slim and curvy. I'm honestly getting jealous." Of course, Zhang Xuan said that, but she wasn't really jealous, just envious. Who wouldn't envy Gu Jianing's pregnancy glow? Gu Jianing couldn't help but laugh. Her good condition was thanks to the sacred pregnancy pill and the comforting pregnancy pill she'd taken. Zhang Xuan went on, "Look at you, you don't even have morning sickness. Apart from being a bit sleepy, you have no symptoms at all. If you weren't a doctor, and if your belly wasn't showing, I'd almost doubt you were even pregnant." As for Zhang Xuan, after her pregnancy symptoms kicked in, she'd been vomiting nonstop and couldn't eat for a while. Things had only recently improved. She figured that as her pregnancy progressed, she'd probably have to deal with swollen legs, cramps, insomnia, and all sorts of other discomforts. "Do you regret it?" Gu Jianing asked. "Regret what? Regret getting pregnant?" Zhang Xuan shook her head immediately. "Of course not. These 2 babies were so hard to conceive. They're my treasures, just like Guogua. No matter how much I suffer, as long as I can carry them and give birth safely, it's all worth it. I'm more than willing." Gu Jianing was deeply moved. Mothers truly are amazing. At this moment, she could really empathize with Zhang Xuan. In her previous life, she'd also tried desperately, praying for a child. But things hadn't worked out. Now, in this new life, she'd made different choices and was finally pregnant. She treasured the baby in her belly. Just like Xuan said, no matter how much she had to endure, she was willing. On the way, they ran into Jiang Baihe, Qin Ro, and others. The group headed to the auditorium together. The honorees were seated in the first 2 rows, so Gu Jianing couldn't sit with Zheng Xuan and the others. If Shang Zashi were here, they could have sat together. But now she could only sit alone. She remembered the last time she came to the auditorium, it was with Shang Zashi. Now he was away on a mission, and she had no idea how he was doing. A wave of loneliness washed over her. Shang Zashi, I really miss you. Soon, the host took the stage. After a rousing and heartfelt opening speech, the awards ceremony began. Gu Jianing watched as the winners went up one by one. Before she knew it, she heard the host say, "Next, we'll be presenting the award for outstanding medical personnel who performed exceptionally during the rescue." She possesses extraordinary medical skills, repeatedly pulling the severely injured back from the brink. Despite being pregnant, she persisted in saving lives, working tirelessly for a full day and night. She is an excellent doctor and a great mother. She is Dr. Gu Jianing. Please welcome Dr. Gu to the stage to accept her award. Amid applause, Gu Jianing calmly walked onto the stage. From the moment she stood up to the moment she reached the stage, nearly everyone in the auditorium was watching her. There was no other reason. Gu Jianing's beauty was simply too striking. Her calm elegance made her shine like a beacon. The moment she appeared, she drew every gaze in the room. People couldn't help but stare at her. She accepted the award from the leader and was asked to give an acceptance speech. Gu Jianing was well prepared, so she spoke with composure and confidence. As she spoke, her eyes naturally swept across the audience below, a habit of hers, perhaps. She was just glancing around, planning to look away soon. But unexpectedly, her eyes suddenly froze when she caught sight of a certain figure. Near the entrance of the auditorium stood a familiar figure in military uniform, his clothes dusty and gray, as if he had just rushed here after a long journey. In an instant, all of Gu Jianing's attention was drawn to him. In that moment, she saw no one else. Is it him? Is it really him? Gu Jianing was afraid it was just a hallucination brought on by her longing. But then, from afar, she saw the man's lips move silently, forming words. Even from a distance, Gu Jianing could easily make out those 4 words. I'm back. He's back. He's really back. At that moment, Gu Jianing knew it wasn't a figment of her imagination. Shang Zashi was truly back. He was tanner now, thinner, and his features had become even more defined. Since they got married, they had never been apart. Previously, Zhang Xuan had asked her if she would have trouble adjusting when Shang Zashi was away on a mission. At the time, she had answered, "I'll be fine." But when Shang Zashi actually left, even though it was only for a few days, she found herself struggling to adapt. Later, she missed him so much it hurt. She missed him and worried about him. It was then that Gu Jianing realized that, without even knowing when it happened, she had already placed Shang Zashi firmly in her heart. She would worry about him, care for him deeply. Now, seeing Shang Zashi standing at the entrance of the auditorium, the longing she had kept suppressed in her heart spread wildly like vines, almost impossible to contain. Gu Jianing fought the urge to run off the stage and throw herself into his arms. She blinked rapidly, holding back tears. She quickly finished her acceptance speech. Then she stepped off the stage, her gaze never leaving Shang Zashi. Shang Zashi also walked toward her, his eyes following his wife on stage the entire time. It turned out, during his mission, his little wife had been so outstanding, she amazed not only him, but everyone else as well. "Wife, I'm back," Shang Zashi said as he reached Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing gazed at him, her eyes brimming with tears, lips curling into a gentle smile. "You're back. That's all that matters." 1,000 words seemed to pass between them in that gaze, their feelings entwined. Perhaps because they were in the crowded auditorium, both of them restrained themselves. Shang Zashi took Gu Jianing's hand and sat down. Originally, Someone else had been sitting next to Gu Jianing, but knowing that Shang Zashi was her husband and had just returned, the person quietly gave up the seat and found another place. From a distance, Zhang Xuan saw Shang Zashi's return and breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring, "Captain Shing is finally back." Otherwise, Jianing would have pined herself sick. On stage, the awards ceremony continued. At the end, the host announced, in the rescue operation during the landslide in Xinghua village, it wasn't just the outstanding soldiers, doctors, and nurses who made a difference. Our military dogs also persevered in the pouring rain, searching tirelessly for survivors and making tremendous contributions. They, too, deserve recognition. So, the outstanding military dogs will also receive awards. Let's present honors to these heroic dogs. Gu Jianing's eyes widened slightly. They were really awarding honors to the military dogs? How wonderful! Gu Jianing felt truly gratified, especially when she saw Amber among the honored dogs. Her eyes instantly reddened. Amber and all these military dogs truly deserve this honor. On stage, Amber looked at the medal placed around her neck, then up at Gu Jianing, her eyes glistening with tears. Amber had never received such an honor before. Not because she hadn't performed well, but because no one had ever thought to award military dogs before. Xiao Duo had told her that the reason the military dogs were being honored this time was because of Gu Jianing. At that moment, Xiao Duo stood beside Amber, his gaze also drifting to Gu Jianing, his eyes full of complex emotions. Because Amber was a military dog and he was her handler. So he brought Amber on stage. Normally, when a military dog is recognized, its handler also shares in the honor. But Xiao Duo knew this honor didn't belong to him. His feelings toward Gu Jianing were complicated. At first, when he learned that military dogs could be honored, Xiao Duo was truly happy for Amber. But when he found out that it was Gu Jianing who had suggested it, his feelings became mixed. He realized that, as Amber's handler and comrade, he had been inadequate. When Amber and her unborn puppies were in danger, facing death, he had chosen to give up. Even Gu Jianing had advocated for Amber, fighting for the honor she deserved. But what about him, her so-called handler and comrade? Over the past few days, he had noticed Amber's distant behavior. He knew it, and it hurt. Xiao Duo thought maybe he wouldn't be able to keep Amber by his side anymore. When the ceremony finally ended, Shang Zashi took Gu Jianing's hand and headed toward the family quarters. Though he was anxious, he was mindful of Gu Jianing's pregnancy, so he walked slowly. Gu Jianing's hand was tightly held in his large palm. His hand was nothing like a woman's, broad, dry, a bit rough, but in the chilly spring air, it was wonderfully warm. That warmth washed over Gu Jianing like waves, wrapping around her, making her feel warm inside and out. On the way, neither of them spoke, as if by mutual understanding. Not until they entered the courtyard did Shang Zashi quickly close the door, take Gu Jianing's hand, and lead her inside. The next second, before Gu Jianing could react, he turned and pulled her into his arms. He pressed his face against her hair and cheek, eyes half closed, savoring the scent and warmth of his little wife. His low, slightly hoarse voice sounded in her ear. "Ning Ning, I missed you. I missed you so much." Shang Zashi had never missed anyone so intensely before. He'd been on missions before, but never had he longed to return home like this. He hadn't expected this mission to last so long, over a month. Shang Zashi realized he was becoming more and more unable to live without Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing wrapped her arms tightly around Shang Zashi, burying her face in his broad chest, breathing in his unique scent and the sense of security he brought. Lately, Gu Jianing had felt as if a piece of her heart was missing, but now, that missing piece had finally been found. While he was away, Gu Jianing could still hold herself together. But now that he was back, she couldn't hold back anymore. All the emotions she'd been suppressing these past weeks burst out in an instant. "Woo-woo, why did you take so long to come back? Why were you gone for so long?" She complained, her voice full of grievance, but as soon as she finished, Gu Jianing realized Shang Zashi hadn't been away for no reason. He'd been on a mission. I didn't mean to blame you. It's just that I missed you so much, Gu Jianing choked out, trying to explain. I know. Shang Zashi cupped Gu Jianing's cheeks in his hands, their eyes meeting. He could no longer suppress the longing and love in his heart. He lowered his head and kissed her. Gu Jianing kissed him back. In that moment, a single kiss said it all. The kiss was passionate, intense, burning hot. As their breaths mingled, their hearts drew closer than ever. Who knew how long it lasted? Only when Gu Jianing's cheeks were flushed and her breathing unsteady did they finally part. Shang Zashi went to light the kang bed, stoke the stove, and boil some water. He asked Gu Jianing how she'd been during the month he was gone. Why do you look thinner? Shang Zashi scrutinized his little wife, frowning. No way, I'm not thinner. Look at how big my belly is already. Gu Jianing put her hands on her hips, sticking out her belly. Shang Zashi put the kettle on the stove and looked over. You're about 3 months along, right? Why does your belly look a bit big? Shang Zashi had specifically consulted Dr. How about this. Normally, at 3 months, even if you're starting to show, it should only be a slight curve. But Ningning's belly looked more like she was 4 months along. Gu Jianing snorted softly. That's because you're going to be the father of 2 kids at once. The father of 2 kids? Shang Zashi's head snapped up, staring at Gu Jianing in shock. Ningning, you mean? I checked. There are 2 babies in my belly. So you're going to be the father of 2, and I'm going to be the mother of 2. Well? Are you happy? Shang Zashi walked over, gently placing his hand on Gu Jianing's rounded belly, his eyes reddening. Happy. I'm so happy. How could he not be? He'd always thought he'd never have children. Later, after marrying Ningning and recovering his health, he began to hope he could have a child with the woman he loved. Even after Ningning got pregnant, he didn't dare hope for too much. Just having 1 child in this lifetime would have been enough for him. But now, Ningning had given him a surprise, 2 children at once. How could Shang Zashi not be overjoyed? He blinked hard, barely holding back his tears. By the way, have you told your parents or your grandparents? It's already been 3 months, Shang Zashi asked. Not yet. I was waiting for you to come back so we could tell them together. All right, then let's call them together tomorrow. Okay. Once the kang was warm, Shang Zashi carried Gu Jianing onto it. She nestled in his arms, quietly enjoying the warmth and security he gave her. A lot happened while you were away on your mission. Gu Jianing began telling Shang Zashi about everything that had happened over the past month, how she'd passed her assessment and become a doctor in the traditional Chinese medicine department at the military hospital. My wife is amazing. I knew you could do it. Shang Zashi stroked Gu Jianing's hair, pride in his voice. His words were full of praise. Ever since they got married, this man, who used to be prickly like a hedgehog and sharp-tongued with everyone, had nothing but praise for his wife. In front of Gu Jianing, he seemed to shed all his armor, no longer prickly or caustic, just gentle and soft. Of course I'm amazing. Otherwise, how could I have healed so many people, and even your body? How could I have helped Sister Xuan, Sister Jiang, and even gotten myself pregnant? Gu Jianing was never one to be humble. Hearing Shang Zashi praise her made her even happier. It's because my medical skills are so good that I was able to win an award for the rescue mission this time. I heard that when a military wife wins an award, her husband is honored too, and it helps with promotions. Gu Jianing went on to tell Shang Zashi about the rescue during the landslide in Xinghua village and about Amber. Gu Jianing had thought Shang Zashi would continue praising her, but when she turned to look at him, she saw only worry and heartache in his eyes. Ningning, you were pregnant and still joined the rescue. You didn't rest at all. It must have been so hard on you. Ningning, you should think more about yourself and the babies. If something had happened to Ningning or the babies, what would he have done? In fact, when he came back from his mission and saw her standing on the podium, being awarded for her outstanding performance in the rescue, he was happy for her, but that wasn't what he truly wanted. What he wanted most was to come home and find her and their babies safe and sound, waiting for him. He didn't want anything else. He didn't need her to do anything special to help his career. All he wanted was for her and the babies to be safe. That was enough. Gu Jianing heard the concern in Shang Zashi's voice. She hugged him back, looking up at him. I know. Don't worry, I know my limits. Actually, it was because she'd taken the pregnancy health pills and the comfort pills, so both she and the babies were doing well. Even though the rescue lasted a whole day and night, she was just tired and hungry, nothing else. To be honest, Gu Jianing wasn't the type to sacrifice herself for others. She was selfish, she always put herself first. Only after taking care of herself would she think of others. Alright, as long as you know your limits. Ningning, thank you for everything you did while I was away. Shang Zashi lowered his voice, gently kissing her hair, his eyes full of deep affection. You haven't told me about your mission yet. Of course, I'm not asking about the details, just, why were you gone so long? Didn't you say you'd be back in a month at most? God knows how worried she was when a month passed and Shang Zashi still wasn't back. You have no idea how worried I was. I even had a nightmare. Gu Jianing told Shang Zashi about the nightmare she'd had. After hearing it, Shang Zashi's expression turned a little strange. Ningning, I'm starting to think you can see the future in your dreams. Shang Zashi sighed, skirting around the mission details, and told Gu Jianing about some things that had happened, like how his comrades were seriously injured, how he used a hemostatic bandage, and in the end, managed to save their lives. For example, in the midst of a hail of bullets, he relied on the full-body invisible bulletproof vest to wipe out the enemies one by one. In the end, he emerged victorious and was able to complete his mission and return home. Gu Jianing stared in shock. Did brother Shi really face a hail of bullets? Shang Zashi hugged Gu Jianing tightly. Luckily, I had the invisible bulletproof vest you gave me, and the all-purpose hemostatic bandage too. Otherwise, those futures Ningning foresaw before, like his comrades sacrificing themselves, or him being seriously injured, would have come true this time. Fortunately, Ningning was there. Ningning, you're my lucky star. She was also the lucky star for the comrades who went on the mission with him. Because of the things Ningning gave him and the way he handled things, he was able to bring all his comrades back safely this time, and he himself wasn't hurt. He changed the fate of many people. Gu Jianing huffed softly. Of course I'm your lucky star. So you'd better treat me well from now on. And the kids too, you have to treat them well. I will. I definitely will. Shang Zashi hugged Gu Jianing tightly. What he didn't tell her was that someone had leaked information during this mission. He didn't know if they'd be able to find out who it was. He also thought of the person behind the attempt to kidnap Ningning before. Could it be the same person? Who was this venomous snake lurking in the shadows? Shang Zashi's eyes darkened, a flash of murderous intent passing through them. That night, Gu Jianing slept soundly in Shang Zashi's arms, feeling completely at ease. Shang Zashi held her, his hand resting gently on her belly, his eyes full of tenderness. When she woke up the next morning, Shang Zashi was still by her side. Seeing him there made Gu Jianing feel safe and content. After returning from this mission, brother Shi had 3 days of leave. He could spend all 3 days with her. Plus, because he'd performed so well this time, and with his previous achievements, there was a good chance he'd be promoted to Deputy Regiment Commander. You're awake? I'll go boil some water for you to wash up. As soon as Gu Jianing stirred, Shang Zashi woke up too. His voice was husky with sleep, carrying that special morning rasp that made Gu Jianing's ears tingle. Actually, by his usual routine, Shang Zashi would have been up long ago. But today, he wanted to hold his little wife a bit longer, so he stayed in bed with her. Now that Gu Jianing was awake, he got up too. Shang Zashi quickly got out of bed, dressed, put on his shoes, and went to boil water. Then he started tidying up the house. Whenever he was home, he took care of all the housework. Shang Zashi was happy to do it. After all, it was just him and Ningning at home. If he didn't do it, Ningning would have to, and he thought it was better for him to do it. He didn't want Ningning to tire herself out. Whether she was pregnant or not, Ningning deserved to live beautifully. Shang Zashi was a man who always noticed what needed to be done. After boiling the water, while Gu Jianing was washing up, he busied himself in the kitchen. Seeing the kitchen stocked with grains, meat, noodles, and other supplies, Shang Zashi just glanced at them without thinking much of it. He grabbed some noodles, washed some greens, and sliced some meat. Gu Jianing was never as quick as him at getting dressed or doing chores. Plus, she was a bit lazy in the mornings. By the time Gu Jianing finished dressing and washing up and came to the living room, Shang Zashi had already set 2 bowls of noodles on the table. The fragrant noodles glistened with oil, the greens were a vibrant green, and there was an egg and plenty of meat slices in each bowl. Eat up. Okay. Gu Jianing took a sip of the soup first. It was fresh and warm, and as it went down, she felt her stomach and whole body warm up. She slowly ate the noodles and meat, her face full of satisfaction. Brother Shi, your noodles are so delicious. I love them. If you like them, I'll make them for you whenever I have time. What if I want to eat something else? I'll make that too. If I don't know how, I'll learn. Gu Jianing giggled. Are you planning to cook for me for the rest of your life? Of course. I'd be happy to cook for you forever. Gu Jianing was deeply moved. Brother Shi, you're so good to me. Shang Zashi lifted his chin slightly, pleased, and secretly resolved to learn more recipes when he had the chance. Gu Jianing thought, see? Men need to be praised, and you have to do it skillfully. That way, they'll do even better. The sudden voice in her mind startled Gu Jianing so much that she choked on her soup. Cough, cough. Gu Jianing started coughing violently. How did you choke? Shang Zashi hurried over to pat her back and poured her a glass of water. It took a while for Gu Jianing to recover. Ning, did you see something again? Shang Zashi asked once she'd calmed down. It wasn't surprising he'd ask. He noticed that in the instant she choked, Ning's expression seemed off. Thinking of previous incidents, he immediately guessed what might be happening. I'm not completely sure yet. I need to confirm something, Gu Jianing replied. She had no appetite for soup now. She focused her mind inward. She saw 3 red lines in her mind. 2 of them were labeled with names, her father, Old Man Gu, and her sister-in-law, Young Man. This meant her father and sister-in-law were in danger. As for the person targeting them, Gu Jianing looked at the name at the end of the 3rd red line, and her expression darkened. Wen Shuqing. He'd shown up again. And this time, he was planning to target her father and sister-in-law. A malice value over 90% meant he was planning to act within 3 days. And this person had already taken innocent lives. This shocked Gu Jianing when Zhuqing actually had blood on his hands. No one, not even her past self or anyone else in this life, had known. Wen Zhuqing had always hidden himself well. Gu Jianing could understand why Wen Zhuqing wanted to target her family, because of her. Maybe it was because she'd set him up, catching him and Bao Shanyan in bed together. Forced by circumstances, he'd married Bao Shanyan, but hadn't taken any further action for the time being. But Wen Zhuqing was a deeply scheming person. He wouldn't let things go so easily. At this moment, Gu Jianing was extremely grateful for the malice value alert. Even if she was thousands of miles away, as long as someone meant harm to her family, she could be warned. She made up her mind to call her family later and give them a serious warning. With a plan in mind, Gu Jianing felt a little more at ease and looked up to meet Shang Zashi's worried gaze. It's nothing, I just saw that someone is planning to harm my family. I thought I'd call later to give them a heads up. Gu Jianing explained simply. All right. Since it involved Gu Jianing's secret, Shang Zashi didn't ask further. After breakfast, the couple headed to the communications office and quickly dialed the Huaihua Village Committee's phone number. In Huaihua Village, young Man, who was heavily pregnant, was seeing her husband Gu Yunting off to work. Young Man was now 5 months along. Go on inside, I'm heading to work, Gu Yunting waved, then rode his bicycle toward the county seat. Only after her husband's figure disappeared from sight did young Man turn to head back inside. Unexpectedly, at that moment, her father-in-law, Old Gu, came rushing over. Man, tell your mother-in-law and the rest of the family, Ning is calling. Hurry to the village committee to answer the phone. Her sister-in-law was calling. Young Man's face lit up with joy. Okay, I'll go tell them right now. Not long after, the Gu family, except for Gu Yunting, who had already gone to work, Yao Chanhua, who was busy with housework, Su Miao, who was looking after the kids, and Gu Yunan, who had already left for work, had all gathered at the village committee office. There was only one phone in Huaihua village, and every time Gu Jianing called, everyone in the Gu family who was home would come to listen. The first to answer, of course, was the matriarch, Yao Chunhua. The moment Yao Chunhua picked up her daughter's call, her eyes turned red. Her daughter had been away at the Northwest Military District for nearly half a year. She missed her dearly. As soon as she got on the phone, she immediately started asking if Gu Jianing was eating and dressing well, how things were at the military district, if anyone was bullying her, and if Shang Zashi was treating her well. Every word was filled with a mother's concern for her married daughter far away. "Mom, don't worry, I'm doing great. Zashi treats me very well. I'm fine, really. I have enough to eat and wear. You, Dad, and my brothers and sisters-in-law should take care of yourselves too. We will. We're all doing well. Mom, I'm calling this time because I have some good news to share." "What good news?" "Mom, I'm pregnant. 3 months along already, and it's twins. You and Dad are going to be grandparents, and my brothers and sisters-in-law are going to be uncles and aunts." "What? You're pregnant and with twins?" Yao Chunhua was so shocked she couldn't keep her voice down. Everyone else in the Gu family heard her. After exchanging glances, everyone broke into joyous smiles. Ningning, their little sister, was pregnant and with twins. That was wonderful. Yao Chunhua was so happy she cried. "That's wonderful, just wonderful." Her voice was choked with emotion. Back when she agreed to let Gu Jianing marry Shang Zashi, Yao Chunhua had been 90% satisfied. The only thing she wasn't happy about was Shing Zashi's infertility. He had been upfront about it when he proposed. Later, Ningning said she could cure Shing Zashi, and since Shang Zashi was a good man, Yao Chunhua finally agreed to the marriage. After they married, Yao Chunhua's biggest hope was that Ningning could cure Shang Zashi and have a child. No matter how open-minded she was, in those days, she knew that for her daughter to have a better life with Shang Zashi, having a child, boy or girl, would give her more security. Of course, if it was a boy or if she could have two, even better. She had always hoped for this, but never dared ask. She never expected that Ningning would suddenly bring such good news, and the babies were already 3 months along. Yao Chunhua didn't blame Gu Jianing for waiting until 3 months to tell her. She knew that the first 3 months of pregnancy are unstable, and it's best to wait until things are more certain before telling others. Twins were even better, 2 children at once. But, Ningning, having twins must be hard on you. As a mother herself, she knew how tough pregnancy was, let alone carrying 2. Ningning had always been delicate. "Ningning, how about I come to the Northwest Military District to take care of you?" Yao Chunhua asked. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. After all, Ningning's mother-in-law had passed away. They couldn't expect Shang Zashi's grandmother to come. She was getting on in years. It was most appropriate for her, the mother, to go. "Mom, there's no need for now. I'm doing fine and don't need special care. If you want to come, wait until I'm about to give birth. By then, you'll probably be done helping my sister-in-law with her confinement." Hearing this, Yao Chunhua realized she was right. Her eldest daughter-in-law was pregnant too, and when she gave birth, as the mother-in-law, she'd need to help with her recovery. Yao Chunhua did the math. Her eldest daughter-in-law was 5 months along, so she'd give birth in about 5 months. Ningning was 3 months along now, so in 5 months she'd be over 8 months. By the time she finished helping Man, Ningning would be 9 months. Twins usually come early, so Ningning would be about to give birth too. She could go then and help with Ningning's recovery, though the timing would be tight. But that was how it had to be. Though Yao Chunhua wanted to go take care of her daughter right away, she couldn't neglect her daughter-in-law. After all, Man was also carrying on the Gu family line. "All right, it's settled then. By the way, have you called Zashi's grandparents to share the good news?" Yao Chunhua asked. "I'll call them in a bit." "Good." After that, old Gu and the rest of the family took turns chatting with Gu Jianing. She also told them she'd become a doctor at the military district hospital, which made everyone proud. Then, Gu Jianing didn't forget the other important matter. Finally, it was Gu Yunzhou's turn on the phone. She asked, "Third brother, do you know what's going on with Wen Zhuqing and Bao Shanen?" As soon as Gu Yunzhou heard this, his expression turned odd. Little sis, why are you asking about them? You're already married to your brother-in-law and pregnant. Don't tell me you're still thinking about that pretty boy Wen Zhuqing. Is your husband not with you right now? Even though it was his beloved little sister on the line, Gu Yunzhou felt that some things just weren't right. Gu Jianing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She glanced at Shang Zashi beside her. The moment he heard the name Wen Zhuqing, it was like a warning bell. He immediately looked up at her, his eyes full of grievance. Of course, Shang Zashi trusted Gu Jianing. He could feel her growing love for him. But Wen Zhuqing, he was technically Ningning's first love. Shang Zashi had heard that most people have special feelings for their first love. Was that true? Was first love really that special? So why was Ningning bringing up Wen Zhuqing now? Gu Jianing understood the look in Shang Zashi's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that she was on the phone, she'd have grabbed his shoulders and shaken him. Why is it that whenever I mention Wen Zhuqing and Bao Shanyan, you all only care about Wen Zhuqing and forget about Bao Shanyan? He's right here with me, Gu Jianing said through gritted teeth. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just worried that Wen Zhuqing might do something harmful to our family. Have you forgotten about what happened to Mom's pigs before? Hearing this, Gu Yunzhou felt a wave of relief, but his expression quickly turned serious. They all knew about the incident with the poisoned pigs their mother was raising in the village. In the end, it was Ningning who managed to save them, otherwise, who knows what would have happened. After analyzing the situation, Ningning had concluded that Wen Zhuqing was most likely behind it, even though they had no concrete evidence. Now, could Wen Zhuqing be targeting their family again? A cold glint flashed in Gu Yunzhou's eyes as he proceeded to explain the situation with Wen Zhuqing and Bao Shanyan. Third brother, did you say Bao Shanyan is pregnant? Yes, she should be about 3 months along. Gu Jianing fell silent. The child Bao Shanyan was carrying was definitely Wen Zhuqing's, but she was certain that Wen Zhuqing wasn't looking forward to this child at all. If he ever got the chance to break away from Bao Shanyan, he might very well abandon or even harm the child. But what if this child turned out to be Wen Zhuqing's only child? Gu Jianing pondered this silently. Third brother, I suspect Wen Zhuqing is planning something against dad and sister-in-law. When you get back, tell the family about this, and then keep a close eye on Wen Zhuqing. I have a feeling he'll make a move soon. All right, I understand. Good. If there's any news, you must let me know. She entrusted this matter to her third brother because he was the smartest and most thoughtful of all her brothers, meticulous and thorough in his considerations. With him in charge, she felt most at ease. Finally, Gu Jianing reluctantly hung up the phone. You call Grandpa and Grandma, she said, handing the phone to Shang Zashi. Shang Zashi took the phone and dialed. Meanwhile, far away in Beijing, Grandpa and Grandma Sang were facing an unexpected visitor at home, and both of them looked rather displeased. That person, sitting on the sofa opposite them, was none other than Shang Zashi's father, Shing Shinhao. Dad, Mom. Shing Shinhao had barely started speaking when Grandpa Sang cut him off. Don't call us Dad and Mom. We're not worthy of that title from you. Shing Shinhao's face fell, but he didn't get angry. Dad, Mom. Even though Awan is gone, I'm still your son-in-law. Don't. You've already married someone else and have a young son. Your in-laws are someone else now. Grandpa Sang gave Shing Shinhao no face at all, even though Shing Shinhao now held a high position. Shing Shinhao sighed. Dad, Mom, I thought you'd understand me. When Awan passed away, I was still young, and I was in that position. I had no choice. Besides, Wanrong is a good woman. Grandma Sang gave a soft snort and didn't reply. Wanrong, a good woman? Are your eyes smeared with dung or what? Grandpa Sang spoke bluntly. Just say what you came here for today. We're busy and don't entertain guests. Shing Shinhao's expression darkened slightly. To be honest, with his current status, no one dared disrespect him wherever he went. Everyone fawned over him. But Grandpa and Grandma Sang didn't care for that at all, and he couldn't say anything about it. He knew the old couple strongly disapproved of his marriage to Wanrong. If he were in their shoes, as Awan's parents, he'd understand too. But Wanrong was a good woman, and given his position, he had no choice. Seeing their impatience and remembering his purpose for coming, he said, I know Aishi married a country girl. Dad, Mom, you know Aishi's status. How could he marry a country girl? As soon as he said this, Grandpa and Grandma Sang's faces turned even more sour. You keep calling her a country girl, but have you forgotten that most of us, if you go back 3 generations, all came from the countryside? We were all peasants. What, Shing Shinhao, now that you're high and mighty, you've forgotten your roots. Grandpa Sang shot back without hesitation. That's not what I meant. Shing Shinhao's face was ugly. That kind of talk sounded terrible. Thankfully, this was said at home. If it were said outside and heard by others, his rivals would have a field day attacking him. Grandma Sang added, when Xiaoxi and Ning got married, we attended the wedding. We met the girl, she's a good one. Xiaoxi is lucky to have her. Both Grandpa and Grandma Sang were very satisfied with Gu Jianing. From the very first meeting, they had a good impression of her, and they trusted Shang Zashi's judgment. Even though the young couple was stationed in the Northwest Military District, they always kept the old couple in their thoughts, calling, writing, and sending packages. Shing Shinhao scoffed inwardly. Marrying a country girl, what kind of luck is that? Dad, Mom, you know Aishi's status. He's very likely to inherit my position and resources in the future. His prospects are limitless. He needs a wife with status, background, and education to support him. But a country girl with no education or background, how could she possibly help him? She might even drag him down. So I hope you'll think more about Aishi's future. I know he listens to you most. If possible, I hope you can persuade Aishi to divorce that woman. The word divorce exploded in the old couple's minds the moment Shing Shinhao uttered it. Divorce? They never imagined this bastard would actually say it out loud. Grandma Sang, usually mild-tempered, couldn't hold back anymore. So you're saying that when you married Awan, it was for her background and status? You thought she'd help your career, is that it? Shing Shinhao, do you only care about personal gain? Is there no family in your heart? Since you've married someone else and have a new son, and you don't care about Aishi anymore, then don't interfere in any of his decisions. Aishi finally found someone he truly loves and was so happy to marry her. The old man and I just hope they can be a loving couple and grow old together. That way, at least our poor, motherless, and now fatherless grandson will have someone to care for him after we're gone. But you heartless bastard, want them to divorce and even want us to persuade them. How can you be so cruel? Grandma Sang stood up and began scolding Shing Shinhao. Shing Shinhao's face grew even uglier, and he felt deeply wronged. He admitted that when he married Sang Yuan, he did consider her background and resources. But it was also true that he liked her, and he had always favored their son, Shang Zashi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to plan for him and give him all his resources. At this moment, it was Grandpa Sang who calmed down first. He sized up Shing Shinhao, his eyes turning slightly as if he was deep in thought. Old woman, calm down for a bit. Maybe he really is here for Xiaoxi. After all, Xiaoxi is his son too. Grandpa Sang pulled his wife to sit down with him. Grandma Sang shot him a glare, about to say something, but after seeing the look in his eyes, she fell silent. She snorted and sat down. Shing Shinhao hadn't expected his father-in-law to speak up for him. Ever since he walked in, he'd been getting scolded nonstop, so this small gesture touched him. Dad, I really am here for Xiaoxi. He's my son, how could I not care about him? And, what about your younger son? Isn't he your son too? Grandpa Sang countered, wanting to get a clear read on his former son-in-law's attitude. Although Ayu is also my son, how can he compare to Xiaoxi? He's not as talented as Xiaoxi. Besides, Xiaoxi is the child that Awan gave me. Shing Shinhao was telling the truth. When it came to his position, future connections, and assets, he had never really considered his younger son. For one, the younger son was born to Feng Wanrong. Although he seemed to protect Feng Wanrong now, Shang Shinhao only ever thought she was suitable as a wife. He didn't really have much affection for her. The one he truly loved was Sang Yuan. In modern terms, Sang Yuan was the white moonlight of Shing Shinhao's heart, his ideal, his true love, and also his wife. That combination was powerful. Not to mention, his white moonlight had died in her prime, making her memory even more untouchable. All these years, Shing Shinhao had been mourning Sang Yuan. So, because of his love for her, even though Shang Zashi had always been rebellious and gone against him, every time he saw that face so reminiscent of Sang Yuan, his heart would still favor Shang Zashi. It was just a pity that the boy never listened to him. Of course, part of it was also because the younger son simply couldn't compare to Shang Zashi in terms of talent. Even though Fong Wanrong always praised Ao in front of him, and Ao did perform decently, Shing Shinhao could see the difference between effort and true talent. Shang Zashi had both talent and drive. If Shing Shinhao hadn't kept him down, the boy might already be a regimental officer by now. He'd heard that this time, after coming back from his mission, the boy had made a huge contribution. Even Shing Shinhao couldn't suppress him anymore. This kid had a boundless future, that much was obvious. That was also the reason he'd come today. A bright future, such a pity it was being held back by some countrywoman. He hadn't bothered to look into that woman, didn't know anything about her, but what could a rural woman do except cling to her husband? Besides, after Ma Ping came back from the Northwest Military District, her opinion of that woman wasn't good either. That only confirmed Shing Shinhao's suspicions. Grandpa Sang studied Shing Shinhao's words. He didn't seem to be lying. "You're not just saying this to us old folks, are you? And then turning around and saying something else to your current wife? After all, people say parents always dote on the youngest." "Of course not," Shing Shinhao replied immediately. Grandpa Sang thought for a moment. "Since you're thinking for Xiaoxi's sake, here's the deal. We can help talk to him for you, but you need to show some sincerity." "Old man." Grandma Sang immediately got anxious when she heard this. Grandpa Sang raised his hand to stop her and continued speaking to Shing Shinhao. "What sincerity can you offer?" Shing Shinhao was a bit confused. "Dad, what do you mean?" "Here's what I mean. Since you say Xiaoxi is your only heir, and you plan to leave everything to him, then transfer the Shang family's old house to him now. I remember you have a Sihiyuan in Beijing, give that to him too. As for the money you've saved up in your position, I won't ask for all of it right now, but you should at least give him half up front." As soon as Grandpa Sang said this, Shing Shinhao was dumbfounded. Grandma Sang quickly chimed in, "That's right. If you say Xiaoxi is your heir, it can't just be empty words. If you don't take real action, who knows if you'll be sweet-talked by that other woman later. If you agree, we'll help persuade him. If not, then we'll just take today as you coming here to brag. You can leave." Grandpa Sang didn't hesitate to show him the door. Shing Shinhao thought it over, then finally said, "All right, I agree. I'll go handle the transfers and wire the money right away." "Good. When we see the 2 property deeds and half the savings, us 2 old folks will go talk to them. I'll bring them to you tomorrow. Then go take care of it now." Shing Shinhao figured that most of those things were going to his eldest son anyway. Sooner or later, they'd be his. Giving them now would also get his in-laws to help persuade Axie and that country woman to divorce, and maybe help mend his relationship with Axie. It wasn't that Shing Shinhao hadn't thought of persuading or pressuring his son himself, but he knew what kind of person Shang Zashi was. Pressure wouldn't work, and persuasion wouldn't be listened to either. As a father and head of the family, he just couldn't bring himself to beg. Once everything was settled, Shing Shinhao left. Grandma Sang looked at her husband. "Old man, what are you thinking? You're not really going to persuade Xiaoxi and Ningning to divorce, are you?" "That won't do. Ningning is a good girl. Do you think that's possible?" Grandpa Sang looked calm and unhurried. "I only promised to talk to them, not that I'd succeed." "Isn't that what you meant too?" Grandma Sang smiled. The 2 old folks exchanged a look, understanding each other perfectly. Shing Shinhao may be a bastard, but he does have a lot of good stuff. Xiaoxi is his son, and he said he'd leave it all to him. We're just helping Xiaoxi get it a bit earlier, perfectly reasonable. Otherwise, if that other woman tricks him later, it'll all be gone. I'm just worried Shang Shinhao is clear-headed now, but who knows if he'll lose his mind later." Grandma Sang nodded. That made sense. That old Shing family house, Awan and Shing Shinhao both paid for it back then. It's only right it goes to Xiaoxi now. If there's ever a conflict with that other woman's family, we can kick them out. And the Sihiyuan, I remember Ningning likes those. We already gave her one before, but who minds having more property? Exactly. As for Shing Shinhao's money, Xiaoxi is his son, he should get it. Otherwise, are we supposed to just let that woman's family take it? It's just that She doesn't have kids yet. If he did, with all this money, he'd be able to raise them well. Although the two of them only had this one grandson, and their own assets would go to Shi eventually, what was theirs to give. Shing Shinhao, as the father, should give his share too. Over the years, Shing Shinhao hadn't exactly been a model father. So, this money, just treated as child support from Shing Shinhao for Xiaoxi. I just don't know if Xiaoxi will ever be able to have children in this lifetime. Whenever the topic of children came up, the elderly couple would sigh. Shang Zashi's health issues had never been mentioned to Shing Shinhao, he'd only told them. Of course, they didn't want Shing Shinhao to know. Otherwise, with how old-fashioned he was, if he found out Xiaoxi couldn't have children, his favoritism would probably shift straight to his younger son. Shing Shinhao was a very pragmatic man. But didn't Xiaoxi say before that Ningning knows medicine and cured him? Maybe we'll get good news soon, Grandpa Sang comforted. Grandma Sang sighed. I hope I get to see great-grandchildren, boy or girl, it doesn't matter. But more than that, I just hope Xiaoxi can have kids. Only then will his life feel complete. For the older generation, a man's life is only truly fulfilled if he has a loving wife, children to dote on, and understands the responsibilities of being a husband and father. That way, even in old age, he won't be lonely. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Grandpa Sang got up to answer it. As he walked, he said, "You know, we were just talking about Xiaoxi and Ningning. Maybe it's them calling." "It could be," Grandma Sang said, following him. As soon as Grandpa Sang picked up, he heard Shang Zashi's familiar voice calling for his grandpa. Grandpa Sang was instantly delighted. "It really is Xiaoxi. We were just talking about you and Ningning. It's really Xiaoxi. Let me talk to him," Grandma Sang said, not arguing with her husband as she took the phone. "Xiaoxi, it's Grandma. How have you been lately? Is Ningning well?" "We're both doing well." After a few pleasantries, Shang Zashi said, "Grandma, Ningning is right here with me. We're calling today to share some wonderful news with you and Grandpa." Wonderful news? For them, the best possible news would be that Ningning was pregnant, but could that really be? The next second, Shang Zashi's voice came through the phone. "Grandma, Ningning is pregnant, 3 months along already, and it's twins." The words exploded in Grandma Sang's ears like a thunderclap. Her eyes widened, her hand holding the receiver trembling as she looked at her husband, so excited she was momentarily speechless. After a long moment, she grabbed his arm with her other hand and said, "Did you hear that? Xiaoxi said Ningning is pregnant, 3 months and with twins." "Really?" Grandpa Sang was overjoyed. "Wonderful, wonderful." They had just been talking about Xiaoxi's children, and now they'd received such a huge surprise. Ningning was pregnant, 3 months with twins. 2 at once. This was just too good. "Let me talk to Ningning, I want to speak with her." Soon, Guian took the phone. On the call, Grandma Sang spoke gently, asking about Guian's health and the babies. She carefully explained all the things to watch out for during pregnancy. When she learned that Guian was doing well, she finally relaxed. "Ningning, how about I come to the Northwest Military District to take care of you? Otherwise, it'll be too hard on you," Grandma Sang suggested. After all, unlike her husband, she didn't need to work, and she was in good health. "Grandma, that's not necessary. I'm doing well, and it's only 3 months in. But when your belly gets bigger, what about after you give birth? Who will take care of you and the babies?" Guian explained that her mother would come to help her during her confinement. "That's good, but you'll still need help with the babies, and since you're having twins, things will get more difficult as you get further along. I'll still come over when the time comes." In the end, Guian couldn't refuse, and agreed that once she was further along, Grandma Sang would come to the Northwest Military District to help take care of her. When the phone was handed back to Shang Zashi, Grandma Sang sighed emotionally. "I never thought Ningning would get pregnant, and with twins. Now it's perfectly reasonable to ask Shing Shinhao for money. They're his grandchildren, he should help support them." Hearing Shing Shinhao's name, Shang Zashi frowned. "Grandma, what's going on?" Grandma Sang didn't hide anything. She told him how Shing Shinhao had come by, trying to persuade them to get Shang Zashi and Ningning to divorce, and how he wanted the house and half their savings. The more Shang Zashi listened, the darker his expression became. Grandma, there's something else you don't know. Ningning is amazing. She's a doctor at the Northwest Military District now. Not long ago, there was a landslide in a nearby village and Ningning took part in the rescue. She was even commended for it. Oh, I knew it. Ningning is a wonderful girl. It's just Shing Shinhao he's blind. His eyes must be covered in cow dung, otherwise he wouldn't have married that snake in the grass. As a woman herself and with so many years of experience, Grandma Sang could see through people at a glance. That Fang Wanong was a snake in the grass, and only a blind fool like Shing Shinhao would be taken in by her, still thinking she was a good person. Xiaoxi, your grandpa, and I will get those things for you. If he really brings them over or transfers the money, just accept it. Treat it as compensation, as child support for your 2 children. Take it without worry. Otherwise, who knows when that woman will trick him out of it all. Grandma, I understand. At first, Shang Zashi had been reluctant to take anything from Shing Shinhao. He didn't want anything from him, nor did he need his help. But Grandma had a point. Some of those things had belonged to his mother. Even if she didn't want to acknowledge him or be close, blood ties can't be denied. Some things were rightfully his. Besides, he wasn't alone anymore. He had a wife and children to support. Whether it was money, the courtyard house, or any property, it was all good. He knew his little wife was a bit of a money lover. As long as you understand. Grandma Sang was relieved. She'd been worried Xiaoxi would be stubborn. But seeing him now after marrying Ningning, he'd changed a lot. That was a good thing. If he dares to come by again, I'll just keep taking things from him, and everything I get, I'll give to you. Grandma Sang vowed to take whatever she could from the irresponsible Shang Shinhao and give it all to her grandson. Shang Zashi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Meanwhile, just as Shang Shinhao was leaving home with the property deed to transfer ownership, he suddenly shivered. Looking up at the sky, he frowned. Early spring in Beijing was still a bit chilly. Hey, honey, where are you going? Fang Wanrong returned home with their youngest son, only to see Shing Shinhao hurrying out the door. She couldn't help but ask. Shangzi also called out Dad. Shing Shinhao glanced at them and replied casually, It's nothing, I've got something to do. I'm heading out. Fang Wanrong knew about Shing Shinhao's current position, so she didn't press for details. She could only watch as his figure quickly disappeared from sight. Of course, in the days that followed, whenever Fang Wanrong thought back to today, she regretted it bitterly. If she had known Shing Shinhao was going out to transfer the family house to Shang Zashi and give him money, she would have done everything in her power to keep him at home. Meanwhile, over at Grandpa and Grandma Sang's place, after hanging up the phone, the elderly couple were still in a daze. Grandma Sang sighed. Who would have thought? We were just talking about hoping Xiaoxi would have a child, and now Ningning's pregnant, with twins, no less. I told you, Ningning is a good girl, a lucky star. That's true, Grandpa Sang agreed. It's just that Shing Shinhao, he's actually scheming to get Xiaoxi and Ningning divorced. We absolutely mustn't tell him about Ningning's pregnancy. Let's see how he feels when his own son and grandkids refuse to acknowledge him. Grandpa Sang nodded in agreement, but inwardly he was thinking, in half a year, his wife would be going to the Northwest Military District to take care of their granddaughter-in-law. What was he supposed to do then? He didn't want to be left alone in Beijing, working by himself. He'd have to think of a way to go with her. Meanwhile, after Shang Zashi hung up the phone, he told Gu Jianing on the way home that Grandpa and Grandma wanted Shing Shinhao to transfer the Shang family's old courtyard house to him and give him half of his savings too. Gu Jianing's eyes lit up when she heard this. Her grandparents were really sly. No, wait, not sly, wise. They'd managed to trick Shing Shinhao so neatly. Not bad at all. Whether it was the house or the money, she liked both. As for Shang Zashi mentioning that Shing Shinhao wanted them to get divorced, she didn't take it to heart at all. After all, there was no way Shang Zashi would divorce her. Besides, when she married Shang Zashi, she already knew his relationship with his father was strained. She never expected to gain her father-in-law's approval, nor did she care about it. It's always nice to have family blessings for a marriage, but if not, so be it. After she hung up with Gu Jianing, the Gu family returned home. They immediately noticed something was off with Gu Yunzhou. He didn't look too happy. Once they got home, old man Gu asked Yunzhou, "Did Ningning say something to you?" As soon as he asked, everyone turned to look at Gu Yunzhou. Startled, Gu Yunzhou said, "Dad, how did you know?" Yao Chunhua shot her youngest son a glance. "We raised you. We can tell what you're up to just by looking at you." Gu Yunzhou, did she have to put it that way? Ningning did say something, but let's wait until lunchtime when Big Brother gets back from the factory. I'll tell everyone then. All right. Soon, it was noon. After lunch, the Gu family closed the door and gathered together. Gu Yunzhou shared what Gu Jianing had told him, that when Zhuqing harbored ill intentions toward old man Gu and sister-in-law Yang Man. Ningning said he might act within 3 days. We must keep a close eye on Wen Zhuqing. That Wen Zhuqing again. At the mention of his name, Yao Chunhua was furious. She vividly remembered how her daughter used to chase after Wen Zhuqing and even jumped into a river for him. She hated Wen Zhuqing with a passion. Luckily, after Ningning woke up from that incident, she came to her senses, married Shang Zashi, moved to the northwest with him, and now she was pregnant. That incident with the pigsty, wasn't that Wen Zhuqing's doing? Now he's back again. Is he targeting our family? Old man Gu's face darkened. Looks like making him shovel manure last time was too light a punishment. Back then, although there was no concrete evidence that Wen Zhuqing was behind the pigsty incident, everyone knew. So, as village chief, old man Gu used his authority to assign Wen Zhuqing to manure duty. Now let's analyze why Wen Zhuqing would target Dad and Man, and not anyone else, Guian said, frowning. No one in the Gu family doubted Gu Jianing's words. There was a reason for this. Back when Gu Jianing was just under 2 years old, at the end of 1958, she had a fever that lasted 2 days and nights. While she was feverish, little Gu Jianing woke up in a daze, grabbed her parents' hands, and though she could barely talk, said something that startled old man Gu and Yao Chunhua. What she said was shocking life or death matters. They thought she was just delirious from the fever, talking nonsense. But little Gu Jianing insisted they listen, or she'd cry her heart out. Old man Gu and Yao Chunhua doted on her, and since they had some savings, they agreed. When little Gu Jianing saw the cellar full of grain, she was satisfied. Later, she fell asleep, her fever broke, and when she recovered, she'd forgotten all about it. But what happened next left everyone stunned. Those 3 years, no one in the Gu family likes to recall them even now. Fortunately, thanks to that cellar full of grain, the Gu family survived those years intact. While many families lost loved ones, the Gu family remained whole. Gu Jianing may not remember, but everyone else does. It was her words that saved the whole family. Later, during her teenage years, something similar happened again. Gu Jianing's warning saved old man Gu and Gu Yanting from near death. That's why the Gu family spoils Gu Jianing so much. And why they believe everything she says, without question. Even though she's far away in the Northwest Military District, thousands of miles apart, as long as Gu Jianing says something, they believe her. So, the Gu family began analyzing why Wen Zhuqing would target old man Gu and young man. Gu Yunzhou, always the sharpest, spoke up. It's simple, Dad is the head of our family and the village chief. His position keeps Wen Zhuqing in check. If Dad weren't the village chief, Wen Zhuqing would have a free hand. Just like last time, arranging for Wen Zhuqing to haul manure was only possible because old man Gu was the village chief. Even later, when the educated youths wanted to leave Huaihua village and return to the city, they had to be wary of old man Gu making things difficult for them. As for sister-in-law, Gu Yunzhou looked over at young man, who immediately tensed up. I haven't offended that Wen Zhuqing, have I? Young man said nervously. No, sister-in-law, you haven't done anything to Wen Zhuqing. But you're one of us, you're a member of the Gu family, Gu Yunzhou replied. I think the reason Wen Zhuqing might target you is because you're pregnant. Young man jumped in fright, quickly covering her belly with both hands, her eyes full of worry. Gu Yanting listened to his younger brother and glanced at his wife's swollen belly. Thinking of what could happen, his expression darkened. Without a doubt, aside from little Zhuang, who was only a few months old, the most vulnerable person in the family was Man. If anything happened to her, it would mean losing both mother and child. Thinking of this, Guian quickly grabbed his wife's hand, only relaxing when he felt the warmth of her palm. Now that we know the general reason, the next step is to keep an eye on him, Guian said. I'll keep watch on Wenjuqing, Guian offered. For the next few days, Man, try not to go out. If you have to, either I'll go with you or I'll go with her, Yao Chunhua chimed in. After all, that was her daughter-in-law and her eldest grandchild, of course Yao Chunhua cared. If Wenjuqing dares to try anything, I'm not afraid of him, Yao Chunhua declared boldly. She really wasn't afraid. In the Gu family, the strongest person wasn't the three Gu brothers or even Old Man Gu, it was Yao Chunhua. The Yao family were butchers, after all. They could slaughter pigs because they had real strength. Yao Chunhua had inherited that strength from her family. She was even stronger than most men, and just as fearless. So, she wasn't the least bit intimidated by a weakling like Wenjuqing. Alright, let's do it that way. At the Bao family's house, Bao Shanyan was rubbing her belly, watching Wenjuqing wash clothes by the well in the yard. Wenjuqing caught sight of Bao Shanyan's slightly rounded belly out of the corner of his eye, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The child in Bao Shanyan's belly could not be allowed to live. Thinking of those nights when Bao Shanyan had forced herself on him, Wenjuqing's face darkened. Just thinking about it made him sick. If he weren't forced by circumstances, he'd have gotten rid of Bao Shanyan long ago. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and finish washing, then go cook. Seeing Wenjuqing dawdling, Bao Shanyan kicked him. Caught off guard, Wenjuqing nearly fell. Luckily, he managed to steady himself. But his hand landed in the wash basin, soaking the sleeve of his only coat. A flash of resentment crossed Wenjuqing's eyes, but he quickly hid it. You're a man, you should be working in the fields. Now my mother's out there and you're doing housework, you're getting off easy, Bao Shanyan said bluntly. In her eyes, Wenjuqing was just a weakling useless in the fields, good for nothing except his looks. But good looks weren't bad. Maybe their child would take after him and be good-looking too. After finishing the laundry and hanging it up, Wenjuqing, with his sleeves still wet, was immediately sent to the kitchen to cook, with no time to care about anything else. While he was cooking, Bao Shanyan didn't come in. She'd been having morning sickness lately, and the smell of cooking oil made her nauseous. Staring at the food in the pan, Wenjuqing was sorely tempted to poison it, to get rid of Bao Shanyan, her mother, and the child in her belly. But he held back. He could get his hands on poison, but if Bao Shanyan and her mother died, he'd be the first suspect. Wenjuqing couldn't make it look flawless, at least, not yet. So he had to wait. But a lively, pretty figure flashed through Wenjuqing's mind. Gu Jianing. Wenjuqing would never forget that everything he was suffering now was because of Gu Jianing's schemes. Unfortunately, Gu Jianing had gone to the northwest with that officer named Shing. But it didn't matter, the Gu family was still here. Gu Jianing was clearly someone who cared about her family. If something happened to them, she'd be devastated. Wenjuqing definitely wanted to strike at the Gu family. He already had a plan for who and how. He just needed to put it into action. With these thoughts in mind, Wenjuqing finished cooking. Soon, Bao Yingzi came back, and the three sat down to eat. Bao Shanyan and her mother ate heartily, grabbing food quickly when Wenjuqing could barely get a bite in. Not that he cared. In front of Bao Shanyan and her mother, Wenjuqing always acted obediently. Even when Bao Shanyan hit him, he endured it. After all, he'd get his revenge someday. After dinner, Wenjuqing cleared the dishes. As he did, he said to Bao Shanyan, I'm planning to go into town later. I wrote to my parents last time and told them you're pregnant. They were really happy and said they'd send something. I want to check at the post office. Bao Shanyan frowned at first, but when she heard he was going to pick something up, she had no objections. Fine, go ahead. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. Anyway, without a letter of introduction, Wenjuqing couldn't run off. Hearing her agree, when Zhuqing lowered his head to clear the dishes, a faint smile curling at his lips. Soon, when Zhuqing left the Bauhaus and headed for the county seat, what he didn't know was that a shadowy figure quietly followed him. Once in town, when Zhuqing went to a secluded alley and knocked on a door. Soon, it opened a crack. "Do you have what I asked for?" When Zhuqing asked in a low voice. "It's here." The person inside didn't show their face, just stuck out a hand. "I brought it." "Where's the money and ration tickets?" When Zhuqing handed over the cash and tickets he'd prepared, the hand took them and quickly passed him a small package. When Zhuqing immediately stuffed it into his coat. After glancing around, he turned and left. But instead of heading straight back to the village, he went to the county government compound and spoke to the gate guard. "Hello, could you let Secretary Lu's daughter, Lu Yuan, know that when Zhuqing is here to see her?" Apparently, the guard knew him and didn't make things difficult, going in to notify her. Soon, a girl of 17 or 18, wearing a wool coat and with 2 braids, came running out happily. From a distance, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up when she saw Wen Zhuqing. She ran up to him, her voice even more cheerful. "Brother Wen, you finally came. Comrade Lu." Wen Zhuqing, gentle and refined, wore a warm, friendly smile on his handsome face. His affectionate eyes gazed at Lu Yuan, as if silently conveying endless feelings. Before long, the two of them arrived at the state-run restaurant. It was Lu Yuan who had invited Wen Zhuqing. She was generous and ordered braised pork, cabbage stewed with vermicelli, a fish, and 2 bowls of rice. Lu Yuan was the only daughter in her family, and her parents doted on her endlessly. They often gave her pocket money, and after she graduated from junior high, they found her a job at the supply and marketing cooperative, a secure iron rice bowl that wasn't too demanding. "Brother Wen, you're too thin. You really should eat more, especially the braised pork." "You need to nourish yourself," Lu Yuan said, looking at the slender Wen Zhuqing, her eyes full of concern. "Thank you, Comrade Lu. These days, you're the only one who still thinks of me." Wen Zhuqing managed to smile, but it was tinged with bitterness. His eyes were full of sorrow, which made Lu Yuan's heart ache even more. "Brother Wen, did that woman hit you again? Did she not give you anything to eat?" Wen Zhuqing stayed silent. Seeing him like this, Lu Yuan became even more convinced that her guess was right. "Brother Wen, I'll talk to my parents when I get home today. I'll ask them to help you divorce that woman. Once you're divorced, Lu Yuan looked at Wen Zhuqing, her eyes brimming with affection. Yuan. For the first time, Wen Zhuqing didn't call her Comrade Lu. His gaze was filled with gentle tenderness, making Lu Yuan completely lose herself in it. Yes, Lu Yuan liked Wen Zhuqing. Their acquaintance began with a rescue when Zhuqing had saved Lu Yuan by chance. At that critical moment, when Zhuqing had appeared before her, tall, handsome, and gentle, almost like a god descending from the heavens. In that instant, Lu Yuan fell for him. Her heart was moved, and she started to like Wen Zhuqing. After that, they kept in touch. But when Lu Yuan learned that Wen Zhuqing was married, she hesitated. After all, her upbringing didn't allow her to destroy someone else's marriage. She had even planned to distance herself from him after repaying his kindness. But later, through more interactions, she found out that Wen Zhuqing was a sent-down youth, and his marriage to his wife wasn't voluntary, it was a setup. What's more, that woman treated him terribly. Not only did she make him do endless chores, but she would also beat and curse him, taking advantage of his physical strength as a hunter. And Wen Zhuqing, since she was his wife and a woman, didn't fight back, not that he wouldn't, he just couldn't win. When Wen Zhuqing talked about his life, his sadness and melancholy, along with those bruises, made Lu Yuan's heart ache. If Gu Jianing knew what she was thinking, she'd say, Wen Zhuqing always uses that face of his to get whatever he wants. And wasn't that exactly what was happening now? Lu Yuan thought, since Wen Zhuqing saved her, she wanted to repay him. How could she just stand by and watch him suffer like this? She wanted to save him from his misery, just as he had once saved her. But as for how to save him, Lu Yuan hadn't figured it out yet. Still, because of all this, Lu Yuan no longer thought about distancing herself from Wen Zhuqing. Instead, she felt even more sorry for him. Sympathy and gratitude for saving her life. These were the beginnings of a woman falling for a man. As their interactions grew more frequent, Lu Yuan's feelings for Wen Zhuqing deepened. And now she was determined to help Wen Zhuqing escape his misery, to help him divorce Bao Shanyan, and to marry him herself. Lu Yuan didn't know how to help Wen Zhuqing get a divorce, but she knew that while she might not be able to do it, her parents could. She'd never dared to tell her parents before, knowing they'd surely object. But now Lu Yuan felt she had no choice. Even if she had to cry, throw a tantrum, or threaten drastic measures, she was determined to get their approval. When Wen Zhuqing heard Lu Yuan say she'd tell her parents about them today, he hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, some things have to be set in motion today. Soon, the food arrived. The chef at the state-run restaurant was indeed skilled, and especially for Wen Zhuqing, who had neither money nor ration tickets and never got to eat anything good at the Bao household, it was a rare treat. When Wen Zhuqing was sent to the countryside, he brought almost nothing with him. He was basically penniless. But thanks to people like Gu Jianing sending him things, he managed to live quite well and keep up appearances. However, after marrying Bao Shanyan, neither the village girls who fancied him nor the female sent-down youths dared come near anymore. At first, some still tried, but Bao Shanyan drove them off. After that, no girl dared support him again. Wen Zhuqing really didn't have a good life at the Bao household. He was always hungry and cold, beaten by Bao Shanyan, and, before she got pregnant, he was even forced at night. Every time, Wen Zhuqing felt like he was being trampled by a pig. Although Bao Shanyan was now pregnant, and the child wasn't what he wanted, at least she wouldn't bother him anymore. Still, Wen Zhuqing was determined to escape the Bao family and Bao Shanyan. And the person who could help him get away from Bao Shanyan and even Huaihua village was Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was the one he had carefully chosen. Yuan, I've rented a place in the county. After we finish eating, do you want to come see it? Once you know where it is, it'll be easier for us to meet up. He didn't finish the sentence, but Lu Yuan already understood what he meant. Blushing, she nodded shyly. After their meal, the two left the restaurant. Soon, Wen Zhuqing led Lu Yuan to a secluded alley, then unlocked a small house with a key. They went inside. With just the two of them, the atmosphere grew more intimate, especially as Wen Zhuqing intentionally brushed against Lu Yuan. Soon, they couldn't hold back. In the bedroom, the two of them, drawn to each other, embraced and kissed. For a moment, Lu Yuan was completely swept away. Soon, they fell onto the bed together. Just as things were about to go further, there was a sudden loud noise at the window, snapping Lu Yuan back to her senses. Startled, she instinctively pushed Wen Zhuqing off her. In her panic, she used quite a bit of strength. Wen Zhuqing, who was rather frail, hadn't expected her to push him so suddenly. With that shove, he tumbled to the floor, landing painfully on his backside. Brother Wen, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Lu Yuan was flustered and full of guilt. When she saw that several buttons on her blouse had come undone, she hurried to fasten them. What had just happened to her? How could she have? She'd always planned to wait until she married Brother Wen before doing that. But now, Brother Wen wasn't even divorced yet. If they did this, wouldn't it be having an affair? At the thought, Lu Yuan's face turned pale. Brother Wen, I'll go home now. Don't worry, I'll convince my parents. After speaking, without waiting for Wen Zhuqing's reply, Lu Yuan hurriedly left in a panic. She really had no choice. She was truly frightened. These days, messing around with affairs could end terribly. Lu Yuan had seen it with her own eyes when she was young. Wen Zhuqing tried to reach out and stop Lu Yuan, but his backside hurt so much that his face twisted in pain, he couldn't even speak, let alone move. All he could do was watch helplessly as Lu Yuan disappeared from his sight. It was a long time before he managed to get up, his face dark as water. She actually managed to get away. Wen Zhuqing gritted his teeth. Today, one of Wen Zhuqing's main reasons for coming to the county was to win Lu Yuan over, to make their relationship physical. ideally to get her pregnant after this encounter. That way, Lu Yuan would be more inclined toward him, and her parents would have no choice but to help him divorce and break free from the Bao family. For this, Wen Zhuqing had even spent his last bit of money to rent this place for a month. Now he was truly penniless. As for his family sending him anything? Not a chance. Everything had been going smoothly, but he hadn't expected some noise to startle Lu Yuan, causing her to run off. Now, there was no way to get her back. He didn't know if Lu Yuan would tell her parents about what happened today. If she didn't, that would be fine, but if she did. Wen Zhuqing was sure that Lu Yuan's parents would never agree to let them be together. To stop them, they might not be willing to hurt Lu Yuan, but they could very well come after him. Wouldn't that make his situation even worse? Wen Zhuqing's face was extremely ugly. After a long while, he finally got up, closed the door, and left. He returned empty-handed, and just thinking about having to face Bao Shanyan's questioning and even her beatings when he got back made Wen Zhuqing feel even more miserable. Just as Wen Zhuqing's figure faded into the distance, someone emerged from behind the very house Wen Zhuqing had just left. If Wen Zhuqing were still here, he would have recognized this person as Gu Yunzhou. Watching Wen Zhuqing's disappearing figure, Gu Yunzhou spat that Wen Zhuqing, already married and still dares to fool around, he must have a death wish. Lu Yuan? Who's that? Ever since they'd decided at home yesterday to keep a close eye on Wen Zhuqing, Gu Yunzhou had started taking action. Sure enough, when he saw Wen Zhuqing heading to the county this morning, Gu Yunzhou quietly followed him. He hadn't expected to discover anything, but he did. First, he saw Wen Zhuqing sneakily buying something. Then he saw him getting cozy with a young woman, seemingly about to have an affair. That woman too. Luckily, he just made some noise with a stone and scared her off. Otherwise, that woman would have been completely taken advantage of by Wen Zhuqing. He'd always known Wen Zhuqing wasn't a decent person. Thank goodness Ningning wasn't with him, or he'd have wanted to beat Wen Zhuqing to death. Gu Yunzhou didn't go back to the village right away. Instead, he found a phone in the county and called Gu Jianing, telling her everything that had happened with Wen Zhuqing today. Over in the Northwest Military District, even though she called home, Gu Jianing still couldn't put her mind at ease. She'd even had a nightmare last night. In her dream, it was like her previous life. Because of Wen Zhuqing, because of her own stupidity, her family suffered tragedy. And now, Wen Zhuqing was targeting her family again. Waking up in the middle of the night, Gu Jianing had cried in Shang Zashi's arms for a long time. Today, when a young soldier from the communications office said her third brother was on the phone, she rushed over eagerly. Then she heard about everything her third brother had seen while following Wen Zhuqing. Lu Yuan, Gu Jianing murmured. She hadn't expected Wen Zhuqing to try seducing Lu Yuan so soon in this life. Ningning, do you know this Lu Yuan? Gu Yuno asked on the other end. Not exactly, but I know who she is. Gu Jianing then explained Lu Yuan's background. In her previous life, after marrying Wen Zhuqing, when he realized she was no longer of use and couldn't have children, Wen Zhuqing seduced Lu Yuan to escape Huaihua village, all for the sake of Lu Yuan's parents' status. Maybe Wen Zhuqing really did have a strong hold over Lu Yuan in their past life. Even though they never married, Lu Yuan still willingly stayed with him and even had his child. Lu Yuan's parents, helpless for their daughter's sake, could only help Wen Zhuqing. Gu Jianing only found out about Lu Yuan much later. But in the end, neither Lu Yuan nor her parents met a good end. Lu Yuan was driven mad by Wen Zhuqing and drowned herself and her child in the river. Her parents, devastated by the loss, confronted Wen Zhuqing. But by then, Wen Zhuqing had already climbed to greater heights and easily dealt with them. Step by step, Wen Zhuqing used women to climb higher, abandoning each one as he went. He was ruthless and cold-blooded, but undeniably capable. Third brother, here's what I want you to do. Write an anonymous letter to Lu Yuan's parents. Gu Jianing then briefly explained what the letter should say. It would expose Wen Zhuqing's attempt to seduce Lu Yuan, how he'd pretended to save her to get close, and most importantly, that he was already married. The whole point of the letter was to reveal Wen Zhuqing's true nature and hopefully get Lu Yuan's parents to stop her from being with him, ideally, to take action against Wen Zhuqing and put an end to him. Wen Zhuqing's so-called life-saving grace was a lie. Gu Jianing had discovered this in her previous life. The whole thing had been Wen Zhuqing's scheme from the start. "All right, little sister, don't worry. I'll write the letter and send it as soon as possible. I'll keep an eye on Wen Zhuqing too." Thank you, third brother." After hanging up, Gu Jianing thought for a while, hoping her brother's plan would go smoothly. Thinking about it, Lu Yuan was also an innocent victim of Wen Zhuqing. If possible, she hoped that in this life, Lu Yuan could have a different ending. Meanwhile, after returning home from the county, Gu Yunzhou immediately locked himself in his room to write the letter. As he was writing, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Gu Yunzhou poked his head out and learned from his mother that Wen Zhuqing had been beaten up by Bao Shanyan. Gu Yunzhou smirked. Good, the harder the beating, the better. Besides the letter to Lu Yuan's parents, little sister said to write one to Bao Shanyan too. Gu Yunzhou pulled out another sheet of paper and started writing an anonymous letter to Bao Shanyan. As for the contents, of course it was all about exposing Wen Zhuqing's unfaithful heart. Back in the county, after being scared off, Lu Yuan went straight home. The window, which had only been cracked open, was pushed wider from the outside, and then a shadowy figure slipped in. She hurried into her room and shut the door behind her. Even though she was finally home, Lu Yuan still felt shaken and on edge. Just a little more, just a little more. Lu Yuan recalled Wen Zhuqing's kiss, how passionate and dizzying it had been. Her heart had pounded so fast, it felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. That feeling was so sweet. After all, Wen Zhuqing was the man she liked, her hero, the one who had saved her. But thinking about how Wen Zhuqing was now a married man, and if she really did something with him, that would make her a homewrecker. Recalling the fate of those women she'd seen before who became homewreckers, Lu Yuan's face instantly went pale. She was terrified. She didn't want to end up like that. So, the only thing she could do now was to help Brother Wen get a divorce as soon as possible, help him escape his misery, and only then could she marry him. But originally, Lu Yuan had planned to come clean to her parents tonight and tell them everything, but what had just happened had scared her off. Maybe I should wait a little longer, Lu Yuan hesitated, suddenly losing her nerve for tonight. When her parents came home from work, they immediately noticed something was off with their daughter. After all, Lu Ruji and Duwan paid close attention to their only daughter. They loved her dearly. Lu Ruji and Duwan had met when they both had nothing. Even now, with Lu Ruji having become the county chief, and even though they only had one daughter and Duwan couldn't have more children, and despite all the pressure from public opinion around them, Lu Ruji had never thought about divorcing Duwan or adopting or bringing in another child. Instead, he doted on their only daughter, Lu Yuan, with all his heart. So, they could easily sense when something was wrong with her. Lately, they'd both noticed that their daughter was acting strangely. But every time they asked, she insisted nothing was wrong. "Do you think Yuan has started seeing someone?" Duan guessed. Lu Ruji frowned. "That can't be right." As a father, with Lu Yuan being his only daughter, to be honest, he couldn't accept the thought of her getting married and leaving them. Especially since they didn't have a son. He'd even discussed with his wife before, maybe they could have Lu Yuan bring a husband into the family. Lu Yuan knew about this too. And now, if Yuan really was seeing someone, if she liked someone, she'd tell us, wouldn't she? Lu Ruji said. In his mind, his daughter was obedient and sensible, something as big as dating, she wouldn't keep it from them. That's true, Duan agreed. Maybe we've just been too busy lately and haven't had time for her. She might be feeling lonely, Lu Ruji said. One was the county chief, the other the head of the Women's Federation. They were both always busy. Once I get through this busy spell, I'll spend more time with Yuan, Duan said. Oh, by the way, you mentioned before that you saw a nice young man. His family has a lot of boys. He might be a good match for Yuan. As night fell, Wen Zhuqing, who'd made a trip to the county but came home empty-handed, naturally suffered another round of beating and scolding from Bao Shanyan. The commotion was so loud that the whole Huaihua village knew about it. But no one dared say anything. For one, Someone had tried to intervene before, only to be immediately confronted by Bao Shanyan. "What, you've got your eye on Wen Zhuqing? Planning to have an affair with my husband?" The old lady had been so frightened, she ran off at once. Bao Shanyan said it without shame, but the old lady was mortified. If even the old ladies didn't dare interfere, the young girls who secretly liked Wen Zhuqing were even less likely to. As for the men? None of them cared about the fate of a pretty boy educated youth like Wen Zhuqing. Besides, they couldn't win against Bao Shanyan and her daughter anyway. And Bao Shanyan always said, she was beating her own man, it had nothing to do with anyone else. If her husband did something wrong, she'd beat him if she wanted. If Wen Zhuqing didn't like it, he could fight back. Now, lying in bed after being beaten, Wen Zhuqing looked at Bao Shanyan snoring like a pig beside him and wished he could just reach out and strangle her right then and there. But he held himself back. He knew that even though Bao Shanyan was pregnant, if she put her strength into it, he still couldn't fight back, especially with Bao Yingzi, who was just as strong, in the next room. Just wait a little longer. Women are most vulnerable during childbirth. As long as he waited until Bao Shanyan was giving birth, then he could use some tricks and make sure Bao Shanyan died with her child. Wen Zhuqing lowered his eyes, hiding the viciousness in them, and endured the pain in his body as he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Wen Zhuqing was woken up early again to cook in the kitchen, with Bao Shanyan supervising and Bao Yingzi heading to the fields. In Wen Zhuqing and Bao Shanyan's room, the window that had only been cracked open was pushed wider from the outside, and a nimble figure slipped in. That figure began to search the room quietly. Soon, he found the package Wen Zhuqing had hidden, the one he'd brought back from the county. Opening it, Guian saw what was inside. The first thing that caught his eye was 2 banned books. Seeing them, Guian was secretly shocked. Why would Wen Zhuqing bring back banned books? Very quickly, Guian thought of a possibility. There was no way Wen Zhuqing had gotten these for himself. The only other explanation was that he intended to use them to frame someone. Guian had long suspected that Wen Zhuqing was plotting against his father and sister-in-law, but wasn't sure exactly how. Targeting his sister-in-law made sense, she was pregnant. Targeting his father? Maybe because he was the head of the family, or because he was the village chief. Now, Guian thought, maybe his guess was right. Wen Zhuqing was planning to use these 2 banned books to frame his father, maybe even the entire Gu family. Wen Zhuqing, you're ruthless. Now that he'd figured out Wen Zhuqing's plan, for a moment, Guian wanted to destroy the books. But after thinking it over, he held back. If he destroyed them, Wen Zhuqing would notice and be even more on guard. And if this plan failed, Wen Zhuqing might come up with something even more vicious to harm his family. So it was better to play along. And then, Guian's eyes narrowed slightly. With a plan in mind, he set the 2 books aside for now, and then noticed a small packet of medicine pressed underneath them. This is, Guian frowned in thought. Wen Zhuqing had brought this package back from the county, and inside, aside from those 2 banned books, there was also this packet of medicine. The books were clearly meant to be used against his father and the Gu family. But this medicine... Guian carefully opened the medicine packet and quickly saw a powdery substance inside. He didn't know anything about medicine or herbs, so he had no idea what this powder was. However, he took out a handkerchief and cautiously poured a small amount of the powder onto it. Then, just as carefully, he restored the packet and the books to their original state and put everything back where it was. Once the handkerchief was safely tucked away, Guian didn't dare linger. Just as he'd come, he quietly slipped out through the window, restoring it to the narrow crack it had been left in. Outside, Wen Zhuqing and Bao Shanyan remained completely unaware. Meanwhile, Guian quietly returned home. At this hour, the Gu family's living room was brightly lit. Earlier that day, after returning from the county, Guian had told his family about following Wen Zhuqing, what Wen Zhuqing had been up to, and the call he'd made to Gu Jianing, as well as Gu Jianing's plan. Tonight, because Guian had said in advance that he was going to the Bao family to investigate the package Wen Zhuqing had brought out, the whole Gu family, except for the baby Zhuang, were up waiting for him, Even Yang Man, who was heavily pregnant, got up in the middle of the night to wait with her husband. After all, one of Wen Shuqing's targets was her. Yang Man was fearless, but now that she was a mother, she had to protect her child, a child she had longed for and finally conceived after much difficulty. As Gu Yunzhou returned, the whole family perked up, their eyes fixed on him. "How did it go, Yunzhou?" Yao Chanhua asked in a low voice, pouring him a cup of warm water. Gu Yunzhou took it and drank it down in one gulp. After sitting down, he quickly recounted how he'd snuck into Wen Shuqing's room and what he'd found in the package. "Those banned books are definitely meant to frame Dad," Guian said firmly. "Wen Shuqing has clearly held a grudge ever since Dad became village chief. So what do we do?" Yang Man and Su Miao, the two women, looked a little lost and anxious after hearing all this. "Don't worry," old Gu said in a steady voice, his eyes narrowing slightly. "If Wen Shuqing really dares to act, we'll just give him a taste of his own medicine." The three brothers exchanged glances. As expected, their father was thinking exactly as they were. No wonder he could become village chief. Gu Yunzhou then took out the handkerchief, spread out the powder on it, and shared his suspicions. When young Man heard that the powder might be meant for her and her unborn child, she was shocked. Gu Yunting squeezed his wife's hand to comfort her, but his face remained grim as he looked at the powder. "We need to find out exactly what this powder is. I have a friend who knows about herbs. I'll ask him tomorrow," Gu Yunting said, carefully folding up the handkerchief. "Good, let's do that," old Gu nodded, then turned to Gu Yunzhou. "Yunzhou, keep an eye on Wen Shuqing. The whole family needs to stay alert." "Yes, Dad, we understand." Since it was already late and everyone had work the next day, they all went to bed after finishing their discussion. Early the next morning, Gu Yunting got up especially early to consult his friend before work. As for Gu Yunzhou, after disguising himself, he spent a penny to ask a stranger on the street to deliver a letter to Lu Ruji. Lu Ruji, who was working in his office, suddenly heard someone was looking for him. When the person came in, it turned out to be an unfamiliar older woman. She said someone had asked her to deliver a letter to him and handed it over. Lu Ruji frowned. What was this about? Could it be some kind of anonymous report? Why all the secrecy? Curious, Lu Ruji opened the letter immediately. As he read the contents, his eyes widened in disbelief. No, impossible. How could Yuan do something like this? But then he remembered how strange his daughter had been acting lately. Could the letter be telling the truth? Lu Ruji immediately questioned the woman about who had asked her to deliver the letter. But she couldn't give any details, and the letter itself said the sender had learned of this by chance and, not wanting to see the county chief's daughter deceived, had written to warn him out of goodwill. Whether he believed it or not was up to him, he could always ask his daughter at home. Lu Ruji couldn't sit still any longer and rushed to the Women's Federation where his wife worked. In his wife Duwan's office, he showed her the letter. Duwan was also shocked after reading it. "We've noticed Yuan's odd behavior lately. Maybe, just maybe. Tonight, when we get home, we'll ask her. If it's not true, then fine. But if it is, we need to expose that educated youth's true face. We can't let Yuan be deceived. Old Lu, you know we've protected Yuan too well. She's too innocent and easily tricked, but she's a good child. If this is true, then it's that educated youth who's fooled our Yuan. We absolutely can't let him get away with it." "Yes, I know." Thinking of that Wen Shuqing, Lu Ruji's eyes flashed with cold fury. How dare he seduce his precious daughter? "I'll go investigate this person's background right now." At noon, the Gu family sat around the table, but no one had much appetite. Gu Yunzhou spoke first. "This morning, while none of us were home, Wen Shuqing did sneak into our house and put those 2 banned books in Dad's bedside drawer. But as soon as he left, I took them out. I'll find a chance to put them back in Wen Shuqing's room. Fight fire with fire." Gu Yunzhou already had a plan in mind. Since Wen Shuqing had planted the banned books in their house, he definitely wouldn't just leave it at that. He was bound to make a scene. When the time came, they'd turn the tables on him. Everyone nodded, then looked to Gu Yunting. Gu Yunting knew what they wanted to hear and said gravely, "I showed the powder on the handkerchief to my friend. It's a drug that excites animals and drives them mad. If someone gets it on them, animals will go crazy and treat that person as prey. As soon as he said this, the whole Gu family's faces darkened. Young Man's face went completely white. They hadn't forgotten when Zhuqing had 2 targets. The banned books were for old Gu, but the powder was clearly meant for young Man. If when Zhuqing managed to get that powder onto young Man, then young Man would become prey in the eyes of animals. If she went into the mountains full of wild beasts or even just stayed in Huaihua village, it wouldn't be safe. You have to understand, even in Huaihua village, there are a couple of stray dogs that usually hide in the mountains but come down to the village from time to time. Those dogs are all vicious. In these times, when even people don't have enough to eat, the dogs are even hungrier, their eyes glowing green with hunger. If young Man were targeted by those dogs, even a strong man might not make it out unscathed, let alone young Man, who's heavily pregnant. Mom, young Man clutched her belly, her eyes turning red. Yao Chunhua immediately hugged her daughter-in-law. Don't be afraid, Man. Now that we've uncovered Wen Zhuqing's plot, there's no way we'll let her succeed. It'll be fine. And we'll make sure to pay her back for everything. So, the Gu family discussed things a bit more. Once they were sure their plan would work, they finally sat down to eat. After the meal, Gu Yunzhou went to the village committee office to call Gu Jianing. At the village committee, only Gu Yunzhou and Old Man Gu, who was keeping watch, were there. Gu Yunzhou spoke quietly on the phone, filling Gu Jianing in on the latest developments. Third brother, I understand. Let's do as you all planned. All right. After a few more words, they hung up. Over in the Northwest Military District, after hanging up at the communications office, Gu Jianing headed straight for the military hospital. On the way, thinking about what third brother had said about Wen Zhuqing's plans, Gu Jianing's face was cold as water. System, thank you. Why are you thanking me, host? Thank you for letting me be reborn, for binding with me, and for giving me so much. Gu Jianing was truly grateful to the system. Without it, she wouldn't have had a second chance at life or the opportunity to make new choices. And without the system, without being able to exchange things from it, her life wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Without the invisible bulletproof vest, brother, she would have been seriously injured. Without the malice detector, she and her family might have already fallen victim to other schemes. So, she really did want to thank the system. No need to thank me, host. Just focus on having a healthy pregnancy and giving birth, keep healing others, become a miracle doctor, and help more people have children. That's all I ask. As long as Gu Jianing could complete these tasks, the system's mission would be fulfilled too. That was what it wanted most. I will. But, back in her office, Gu Jianing frowned slightly. Yesterday, Qi Yuanqing, who had been coming for treatment every day, hadn't shown up. She didn't know why, and wasn't sure if he'd come today either. Had he decided to stop treatment? That didn't seem likely. Could something have happened? In fact, something had happened at the Qi family, or rather, to be precise, it wasn't a disaster, but someone who didn't know their place had shown up. At that moment, Qin Ro was watching a little boy eating biscuits and canned peaches, her face cold as stone. Hey, why aren't you cooking yet? I'm hungry, came a woman's voice from the other room, full of entitlement. That was her and Qing's room, wasn't it? Qin Ro hurried in, only to see her mother-in-law, Bai Lanhua, rummaging through her wardrobe. Her expression changed. Mom, that's my wardrobe. What are you doing? Oh, you startled me. I'm looking for clothes, can't you see? I didn't bring enough clothes this time, and it's cold. What's wrong with me wearing yours? As she spoke, she pulled out a woolen coat. Qin Ro remembered that coat. Qi Yuanqing had bought it for her as a birthday present last year. It was so expensive she'd hardly dared to wear it. But now, Qin Ro was about to say something, but in the next second, her mother-in-law had already put the coat on. This color looks just right on me. Qin Ro, why aren't you cooking yet? Qing will be home soon. You can't be like this. Oh, and I remember there's a piece of meat in the kitchen cupboard. Make red braised pork with it, Shangzi loves that. You need to remember what Shangzi likes to eat. After all, he's going to be your son soon. Shinro didn't want to listen anymore. The moment she heard the words about Shangzi becoming her son, she was furious. She couldn't believe that, even after they'd refused before, her mother-in-law was still scheming to have them adopt her brother-in-law's son. And now she'd even brought Shangzi, her brother-in-law's third son, straight to their door. Before, Shinro always thought it was her own problem, so no matter what her mother-in-law said, she put up with it. But now, she didn't want to put up with it anymore. She strode forward, yanked her woolen coat off her mother-in-law, stuffed it back in the wardrobe, and locked it up in one smooth motion. I won't adopt Shangzi. Even if I can't have children, I still won't adopt him. Mom, if that's what you're here for, you'd better take Shangzi and go home. Shinro said coldly. For the first time, the usually timid and soft-spoken her found the courage to stand up to her mother-in-law. Even a rabbit will bite when pushed too far. Shinro had had enough over the years. Her sudden resistance stunned Bai Lanhua. She clearly hadn't expected the always meek Shinro to suddenly explode. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Shinro turn and leave the room. Then she heard her grandson crying out in pain outside. She rushed out to see Shinro hitting Shangzi with a clothes hanger. Bai Lanhua had always doted on her 3 grandsons. Seeing her precious grandson being beaten, how could she stand by? Shinro, you wretched woman. You barren hen. How dare you hit my precious grandson? Why don't you just beat me to death instead? Bai Lanhua rushed over to stop her. Normally, she might have been able to hold Shinro back. But right now, Shinro was furious and much stronger than usual. As for Bai Lanhua, true to her name, she'd always been delicate and frail, never working in the fields, only doing a bit of housework, a fragile little white lily. So at this moment, she really couldn't stop the enraged Shinro. She even got hit by the clothes hanger as she tried to intervene. Bai Lanhua immediately started screaming. Suddenly, the old woman's shrieks, curses, the child's cries, and more curses all rang out together, echoing loudly and clearly through the family compound. When Qi Yuanqing returned home, he saw a crowd gathered at his door. As he got closer, he heard someone say, "Oh no, Captain Qi is back. Hurry and stop them, your mother and your wife are fighting." Hearing this, Qi Yuanqing didn't dare delay for a second and rushed in to stop them. Of course, the person he cared about most was his wife, Shinro. Even though the other person was his own mother, Qi Yuanqing knew very well who truly had his best interests at heart. Inside the room, Shinro was crying as she spoke to Qi Yuanqing. Even before there was any treatment, I never agreed to adopt your younger brother's child. Now that you can get treatment, we actually have hope of having our own baby. Qi Yuanqing, I can't live under the same roof as her. You need to make her leave. Otherwise, we'll just get a divorce. Shinro knew that, strictly speaking, it wasn't really Qi Yuanqing's fault that her mother-in-law had brought her brother-in-law's youngest son over. But right now, she just needed to vent her anger at him. After all, it was his mother. Aru, don't talk about divorce. I'll never divorce you. Qi Yuanqing gripped Shinro's shoulders with both hands, gently wiping away her tears. Honestly, I feel the same way you do. I don't want to adopt my brother's child either. I'll go explain everything to my mother right now. With that, Qi Yuanqing turned and left the bedroom. He came out to see Shangzi still eating canned fruit, completely indifferent to the chaos going on around him. Qi Yuanqing's eyes turned cold. His younger brother's sons had all been spoiled rotten by their parents, to the point of being heartless. Just now, while his mother and Aru were fighting, Shangzi, the one being protected, just kept eating as if nothing was happening. Qi Yuanqing knew he couldn't change his younger brother's sons, but just as Shinro said, there was no way they would ever take in a child like that. He shot a glance at Shangzi, then headed straight to his mother's room. As soon as he entered, he was met with his mother's complaints about Shinro. Bai Lanhua was crying pitifully, her words filled with attempts to drive a wedge between Qi Yuanqing and Shinro. Qi Yuanqing listened to her rant without saying a word. Only after she finished did he speak, his voice firm. Mom, you should take Shangzi and go home. Aru and I will not adopt him. Yuanqing, what do you mean by that? Everything I'm doing is for you. You've been married to that woman for so many years and still have no children. She's just a hen that can't lay eggs, and the one who can't have children is me." Qi Yuanqing's words cut Bai Lanhua off instantly. Bai Lanhua stared blankly at her eldest son. You must be joking. Are you just saying that to protect that woman?" "Mom, it really is my problem. The doctor found out, and I've already started treatment. The doctor said that once I'm cured, Aru and I can have our own child. So there's no need for us to adopt my younger brother's son. You don't need to worry, just take Shangzi back home." Qi Yuanqing admitted the truth calmly, feeling no shame. At the very least, he wasn't going to let Aru be misunderstood any longer. Normally, around this time yesterday and today, he would have gone for his treatment. But with his mother's arrival, especially with everything that happened today, he simply couldn't leave and missed his appointment. Bai Lanhua was completely stunned. She wanted to say it was impossible, but seeing how serious her eldest son looked, she knew him well enough to realize he wasn't lying. So, the problem wasn't with Qin Ro, but with her eldest son, and he was getting treatment? There was hope for a cure. If he was cured, and he and Qin Ro had their own child, then there'd be no need to adopt her third son's child. Then, what would happen to her third son's family? Yes, Bai Lanhua's first reaction wasn't to be happy that her eldest son might finally have his own child, but to worry about her third son's family. They say parents can't help but play favorites when they have several children. Bai Lanhua's favorite had always been her third son, the one she raised herself and who always knew how to sweet-talk her. As for her eldest and second sons, they'd been raised by their grandmother. Especially her eldest, he'd joined the army when he was barely a teenager, so she'd hardly spent any time with him. Yet, ironically, he was the most successful. Bai Lanhua knew what her third son's family was like. Neither she nor her husband had much ability, and their personalities were lazy and undisciplined. Luckily, her third son and his wife had 3 sons, while her eldest and his wife couldn't have any. So she'd always planned for her eldest to help out her third son's family. She figured that since her eldest had no children, everything he had should eventually go to her third son. But now, everything had changed. Her eldest was about to have a child of his own. What would happen to her third son's family then? Even after Qi Yuanqing left, Bai Lanhua was still in a daze, taking a long time to process it all. No, I can't let the eldest have a child. If he has a child, her third son's family will lose his support and have to suffer. Just thinking about it made Bai Lanhua's heart ache. So she couldn't let her eldest have a child. But how could she stop him from having one? If he doesn't get treatment, he won't have a child. That's it, the doctor. Bai Lanhua quickly came up with a plan. She decided to find out who was treating her eldest son and then figure out what to do next. Gu Jianing had no idea that trouble was brewing. When she noticed Qi Yuanqing hadn't come for treatment again, she just frowned slightly and didn't think much of it. Even though she genuinely wanted to help him and Qin Ro have a child, if they chose not to continue treatment, there was nothing she could do. It didn't affect Gu Jianing's mood at all. When she got home for lunch, she saw that Shang Zashi had already returned and even cooked for her. Gu Jianing was pleasantly surprised. "You're home so early today? I have good news." Gu Jianing went over and hugged him, blinking. "What's the good news?" "I've been promoted to Deputy Regiment Commander. That makes you the Deputy Regiment Commander's wife now." Gu Jianing's eyes lit up. "Really? That's wonderful. I knew you could do it." Seeing Gu Jianing so happy made Shang Zashi happy too. Actually, if it hadn't been for his father holding him back, he'd be more than just a Deputy Regiment Commander by now. After completing his last mission, his father finally couldn't suppress him anymore, which was why he got promoted. Back in the old compound, the only person who could compare to him was Li Tingxian from the Li family. He remembered that Li Tingxian was already a regimental officer now. But back when his mother was alive, he and Li Tingxian were always the model children in everyone's eyes. After his mother passed away, he became the rebellious son in his father's eyes and the contrast to Li Tingxian. Thinking of Li Tingxian, Shang Zashi remembered something else. He'd heard from friends in the capital that Li Tingxian was planning to transfer to the Northwest Military District. Why? Shang Zashi found it odd. After all, anyone with half a brain would know that working in the capital's military district was far better than being in the Northwest. So why was Li Tingxian so eager to come to the Northwest Military District? At this moment, in the Li family patriarch's study in Beijing, old Master Li sat in his study, frowning as he scrutinized his eldest grandson, the pride of the family. Tall and well-built, with refined features and a resolute gaze, he truly lived up to his reputation as a scholar general. Old Master Li had married twice in his life. His first wife had passed away early, leaving him only a daughter. His current wife had given him 2 sons. Unfortunately, both sons had turned out to be disappointments. With no other choice, old Master Li had poured his efforts into nurturing his grandsons. Fortunately, although his eldest son was incompetent, the grandson he'd given him, Li Tingxian, the young man before him, was a true prodigy. If you asked who in the Li family old Master Li cherished most, who he had invested the most time and energy in, it was undoubtedly his eldest grandson, Li Tingxian. Since childhood, Li Tingxian had been close to his grandfather, always following his plans and growing up step by step, never straying from the path set for him. Now, at just 24, he had already become a regimental-level officer, with a boundless future ahead. Old Master Li intended for him to inherit his position one day, and had been paving the way for him all along. Li Tingxian's performance had always left him satisfied. But now, Tingxian, can you tell Grandpa why you're so determined to transfer to the Northwest Military District? Old Master Li asked, his face stern. He couldn't understand it. His grandson was doing perfectly well in the Beijing Military District, so why was he going to such lengths to get transferred to the Northwest? Although the official reason was mission requirements, old Master Li could tell at a glance that this was something his grandson had orchestrated himself. By the time he found out, it was almost too late. The transfer order was about to be issued. Furious, he could only summon his grandson for an explanation. Li Tingxian looked up at his grandfather, his refined brows furrowed slightly. He pressed his lips together and said, "Grandpa, I have my reasons, but I can't tell you just yet." "But Grandpa, there's a voice inside me telling me that if I don't go, I'll regret it." As if recalling something, a trace of confusion, anticipation, and even impatience flickered in Li Tingxian's eyes. Old Master Li sighed softly. "Fine. If you want to go, then go." Although he had always intended for Li Tingxian to be his successor, after all these years of raising him personally, how could he not have deep feelings for his own grandson? Naturally, he would indulge him. "And what about the matter with the Lin family's daughter?" Old Master Li began, but Li Tingxian cut him off. "Grandpa, I don't like the second Miss Lin. There's absolutely nothing between us." Li Tingxian's expression was even more serious than when he'd talked about transferring to the Northwest. Old Master Li knew how stubborn his grandson could be, but... "All right. But Tingxian, you should understand what kind of background and abilities your future wife should have. I won't remind you again. I just hope you won't let me down." Old Master Li didn't know if Li Tingxian currently liked anyone, but he made his requirements clear. Anyone who married into the Li family and became the future matriarch could not be just some ordinary girl with no background or ability. Li Tingxian nodded. As he left his grandfather's study, he ran into his younger sister, Li Shua. "Brother, I heard you're transferring to the Northwest Military District?" Li Shua asked, cradling a cat in her arms. Li Tingxian grunted in acknowledgement. "Why, brother? Aren't you doing well here in the Beijing Military District? Why go to the Northwest? Is it some special assignment?" Li Tingxian frowned. "It's none of your business. I'm leaving." With that, he walked away. Li Shua glared at his retreating back, fuming. Just then, a housekeeper walked by carrying a tray of dishes, tripped, and spilled everything all over her. Li Shua shrieked, "What are you doing? Are you blind?" She glared at the apologetic housekeeper, her eyes full of anger. Ever since she'd gone to the Northwest Military District, Li Shua felt like her luck had turned for the worse. Even after returning to Beijing, Her misfortunes seemed to follow her. Her previously broken leg and arm had only just healed after a long period of recovery, but now every time she moved, something unlucky seemed to happen. She was convinced the Northwest Military District was jinxed for her. She even suspected she'd been cursed or haunted by something. Unfortunately, she couldn't talk about such superstitious nonsense these days. Muttering curses, Li Shuyao's gaze fell on the spot where Li Tingxian had disappeared, her brows furrowing. Meanwhile, Li Tingxian returned to his room. Standing by the window, a trace of confusion once again appeared in his eyes. At 24, Li Tingxian had lived a smooth, privileged life as the Li family's favored eldest grandson, growing up in a family with such a powerful background. He had always followed the path laid out for him. But everything changed 6 months ago, in November last year, when he inexplicably began to have dreams. At first, whenever he woke up, he would forget everything about the dreams. But as the dreams became more frequent, he started to remember more and more of what happened in them after waking. In the dreams, he seemed to be on a mission. But during one operation, their intel was leaked, and to cover his comrades' retreat, he was captured by the enemy. In just 1 month, he experienced unspeakable torture and brutality at their hands. Even though he was eventually rescued, he developed severe PTSD. Unable to recover, he was forced to resign and eventually lost his mind. In the end, unable to bear it any longer, he took his own life. That was the nightmare he had at first. Later, he had a different dream. The first half was the same, but the second half changed. After being rescued, just like before, the Li family brought in countless doctors, but none could cure him. Until, in the dream, a young female doctor appeared and finally cured his PTSD. He couldn't see her face clearly, but he remembered her voice, sweet and melodious, like the song of an oriole. That voice was etched deeply into Li Tingxuan's memory. He thought if he ever heard that girl's voice in real life, he would recognize it instantly. And he was certain that, in the dream, he had fallen for that lady doctor. That feeling of excitement and admiration lingered even after he woke up. It was something he had never experienced in his 24 years of life. In fact, for all of his 24 years, Li Tingxian had always been disciplined and self-restrained. He had never dated or liked any girl, even though many girls had liked him over the years. But he had always kept his distance and turned them all down. Raised under his grandfather's strict guidance, he knew he bore the heavy responsibility of the Li family. Just as his grandfather said, his future wife would have to be someone with both background and ability. He was fully prepared to let his grandfather arrange a marriage for him when the time came. Even if he didn't really like the girl that much, as long as she had good character, a respectful and harmonious marriage would still be a good thing. In fact, the second Miss Lin, whom Grandpa had suggested, fit the bill perfectly. He'd met her before and had a good impression of her. Originally, he should have agreed. But ever since he had that dream, ever since he experienced that feeling of true heart-stirring emotion in the dream, he could no longer lie to himself. So, he rejected Grandpa's proposal for him to meet and get to know Miss Lin better. This was the first time in his 24 years that he'd ever gone against his grandfather's wishes. The second time was now, with his transfer to the Northwest Military District. Actually, just as Grandpa said, the transfer to the Northwest was something he had orchestrated himself. He knew very well that staying in the capital would be much better for his career. But this time, he still went against Grandpa's arrangements and pushed for his own transfer to the Northwest Military District. In his dream, he couldn't see the female doctor's face clearly, but he remembered her voice. And deep down, there was a voice telling him that this female doctor was in the Northwest Military District. So, he wanted to go and see for himself. He wanted to find her. If he could only have one person to accompany him for the rest of his life, he hoped it would be her. At first, Li Tingxian thought dreams were just dreams. No matter how many times he had the same dream, no matter how real it felt, he had always been a staunch materialist. He didn't believe in dreams. But later, things started happening in real life that matched what he'd seen in his dreams. This made Li Tingxian start to believe that maybe everything in the dream was real. The dream had lasted for over half a year and had become like a demon haunting his heart. He had to get to the bottom of it. If that female doctor really existed, he was determined to pursue her. If she didn't exist, then he would come back and continue being the Li family's eldest son, bearing all his responsibilities. With this thought, the confusion in Li Tingxuan's eyes disappeared, replaced by unwavering determination. Oh right, Shang Zashi from the Shang family seemed to be in the Northwest Military District too. Come to think of it, in the whole compound, the only person Li Tingxian considered a real rival was Shang Zashi. Although everyone said Shang Zashi wasn't as good as him, Li Tingxian knew that Shang Zashi was actually much more capable. Without any help from his family, in fact, even facing pressure from his own father, Shang Zashi had fought his way up to his current position all on his own. As for Li Tingxian, he'd only gotten where he was with the full support of the Li family. He admired Shang Zashi and even envied him. He envied that sense of freedom and wildness about him, like an eagle soaring through the sky, while he himself was just a caged bird. He thought, if possible, he'd like to be friends with Shang Zashi. He wondered if this trip to the Northwest would give him that chance. Shang Zashi, meanwhile, had no idea that Li Tingxian, who'd just crossed his mind, was hoping to become friends with him after arriving in the Northwest. At this moment, he was sharing his joy with his wife. When he handed Gu Jianing the bank slip and the money his old man had just sent, her eyes widened in surprise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, wow, 6 figures. He just transferred it to you, just like that. Gu Jianing grinned, her pretty face lighting up with delight. I thought all your dad's money was taken away by your stepmom. Shang Zashi snorted lightly. The old man always keeps the important things in his own hands. Shing Shinhao was a man with a strong need for control over money, status, power, and people. That included Shang Zashi himself. Unfortunately for him, Shang Zashi refused to be controlled, which was why he'd run all the way to the Northwest Military District and kept butting heads with his father. Gu Jianing thought, looks like this father-in-law of mine isn't so muddle-headed after all. Grandma called too, Shang Zashi said. She said the property deeds for the old house and the courtyard house have been given to them. Next time we go to the capital, they'll give them to us. Or if she has time to come to the Northwest, she'll bring them along. Great. Those were houses in the capital and a courtyard house at that. Plus, there were all the gifts they'd received as part of the betrothal. Gu Jianing thought, after being reborn, it seemed she wouldn't have to worry about scraping by anymore. How wonderful. Now she'd have time to do the things she really wanted to do. With her own life on track, Gu Jianing started thinking about how to help her family live better, too. For example, with the college entrance exam about to be reinstated, she needed to talk to her third brother ahead of time and get him to start preparing. And with the household contract responsibility system coming in a few years, she thought her second brother would be perfect for it. If he worked hard, even if he couldn't get rich overnight, he'd at least be among the first to prosper. As for her eldest brother, he was doing well as a clerk at the steel factory for now, but state-owned factories wouldn't be doing so well in the future. When the time came, she'd see what direction he wanted to go in and help guide him. She wondered what plans her sisters-in-law had for the future. But for now, the most urgent thing was to deal with Wen Juqing, that ticking time bomb. She wondered how things were going on that front. That evening at the Lu house, Lu Yuan came home from work to find both her parents already there, as if they'd been waiting for her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she forced a casual tone. Mom, Dad, you're home early today, earlier than me? She set down her bag, glancing at her parents out of the corner of her eye. A sense of foreboding crept over her. Maybe it was because of what happened yesterday, but she'd been distracted at work all day, making mistake after mistake. She'd finally made it through the day, only to come home and find her parents, who usually got home later than she did, already waiting for her. It felt like something bad was about to happen. Just then, Lu Ruji got up and closed the door. Duan spoke up. Yuan, tell us honestly, have you been spending a lot of time lately with a Jiqing named Wen Juqing from Huaihua village? The moment she heard the name Wen Zhuqing, Lu Yuan's heart lurched. She blurted out, "How did you know about that?" As soon as she said it, she clamped a hand over her mouth. Oh no, she'd given herself away. Seeing her reaction, Duan and Lu Ruji exchanged a look. They understood immediately. Duan pulled her daughter over and asked, Yuan, tell me the truth, are you dating that Wen Zhuqing? Do you know he's married and his wife is pregnant? What? That woman's pregnant? Brother Wen never told me that. Lu Yuan really didn't know Bao Shan'an was pregnant. If she had, she didn't even know what she would have done. So it's true, what was written in the letter? Yuan, are you out of your mind? How could you get involved with a married man? Do you realize what would happen if this got out? Lu Ruji said, heartbroken and angry. As for that Wen Zhuqing, I won't let him off. Dad, Mom, you've misunderstood, Lu Yuan hurried to explain. Big brother Wen saved my life, and he was forced to marry that woman. Afraid her parents would get the wrong idea about Wen Zhuqing, Lu Yuan quickly explained everything from the beginning. Lu Ruji didn't refute her immediately. Instead, he asked, so, what do you want us to do? You want them to get divorced and for us to agree to you being with Wen Zhuqing? Lu Yuan fell silent, lowering her head. That was indeed what she wanted. After a while, she clenched her fists and mustered her courage. Dad, Mom, please let me be with Big Brother Wen. Please help him. He's a good man. He doesn't deserve to be treated like this. I'll kneel to you. As she spoke, Lu Yuan started to kneel. But before she could, Duan quickly held her up. Yuan, doing this is like stabbing your parents in the heart. Do you know, this good man you're talking about, Wen Zhuqing, actually approached you on purpose? He's just using you. Lu Yuan was stunned. Then Lu Ruji took out a letter and handed it to her. See for yourself. I received this today. Lu Yuan took it, half in doubt. But after reading it, she was completely dumbfounded. No, that's impossible. Big Brother Wen isn't like that. Lu Yuan felt the contents of the letter were utterly absurd. The letter said that this so-called life-saving incident was actually orchestrated by Wen Zhuqing himself. And as for being forced, the truth was, Wen Zhuqing had been caught in bed with the other woman. He had set his sights on Lu Yuan from the start, all because of her parents, Lu Ruji and Duan, believing they could help him get rid of Bao Shan'an. Yuan, whatever else, the life-saving story is definitely fake. I've already investigated it. Wen Zhuqing colluded with others to set you up. Yuan, do you still not believe your father? If you don't, I can take you to meet those people and have them tell you in person. Your mom and I aren't against you dating, but we don't want to see you being used. Duan stepped forward and took her daughter's hand. That's right, Yuan, you're our only daughter. You know how much we care about you. All we want in this life is for you to be happy. Looking at the tears on her mother's face, Lu Yuan already knew, deep down, what her decision would be. Lu Yuan was still clear-headed. Though she liked Wen Zhuqing, she trusted her parents, who had always protected her, even more. So, she believed her parents wouldn't lie to her. Could it be true that Wen Zhuqing had deceived her all along, just to use her? If that was the case. Thinking back to what happened yesterday, Lu Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. If it hadn't been for that noise, if things had gone further, and she'd given herself to Wen Zhuqing, what would have happened then? She really would have been coerced by Wen Zhuqing, really would have become the mistress of a married man. Her parents, trying to protect her, would have had to cover it up, maybe even help her get what she wanted. Her poor parents, who had lived honest lives, would have to pay for her mistakes. Even if she did end up marrying Wen Zhuqing, what kind of life would that be? He was a scheming man, and she knew she wasn't clever. Maybe, by then, she'd be helping him count the money after he sold her out. Or maybe something even worse would happen. At that thought, Lu Yuan shuddered, her mind suddenly clear. Dad, Mom, I was wrong. What should I do now? Seeing their daughter finally come to her senses and realize how serious things were, Lu Ruji and Duan were both relieved. Duan quickly pulled her daughter into a room to ask if she and Wen Zhuqing had gone any further. Lu Yuan immediately understood what her mother meant. At this point, she couldn't care about embarrassment and told her mother what had happened yesterday. Duan listened, her heart pounding. It was so close, just a little more. Thank goodness, nothing happened. When they came out, Guian nodded to Lu Ruji, who, understanding his wife's meaning, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan, from today on, just pretend you don't know Wen Zhuqing. Leave his matters to us. Lu Yuan pressed her lips together and nodded. Guian comforted Lu Yuan for a while longer before she finally went back to her room. Guian and Lu Ruji also returned to their own room. The couple exchanged glances, a cold glint in their eyes. That when Zhuqing dared to scheme against their family and their daughter, they would not let him off. I've got people keeping an eye on Wen Zhuqing. As soon as we get the chance, I'll make sure he gets what he deserves, Lu Ruji said coldly. All right, I'll leave it to you. If you need my help, just say so. All they needed was an opportunity, and they would make sure to teach that audacious Wen Zhuqing a lesson he wouldn't forget. What they didn't expect was that the opportunity would come very soon. At that moment, in Huaihua village, it seemed like just another ordinary day. Those who needed to work went to work, those who needed to do chores did chores. Suddenly, someone came running and shouting. Something's wrong. People from the committee are here. Oh my God, why would they come to our village? Look, aren't they heading to the village chief's house? Quick, let's go see. The villagers immediately dropped what they were doing and swarmed toward the Gu family home. At the Bao family, Bao Shanyan heard the commotion and went over too. Wen Zhuqing, who was feeding chickens, heard the noise outside and the corners of his mouth curled up in a faint smile. Finally, they're here. Since they're here, I might as well kill two birds with one stone. Wen Zhuqing turned and went back inside, opened a bundle, and took out some medicinal powder. After tucking it on his person, he left the Bao house. Walking out, he looked up at the sky. On such a fine day, if no blood was shed, it would be a waste. With that thought, he headed toward the crowd, toward the Gu family home. By now, the Gu house was surrounded by people, several rows deep. The committee officials were at the door. Gu Chunqing, we've received a report that your family is hiding van books. We're here to search your house. Gu Chunqing was the name of Old Gu. Old Gu stood with Gu Yunan, Gu Yunzhou, and others, confronting them. Impossible. I, Gu Chunqing, would never do such a thing. Who reported us? Let them come out and face me. We received an anonymous letter. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we search. If you keep stalling, we'll have to arrest you. I'm not afraid. My brother-in-law is a regiment commander in the military district. I dare you to try. Gu Yunzhou stepped forward, refusing to back down. Not long ago, when Shang Zashi was promoted to a regimental-level officer, Gu Jianing had already called home to share the good news, so the Gu family was well aware of it. Now, as soon as Gu Yunzhou mentioned Shang Zashi, everyone was immediately silenced. The villagers also started speaking up. Back then, Officer Shing came to propose in person and brought a generous betrothal gift. It shows how much he values Ningning and the Gu family. That's right. If he knew the Gu family was being treated like this, he'd be furious. A regimental-level officer, that's a pretty high rank. The people from the committee hesitated, their expressions uncertain. The leader stepped forward. But we received an anonymous report. We still have to follow procedure. At this point, Old Man Gu stepped up. We understand your position and are willing to cooperate. You can follow the procedure, but please be gentle when searching. Old Man Gu knew that once these people showed up, it was nearly impossible to get them to leave. He also knew, and had even seen before, how these people conducted searches, like a swarm of locusts or bandits passing through. He didn't want his home to be turned upside down. Seeing Old Man Gu agree, the leader breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let's do it that way. So, with Old Man Gu's consent and the Gu family making way, the search team immediately went inside. At this moment, the villagers crowded forward. Village chief, how could you let them in? Whoever reported you must be heartless, trying to harm you like this. We shouldn't have let them in. What if they find something? Old Man Gu stepped forward and addressed everyone. Folks, you all know what kind of person I am. I have a clear conscience. With that, he headed back inside, and the rest of the Gu family followed. Old Man Gu was open and upright, but the villagers still whispered among themselves. If something really did happen, it would mean the Gu family had been framed. But no one said anything more. They all followed in, wanting to see the outcome of the search. When Zhuqing hid among the crowd, the corners of his mouth curling in mockery as he listened to Old Man Gu. His gaze searched the crowd and quickly found Young Man. Clutching that packet of medicine, he slowly walked forward. Young Man followed her family inside, anxiously awaiting the result. Even though her family had already discussed this last night and knew there shouldn't be any problem, facing a scene like this still made Young Man nervous and uneasy. Just then, someone behind her seemed to be in a hurry and bumped right into her. The impact wasn't that strong, but Young Man was caught off guard and stumbled to the side. Man, someone cried out. Guian, who had been by her side, quickly caught her. Are you all right, Man? Guian asked anxiously. Young Man was startled, but thankfully she was caught in time. Seeing it was her husband, she felt relieved. She knew that Ating had been by her side all morning. I'm fine. Once Guian made sure his wife was okay, his anger turned to the person who bumped into her. He strode forward, grabbed Wen Zhuqing, and shoved him to the ground. He shouted angrily, Comrade 1, why did you bump into Man? Did you do it on purpose? She's pregnant. Are you trying to hurt her? Wen Zhuqing was stunned, lying on the ground. He still hadn't recovered from being pushed down by Lu Yuan earlier, and his bruised backside hadn't healed yet. Now he'd fallen again, and the pain was intense. Before he could react, Guian grabbed him by the collar, half lifting him off the ground, and landed a solid punch on his cheek. Guian hit him squarely with a punch. That punch made Wen Zhuqing cry out in pain. At that moment, the people around finally reacted and rushed forward to stop the fight. Bao Shanyan also stepped in. What are you doing? Why are you hitting people? Bao Shanyan didn't know when Wen Zhuqing had slipped out to watch the commotion, but after all, Wen Zhuqing was her husband. No one but her was allowed to hit him, otherwise, it would be a slap in her own face. Guian snorted coldly. You should ask him what he did. Man is pregnant, and he deliberately bumped into her. What if she had fallen? What would have happened to her and the baby? Was Wen Zhuqing trying to harm Man and her child on purpose? I saw it. Comrade Wen really did bump into Man just now. That's right, Man almost fell. Goodness, with her belly so big, if she'd fallen, it would have been dangerous. Some people had witnessed the scene and now spoke up for Guian. Any man would be furious if his pregnant wife was almost knocked over and put in danger. Just giving Wen Zhuqing a beating was already letting him off easy. Bao Shanyan glared angrily at Wen Zhuqing. Wen Zhuqing finally realized so many people had seen what happened. He could only grit his teeth and say, I didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident. Bao Shanyan immediately echoed, yes, it was an accident. Guian snorted. Just because he says it wasn't on purpose, we should believe him? Luckily, Man is fine. Otherwise, I'd beat him to death. With that, Guian led Young Man away to a quieter spot. The others hurried to see the result of the search. Bao Shanyan kicked Wen Zhuqing hard on the backside. Get up, stop embarrassing yourself. Who told you to come out here? Wen Zhuqing yelped in pain again. Bao Shanyan's kick had landed right on his injured spot, and she was strong, it was no gentle kick. By now, Wen Zhuqing was hurt on top of hurt, pain on top of pain. Fortunately, some male-educated youths from the commune saw this and came over to help him up. As for the female-educated youths, Lu Wan and the others didn't dare approach. If they'd had any thoughts about Wen Zhuqing before, now that he was married, and to someone as fierce and strong as Bao Shanyan, who was practically like a bandit or a madwoman, they didn't dare get involved anymore. Any feelings they had for Wen Zhuqing had long since vanished. Even though Comrade Wen was good-looking, they still wanted to keep their lives. Useless thing. As he was helped up, Wen Zhuqing was scolded again by Bao Shanyan, who then ignored him and squeezed into the crowd to watch. Wen Zhuqing watched Bao Shanyan's retreating figure, then glanced over at Guian and Young Man in the corner. A trace of darkness and malice flashed in his eyes. Soon, very soon. As long as they found the banned books, he wanted to see how arrogant the Gu family could still be. He looked forward to seeing them all panic in fear. And that young man. When Juqing stuffed the now empty packet into his pocket. A gentle breeze stirred at that moment, and when Juqing could feel it brushing across his face. The wind would surely carry something away, sending a distant call. When Juqing lowered his eyes, enduring the pain, the corners of his mouth curving into a bloodthirsty smile. All the humiliation he had suffered, one day, he would return it all, double. He lifted his head, trying to look past the crowd to where the people were searching. There should be results by now. Just as he thought this, a voice rang out. Nothing was found. There's nothing illegal here. When Juqing was stunned. This time, he could no longer hide his emotions. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could they not find it? He'd clearly put it in Old Man Gu's bedside cabinet. Could it be these people were covering for the Gu family? Ignoring the pain in his backside, when Juqing forced his way through the crowd. When he saw Old Man Gu's bedside cabinet opened, and inside there was nothing but clothes, when Juqing was in utter disbelief. How's that possible? Comrade One, you clearly what? A voice sounded beside him, making Wen Juqing jump. He turned to see Gu Yunzhou. Meeting Gu Yunzhou's clear, penetrating gaze, Wen Juqing panicked. And nothing. Gu Yunzhou gave a soft laugh. They didn't find anything illegal. Looks like you're a bit disappointed, Comrade One. Wen Juqing forced a smile. How could that be? You must be joking. Gu Yunzhou stared at him steadily, saying nothing more. At this point, the leader of the search party stepped forward to apologize to Old Man Gu, saying it must have been someone slandering him with an anonymous letter. If I ever find out who did it, I won't let them off. As he spoke, he secretly felt relieved that he'd held back and not searched too roughly just now. If they'd turned the place upside down and still found nothing, it would have been a huge embarrassment, and they'd have made an enemy of the Gu family. A village chief they weren't afraid of. But the Gu family's son-in-law was a cadre at the regimental level. They had to be careful. As long as nothing was found, that's good. I knew the village chief was a decent man. I'd like to know who wrote that anonymous letter. If I find out, I'll beat them up. It must be someone here, but who knows who it is. The villagers all started discussing, their eyes scanning everyone around. Whoever wrote the anonymous letter was like a poisonous snake, lurking in the shadows, waiting for a chance to strike. Today it was the village chief's family. Who knew if someone else might be targeted next? Not everyone would be as lucky as the village chief's family. After all, it was a banned book. If it had really been found, they'd be finished. More and more suspicious looks fell on the educated youths. After all, only the educated ones had the literacy to write such a letter. Those without education couldn't have done it. Most of the people in Huaihua village shared the same ancestors, with some blood ties. Even those who moved in later had grown close over the years. There might be squabbles, but nothing so serious as to frame someone like this. But those educated youths, who knew about them? The educated youths, feeling the villagers' suspicion, were both aggrieved and helpless. Just as everyone thought the searchers would leave after finding nothing at the Gu house, they suddenly heard someone call out loudly, "Who is Wen Juqing? Where's Bao Shanyan's house?" Everyone was startled, then the crowd automatically parted to make a path. Wen Juqing and Bao Shanyan were revealed. Wen Juqing was bewildered. What was going on? Bao Shanyan was just as confused. They soon got their answer. We received another anonymous letter saying that Wen Juqing and his wife are also hiding banned books. No way, another one. Before Wen Juqing and Bao Shanyan could react, the searchers, already knowing where the Bao family lived, immediately left the Gu house and headed for the Bao house. Naturally, the villagers didn't leave either, and followed along. Wen Juqing and Bao Shanyan gritted their teeth and followed too. Wen Juqing's mind was in chaos. He didn't understand how could nothing be found at the Gu house when he'd been sure the banned book was there. And he'd only written one letter, reporting the Gu family. How could there be another letter reporting him and Bao Shanyan? Wen Juqing felt things were spiraling out of his control. Watching the searchers head for the Bao house, he had a growing sense of dread. His gaze unconsciously fell on the Gu family. Soon, he met Gu Yunzhou's eyes. The latter's expression was calm, almost blank, but as Wen Zhuqing looked over, Gu Yunzhou's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Wen Zhuqing's eyes widened, his heart skipping a beat. It was as if his mind had been struck by a hammer. He suddenly understood. Wen Zhuqing was no fool. And now he realized the truth. The Gu family knew. They'd figured out his plan. Everything that had just happened was an act put on by the Gu family. They'd known what he was up to, so nothing was found in their house. And after learning of his plan, they'd turned the tables on him. Wen Zhuqing was certain now the other anonymous letter, the one reporting him and Bao Shanyan, must have been written by the Gu family. If nothing was found at the Gu house, then that meant he was finished. At this moment, Wen Zhuqing truly panicked, his hands trembling. He was 100% sure the banned book was now at the Bao house, in his and Bao Shanyan's room. If it was found. Thinking of the consequences, Wen Zhuqing felt a chill run through his whole body. He hurried over to Bao Shanyan and whispered, "Yan, you have to stop them. You mustn't let them search." Bao Shanyan frowned at Wen Zhuqing. At first, she was confused, but as she thought it over, she realized that if they could avoid the search, it would be best. But if she couldn't talk them out of it, there was nothing she could do. After all, even the village chief's house had been searched. And she had no connections. Still, Bao Shanyan believed she was innocent. She hadn't hidden anything illegal, so even if they searched, she wasn't afraid. But seeing Wen Zhuqing's panic now, she wasn't so sure. Bao Shanyan wasn't stupid. Seeing Wen Zhuqing's reaction, she realized something was wrong. Could they really find something in her house? If that was the case. The thought made the usually fearless Bao Shanyan suddenly panic. What's going on? Tell me the truth. Bao Shanyan demanded through gritted teeth. Jianing, how can you still be so calm? Something big has happened. There's no time to explain right now. Just stop them first. At this moment, Bao Shanyan was so furious she could have killed Wen Zhuqing. Her head throbbed with pain, and waves of violent anger surged in her chest. Just you wait. So, when those people arrived at the Bao family's house, Bao Shanyan stood in their way, refusing to let them search. Seeing her daughter like this, Bao Yingzi also stood firmly by her side, blocking the way as well. We even searched the Gu family, and now you're stopping us? What, are you afraid we'll find something? Having come up empty-handed at the Gu family, these people were already in a foul mood. After all, in the past, whenever they acted, they always got what they wanted. Now, the Bao family dared to block them, which only fueled their anger. Move aside, or you'll be charged with obstructing official business. We'll arrest you all. But Bao Shanyan refused to budge. When they tried to push past, she stepped forward to stop them. Bao Yingzi and her daughter might be women, but their strength was their backbone. Don't be fooled by the fact there were only two of them, and both women at that. The others really couldn't get past them. With the mother and daughter blocking the way, the group simply couldn't get in. The villagers hadn't expected Bao Yingzi and her daughter, who were usually so overbearing, to stand up to these people so fiercely. They couldn't help but feel a grudging respect. Of course, whether that respect was positive or negative, who could say? Meanwhile, seeing everyone's attention focused at the front, Wen Zhuqing tried to sneak around from another direction to get into the Bao house. He needed to get inside first and see if anything was really hidden there. Comrade 1, where are you going? That's right, Comrade 1, this matter involves you. You'd better stay here and watch. Just as Wen Zhuqing was about to leave, Gu Yunan and Gu Yunzhou blocked him, one in front and one behind, making it clear they wouldn't let him go. Wen Zhuqing gritted his teeth but could only stand there, unable to leave. It was you two, wasn't it? Wen Zhuqing asked in a low, angry voice. Gu Yunzhou put on an innocent face. Comrade 1, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Wen Zhuqing snorted coldly. His gaze fell on Bao Yingzi and her daughter up ahead. Now, his only hope was that Bao Shanyan could hold these people off and make them leave. Just then, a loud gunshot suddenly rang out, and in an instant, all the noise around them fell silent. Bao Shanyan froze on the spot, her face turning pale, her body trembling. Bao Yingzi, standing in front of her, was shaking as well. Neither of them had ever imagined these people would actually have guns. At that moment, the still smoking, black muzzle was pointed right at them. Well, are you still going to block us? Believe it or not, the next bullet won't be fired into the air, it'll be fired at you. Baoingzi and her daughter trembled in silence. The villagers around them were also terrified, and all the murmuring stopped. Go in and search. This time, there was no more resistance. The group surged into the Bauhaus and began searching everywhere. Seeing them go in, Wen Zhuqing had only one thought: it's over. His mind raced, trying to think of a way out, but nothing came to him. Until someone shouted, "Found it." Wen Zhuqing nearly fainted. No wonder you tried so hard to stop us. So you really were hiding something. Come on, take all three of them away. Baoingzi, Bao Shanyan, and Wen Zhuqing were taken away, and no one dared object. But something else happened along the way. As the three of them were about to be taken out of Huaihua village, two rabid dogs suddenly charged out of nowhere. The dogs lunged straight at Wen Zhuqing, knocking him down and biting him viciously. If that person hadn't shot and killed those two rabid dogs in the end, Wen Zhuqing might have been bitten to death. On the phone, Gu Yunzhou was describing yesterday's events to Gu Jianing. Just hearing about it made Gu Jianing's heart race. But her expression was still grim. Her brothers had said that the packet of powder was something Wen Zhuqing intended to use on her sister-in-law. However, her brothers had swapped out the powder beforehand. Yesterday, Wen Zhuqing deliberately bumped into Yang Man and sprinkled the powder on her. Afterwards, her eldest brother Gu Yunting used the commotion as an excuse to hit Wen Zhuqing and returned the real powder to him. In the end, Wen Zhuqing's evil plans came back to bite him. I heard that although Wen Zhuqing was taken to the hospital and his life was saved, his face was mauled by the dogs and is now disfigured. Gu Yunzhou felt that Wen Zhuqing got off too lightly. If they hadn't acted in advance, those two rabid dogs would have targeted their pregnant sister-in-law. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Wen Zhuqing had been after the lives of both their sister-in-law and nephew. They've been arrested and locked up now. We don't know the final outcome yet, but they'll definitely be paraded through the streets. Gu Yunzhou said. Okay, let me know when there's news. Will do. After hanging up, Gu Jianing finally breathed a real sigh of relief. Wen Zhuqing's scheming against her family had finally come to an end. As for what would happen to Wen Zhuqing, Gu Jianing figured it wouldn't be anything good. She thought Lu Yuan's parents would definitely get involved. After Wen Zhuqing almost deceived their only daughter, they surely hadn't forgotten. They were probably waiting for a chance to take him down. Even if they didn't have any dirt on him, they'd find a way to trip him up. And now, Wen Zhuqing had handed them a huge piece of evidence himself. Privately possessing banned books, this crime could be big or small. But with Lu Yuan's parents' hatred for Wen Zhuqing, he was probably bound for prison this time. As for Bao Shanyan, even though she knew Bao Shanyan was pregnant, Gu Jianing didn't feel much sympathy for her. Bao Shanyan was no innocent, and certainly not a good person. Otherwise, in her past life, that poor little educated youth at the commune wouldn't have been beaten to death by Bao Shanyan. This time, Bao Shanyan would be implicated as well. If she could leave Huaihua village or be punished, that would be just fine. In fact, that's exactly what happened. As soon as Lu Ruji and Duan heard about Wen Zhuqing, they exchanged a glance and immediately took action. After hanging up, Gu Jianing was about to see her next patient when, unexpectedly, Jiang Baihe came in, heavily pregnant. As soon as she saw Gu Jianing, she rushed over anxiously. Jianing, something terrible has happened. Sis-in-law, slow down. Be careful with your belly. What's going on? Seeing her running with her big belly wobbling, Gu Jianing was startled. Jiang Baihe quickly cradled her belly, grabbed Gu Jianing's hand, and said, Jianing, how can you still be so calm? Something big has happened. Sister-in-law, don't worry. What exactly happened? Gu Jianing asked. Jiang Baihe, still catching her breath, replied, Do you know Qi Yuancheng, Captain Qi? Gu Jianing was puzzled. Yes, I know him. He's my patient. That's it then. Jianing, you have no idea. Someone in our family compound is spreading rumors about you and Captain Qi, saying that you and he. She trailed off anyway. They're saying some really nasty things. Jiang Baihe didn't finish her sentence, but Gu Jianing could already guess what she meant. There are actually rumors about her and Captain Qi? Could this be the reason why Qi Yuancheng stopped coming for treatment? But Qi Yuancheng didn't seem like that kind of person. And who started these rumors? What's their purpose? Gu Jianing frowned, deep in thought. Sister-in-law, tell me exactly what happened. Soon, Jiang Baihe explained everything to Gu Jianing. Here's what happened. Just now, Jiang Baihe went out planning to buy some things at the supply store. She hadn't even left the family compound when she overheard some women chatting while doing laundry in the courtyard. Normally, that was nothing unusual. Jiang Baihe hadn't intended to eavesdrop. She was in a hurry to get to the supply store. But as she passed by, she heard Gu Jianing's name. Since it was about Gu Jianing, Jiang Baihe couldn't help but listen. And what she heard was shocking. Those women were gossiping about Jianing and Captain Qi Yuancheng, saying that Gu Jianing and Qi Yuancheng were having an affair, that Qi Yuancheng used his medical appointments as an excuse to secretly meet with her at the hospital. They even claimed that the child Gu Jianing was carrying was actually Qi Yuancheng's. In short, they were accusing the two of having an illicit relationship. They even said Gu Jianing was seductive by nature, the type who would tempt men. Jiang Baihe was furious when she heard this. She hadn't known Jianing for long, but she prided herself on being a good judge of character. Jianing was indeed beautiful, but since when was being pretty a crime? Did being attractive mean you were bound to seduce others? Jiang Baihe knew Gu Jianing's character. She was pure and kind-hearted. Besides, she and Deputy Commander Shing were deeply in love, inseparable. Jiang Baihe had already considered Gu Jianing a good friend, not to mention that Jianing had cured her illness and helped her get pregnant. So, aside from being friends, Jianing was also her benefactor. She absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to slander Gu Jianing like this. So, Jiang Baihe immediately forgot about shopping and confronted them. What nonsense are you spouting? Believe me, I'll tear your mouths apart. Come on, let's go see the leaders. Let's see Deputy Commander Shang. I want to see how you plan to slander people then. Seeing Jiang Baihe, heavily pregnant, insisting on dragging them to see the leadership and Shang Zashi, those women panicked. They claimed they'd only heard it from someone else, but as for who that someone was, they didn't know. Jianing, I'm afraid this rumor has already spread throughout the whole compound. I believe you, but this concerns your reputation. You need to think of a solution. Gu Jianing nodded. I understand, sister-in-law. Thank you for looking out for me. Just then, a man's voice called from outside, Dr. Gu, Dr. Gu. Gu Jianing looked up to see Qi Yuancheng and Qin Ro, whom she hadn't seen for several days. Both of them looked anxious. Qi Yuancheng stepped forward and saluted. Dr. Gu, we're here about the rumor. Qin Ro quickly nodded. Yes, Dr. Gu, I believe in you and Ah Cheng. Someone is definitely slandering you. Gu Jianing wasn't particularly bothered by the rumors. She asked, Captain Qi, is this why you haven't come for treatment these past few days? Or is it something else? As a doctor, she was annoyed when patients skipped appointments without notice. Qi Yuanqing hurriedly apologized. No, it's because my mother came to visit with my nephew. He explained that his mother and nephew had come to stay, so he'd been busy at home and couldn't make it for treatment. The rumors had only started spreading today, so it wasn't related. After Qi Yuanqing finished, Jiang Baihe kept winking at Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing frowned slightly. Was there something else going on? She didn't ask, but said, so, are you still continuing treatment? Yes, Dr. Gu, we definitely want to continue, Qin Ro answered before Qi Yuanqing could. All right. But if you can't make it in the future, please let me know in advance. Treatment requires consistency. If it's interrupted, it's much harder to get results. Yes, Dr. Gu, we understand. Gu Jianing turned to Qi Yuancheng. Captain Qi, what do you think about these rumors? She wasn't too concerned, but she wasn't about to let herself be bullied for no reason. Who is behind these rumors? Qi Yuancheng looked at Gu Jianing and asked, Dr. Gu, do you have any suggestions? Gu Jianing replied, it wouldn't be appropriate for either of us to handle this directly. Why don't we report it to the leadership and let them investigate? Qi Yuanqing nodded. I was thinking the same thing. Then let's not delay. Let's go report it now. Soon, the group arrived at the office of the political officer and explained the situation. There's actually something like this? This can't be tolerated. All right, I'll have someone look into it. We'll make sure your names are cleared. If this had only involved Qi Yuanqing, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But since it involved Gu Jianing, the leadership had to take it seriously. Not only was Gu Jianing an important doctor in the Northwest Military District, but she was also Shang Zashi's beloved. The leadership couldn't afford to ignore it. Otherwise, if Shang Zashi lost his temper, not only would the rumor-mongers suffer, but even the leadership would be in trouble. So, as soon as Gu Jianing and the others left, the leader wasted no time and immediately assigned people to investigate. He wanted to see who was so reckless as to provoke someone under Shang Zashi's protection. Back in the traditional medicine department, Gu Jianing figured that since Qi Yuanqing was here, she might as well treat him. That afternoon, while seeing patients, Gu Jianing did notice some strange looks, but she ignored them. In the evening, after finishing his training, Shang Zashi returned home and immediately sensed the odd atmosphere in the compound. But whenever he looked over, those people quickly averted their eyes. It wasn't until he got home and heard about the rumors from Gu Jianing that his face instantly darkened. You did the right thing. When something like this happens, you should report it to the leadership immediately and let them investigate. Shang Zashi certainly didn't suspect Gu Jianing just because of some rumors. His anger was directed entirely at the person spreading them. Honey, I'm sorry you had to go through this. Shang Zashi took Gu Jianing's hand in his. He couldn't shake the feeling that ever since Ningning followed him into the military life, she'd faced one crisis after another and suffered a lot of grievances. Shang Zashi felt deeply guilty about this. Gu Jianing hugged him. What silly things are you saying? It's just rumors. Once the truth comes out, it'll be fine. It's not like I lost a piece of flesh. Honestly, being slandered, Gu Jianing cared, but at the same time, she didn't. She cared because no one likes to be falsely accused. But she also didn't because she truly hadn't let it get to her. After all, she had a clear conscience. I'm going to talk to the leadership, Shang Zashi insisted. He felt it needed to be handled seriously and thoroughly investigated. Meanwhile, Bai Lanhua was returning to the family housing building with Xuanzi after shopping. The moment she walked in, she sensed something was off. When she found out what had happened, her face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly dragged Xuanzi home. As soon as she got in and saw Qi Yuanqing, she immediately confronted him. Why did you go to the leadership? How could you go to them? Qi Yuanqing was washing vegetables, and at first, he was confused by his mother's questioning. Once he realized she was talking about the rumors, he replied coldly, "Since rumors are being spread, what's wrong with me going to the leadership? Or do you think I shouldn't have gone? That I should just let myself be slandered?" Qi Yuanqing's clear gaze landed on Bai Lanhua, making her freeze and her face stiffen. She quickly forced a smile. "That's not what I meant. I just mean, people will say what they want to say. We can't control other people's mouths. But, as they say, flies don't bite an uncracked egg. As long as you don't go see that Dr. Gu, people will naturally stop talking." Qi Yuanqing let out a short, mocking laugh. "I don't care if I'm slandered, but Dr. Gu shouldn't be. Can't you just ask the leadership not to investigate? It's just a few words, why get the leadership involved?" Bai Lanhua never imagined that just a couple of rumors would escalate to this level. Did the leadership have nothing better to do? At that moment, Qin Ro, who had been listening in the kitchen, poked her head out. "Mother, do you realize that if these rumors aren't stopped and clarified, it could affect Qing's future promotions? If it gets any worse, he might even lose his position as company commander." Bai Lanhua's face went white. It can't be that serious." "It absolutely is. Have you forgotten? Back in the village, some people lost their jobs or even hanged themselves over ruined reputations. Words can kill. The person spreading these rumors is wielding a knife, not just stabbing Dr. Gu, but also Qing. How can we not find out who it is? How can we let them get away with it?" Bai Lanhua's lips trembled. Qin Ro narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Bai Lanhua. "Qing is your son. Are you really not on his side? Are you siding with the rumor monger?" No, of course not. Bai Lanhua immediately retorted loudly. Fine, I'm staying out of this. I'm going to my room. With that, she ignored Xuanzi, stormed into her room, and slammed the door shut. Qin Ro watched her mother-in-law's retreating back, deep in thought. A suspicion crept into her heart. Could it be her? No, impossible. Just like she said, Qing is her own son. Doesn't she realize what could happen if these rumors spread? If she really was the one who started them, then Bai Lanhua was truly vicious, and Qing was terribly unlucky to have her as a mother. Even though Qin Ro and her mother-in-law didn't get along, she still hoped it wasn't her. Otherwise, Qin Ro glanced at her husband from the corner of her eye. Otherwise, if your own mother stabs you in the back, how much would that hurt Qing? Unfortunately, Qin Ro was disappointed. The next day, Bai Lanhua, who had been hiding at home, was taken away by 2 soldiers in front of everyone in the family compound. The residents immediately started gossiping. Soon after, Qi Yuanqing, who had been at training, returned with a grim face and took Qin Ro to the leadership office. When they arrived, they saw not only Bai Lanhua, but also Shang Zashi and Guian, who had been called in as well. When the leader announced that Bai Lanhua was the one who had spread the rumors, the last bit of hope in Qin Ro's heart was extinguished. She looked at her husband. She just felt sorry for Qing. At that moment, Bai Lanhua rushed over, grabbing Qi Yuanqing's arm and shaking him desperately. Son, you have to save your mother. I really didn't mean to do it. Tell the leader I didn't mean any harm. Bai Lanhua pleaded with Qi Yuanqing, hoping he'd speak up for her. Qi Yuanqing clenched his fists tightly. He slowly raised his head, his eyes red, and asked bitterly, why? Bai Lanhua was stunned. Qi Yuanqing stared at her stubbornly. Why did you spread such rumors? Do you really not want me to be happy? It's not like that, it's not. Bai Lanhua tried to explain. You just don't want me to have children, do you? Qi Yuanqing's tone was questioning, but his words were full of certainty. You spread those rumors because you didn't want me to see Dr. Gu for treatment. You don't want me and Aru to have children. You want us to adopt Xuanzi, isn't that right? Qi Yuanqing pressed her step by step, and Bai Lanhua backed away in fear. If that's the case, then let me tell you, even if Aru and I never have children in this life, even if we're both gone, not a single thing of ours, not even a scrap, will go to my brother's family. I'd rather give it to someone else. So you can give up on that idea. For the first time, Qi Yuanqing laid everything out so bluntly, stabbing right at Bai Lanhua's heart. Bai Lanhua, who had been acting timid and pitiful, suddenly exploded with anger. Qi Yuanqing, you ungrateful son. Now that you've made something of yourself, you've forgotten your mother and your brother back home. You've been bewitched by that vixen Qin Ro. That's your own flesh and blood brother. What's wrong with asking you to help him? You won't help your own brother, but you'd rather give your things to outsiders. I should have realized sooner, you're heartless and unfilial. I regret ever giving birth to you. If I'd known, I should have strangled you the moment you were born. All these years, you never came home. Only your younger brother's family has stayed by my side, showing me filial piety. What's wrong with me helping them out? Qi Yuanqing, you're unfilial and heartless. No wonder you can't have children. Serves you right that your bloodline ends with you. Poisonous words spilled from Bai Lanhua's mouth, twisting her face with malice. The people around frowned as they listened. How could a mother be so vicious, cursing her own son to die childless? And to regret not killing him at birth, how cruel could she be? What right do you have to say that to him? Suddenly, Qin Ro, who was usually gentle and tolerant, unable to bear any more, exploded. She rushed forward, standing protectively in front of Qi Yuanqing, facing Bai Lanhua head-on. You say he never comes home? Why do you think that is? He's out there defending our country, risking his life in battle. If it weren't for people like him, bleeding and sweating for us, how would you have such a peaceful life? He hasn't come home, but before we got married, he sent you nearly 90% of his salary. Even now, after marriage, he still sends you 30% every month. You take that money without a second thought, even passing it on to the third brother's family. But did Qing ever complain? Don't think we're blind. We know exactly what you and the third brother's family are up to. Do you really think we can't see your favoritism? Do you think we don't know what kind of people the third brother's family are? Sometimes I wonder if Ah Chung is even your real son. Otherwise, how could a mother say such vicious things? Is it only the third brother's family that you see as your real children? If that's the case, then let's cut ties. Let us go. With a mother like you and a brother like that, Ah Chung can't take it anymore. I'm telling you now, Ah Chung has done nothing wrong. He's never done anything wrong. Chin Ro's voice was choked with emotion, her neck stiff as she spoke. Tears streamed down her face, not for herself, but for her husband, for all the injustice and pain he'd endured. Bai Lanhua was left speechless, stunned by Chin Ro's outburst. She could only grit her teeth, unable to utter a single word in response. Qi Yuanqing looked at the small figure standing protectively in front of him. He knew his wife was always gentle, never one to argue or lose her temper. But now she was standing up for him so fiercely. Looking at her, Qi Yuanqing felt the emptiness left by his mother's cruelty suddenly fill with warmth. Maybe it was time for him to make a decision. He stepped forward, gently taking Chin Ro's hand, and faced Bai Lanhua. In the past, I always longed for family, for a mother's love. But now I understand. Some family ties just aren't meant for me, I shouldn't force them. Bai Lanhua's heart clenched at his words. Suddenly, her eldest son felt like a stranger, as if he was drifting further and further away. A nameless fear welled up inside her as though something precious was slipping away forever. Her lips trembled, as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. Was Qi Yuanqing really her son? Of course he was. She'd carried him for 10 months, endured a day and a night of pain to bring him into the world. His birth had helped her secure her place in the Qi family. Back then, she loved him dearly, wanting to give him everything. When had things changed? Was it when her mother-in-law took him away to raise? Or when the second and third sons were born? The second son stayed with her, but he was slow-witted. The third, she'd raised herself, and he was sweet-tongued, always by her side. Was it wrong to favor him a little? She just thought, since the eldest was capable, he should help the less capable third brother more. Was that so wrong? The eldest was disobedient. He refused to marry her niece and insisted on marrying Chin Ro, whom she disliked. But the third brother listened and married her niece. Was it wrong to love the obedient son more? Bai Lanhua had always thought she was right, but now, looking at the disappointment and growing indifference in Qi Yuanqing's eyes, Bai Lanhua was suddenly lost. Had she been wrong? Qi Yuanqing stepped forward to apologize to Gu Jianing and Shang Zashi. Dr. Gu, I'll come forward to clear up these rumors. As for how to handle this, it's up to you. No matter how much he wished otherwise, the fact remained Bai Lanhua was his mother. Gu Jianing had witnessed the entire scene. She couldn't help but think how unlucky Qi Yuanqing was to have a mother like that. Gu Jianing felt grateful. Through 2 lifetimes, her family had always treated her well. She was lucky to have such a loving family. Gu Jianing exchanged a glance with Shang Zashi, then said, "Let's leave this matter to the leadership to decide." Soon, the leadership made their decision. The results of the investigation would be posted publicly, clearing Gu Jianing's name. Additionally, Bai Lanhua would have to apologize to Gu Jianing on the spot, and she would be banned from entering the military district in the future. As for Qi Yuanqing, even though he was innocent and a victim himself, Bai Lanhua was still his mother. So, Qi Yuanqing received a demerit. He had no objections to this decision. That same day, the investigation results were posted, clearing Gu Jianing's name. The entire family compound was in an uproar. No one had expected that the rumors had been started by Bai Lanhua herself. Even Captain Qi was implicated because of her. Everyone agreed Bai Lanhua was nothing but a troublemaker. When they learned she'd done all this out of favoritism for her youngest son, and had even cursed Captain Qi to be childless, people scorned her even more. The next day, Bai Lanhua left in disgrace with her son Xuanzi. As she left, seeing that only a single young soldier came to see them off at the station, and her eldest son didn't even show up, she stood there in a daze for a long time, tears streaming down her face. Had she really been wrong? Was she really going to lose her eldest son? Only now did Bai Lanhua begin to realize, dimly, that Whatever she said now, it was too late. At the Northwest Military District, the families had always paid close attention to Gu Jianing. With the rumors, they were even more interested. But few believed Gu Jianing and Qi Yuanqing had any kind of relationship. After all, Shang Zashi was far superior to Qi Yuanqing. Anyone with eyes would choose Shang Zashi. Now that the investigation results were out, everyone understood. So Qi Yuanqing had gone to see Dr. Gu for medical treatment. What kind of treatment? Soon, people started to speculate. They remembered that Qi Yuanqing and Qin Ro had been married for years without having any children. Gu Jianing didn't treat Qin Ro, but instead treated Qi Yuanqing. Doesn't that mean the problem with not being able to have children lies with Qi Yuanqing? Some bold people even went and asked directly. At the time, both Qin Ro and Qi Yuanqing were present. Qin Ro hadn't even had a chance to respond before Qi Yuanqing answered first, openly admitting that the issue was his. He also straightforwardly said that he was indeed seeing Dr. Gu Jianing for treatment. Qin Ro was stunned, and the person who asked had only done so casually, never expecting Qi Yuanqing to just admit it like that. Afterwards, Qin Ro asked him about it, but Qi Yuanqing didn't seem to mind at all. In fact, he looked relieved. You do realize, by admitting this, that Auntie is definitely going to spread the word, Qin Ro said. I actually hope she does. I want everyone to know that not having children isn't your fault, Qi Yuanqing replied. His words left Qin Ro momentarily dazed. Her eyes reddened and she hugged him tightly. You have to keep up with the treatment. I believe we'll definitely have a child, she said. That Auntie didn't let Qi Yuanqing down. Soon enough, everyone in the family compound knew that the reason Qin Ro and Qi Yuanqing didn't have children was because of Captain Qi. After the gossip died down, curiosity took over. Do you think Dr. Gu can really cure Captain Qi and help them have a child? We'll know soon enough. If Qin Ro gets pregnant, that'll be proof. That's true. But I heard before that Commander Chai's wife Bai He and Zhang Xuan both got pregnant thanks to Dr. Gu. Zhang Xuan even had twins. I think Dr. Gu really has some skills. If it's true, I need to get my niece from my mother's side to see Dr. Gu too. I want my second daughter-in-law to see Dr. Gu as well. So, Gu Jianing welcomed another wave of infertility patients. After the rumors, what had been a quiet traditional medicine clinic suddenly became lively. Most people came to see her, but the other doctors also saw an increase in patients. And if Qin Ro really did get pregnant, even more people would surely come seeking Dr. Gu's help. Of course, that was just speculation for now, something for the future. For the moment, after Magnolia left with Xuanzi, the Qi family returned to peace, and Qi Yuanqing resumed his treatment. As long as the treatment went well, it shouldn't be long before Qin Ro became pregnant. Gu Jianing was busy at the hospital, but she still kept an eye on things back home. She soon learned the outcome for Wen Zhuqing and Bao Shanyan. Since the contraband books were found in Wen Zhuqing and Bao Shanyan's room, the two of them had to bear the main responsibility. And the two of them immediately started blaming each other. Wen Zhuqing claimed the books were planted by Bao Shanyan, and he knew nothing about them. Bao Shanyan insisted the books belonged to Wen Zhuqing, not her, and even said she wanted a divorce to avoid being implicated. But neither of them could produce any evidence. Since neither could prove their innocence, they both had to bear the blame. And with Lu Ruji and Duan getting involved, what was originally not a very serious offense suddenly became much more severe. When Zhuqing and Bao Shanyan were paraded through the streets yesterday, Gu Yunju said over the phone. Everyone in the Gu family, except for the pregnant young man, went to watch. After all, they knew that if not for Ningning's warning, it could have been their family in trouble this time. Now, when Zhuqing was finally getting what he deserved. Of course, they had to go see his downfall for themselves. When Zhuqing is going to be sentenced, he'll be in prison for 10 years. 10 years. After hearing this, Gu Jianing finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least for the next 10 years, she wouldn't have to worry about Wen Zhuqing causing trouble. She didn't dare underestimate Wen Zhuqing. She knew he was a schemer, ruthless, and willing to do anything. So, she could never let her guard down. Bao Shanyan and her daughter have been sent to a labor farm. They won't be back for 10 years either. Strictly speaking, Wen Zhuqing and Bao Shanyan were equally guilty. But Lu Ruji and Duan's anger was mainly directed at Wen Zhuqing, and Bao Shanyan was also pregnant. So, Bao Shanyan avoided prison. Bao Yingzi originally didn't have to go. Normally, this had nothing to do with her. But Bao Yingzi only had Bao Shanyan as a daughter, and with her daughter pregnant, she couldn't rest easy. So, she went with Bao Shanyan. After hanging up, Gu Jianing finally felt completely at ease. From then on, her life returned to normal. When she had to work, she went to the hospital with her pregnant belly. When she didn't, she stayed home reading medical books and taking care of herself. Gu Jianing hadn't liked reading before. But now, maybe because she'd been reading more, she found herself enjoying it more and more. Whether it was medical texts or other books, she always found answers to things she didn't understand. Reading also helped calm her once restless heart and temperament, allowing her to grow as a person. And now that her memory had improved, anything she read, she could remember. That feeling of her mind being full of knowledge was something Gu Jianing truly enjoyed. One day, Shang Zashi quietly pushed open the door and saw her leaning against the heated brick bed, deeply engrossed in a book, a thin blanket covering her slightly rounded belly. She seemed to hear him come in and looked up from her book, bright-eyed like a lively little deer in the forest. When she saw it was him, she broke into a smile. "You're back." "Yeah, I'm back." Shang Zashi made some noodles, and as they ate, he brought up the upcoming Qiming festival a month away. "My mother passed away the day before Qiming," Shang Zashi said softly. With his head lowered, Gu Jianing couldn't see his expression, but she knew he missed his mother. "When my mother was alive, I had my parents, I had a family. After she was gone, that home disappeared too." There was sorrow in Shang Zashi's voice. This was a side of Shang Zashi that Gu Jianing rarely saw. He had always seemed so strong and brave, as if nothing could defeat him, always able to shield Gu Jianing from anything. But now, Gu Jianing realized that this man, too, had moments of sadness and vulnerability. She put down her chopsticks, walked over, and hugged him. Sitting down, Shang Zashi wrapped his arms around her waist and buried his face in her embrace. He remembered, when his mother was still alive, his parents were loving, and their family was harmonious. But after his mother died, the family fell apart, and everything changed. "Will you be able to take time off for Qiming? If so, let's go back to Beijing together and pay our respects. I should let my mother-in-law meet her daughter-in-law and tell her the good news that we're having a child." Shang Zashi was stunned. He hadn't expected Gu Jianing to suggest they go together to pay respects to his mother. Actually, he visited his mother's grave every year. If he happened to be on a mission, he'd find another time to go. This year, he'd planned to go as usual. It would be wonderful if Ningning could go with him. He wanted to introduce such a wonderful Ningning to his mother. He wanted to tell his mother that he was married now, that his wife was truly wonderful, and that they even had a child on the way. He hoped his mother, watching over them from above, would bless Ningning and their unborn child with safety and happiness. He wanted to tell his mother that after she left, aside from his grandparents, there was finally a third person in this world who loved him. But, your belly. Now, Gu Jianing was more than 3 months pregnant. By Qiming Festival, there would be another month, so she'd be almost 5 months along. And since it was twins, her belly would surely be quite big. He was worried Ningning would get too tired. "It's fine. I'm very healthy and the babies are well behaved too. By then, I'll be just under 5 months. There won't be any problem," Gu Jianing replied. She was telling the truth. Thanks to the soothing pills she'd taken during her pregnancy, both she and the babies were doing very well. "All right, then let's go." In the end, Shang Zashi agreed. "Ningning, thank you. I, Shang Zashi, am so lucky to have you as my wife." Seeing the emotion in Shang Zashi's eyes, Gu Jianing smiled, her heart full of sweetness. "All right, it's settled then. Let's start getting ready. For now, let's hurry and eat our noodles, or they'll get soggy." Okay." That day, Gu Jianing had the day off and was reading at home when someone suddenly knocked on the door. She opened it to find Xiao Duo standing there with a sour expression, and beside him was Amber. Sister. As soon as Amber saw her, he bounded over enthusiastically, wagging his tail. So enthusiastic. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were his owner, Xiaoduo snorted, his tone full of jealousy. Gu Jianing stroked Amber's fur and looked at Xiaoduo. Squad leader Xiao, what brings you here? You must have guessed I'd come. Xiaoduo's tone was a bit off, his voice muffled. Gu Jianing? Seeing her confusion, Xiaoduo got even more annoyed. He scuffed his foot on the ground, looking reluctant, but finally said, I'm here to give you the dog. Give her the dog. Okay, now Gu Jianing understood. I don't know what kind of magic you worked on Amber, but now he won't have anyone but you. Actually, after what happened last time, Xiaoduo knew Amber was disappointed in him. But he still held on to a last shred of hope. While Amber was recovering from his injuries, Xiaoduo had done his best to take care of him whenever he wasn't training, hoping to win him back. He could tell Amber liked Gu Jianing, so except for changing his bandages, he hadn't let Amber see her. But in the end, nothing changed. Amber's injuries slowly healed, but he grew even more distant from Xiaoduo. And after a reassessment, it turned out Amber was no longer fit to be a military dog. First, his obedience to Xiaoduo as his handler had dropped, their bond was broken, and that would directly affect future missions. Second, the incident had left Amber with some negative reactions. Xiaoduo knew it was his fault. He hadn't protected Amber, he'd chosen to give him up. Originally, after Amber recovered from giving birth and had rested, he was supposed to return to duty. But now, he's not suitable to be a military dog anymore. So, Xiaoduo processed Amber's retirement. Retired military dogs could be adopted. At first, Xiaoduo planned to adopt Amber himself, but Amber made it clear he refused. After communicating with Amber and getting to know him better, Xiaoduo realized Amber was willing to be adopted, but only by Gu Jianing. After 2 days of struggling with himself, Xiaoduo finally brought Amber over. Thinking back to how Gu Jianing had so trustingly let him take Amber away, he wondered if she'd already foreseen all this. That she knew he'd eventually bring Amber back to her, and trusting him to her care. Will you adopt Amber? Xiaoduo asked, trying to hide his pain. Of course I will. From the moment she saved Amber, she'd already made up her mind. Actually, Shang Zashi had suggested before that they adopt a retired military dog. That way, when he wasn't home, at least she'd have some company, and if anything happened, the dog could protect her. Especially now that Gu Jianing was pregnant, and soon there would be 2 children. Of course, he wanted to be by her and the children's side all the time, but his job made that impossible. If she had a military dog with her, he'd feel more at ease. When Shang Zashi first suggested it, Gu Jianing agreed, but they hadn't gotten around to adopting one. Then she met Amber and realized he was the perfect choice. Now it had finally happened. All right, do you have time now? If so, come with me to complete the adoption paperwork. Okay. Gu Jianing didn't delay and went with Xiaoduo. When they arrived, she signed the adoption form for Amber. Is that it? Gu Jianing asked. That's it. You can take Amber home now. Gu Jianing nodded, then waved at Amber. Amber, come home with me. Amber walked over to her side and followed her out. As they walked, Amber suddenly stopped, as if thinking about something. Are you reluctant? Do you want to go back? Gu Jianing asked. Amber looked back. All he could see was Xiaoduo's back. He blinked, and no one saw the clarity in his eyes at that moment. Then he turned back to Gu Jianing and said, he'll have a new partner. With that, he hesitated no longer and continued on with Gu Jianing. Xiaoduo listened to the sound of footsteps growing farther and farther away, muttering to himself, heartless thing. After all we've been through together. We were at least friends, weren't we? Heartless, just leaving like that. Running off with someone else so quickly. Fine, go then, I don't care. He said all this stubbornly, but when he looked up again, his eyes were already red. As he spoke, tears began to fall. Amber. He suddenly turned and called Amber's name, but Gu Jianing and Amber were already out of sight. He slowly crouched down, covering his face with his hands, tears slipping through his fingers. Amber, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you. I didn't choose you without hesitation. I gave up on you. So it's only right that you gave up on me. I hope Dr. Gu will treat you well. She will, won't she? Gu Jianing brought Amber home with her. On the way, she ran into a few acquaintances. Everyone was surprised to see Gu Jianing walking a military dog. After asking, they learned that this dog, named Amber, had already retired from service and Gu Jianing had adopted her. Zhang Xuan lived next door. The moment she heard the commotion, she immediately came out to take a look. Seeing Amber, Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up. It was obvious she was a dog lover too. I didn't expect you to adopt a retired military dog. But that's good. When Deputy Commander Shing is away on missions, you'll have company. And if you need to go out, having Amber with you makes things a bit safer. Although she could often come over to keep Gu Jianing company, it just wasn't the same. Besides, she was a woman too. Even if she could accompany Gu Jianing out, if something happened, she wouldn't be as capable as Jianing. Just like last time when they ran into human traffickers, it was Jianing who took them down. But a military dog was different. Even though Amber was retired, she was still capable, and she was an honored, decorated retired military dog. Yes, that's what Shiji thought too, Gu Jianing replied. Actually, Zhang Xuan loved dogs as well and was tempted to adopt one herself, but she quickly dismissed the idea. She simply couldn't afford it. Even raising a dog meant another mouth to feed. And soon, there would be 2 more children in her family. They relied solely on Lin Xing's salary, and she already worried there wouldn't be enough to go around. Zhang Xuan had thought about working, since it was tough for Lin Xing to be the only breadwinner. But she felt it wasn't realistic anymore. Her pregnancy was getting further along, and she still had Guo to take care of at home. Going out to work now just wasn't practical. And after the babies were born, there would be 2 little ones to look after. She'd be even less able to leave. As for her mother-in-law coming to help, she'd rather not count on that. At that moment, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but think of her own parents. If only they were still around. A trace of sadness flickered in Zhang Xuan's eyes, but she quickly hid it. After Zhang Xuan left, Gu Jianing used the scanner in her eyes to check Amber. But the results made Gu Jianing frown slightly. The skin only showed that Amber was pregnant, nothing else. Normally, if the scanner didn't show anything, it meant there were no other problems. But based on what Xiao Duo had said, Gu Jianing suspected Amber had PTSD. Gu Jianing immediately used her mind to access the bond she had with Amber, and soon saw that it did indeed show Amber had PTSD. Gu Jianing was stunned. She had always thought the results from her eye scanner and the results from the Divine Doctor's space were the same. But now it seemed they were different. The scanner in her eyes wasn't comprehensive, it could only detect physical ailments, not psychological ones. But the Divine Doctor's space could. Gu Jianing stroked Amber's fur and looked at the course on how to treat PTSD in the space. Having lived a second life, she knew exactly what it was. She felt she needed to study this course. Not just to treat Amber's psychological issues, doctors in this era who even recognized PTSD were extremely rare, almost non-existent. But in her military district, the soldiers were the most likely to develop PTSD. Even if someone did show symptoms, people just thought they'd gone crazy for some other reason. They didn't know it was a psychological illness that could be treated. Just like earlier, Xiao Duo hadn't known why Amber was acting so strangely. And this illness, if mild, was manageable, but if severe, people could go mad, suffer mental breakdowns, or even self-harm or commit suicide. Gu Jianing felt she needed to study this course, not just to help Amber, but also to help any soldiers suffering from PTSD. They defended their country, they were heroes. They didn't deserve such an ending. At noon, when Shang Zashi came home, he saw Amber in the house. Gu Jianing told him about adopting Amber and also mentioned Amber's PTSD. Shang Zashi was stunned for a moment, then anxiously confirmed with Gu Jianing, "Are you serious? This is a psychological illness called post-traumatic stress, and it can be treated." "Of course it can." "Then, Ningning, can you treat it?" Gu Jianing hesitated. "I think I can. As long as she studied in the Divine Doctor's space, she'd definitely be able to treat it." Given how the space worked, once she started studying, She'd have to master the entire PTSD treatment course and pass the assessment before she could leave. What's wrong? Do you have a comrade with this illness? Guian asked. Shang Zashi nodded, his gaze growing distant as he began to tell her the story. Back then, when Shang Zashi was in his teens, his father had married a scheming stepmother, and he'd fallen out with his father. He planned to leave Beijing and join the army somewhere far away. But because his father had put out the word, no one was willing to help him. In the end, it was Jinrong who helped me. Hua Jinrong, was Shang Zashi's childhood friend. Even after things went bad at home and his stepmother spread all sorts of rumors about him, making everyone avoid him, Hua Jinrong still believed in him. So, when Hua Jinrong learned he wanted to join the army, he went to ask his father for help. Hua Jinrong's family had 3 brothers. The eldest became a doctor, the second a journalist. As for Jinrong, Uncle Hua wanted him to be a soldier, hoping at least one of his sons would follow in his footsteps. But Jinrong wasn't interested. He said he had no big ambitions, the family wasn't lacking for anything, and he just wanted a leisurely life. Writing occasionally, reading the paper, tending flowers. That was his ideal. Guian thought, wow, wanting to be a salted fish and live a retired life at such a young age. Honestly, she envied that too. If she could live a relaxed life, who would want to be a workhorse? But if that was Hua Jinrong's dream, how did he end up with PTSD? Guian had a vague guess. Soon, Shang Zashi continued, because of me, Jinrong went to ask Uncle Hua. In the end, Uncle Hua set a condition. Either he wouldn't agree, or Jinrong would have to go with me. So that was how it happened. The rest was easy to guess. For the sake of his good friend Shang Zashi, even though he wasn't interested in being a soldier, Hua Jinrong agreed. So the 2 of them went to the Northwest Military District to serve. Although Hua Jinrong wasn't very interested in joining the army at first, since he was already there, and with Shang Zashi by his side motivating him, he trained hard and seriously. Plus, he had Uncle Hua's genes. As a result, Hua Jinrong's performance was outstanding. You could say he truly lived up to the name Jinrong. At first, Hua Jinrong wasn't keen on being a soldier, but gradually, he grew to love it. Later, the 2 of them went on missions together, fighting side by side against the enemy. They were the perfect partners, battle buddies who could entrust their backs to each other without hesitation. In the military district, they were famous as the twin heroes. But later, that man deliberately had me transferred out of the Northwest Military District. Shang Zashi gritted his teeth, hatred flashing in his eyes. That man, of course, was Shing Shinhao. Because Uncle Hua had helped Shang Zashi, Shing Shinhao took out his anger. But Uncle Hua's status was no lower than Shing Shinhao's, so he couldn't vent his anger on Uncle Hua or even on Hua Jinrong. He could only pick on the weaker target. So, Shang Zashi was transferred to another military district. Military orders are absolute. There was nothing he could do. No matter how unwilling Shang Zashi was, no matter how hard he tried, he could only obey. And, just like that, the 2 partners who had worked so well together were separated. And when, after a year of hard work, I finally managed to get transferred back to the Northwest Military District, I couldn't find any trace of Jinrong. It wasn't until he went to the Hua family in Beijing and saw the tied-up, raving, and delirious Hua Jinrong that he finally understood. It turned out that, half a year earlier, during a mission, there had been a leak by an enemy spy, and their unit was almost completely wiped out. In the end, only one comrade returned, carrying the severely injured Hua Jinrong on his back. Hua Jinrong was saved, and physically he was fine, but his mind seemed to have broken. He'd become a madman with a shattered mind. No one could imagine what Shang Zashi felt when he couldn't find Hua Jinrong in the Northwest Military District, rushed to the Hua family in Beijing, and saw his friend tied up, unable to control himself. Shang Zashi was racked with guilt. At the time, I thought, if I hadn't insisted on joining the army, Jinrong wouldn't have begged Uncle Hua, and he wouldn't have joined the army, then maybe none of this would have happened. Looking at the sorrow and guilt in Shang Zashi's eyes, Guian's heart ached. She stood up and hugged Shang Zashi tightly. No, don't think like that. I believe if Comrade Hua were clear-headed, he wouldn't want you to blame yourself. Shang Zashi hugged Gu Jianing, burying his face in her embrace, not letting her see his reddened eyes or his vulnerability. In fact, it wasn't just him. Uncle Hua also blamed himself deeply. His hair had turned white, and he seemed to have aged 10 years overnight. Uncle Hua said that since Jinrong hadn't been interested at first, he shouldn't have forced him. Was inheriting his ideals and legacy really more important than his own son? Of course not. But what's done is done, and there's no way to turn back time. Ningning, Jinrong's condition is getting worse. I heard he often has splitting headaches and wants to bang his head against the wall. I'm really afraid. He was afraid that the next time he returned, he'd hear even worse news. I know. Don't worry, I'll help cure Comrade Hua. He'll get better, Gu Jianing comforted him, holding him close. Gu Jianing had always felt that the name Hua Zhenrong sounded familiar. Now, she finally remembered. In her previous life, after she died, her soul floated around Shing Zashi, witnessing his life bit by bit. Reborn in this life, those memories suddenly became clear. She remembered that in her previous life, every year, Shang Zashi would visit the grave of a special comrade. That was his comrade, his best friend, his brother. But he had died young by suicide. Jinrong. That's right. When Shang Zashi paid his respects, the name he called out at the tombstone was Jinrong. She remembered clearly the sorrow on Shang Zashi's face at that time. So, in her previous life, Hua Zhenrong died young. It must have been because of this PTSD. But when did he die? Gu Jianing frowned, trying to recall the birth and death dates on Hua Zhenrong's tombstone. The next second, her eyes widened. She remembered. July 23, 1975. That's it, that's the date. And that's this year. Right now, it's March. Which means there are less than 5 months before Hua Zhenrong's suicide. He must be saved. Hua Zhenrong was Shing Zashi's friend, brother, and the greatest regret in his previous life. He must be saved. Of course, even if Hua Zhenrong weren't Shing Zashi's brother or friend, just the fact that he developed PTSD while serving his country would be reason enough for her to save him. It was her duty. In a month, when she went to Beijing to visit her mother-in-law's grave, she could also treat Hua Zhenrong. There should be enough time. When Shing Zashi heard Gu Jianing say she would treat Hua Zhenrong, he felt as if his heart was filled with warmth and sweetness. Ningning, thank you. How lucky I am to have married you. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't worry, I know my limits. Since she'd promised Shing Zashi to cure Hua Zhenrong, Gu Jianing took it seriously. From then on, besides her regular shifts in the traditional Chinese medicine department, she spent all her spare time in her space, studying courses on treating PTSD. To her surprise, the course covered a lot of psychology. For Gu Jianing, it was both novel and challenging, and there was a lot to learn, so it took her quite a while. Moreover, the course covered PTSD not just in humans, but also in animals. Gu Jianing started with the animal section, and after finishing it, she treated Amber first. Time passed as Gu Jianing worked and studied. Previously, Old Chin, who rarely visited the TCM department, had started dropping by more often. Whenever he saw that Gu Jianing's office was free, he would discuss medicine or difficult cases with her. Gu Jianing welcomed Old Chen's visits. Every time they discussed, she learned a lot. To Gu Jianing, Old Chin was like a teacher. In fact, during their discussions, Old Chin taught her earnestly, no different from a real mentor. Although Gu Jianing had stuffed her mind with countless medical books, she never thought of herself as a miracle doctor. She knew that memorizing knowledge and knowing how to apply it were two different things. And often, saving lives wasn't just about book knowledge. Experience was crucial, too. Old Chin possessed not only vast knowledge but also a wealth of experience, exactly what she needed. She could tell that Old Chin intended to teach her, so she studied diligently. After she started seeing Old Chin as her teacher, she became much closer to him. Knowing that Old Chin enjoyed good food, she would exchange for some era-appropriate treats from the system to give to him. At first, Old Chin would politely refuse, but later on, Every time he came, there was a look of anticipation in his eyes. On this particular day, old Chin came again. After they finished discussing a certain medical case, he suddenly asked, "Xiaogu, would you like to become my disciple?" As soon as he said it, old Chin felt a sense of relief. In truth, he had wanted to ask this for a long time. He'd held back until today, but now he simply couldn't wait any longer. It was all because Gu Jianing had truly impressed him. He was afraid that if he didn't speak up soon and take her as his disciple, someone else might notice her talent and snatch her away. At first, when old Chin brought Gu Jianing to the traditional Chinese medicine department, he hadn't intended to take her as a disciple. He did want to take on a disciple, but the master-disciple relationship was like that of a parent and child, far from simple. Especially given his current status, he had to be extremely cautious in choosing a disciple. Medical talent was important, but character was just as crucial. Old Chin had seen plenty of people betrayed by those close to them, and he was determined never to let that happen to himself. Initially, he brought Gu Jianing to the TCM department partly because they were severely understaffed, and partly because he'd heard she was talented. He hoped that their quiet, declining department might welcome a promising new doctor. And so, Gu Jianing arrived. After she joined, old Chin didn't come to the department often, but whenever he did, he would observe her. At first, he simply watched her. Later, he couldn't help but interact, discuss, and exchange ideas with her. The more he interacted and discussed with Gu Jianing, the more he liked her. Of course, this fondness wasn't of any other kind. It was the affection of an elder for a promising junior. The more he got to know her, the more he felt that Gu Jianing was shining, and he couldn't wait to take her as his disciple. At first, he thought she just had medical talent. But after their discussions, he realized her knowledge was incredibly broad. She could respond to almost anything he brought up. Bear in mind, there was a gap of decades of experience between them. That alone showed just how deep Gu Jianing's medical knowledge was. He also discovered that Gu Jianing had an exceptional memory, almost photographic, able to read 10 lines at a glance and never forget what she read. Combined with her remarkable medical talent, old Chin was confident that as long as Gu Jianing stayed on this path, her future achievements in medicine would far surpass his own. Wouldn't it be a great thing to take such a junior as his disciple? Of course, there was another reason that made old Chin even more determined to take Gu Jianing as his disciple: the incident with the landslide. Whether it was Gu Jianing working tirelessly for a whole day and night to save lives while pregnant, or her rescuing the military dog Amber, all of it made old Chin think even more highly of her. In short, Gu Jianing had earned old Chin's approval both in terms of character and medical skill. Old Chin felt that no one could be more suitable to be his disciple than Gu Jianing. To him, Gu Jianing was like a piece of gold, shining brightly. Right now, only he had noticed her brilliance in medicine. If he didn't act soon and take her as his disciple, once Gu Jianing left the Northwest Military District and entered a bigger world, others would surely notice her light too. By then, this piece of gold might just be snatched away by someone else. So today, old Chin finally couldn't hold back and asked her. After asking, he felt both relieved and anxious. He had no idea whether Xiaogu would agree. When old Chin asked, Gu Jianing was momentarily stunned, then opened her mouth to reply. But just as she was about to speak, old Chin interrupted her. "Wait, don't answer yet. Xiaogu, I feel like you don't know me very well yet. I think I should introduce myself a bit first." So old Chin began to introduce himself, and of course, he slipped in quite a bit of self-promotion. For example, he talked about his current status, the honors he'd received, his connections, and all the benefits she'd get if she became his disciple. In short, it all boiled down to one thing: become my disciple, and I'll teach you everything I know, give you access to all my connections, protect you with all my might, and treat you like my own granddaughter. So, come be my disciple. Gu Jianing blinked, wanting to say something. But before she could speak, old Chin raised his hand and cut her off again. Never mind, never mind. This is such a big decision. I doubt you can make up your mind right away. How about this? Go home and discuss it with your husband, and give me your answer tomorrow. I have something to do, so I'll be off now." With that, he left before Gu Jianing could reply. Old Chin would never admit that he was a little nervous, so nervous that he just had to make a quick escape. As he hurried away, he silently prayed that this young lady would think it through carefully. Becoming his disciple would only bring her benefits, never harm. Did Gu Jianing know the benefits of becoming Old Chen's disciple? Of course she did. Even if Old Chen hadn't said all that today, she'd already heard plenty from Dr. Zhou. It's just... At that moment, Gu Jianing reached out toward Old Chen's, departing back in a classic Erkang hand gesture. Watching as Old Chen quickly disappeared from view, Gu Jianing couldn't help but marvel at how fit he was. His legs were as nimble as any young person's. Then she thought to herself, actually, she'd wanted to tell Old Chen right then and there that she was willing to be his disciple. No need to go home and think it over. She could have agreed on the spot. But Old Chen had already run off. Oh well, she'd just have to give him her answer tomorrow. She wondered what Old Chen's reaction would be when he found out. Forget it. Better not tell him. After Old Chen left, Dr. Zhou and Dr. Lu came over. Dr. Zhou's eyes were wide with excitement. Dr. Gu, didn't I tell you? When Old Chen brought you to our TCM department, he was planning to take you as his disciple. Looks like I guessed right. Dr. Gu, this is Old Chen we're talking about. You have to say yes to becoming his disciple. Dr. Zhou and Dr. Lu hadn't meant to eavesdrop on Old Chen and Gu Jianing's conversation. They just happened to be passing by. Besides, Old Chen and Gu Jianing hadn't tried to keep their voices down, so they overheard everything. They'd already suspected that Old Chen wanted to take Gu Jianing as his disciple, and now it turned out they were right. Lu Yanli was one of those people who just couldn't accept it. She and the others had originally thought that it would be Gu Jianing trying to curry favor with Old Chen, hoping he'd take her on as his apprentice. But what did they end up seeing? What they saw was Old Chen listing out all sorts of conditions and advantages, practically coaxing Gu Jianing to become his apprentice. That's right, Old Chen's behavior just now was nothing short of coaxing. It was like he was holding out a piece of candy to a child, saying, "Come with me, little one. If you do, this candy is yours, and there will be endless sweets for you in the future." No matter how you looked at it, he was being obsequious. Honestly, it was the first time they'd ever seen Old Chen act like that. It was truly eye-opening. After all, in their minds, Old Chen had always been a serious, wise, and sometimes even a bit hot-tempered figure. But now, in front of Gu Jianing, Old Chen was like the kindest, most patient elder imaginable. As for Old Chen wanting to take Gu Jianing as his apprentice, they didn't feel jealous. They knew perfectly well what level their own medical skills were at. Old Chen wouldn't be interested in them. And they also knew that, compared to Gu Jianing, they simply didn't measure up. So it was only natural that Old Chen would want Gu Jianing as his apprentice. They also understood that being Old Chen's apprentice came with nothing but benefits. That's why, when they encouraged Gu Jianing to accept, it was truly for her own good. Gu Jianing smiled. I know. Thank you both. Although there were only a few doctors in their traditional Chinese medicine department, Gu Jianing felt that whether it was Dr. Zhou, Dr. Lu, or Old Chen, they were all wonderful people who looked out for her. The atmosphere in their department was also very good. Gu Jianing really liked this kind of environment. What she disliked most was dealing with scheming, backstabbing types. So she felt very lucky to have landed in the TCM department. Dr. Zhou and Dr. Lu were also happy to see that Gu Jianing had taken their advice to heart. That night, Gu Jianing went home and told Shang Zashi about it. This is a good thing. Truly, being Old Chen's apprentice can only help you, not hurt you, Shang Zashi agreed. He'd met Old Chen before and knew that Old Chen was fiercely protective of his own. If Ningning became his apprentice, there'd be one more person looking out for her. He'd also feel more at ease when he had to go on missions. So, the next day, under Old Chen's anxious and hopeful gaze, Gu Jianing agreed to become his apprentice. You agreed? You really agreed? Wonderful, that's wonderful. Old Chen was genuinely overjoyed. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. Good disciple, don't worry, your master will treat you well from now on. Of course, old Chin wouldn't tell Gu Jianing that he'd been so worried the night before that he hadn't slept a wink, fretting over whether she'd accept his offer. Now that she had, he was simply over the moon. Gu Jianing thought, if I told Master now that if he hadn't interrupted me yesterday, I would have agreed on the spot, I wonder how he'd feel, probably not so happy. But Gu Jianing was considerate and respected her master, and she cared about the elderly, too. So it was better not to mention it. Old Chin took the matter of accepting an apprentice very seriously. Even though Gu Jianing had agreed, there still had to be a formal ceremony. And, most importantly, the news had to get out as soon as possible. First, to let those eyeing Gu Jianing know that this talented young doctor was now old Chen's apprentice, so anyone thinking of poaching her should give up. Second, to announce to everyone that Gu Jianing was now under his protection, and anyone who dared mess with her would have to answer to him. Old Chin was known for fiercely protecting his own. As soon as the news spread that Old Chin was taking Gu Jianing as his apprentice, quite a few people were unhappy. These were the very people who'd previously hoped to become Old Chen's apprentice themselves. Yet Old Chin had turned them all down, only to choose a young female doctor who'd only just started working at the military hospital. It was no wonder so many people felt indignant. Yanli was one of them. Yanli was an internist. Ever since she'd come to the military hospital and learned of Old Chen's status from her husband, she'd set her sights on becoming his apprentice. Her husband was a political commissar, a man of considerable rank. Before marrying Zheng Weimin, Yanli had worked as a doctor at the county hospital back home. Even though it was just a county hospital, it was still a very good job, steady pay, holiday benefits. In the Lu family, this job had always given Yanli the highest status. When it came time for her to marry, it was precisely because of this job that she was able to marry Zheng Weimin. Now, after 6 years of marriage, they had 3 children. After joining the military with her husband, Yanli transferred from her hometown's county hospital to the military hospital. She'd always been proud of her job as a doctor. Many people looked up to her because of it. To be honest, Yanli's family background was quite ordinary. But she'd always known that if she wanted a better life, she'd have to work hard and climb the social ladder. If she didn't, she might have ended up like her older sister, married off to the countryside by their parents, spending her days serving her in-laws and watching everyone's moods. But that kind of life wasn't what Yanli wanted. She wanted to live above others, to be someone people looked up to. So even now, as a doctor at the military hospital, she still felt it wasn't enough. What Yanli focused on wasn't improving her medical skills, but building connections. She'd seen too much along the way. She knew all too well that connections and relationships mattered more than ability. Back at the county hospital, there were plenty of people less capable than her who became her superiors simply because they had the right connections and background. So Yanli knew that if she wanted to keep climbing, she needed contacts and relationships. That's why, after learning about Old Chen's background and his intention to take on an apprentice, she'd been trying every possible way to get close to him, to win his favor. But no matter how hard she tried, Old Chin never agreed to take her as his apprentice. Years passed, and Yanli had almost given up. She thought that if she couldn't become Old Chen's apprentice, then no one else should either. So when Old Chin hadn't taken on anyone else, she didn't mind. But now, hearing that Old Chin was taking on a new apprentice, a young female doctor who'd only just arrived at the military hospital, Yanli's face instantly darkened the moment she heard the news. That Gu Jianing, what right does she have to be Old Chen's apprentice? She's just some woman from the countryside. Does she even deserve it? Who knows what tricks she used to bewitch Shang Zashi into marrying her? Are we really just going to stand by and watch that woman become Old Chen's apprentice? As these thoughts swirled, someone suddenly called out, "Dr. Lu, there's a phone call for you from Beijing." Yanli didn't have time to think further. She got up and went to answer the call. A while later, Yanli returned, sitting in her office with a frown, deep in thought. Just then, the office door was knocked on. An elderly woman entered, coughing as she walked. Yanli's frown deepened as she watched her come in. "Yanli," the old lady began, but Yanli cut her off before she could finish. While you're in the hospital, you should call me Dr. Lu. All right, Dr. Lu. About what we talked about last time, regarding a house job. I'm working right now. I don't discuss anything unrelated to work. If you're not here as a patient, please leave, Yanli said coldly. All right, fine. I'll come to your house after you get off work then. With that, the old lady struggled to her feet and turned to leave. Yanli watched her hunched back. She never cared much about family ties, not even her own relatives, let alone an aunt. Especially when that aunt was already a dying person. Wait, a dying person. A glint flashed in Yanli's eyes, and they suddenly brightened. She immediately called out, wait. Ever since she'd agreed to become Old Chen's apprentice, Old Chen had come by again to set the date for the apprenticeship ceremony 5 days from now. Old Chen had specifically chosen the date. Whenever it was, Gu Jianing had no objections. All right, today is your last treatment. Your body is fully healed now. After finishing the treatment for Qi Yuanqing that day, Gu Jianing spoke. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Qi Yuanqing clenched his fists in excitement, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. If Aro and I have a child in the future, we'll definitely come to thank you again. I'll look forward to it, Gu Jianing replied with a smile. After Qi Yuanqing left, Gu Jianing found herself with some free time. She let her consciousness enter her space to continue studying the PTSD course, just a little bit left, and she'd be done. Half an hour later, Gu Jianing's soul returned to her body. Then she heard the system's voice in her mind. Congratulations, host, for completing your studies and passing the assessment. Reward, 200 points, 1 drop of spiritual spring water, produces 1 drop per day, automatically stored. Gu Jianing wasn't surprised by the 100 points. She'd spent a long time studying this time. Although not much time had passed in the real world, several years had gone by in the space. After several years, Gu Jianing had thoroughly mastered the PTSD treatment course and passed the assessment. What's this spiritual spring water? Soon, Gu Jianing saw a detailed description of the spiritual spring water. Spiritual spring water, concentrated. 1 drop lasts 7 days. Please dilute before use. Has effects of pain relief, calming, nerve healing, and strengthening the body. Oh, what perfect timing. Gu Jianing was delighted as she read the description. The strengthening effect aside, the pain relief, calming, and nerve healing properties were perfect for treating PTSD patients. If a patient drank the spiritual spring water in addition to her treatment, the results would be twice as good with half the effort. With this, Gu Jianing felt even more confident about going to Beijing to treat Huazhenrong. But first, she needed to finish treating Amber. So, during Amber's next treatment, Gu Jianing added some spiritual spring water. She could clearly see Amber growing stronger by the day. The PTSD symptoms that had plagued Amber were almost completely gone. She was basically cured now. Thank you, sister. Amber could feel her body getting stronger, and even the pups in her belly were thriving. She knew it was all thanks to Gu Jianing. Amber was deeply grateful to Gu Jianing. She vowed silently, from now on, she would protect her sister well. Now that sister was pregnant and would soon have her own pups, Amber's own children would help protect them too. Ever since Gu Jianing adopted Amber, Xiao Duo would occasionally show up, pretending it was by chance, to check on her. But seeing how close Amber was to Gu Jianing and how much better she got every day, he seemed to have made up his mind. He came by less and recently hadn't shown up at all. Perhaps he had truly entrusted Amber to Gu Jianing's care. Gu Jianing worked in the traditional Chinese medicine department. Because of the rumors, she'd gotten a lot more patients, and the department was no longer as deserted as before. Aside from those seeking help with fertility, most of her patients didn't have particularly difficult illnesses. But today, after scanning the elderly woman before her, Aunt Lu, Gu Jianing frowned. Aunt Lu was thin, her cheeks almost sunken. Of course, in this era, many people were skinny from lack of food. But Aunt Lu's thinness was clearly different. It was the thinness of illness, her complexion pale. She kept coughing as well. Aunt Lu, have you been coughing for years? And now, sometimes you cough up blood. Gu Jianing asked. Aunt Lu's eyes widened in surprise and she nodded. And you sometimes get fevers? Night sweats? Often feel weak and tired? Yes, Dr. Gu, you're exactly right. Aunt Lu was amazed that this young, pretty doctor could tell all her symptoms just from feeling her pulse. Dr. Gu, can my illness be cured? Aunt Lu asked. Gu Jianing thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, it can. She'd already had the system bind Aunt Lu, and from the scan, she could see that Aunt Lu had tuberculosis. In the terms of this era, it was called consumption. Granny Qin had also suffered from consumption. But the two cases were different. Granny Qin had acute tuberculosis, which developed rapidly. Without treatment, she wouldn't have lasted long. Aunt Lu, on the other hand, had chronic tuberculosis. She'd managed to hang on for years, which was no small feat. Now, it had progressed to the point of coughing up blood. If Aunt Lu hadn't met Gu Jianing, she probably wouldn't have lasted much longer. Even if she went to a big hospital and saw other doctors, with the medical standards of this era, there was no way they could cure her. Right now, she's the only one who can treat this illness. Because of what happened with Granny Qin before, she had already studied the relevant courses in her space. So now, she didn't even need to enter the space to study further. She could prescribe medicine directly. Binding the system now was just to conveniently monitor Madame Lu's physical condition in real time. Madame Lu, I'll write you a prescription now. Take this medicine home and decoct it twice a day. In 3 days, you'll see obvious results. This prescription is for 7 days. After 7 days, come back and I'll give you another prescription. Take that for another 7 days, and you'll be cured. As she spoke, Gu Jianing swiftly wrote out the prescription and tore it off for her. Madame Lu, just take this prescription to the next window to get your medicine. Madame Lu took the prescription in a daze. Take the medicine twice? And I'll be cured in half a month. Yes. Madame Lu, do you have any other questions? No. Gu Jianing watched Madame Lu's departing figure. She guessed that Madame Lu probably didn't realize she had tuberculosis. Maybe it was better that way. She wouldn't say anything either. The most important thing was to cure her first. If she said it. People in this era all believed that tuberculosis was incurable. If Madame Lu lost hope in treatment, what would she do then? Madame Lu held the prescription in her hand, lost in thought. As she thought, she suddenly started coughing again. Coughing and coughing, she had to take out a handkerchief to cover her mouth. When she finished, she saw there was blood in the phlegm on the handkerchief. Someone passing by saw this and whispered, "She's coughing up blood, could it be tuberculosis?" After saying that, the person hurriedly walked away, as if afraid of being infected. Madame Lu heard it, but didn't care much. She knew she had tuberculosis. She'd known since 2 years ago. At first, she and her son Shiwang thought it was just a regular cough, but it never got better and gradually got worse. Back then, even though she wasn't well educated, Madame Lu's life experience made her vaguely realize what was going on. Sure enough, later, when Shiwang stubbornly insisted on taking her to a big hospital for a checkup, it was confirmed she had tuberculosis. There was no cure. She could only tough it out for as long as she could. She still remembered how, when the diagnosis came, her son Shiwang's eyes instantly turned red. Madame Lu was heartbroken too, because she couldn't bear to leave her son. Her husband had died young, her own family couldn't help much, and her in-laws treated her harshly. Madame Lu and her son had depended on each other for survival. 2 years ago, her son was only 18, not yet married. He'd already lost his father. If he lost his mother too, who would support him when he faced trouble? So Madame Lu had gritted her teeth and held on until now. Half a year ago, she didn't know what Shiwang did, but he managed to persuade his cousin in the Northwest Military District to bring them here for treatment. Unfortunately, although they made it here, even though his cousin had been a doctor for many years, there was nothing she could do for an incurable disease like tuberculosis. Still, this cousin was good to Shiwang. When she learned that Shiwang didn't want to leave and wanted to stay at the Northwest Military District Hospital to keep looking for a cure for his mother, she arranged a job for him. Now he worked in the hospital cafeteria. Madame Lu thought this was pretty good. It's just, her son always wanted to be a doctor. Earlier this year, The hospital had a training program, a great opportunity, but her son wasn't eligible to attend. But now, as his mother, she'd finally found him an opportunity. As long as Shiwang could become a doctor, she'd be willing to die right now if she had to. She knew her own illness. To have lasted these few years was already her limit. As for what Dr. Gu said just now, Madame Lu thought maybe she was just too young to see through it, or maybe she realized but didn't want to worry her, so she said she could be cured. Madame Lu smiled bitterly. How could she possibly be cured? She knew the medicine wouldn't help. But she would still take it, since she'd been told to. With that, Madame Lu handed the prescription to the person at the window, got a few packets of medicine, and went home. Home was arranged by Shiwang's cousin. It was a tiny one-room house in the family compound. After moving in, they had to partition the room just to make it livable. But they weren't military family members. Being able to stay in the Northwest Military District and have a place to live was already a blessing. Whether it was the housing or Shiwang's job, Madame Lu was deeply grateful to his cousin. Soon, Shiwang's dream of becoming a doctor would come true. As she boiled the medicine, Madame Lu picked up her needle and fabric, thinking that while she was still around, she should make her son another piece of clothing. Otherwise, when she was gone, there'd be no one left to sew for him. Thinking of that, Madame Lu couldn't help but shed tears. At noon, Lu Shiwang came home. He was carrying food from the cafeteria, including some meat. That was the benefit of working in the cafeteria. As soon as he walked in, he smelled the medicine. When he saw the pot simmering on the stove, his eyes lit up. He rushed inside. "Mom, you went to see the doctor?" Madame Lu, who was tidying up her sewing, looked up at her son, her eyes full of tenderness. "Yes, your cousin said that Dr. Gu in the traditional Chinese medicine department is very skilled and talented. Maybe she can cure me." Cousin recommended her? Lu Shiwang frowned at first. But soon, hearing Dr. Gu from the TCM department, he immediately understood. "Dr. Gu? Dr. Gu is great. I've heard about her, she's very talented, and her medical skills are excellent." "Mom, what did Dr. Gu say?" Working in the cafeteria, Lu Shiwang had been asking around about skilled doctors, hoping to find someone to treat his mother. Lately, the doctor he heard most about was Dr. Gu Jianing from the TCM department. Everyone said that although she was young, her skills were truly impressive. Especially when it came to helping people have children, she was really capable. Back then, Lu Shiwang wondered if Dr. Gu could treat tuberculosis. But no matter what, he had to try. He'd planned to find a chance to persuade his mother to see Dr. Gu. He was just afraid she'd refuse. After all, tuberculosis was almost impossible to cure. His mother had lived this long, it was already a miracle. So, she'd lost hope and didn't want to see any more doctors. As a son, of course, he hoped his mother's illness could be cured, that she could always stay by his side, and that he could take care of her into old age. He had already lost his father. If he lost his mother too, there would be no one left in this world to care for him. Today, while working in the cafeteria, Lu Shiwang heard that Dr. Gu was going to be taken on as a disciple by old Master Chen, which made him believe even more in Dr. Gu's abilities. He had been thinking that, no matter what, he would convince his mother today to find some time to see Dr. Gu for treatment. He never expected that, as soon as he got home, his mother would surprise him. His mother had already gone to see Dr. Gu that morning and even brought back medicine. You have to understand, before this, even when doctors prescribed medicine, his mother refused to get it filled. She thought there was no point in wasting money if it wouldn't help. Now, looking at her son's hopeful eyes, Madame Lu didn't mention what Gu Jianing had said about her illness being curable. "It's whatever. Anyway, I've got the medicine, so I'll just take it for now," Madame Lu replied perfunctorily. After all, there was no way she could be cured. That young female doctor saying she could cure her, she was probably either lying or didn't know what she was doing. Better not to say anything and let her son down gently. All these years, Shiwang had worried himself sick over her illness, even refusing to get married because of it. Lu Shiwang could clearly hear the perfunctory tone in his mother's words. He felt she wasn't telling him the truth. He decided that after dinner, he would go to the traditional Chinese medicine department himself to talk to Dr. Gu. "Mom, no matter what, you have to keep taking this medicine," Lu Shiwang reminded her. I know, his mother replied. After lunch, seeing that his mother obediently took her medicine, Lu Shiwang finally felt relieved and left the house. Instead of heading straight to the military district cafeteria, he went to the traditional Chinese medicine department. So, when Gu Jianing returned to work that afternoon, she saw a young man waiting outside her office. When he saw her, he gave a shy smile. "Hello, are you Dr. Gu? My name is Lu Shiwang. My mother came to see you this morning." Once inside the office, hearing his introduction, Gu Jianing realized this young man was Madame Lu's son. "Dr. Gu, what do you think about my mother's illness? Can it be cured?" Lu Shiwang asked eagerly. "It can," Gu Jianing answered without hesitation, meeting Lu Shiwang's anxious and hopeful gaze. A flash of joy appeared in Lu Shiwang's eyes. He knew it, his mother hadn't told him the truth. Still, he had his doubts. "Dr. Gu, do you know what illness my mother has?" "Yes, it's chronic pulmonary tuberculosis," Gu Jianing explained the related symptoms. "Then, Dr. Gu, knowing my mother has tuberculosis, you still think it can be cured?" Gu Jianing smiled. "Just because others can't cure it doesn't mean I can't. Since I said it can be cured, it can be cured. To tell you the truth, I've already successfully treated another elderly patient with tuberculosis before. She's fully recovered and living a normal life now." Hearing this, Lu Shiwang's eyes reddened. So Dr. Gu had cured someone else's tuberculosis before. If she could cure others, she could cure his mother too. That was wonderful, truly wonderful. "Go home and remind your mother to take her medicine as prescribed. I guarantee she'll be better in half a month." "Thank you, Dr. Gu." With tears in his eyes, Lu Shiwang bowed repeatedly to Gu Jianing before leaving, overcome with excitement. Watching Lu Shiwang's departing figure, Gu Jianing thought, perhaps this is the true meaning of being a doctor. It's not about points or rewards, but about seeing patients and their families regain hope. That sense of accomplishment was deeply satisfying to her. Lu Shiwang didn't tell his mother about his visit to Gu Jianing. He knew that after being sick for so long and never finding the right doctor, his mother didn't trust Dr. Gu. But that was fine. As long as she took her medicine on time, she'd believe it once her health improved. By then, it would be a pleasant surprise for her. After that day, Madame Lu noticed her son was always reminding her to take her medicine. Fine, she thought, she'd take it. After all, the money had already been spent. If she didn't take it, it would just be wasted. But she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. A few days later, Madame Lu felt some obvious changes in her body. For example, her cough had lessened, her body didn't feel as weak and heavy as before, and the tightness in her chest had eased a lot. Could it be that what that young doctor said was true? Could her illness really be cured? Madame Lu found it hard to believe. She remembered how Shiwang's cousin had once said her illness was already incurable, that she could go at any time. Is this just a final burst of energy before the end? The thought made Madame Lu's face go pale. "Mom, what's wrong? What are you thinking about?" That day, Lu Shiwang came home to find his mother sitting on the kang, looking dejected. He was startled. He hurried over to ask. Madame Lu quickly snapped out of it. Nothing. "Mom, if anything's wrong, you have to tell me." These days, Lu Shiwang had been quietly observing his mother. He could clearly see that after taking Dr. Gu's medicine, her health had improved. No one knew how happy Lu Shiwang was. But now, seeing his mother like this, he was really frightened. "Son, I was just thinking, if I'm not around anymore, what will you do?" "Mom, don't say that. Your illness can be cured. You'll be with me for a long, long time. You'll see me get married and have children, and you'll help me take care of your grandchildren." Madame Lu smiled, but there was a trace of bitterness in her smile. She said nothing more. Of course she wanted to see that day, but she didn't think it was possible. After 7 days, Madame Lu had finished all the medicine Gu Jianing had prescribed. Today, she went to the traditional Chinese medicine department again. Gu Jianing took her pulse and checked her test results. It was clear that Madame Lu's health had greatly improved. Madam Lu, I'll prescribe you one more round of medicine. After this, your illness will be cured. Okay. Gu Jianing frowned slightly. Her patient was almost cured, yet Madam Lu didn't look happy at all. Her face was still full of worry. Maybe there was something troubling her at home. But Gu Jianing wasn't the nosy or gossipy type, so she didn't ask. She wrote the prescription and sent Madam Lu to get her medicine. Soon, Madam Lu picked up her medicine and left. When she got home, she saw someone waiting at her door. When she saw who it was, Madam Lu's face changed. She knew what was meant to come had come after all. A few days earlier, Gu Jianing had formally served tea to old Master Qin and become his disciple. After accepting her as a disciple, old Master Qin held nothing back in teaching her. Almost every day, he would come to the traditional Chinese medicine department, and whenever he had time, he would try to teach Gu Jianing everything he knew. Naturally, Gu Jianing was more than happy to learn. Of course, at work, the most important thing was still seeing patients. Today, there were quite a few people waiting to see her, so for the time being, Gu Jianing didn't have a chance to study. She had just finished seeing a patient when suddenly, she heard a commotion outside. At that moment, Dr. Zhou suddenly rushed in, his face full of panic. Dr. Zhou, is something wrong? Gu Jianing asked. Dr. Gu, old Qin is looking for you. Come with me. Huh? But I'm in the middle of a consultation. Gu Jianing frowned, feeling that Dr. Zhou was lying. Normally, if her mentor wanted to see her, he would come directly. Why would he send Dr. Zhou to fetch her? Oh, Dr. Gu, don't ask so many questions. Just come with me, it's urgent. As he spoke, Dr. Zhou reached out as if to pull Gu Jianing away. Sorry, Dr. Gu has an urgent matter today. Please go see Dr. Lu in the next room for your consultation, he said to the waiting patients. Gu Jianing found Dr. Zhou's behavior extremely odd. He wasn't usually like this, and he would never try to grab her hand, even through her sleeve. But, just as Gu Jianing was about to follow Dr. Zhou, curious about what he was up to, suddenly, someone shouted loudly. There she is. That's Dr. Gu. Were they calling her? Gu Jianing turned around and saw a group of people heading straight for her. She frowned. What was going on? Dr. Zhou, standing beside her, immediately looked defeated and muttered, It's over. Alert. Alert. Someone's hostility value has exceeded 90%. Host, please be careful. Huh? Someone else's hostility value toward her was over 90%? She remembered that the last time this happened in the military district, it was Li Shuao. But Li Shuao wasn't here now. Could it be someone else? Thanks to the system's warning and marking, Gu Jianing quickly spotted the person in the crowd. It was a woman in her 30s, still wearing a white coat. A doctor? Thinking for a moment, and relying on her now photographic memory, she recalled who this was. Wasn't this Dr. Lu Yanli from internal medicine? Make way. Someone in the crowd called out. Immediately, a path opened up. Gu Jianing saw someone carrying a stretcher, covered with a white sheet. Under the sheet, it looked like there was a person. Wasn't this the kind of scene you only saw when someone had died? Could someone have died? Then, Gu Jianing noticed someone standing by the stretcher. It was Lu Shiwang, whom she'd seen just a few days ago. At this moment, Lu Shiwang's eyes were red and brimming with tears, her gaze full of sorrow as she looked at the stretcher. Wait, could the person on the stretcher be? It's her. This woman is the one who killed Aunt Lu. Quack doctor. She's a quack. She must pay with her life. Everyone in the hospital was drawn over by the commotion. Gu Jianing was quickly surrounded. Dr. Zhou was on the verge of tears. It's over. How do I tell old Qin? I hope he gets here soon. Dr. Zhou, what's going on? Gu Jianing could clearly sense that all these people were targeting her. She had her suspicions, but she still didn't fully understand. Dr. Zhou opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything, Lu Yanli stepped forward. Dr. Gu, you killed my aunt. Don't you have anything to say for yourself? Gu Jianing frowned. I killed your aunt? Sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. Lu Yanli's face was full of grief. Dr. Gu, are you still going to deny it? My aunt was your patient. She died because of the medicine you prescribed. Gu Jianing, your aunt? You mean Aunt Lu? Is that her on the stretcher? She's dead? How is that possible? Gu Jianing couldn't believe it. Wasn't Aunt Lu's condition almost cured? How could she be dead? She stepped forward, about to lift the white sheet on the stretcher. But Lu Yanli blocked her. My aunt died because of you and you still won't admit it? Just because you're old Chen's disciple, you think you can do whatever you want. No, that can't be. Old Chen must have been fooled by you too. Move. Gu Jianing snapped. Lu Yanli looked heartbroken on the surface, but there was no real sadness in her eyes. This made Gu Jianing very uncomfortable, especially after the system's hostility alert. She suspected this was a setup against her. But first, she needed to confirm Aunt Lu's condition. Could she really be dead? Gu Jianing pushed past Lu Yanli and approached the stretcher. Lu Shiwang, eyes red, looked at Gu Jianing and then at her belly, her gaze full of grief. She choked out, "Dr. Gu, my mother, she's dead." Gu Jianing pressed her lips together and lifted the white sheet, revealing the face beneath. It was indeed Aunt Lu. Gu Jianing's pupils contracted slightly. Just yesterday, Aunt Lu had come for a follow-up and picked up her medicine. Gu Jianing had even scanned her body, and she was recovering quickly. How could this be? Now, Aunt Lu lay silent and still on the stretcher. What's impossible about it? You don't know how to treat people, yet you recklessly prescribed medicine and killed my aunt. Give her back her life. Lu Yanli shouted angrily. She glanced at a middle-aged woman in the crowd. That woman immediately stepped forward, reaching out to push Gu Jianing. But Gu Jianing was 4 months pregnant with twins. If she were pushed over, the consequences would be unthinkable. What are you doing? Luckily, Dr. Zhou saw and quickly stepped in, blocking the woman and grabbing her hand. Let go. This quack killed Shufan. I was her best friend, and I want justice, the woman shouted righteously, trying to break free. But Dr. Zhou seemed to sense her intentions and held on tightly. At that moment, someone shouted, "Old Chen is here." Old Chen, please stand up for Sister Lu. Old Chen, you've been fooled by Gu Jianing. She's a quack. She killed Aunt Lu. Gu Jianing wanted to check on Aunt Lu, but she was blocked and couldn't get close. But that was fine. Gu Jianing knew she had already bound Aunt Lu as a patient and could monitor her condition in real time. She could check. She immediately opened the patient panel in her system space and quickly saw Aunt Lu's current status. Old Chen had been notified that his only disciple had killed someone, and the patient's family was making a scene at the hospital. Even though he didn't believe it, he rushed over immediately. Seeing the noisy crowd and the silent old lady on the stretcher, Old Chen immediately suspected something. A setup. It was definitely a setup. He was certain that Gu Jianing couldn't have killed anyone. This had to be a plot against her. But how should he resolve it? Gu Jianing, you must pay for my aunt's life. Lu Yanli shouted again. Her words incited the crowd, and they all began to chant, "Pay with your life. Pay with your life." Just as Old Chen was about to speak, Gu Jianing, her pregnant belly prominent, stepped forward with a calm face and said, "I won't pay with my life, because Aunt Lu isn't dead at all." As soon as those words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Except for Old Chen, who seemed lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lu Yanli, where no one could see, curled her lips into a faint sneer. So this was it? She thought it would be something serious, but to claim the woman wasn't dead, how ridiculous, truly laughable. At this point, Lu Yanli was seriously doubting just how much of Gu Jianing's so-called extraordinary medical talent was real and how much was just hype. What nonsense are you spouting? Granny Lu isn't breathing, how could she not be dead? Exactly. Granny Lu's body is already stiff and you're saying she's not dead? Then what does it mean to be dead? Huh, since you say Granny Lu isn't dead, then bring her back to life. That's right, revive her. Revive her. The crowd grew noisy, all glaring angrily at Gu Jianing. At that moment, Old Chen stepped forward and looked at Gu Jianing. Ning, are you confident? Gu Jianing was a little taken aback. She thought her master might not believe her, but unexpectedly. She nodded. I'm confident, but if we delay any longer, I can't guarantee the outcome. Good. I'll stand by you, Old Chen said. He turned to face the crowd. Everyone, Gu Jianing is my disciple. I trust her. She says this person isn't dead, so let her try to save her. Even if there's only the slimmest hope, it's better than nothing. I believe all of you want her to live too. I hope you'll give me this bit of respect. Of course, if anything goes wrong, I'm willing to take responsibility with her. Master, Gu Jianing looked at old Chen's back, deeply moved. She then turned to look at Granny Lu on the stretcher, her eyes full of determination. Fine, go ahead and try to save her. Yeah, let's see it. Right, let's see if you can really bring Sister Lu back from the dead. Gu Jianing didn't waste any time. She fetched her small medicine box from the office and had someone move Granny Lu from the stretcher to a hospital bed. The bed was higher, and since Gu Jianing was pregnant with a big belly, it wasn't convenient for her to squat down to perform acupuncture. No one made things difficult for her, and soon Granny Lu was moved onto the bed. Lu Shiwang stood by her side. As Gu Jianing approached, he looked at her, as if making up his mind. Dr. Gu, I trust you. Please, save my mother. Gu Jianing looked at Lu Shiwang in surprise. She had thought that, as Granny Lu's only son, he would be just as angry and resentful as the others, easily swayed by the crowd. But unexpectedly, Gu Jianing nodded. I'll do my best. Yanli, overhearing their conversation, sneered inwardly. Is Lu Shiwang an idiot? Or is he just blinded by her looks? His mother's already dead, and at this point, he still trusts this woman. How stupid. She shot a malicious glare at Gu Jianing's back. This woman really is a vixen. Wherever she goes, she can seduce people. Even with her back turned, Gu Jianing could feel the malice radiating from behind her. As for who it was, she didn't even need to think. She had her suspicions. This whole incident was probably connected to that person, maybe even orchestrated by her. But all that could wait until later. For now, she had to bring Granny Lu back. Gu Jianing took out her acupuncture needles from the wooden box and began treating Granny Lu. By now, it was already noon. Shang Zashi had just picked up lunch from the cafeteria and was about to head home when the man serving the food suddenly called out to him. Deputy Commander Shang, you're still here? Shang Zashi was puzzled. Was he not supposed to be here? Seeing the confusion on Shang Zashi's face, the old man quickly realized, you haven't heard what happened, have you? Your wife, Dr. Gu, she killed someone during treatment. Shang Zashi's eyes snapped up, cold and sharp. After quickly getting the gist of the situation from the old man, he wasted no time and rushed to the traditional Chinese medicine department of the military hospital, lunchbox in hand. When Shang Zashi arrived and saw the crowd, his brows immediately furrowed. He pushed through the crowd to get inside. Those he pushed aside were initially annoyed, but when they turned and saw the tall, imposing, and cold-faced Shang Zashi, they instantly wilted and made way for him. At this point, everyone noticed Shang Zashi's arrival. People were very familiar with him, especially his unruly temper and his nickname, the handsome Yama. Yanli frowned when she saw Shang Zashi. He must have come to defend Gu Jianing after hearing the news. Thinking of Shang Zashi's current position and temperament, Yanli felt his arrival was a bit troublesome. But it didn't matter. As long as it was proven that Granny Lu died because of Gu Jianing's treatment, even Shang Zashi wouldn't be able to protect her. If he tried, maybe she could even drag him down with her. Just as she was thinking this, she looked up and found Shang Zashi glancing at her. Yanli's heart skipped a beat. These soldiers really are sharp. As soon as he entered, Shang Zashi sensed the malice coming from Yanli. He also saw Ningning busy treating the patient, so he didn't disturb her. Instead, he quietly stepped forward and stood protectively in front of her, making it clear he was there to shield her. At this moment, Old Chen also stepped up and explained the situation to Shang Zashi. Old Chen, I trust her, Shang Zashi said after hearing the story. He knew his Ningning was a miracle doctor. There was no way she'd kill someone. He also knew she had many miraculous skills, so if Ningning said she could bring someone back from the dead, he believed her. Besides, Ningning had said the woman wasn't dead. Yanli heard Shang Zashi's words and sneered inwardly. Looks like Shang Zashi is also bewitched by this vixen. He believes anything she says. Just then, the previously quiet ward was suddenly filled with Lu Shiwang's delighted shout. She moved. My mother moved. What? Granny Lu moved? Could she really have come back to life? At that moment, Gu Jianing had just finished the acupuncture and quickly stepped back. Everyone saw that the previously motionless Granny Lu's hand started to move. Then, her eyelids twitched. And then, to everyone's shock, Granny Lu's eyes snapped open. "Oh my God, she's come back from the dead," someone cried out. Granny Lu, eyes wide open, suddenly turned her head and began vomiting up a large amount of stuff. A foul stench filled the air. Gu Jianing quietly put on another mask. She didn't want her pregnancy nausea, which she hadn't had until now, to be triggered. As Granny Lu vomited more and more, everyone could see with their own eyes that her complexion was visibly improving. Lu Shiwang didn't mind at all. On the contrary, seeing his mother wake up, he was extremely excited and happy. "Mom, you're finally awake." Lu Shiwang hurried forward and gently rubbed his mother's back. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. "Oh my God, she really came back to life. How is this possible? We all saw it with our own eyes. How could it not be? This is bringing someone back from the dead. She's a miracle doctor, a miracle doctor." But Sister Lu clearly wasn't breathing. Her body was stiff. How could she be saved? And she said earlier that Sister Lu wasn't dead? If she wasn't dead, then why did she look like that? Anyway, the moment Madame Lu woke up, the public opinion shifted completely. Lu Yanli stared wide-eyed at everything before her, utterly incredulous, muttering, "How is this possible? How could this be?" Gu Jianing looked at her and said, "Why not? Or is it that Madame Lu ended up like this because of you? You thought you'd killed her, so now that I've saved her, you find it impossible." Lu Yanli's heart skipped a beat. How did Gu Jianing guess that? She had to bite her tongue to keep from blurting out a retort. Meeting Gu Jianing's clear, penetrating gaze, she suddenly felt as if everything about her had been seen through. "No, impossible. How could she know? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful or I'll report you to the authorities." Gu Jianing snorted softly. "Even if you don't report me, I'll still go. I, Gu Jianing, am not someone who can be slandered so easily, especially not over a human life." She turned to Shang Zashi and said, "Brother Shi, help me report this to the authorities and have them come investigate." No sooner had she spoken than there was a commotion outside. A moment later, the leaders and investigators actually arrived. Gu Jianing was a little surprised and looked at Shang Zashi. He said, "On my way here, I had someone notify the authorities and bring them over to investigate." Gu Jianing stared at Shang Zashi in a daze. "You believe me?" Shang Zashi replied, "I've always believed you." Gu Jianing felt a honey-like sweetness well up in her heart, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. This feeling of being unconditionally protected and trusted was wonderful. "I won't let you down." Meanwhile, Lu Yanli stared at the revived Madame Lu, her eyes wide as if she'd seen a ghost. How could this be? How could this be? She should be dead. Her body was stiff, her breathing had stopped, she was clearly dead. How could she come back to life? Lu Shiwang, clutching his dazed and confused mother, burst into tears. "Mom, you're finally awake." I thought. At this point, the leaders and investigators stepped forward. After hearing what had happened, they were astonished. Can the dead really come back to life? The leader turned to Gu Jianing. "Dr. Gu, can you explain exactly what happened? How did Madame Lu come back from the dead?" Gu Jianing nodded. Madame Lu didn't come back from the dead. She was never dead to begin with. She ingested Nux Vomica, which caused her breathing to stop and her body to stiffen, putting her into a state of suspended animation. Just now, I used acupuncture to induce vomiting and expel the Nux Vomica from her system. Naturally, she woke up from the fake death state. She was brought here just in time. If it had been any later, there would have been nothing I could do. Old Chen suddenly understood. So it was Nux Vomica. Indeed, that herb can cause such symptoms in people. He hadn't thought of it before, but Ning had figured it out at a glance. As for Lu Yanli, she was dumbfounded. Nux Vomica only causes fake death for a short time. Gu Jianing continued, "The substance Madame Lu vomited up can be tested. It'll definitely show traces of Nux Vomica. But there was never any Nux Vomica in the prescription I gave Madame Lu. So I'm very curious. How did she get this medicine and why did she take it? As soon as Gu Jianing finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Madame Lu. By now, Madame Lu had recovered a bit and learned what had happened from her son, Lu Shiwang. She was still in shock. When she looked up and saw Gu Jianing's questioning gaze, she quickly lowered her head, a guilty look flashing in her eyes, and remained silent. Gu Jianing could tell at a glance that Madame Lu knew something, but was deliberately hiding it. She walked forward and said, "Madame Lu, I cured your tuberculosis. Why would you try to frame me? Do you know what would have happened to me if you died? They would have demanded a life for a life. Is this how you repay kindness with ingratitude? No, no." Almost as soon as Gu Jianing finished, Madame Lu looked up, agitated, and denied it, tears streaming down her face. "It has nothing to do with you. I was already sick, I had tuberculosis, and I was already dying." She hurried to explain. "What? Madame Lu had tuberculosis? That's possible. I often heard her coughing. Oh my god, tuberculosis. That can be fatal. Wait, didn't Dr. Gu just say she cured Madame Lu's tuberculosis?" At that moment, Old Chin stepped forward, grabbed Madame Lu's wrist, and took her pulse. "Soon," he said, "your tuberculosis is almost cured. Haven't you noticed you hardly cough anymore?" Old Chin was secretly shocked. He hadn't expected his apprentice to be so skilled. She could even cure tuberculosis. Truly, the student surpasses the master. Madame Lu was stunned. Her tuberculosis was almost cured? She suddenly remembered what Gu Jianing had said earlier about curing her illness. She'd thought it was just empty talk, impossible, but now. Wasn't that just a last burst of energy before death? Madame Lu muttered. "Mom, what do you mean last burst? Dr. Gu cured your illness. Mom, are you hiding something? Please, just tell us." "Dr. Gu not only cured your illness, she just saved your life. She said if she'd been any later, you would have died. Mom, you always taught me that we mustn't forget kindness, that even a drop of kindness should be repaid 100-fold. Lu Shiwang knew his mother well, so he was sure she was hiding something. Madame Lu's mind was in chaos. It took her a while to collect her thoughts. So, this young Dr. Gu really could cure her tuberculosis? And just now, she'd saved her life again. Her son said that just now, her breathing had stopped, her body had gone stiff, and everyone thought she was dead. They were even going to use her death to demand Dr. Gu's life in return. Madame Lu shuddered at the thought. If she hadn't been revived, and things had gone on like that, Dr. Gu would have been falsely accused, and she, who shouldn't have died, would really have died. The leader of the investigation stepped forward. "Ma'am, please tell us the truth." At this moment, having figured everything out, Aunt Lu could no longer hold back. Her gaze swept past the crowd and landed on Lu Yanli, who had turned slightly as if she wanted to slip away. "Yanli, didn't you say that adding that herb would only make me faint for a while? Why did I almost die?" With Aunt Lu's words, everyone's eyes turned to Lu Yanli. Oh my god, the medicine that nearly killed her was actually given by Dr. Lu? She was trying to kill Aunt Lu. But why? Isn't Aunt Lu her aunt? I remember, the first person to discover Aunt Lu was dead was her. She was also the one who brought us to find Dr. Gu, saying we needed her to pay with her life. So it was all her scheme. She wanted Aunt Lu dead. Facing everyone's accusing stares, Lu Yanli kept backing away, her spine chilled. She shook her head desperately. It wasn't me. Lu Yanli hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Everything had been planned so well. How did it come to this? Clearly, her second aunt was supposed to die. How did she survive? Is Gu Jianing really that skilled? She could save someone on the brink of death, even cure such a severe case of tuberculosis. Lu Yanli knew, no matter what, she couldn't admit it. Otherwise, she'd be finished. At this moment, Lu Shiwang, like an enraged little lion, furiously questioned Lu Yanli. "Lu Yanli, why did you do this? What did my mother ever do to you? Why trick her? Why give her medicine that could kill her? Was it just to frame Dr. Gu? So my mother deserved to die, deserved to be used by you." Lu Shiwang was sharp. He'd figured everything out in an instant. "Shiwang, don't say that. Your cousin at least helped us before. We were able to come to the Northwest Military District, and you got your job in the canteen thanks to her. Aunt Lu, though shocked by Lu Yanli's actions, was fair-minded. After all, Lu Yanli had helped them before, which was why she'd trusted her this time. But Lu Shiwang laughed bitterly at his mother's words. So this is how you tricked my mother? Mom, you've been deceived by her. You think Lu Yanli is some kind-hearted relative helping us? We were only able to come here because I gave her a valuable medical prescription in exchange. What? Aunt Lu was stunned. Mom, what exactly happened? How did she trick you? Tell us everything. Unable to hide it any longer, Aunt Lu recounted how, over a week ago, Lu Yanli had told her to seek treatment from Gu Jianing. And today, Lu Yanli had given her the strychnine, telling her to add it to the medicine she was making. She only said it would make me faint, nothing more. She said if I did as she told me, she'd arrange for you to work as a doctor in the hospital. Son, haven't you always wanted to be a doctor? Aunt Lu had never believed her tuberculosis could be cured. She thought she was dying. So, before she died, she wanted to do whatever she could to secure a doctor's position for her son. But she never expected. Lu Shiwang was on the verge of breaking down. Mom, do you know why I wanted to be a doctor? Because I wanted to learn medicine to cure your illness. But if I became a doctor and you were gone, what would be the point? And Lu Yanli only ever does things for her own benefit. How could you trust her? She was lying to you. What? Aunt Lu's eyes widened. So that was it. Her son wanted to be a doctor for her. Realizing the truth, Aunt Lu burst into tears. And now everyone understood what had happened. No one expected that it was all Lu Yanli's scheme and that she had intended for Aunt Lu to die. After all, from how confidently she declared Aunt Lu dead at first, it was clear she believed the medicine would kill her. But Aunt Lu was her aunt, her own flesh and blood. And the fact that Lu Yanli was a doctor made everyone shudder. With that kind of position, wouldn't it be easy for her to kill someone? What about the rest of them? Everyone began to recall whether they or their families had ever sought treatment from Lu Yanli. If they had. Lu Yanli, right? Come with us for further investigation. No, it wasn't me. She's making it all up. No matter how much Lu Yanli tried to argue, she was still taken away. If this really had nothing to do with her, then fine. But if it did, not only would she lose her job as a doctor, she might even go to jail, and her husband could be implicated too. Brother Shi, tell the leaders to investigate Lu Yanli thoroughly. I suspect she has other lives on her hands, Gu Jianing whispered. She trusted the malice value detector. If the detector showed Lu Yanli's malice at 90%, it meant she'd already taken a life. At first, Gu Jianing wondered if the detector was counting Aunt Lu. But thinking it over, it wasn't. After all, Aunt Lu hadn't died. So it had to be someone else. Shang Zashi looked up at Gu Jianing. All right, I understand. I'll remind them. Just then, Aunt Lu staggered forward and knelt before Gu Jianing. Dr. Gu, I'm sorry, I was so foolish. I shouldn't have doubted you, shouldn't have listened to Lu Yanli. And thank you for saving me, if not for you Dr. Gu, you're a good doctor, a miracle worker. As she spoke, Aunt Lu tried to kowtow to Gu Jianing, but Gu Jianing quickly stopped her. Comrade Lu, help Aunt Lu up. Lu Shiwang snapped out of it and hurried to help his mother up. Gu Jianing looked at the tearful Aunt Lu. She knew Aunt Lu was truly remorseful. Although she had saved her, Gu Jianing's impression of her was just average. Aunt Lu had known that the medicine Lu Yanli gave her would harm her, yet she still drank it. All for the sake of getting her son a job, even at the cost of her own life. But did Aunt Lu never consider why Lu Yanli was doing this? Didn't she realize that, since she was being treated by Gu Jianing, if something happened, even if Gu Jianing wasn't suspected of murder, her reputation as a doctor would be ruined? Aunt Lu was selfless toward her son, but selfish toward others. Gu Jianing found it hard to comment on people like that. But she didn't want to forgive, nor did she want to have any further dealings with such a person. Auntie Lu, I don't have much more to say about what happened today. I just want to remind you, as a patient, I hope you'll strictly follow the doctor's orders and not take any other medicines on your own. Otherwise, I might be able to save you once, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to save you a second or third time. Yes, yes, Dr. Gu, I understand. Dr. Gu, about my mother's tuberculosis, Lu Shiwang asked cautiously. He could tell that Dr. Gu was disappointed in his mother's actions. He saw the indifference in her eyes. But as someone who had benefited from his mother's so-called sacrifice, he couldn't bring himself to criticize her. After all, his mother had done it for him. So, he still hoped his mother could recover. Auntie Lu's tuberculosis will be completely cured as long as she continues taking the prescription I gave her for another week. All right, thank you, Dr. Gu. It wasn't until Lu Shiwang helped Auntie Lu away, and Lu Yanli was also taken away, that this farce finally came to an end. After saying goodbye to Elder Chen and the others, Gu Jianing was taken home by Shang Zashi. Once home, Shang Zashi quickly heated up some food for her. Ning, don't let what happened today get to you, Shang Zashi comforted her. Gu Jianing smiled at him. Don't worry, brother Shi. I'm not that fragile, and I'm not so easily affected. That's good. Hearing her say this, Shang Zashi finally relaxed. That same day, Lu Yanli was taken away and her husband's position was also suspended. When Zheng Weimin heard what his wife had done, he felt a splitting headache. He had always known his wife was selfish and self-serving, but he never imagined she would do something like this. If this matter couldn't be smoothed over and was officially determined, not only would his wife's career be over, but even his own position would be affected. No, I can't just sit and wait for disaster. After thinking for a while, Zheng Weimin went to find Shang Zashi, hoping he could persuade his wife to forgive Lu Yanli and ask for leniency. But before Zheng Weimin could even finish speaking, Shang Zashi's face darkened and he refused outright. He even threatened that if Zheng Weimin kept pressing, he would report him to the higher-ups. Helpless, Zheng Weimin could only leave. Watching Zheng Weimin's departing figure, Shang Zashi thought that if this matter only concerned himself, perhaps he could have shown some leniency. But since it involved Ningning, he would never back down. No one was allowed to hurt Ningning. Anyone who tried, he would be the first to make them pay, let alone show mercy. Meanwhile, Lu Yanli, who was really just a bully who feared the strong and preyed on the weak, quickly confessed under questioning. The root of it all was her jealousy toward Gu Jianing. She had always wanted to be Elder Chen's apprentice, but to her surprise, Elder Chen chose Gu Jianing instead. She couldn't accept it. So she encouraged Auntie Lu to seek treatment from Gu Jianing and even gave Auntie Lu the Nux Vomica. However, although Lu Yanli worked in internal medicine, she was a Western medicine doctor and didn't know much about Chinese medicinal herbs. She thought that once Auntie Lu took the Nux Vomica, she would die immediately. She never expected it would only cause a fake death. And she certainly didn't expect Gu Jianing would actually save Auntie Lu and expose everything. I never thought I was the reason behind all this, Elder Chen sighed. After Lu Yanli was taken away for investigation, Elder Chen also put pressure on the authorities. After all, Gu Jianing was his only treasured apprentice. He couldn't let her be bullied for nothing. He was determined to get to the bottom of it and see that Lu Yanli was severely punished. But he hadn't expected that the root cause was himself, because he had accepted Gu Jianing as his apprentice. Elder Chen felt extremely guilty that Gu Jianing had suffered this disaster because of him. Master, this isn't your fault. People who want to do evil will always find all sorts of reasons. Are you saying that, just because of Lu Yanli's ridiculous excuses, you shouldn't have taken me as your apprentice? Gu Jianing asked. Of course not. You can only be my apprentice, Elder Chen replied immediately. Then that's settled. Elder Chen couldn't help but laugh. You little rascal. So, Master, you don't need to take this to heart. All right. By the way, I didn't expect you, little girl, to actually cure tuberculosis. That's always been a tough disease. Come, tell me how you did it. Sure. Dr. Gu, can we listen in too? Dr. Zhou and Dr. Lu came over eagerly. Of course. So, Gu Jianing explained how she treated tuberculosis. Both Elder Chen and Drs. Zhou and Lu listened, utterly absorbed. When she finished, Elder Chen pondered for a moment and said, Ning, how about this? Let's find a time for you to give a lecture. I'll arrange a venue, and we'll invite doctors from all over the country to come listen to your treatment for tuberculosis. What do you think? After saying this, Elder Chen felt a bit nervous. After all, treatment methods, like prescriptions, were often considered personal secrets. Most people wouldn't easily share their own prescriptions and methods. So Elder Chen was a bit anxious as he asked. He knew he was putting Gu Jianing on the spot. But tuberculosis was a major challenge in medicine, with a high mortality rate. Now that Gu Jianing had a treatment, if she could share it, countless people suffering from tuberculosis now and in the future could be saved. Even if it was a bit shameless, Elder Chen still had to ask. Sure, but it'll have to be after Qiming Festival. Around then, I might need to go to Beijing with my husband, Gu Jianing replied without hesitation. Elder Chen and Doctors Zhou and Lu all stared in astonishment. Elder Chen said, You agreed? Gu Jianing nodded. As long as it can help more people, I'm willing to share this treatment. Elder Chen looked at Gu Jianing, his eyes instantly reddening. He patted her on the shoulder. Good, Ning, you're a good one. I knew I was right to take you as my apprentice. Doctors Zhou and Lu were also deeply shocked by Gu Jianing's answer. To be honest, if it were them who had found a cure for tuberculosis and someone asked them to share it, they might not be willing or at least would hesitate. But Dr. Gu agreed without a second thought. At that moment, they understood why Elder Chen had chosen Dr. Gu as his apprentice. It wasn't just her medical talent, but also her character. Something they themselves couldn't match. Meanwhile, after returning home, Gu Jianing discussed with Shang Zashi, who was really behind giving Lu Yanli the idea. Exactly. That's why we strongly suspect it's the work of an enemy agent. Yes, after the leadership interrogated Lu Yanli, they initially thought she was the mastermind behind the incident. But unexpectedly, Lu Yanli claimed that someone had called her and suggested the idea. The leadership said that the voice on the call Lu Yanli received was indistinguishable as male or female. Also, the call came from a hospital phone, not the communications office, where things are much more tightly controlled. The leadership has already had the technical department try to trace the call, but they don't expect to find much. This was the information Shang Zashi got from his superiors. Gu Jianing understood. In this era, electronic information technology wasn't that advanced, so it was normal that they couldn't trace the call. If the other party was able to pull this off, doesn't that mean they have the necessary resources? And where did those resources come from? Gu Jianing asked. Shang Zashi's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Ningning to immediately pinpoint the key issue. Exactly. That's why we strongly suspect it's an enemy agent. An enemy agent. Gu Jianing frowned. Enemy agents existed in every era, but especially in this one. The question was, who could it be? In fact, what Shang Zashi hadn't told Gu Jianing was that during their last mission, the troubles they encountered were also highly suspected to be related to an enemy agent leaking secrets from within the military district. The investigation was still ongoing, and so far, they hadn't caught the rat hiding in the shadows. Gu Jianing had no leads either. Actually, she did have a suspect in mind, Li Shuyao. After all, Li Shuyao was more than 90% hostile toward her. But then again, it didn't seem likely. First, Li Shuyao's animosity toward her was probably because of Shang Zashi, since Li Shuyao loved him but couldn't have him. Second, Li Shuyao was from the Li family, and the Li family's background. But if it wasn't Li Shuyao, then who could it be? This incident was clearly targeted at her. Of course, it could also have been aimed at Shang Zashi. After all, if she had really been accused of causing a patient's death, her husband Shang Zashi would have been affected as well. Alright, if we can't figure it out for now, let's not dwell on it. There are people whose job it is to investigate these things. Ningning, you just need to make sure you protect yourself. Shang Zashi patted Gu Jianing's head. Gu Jianing snapped out of her thoughts and nodded. I will. 2 days later, a verdict was reached regarding Lu Yanli. Lu Yanli was stripped of her medical license and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Her husband was also demoted 2 ranks, and his chances for future promotion were slim. It was a very heavy punishment. Meanwhile, news of Gu Jianing's ability to treat tuberculosis spread throughout the military district. A miracle doctor. She can even cure TB. Truly, skill knows no age, one military wife said. If only Dr. Gu had married Deputy Commander Shing and joined the army earlier, my father wouldn't have. A young soldier, whose father had died of tuberculosis the previous year, wiped away his tears. I knew it. Anyone that kid Shang Zashi takes a liking to can't be ordinary. He's got a sharp eye, that one, said a certain leader. Old Master Chen was quick to take her as his apprentice, huh? He sure moves fast, remarked a top doctor at the military hospital. I heard Dr. Gu is going to give a lecture to share her TB treatment methods. She's so selfless, a truly good doctor. The other doctors all praised Gu Jianing. With this, Gu Jianing's reputation soared once again in the Northwest Military District. And from then on, no one ever questioned her medical skills because of her youth. In fact, thanks to the accounts of those who witnessed her work, some even believed Gu Jianing had the power to bring people back from the brink of death. How could a doctor with such skills be anything but extraordinary? So, from that day on, Gu Jianing was flooded with patients, and the traditional medicine department was bustling once again. Meanwhile, in Beijing, Grandpa and Grandma Sang received a call from Gu Jianing and Shang Zashi. The couple said they would return to Beijing before Qiming to pay respects to her mother, and that Shang Zashi's leave had already been approved. The old couple were overjoyed to hear they were coming, especially when they learned the couple would be staying at the Sang house. Over the next few days, whenever they had a spare moment, they tidied up a room, preparing bedding, pillows, and everything else, just waiting for the young couple to arrive. If only Xiaowan were still here, how wonderful that would be. She would have liked Ning too. Seeing Xiaoxi get married and about to become a father, she would have been so happy. Grandma Sang's eyes reddened as she thought of her daughter, Sang Yuan. Xiaowan really was such a good, gentle girl. Such a pity she ended up with Shing Shinhao. If she hadn't married Shing Shinhao back then, would everything have turned out differently? That bastard Shing Shinhao claimed he loved Xiaowan so much, but just a year after she passed away, he married Feng Wanrong, and after that, he treated Xiaoxi worse and worse. No wonder Xiaoxi became estranged from him. By the way, that old man hasn't come around lately, Grandma Sang said. Previously, they'd tricked Shing Shinhao into transferring money and the house to Xiaoxi. After that, Shing Shinhao would shamelessly drop by from time to ask if they'd convinced Xiaoxi and Ning to get a divorce. But now he hadn't shown up. Grandpa Sang snorted. That old man's in the hospital. Of course he hasn't come. In the hospital? What happened? Indeed, Shing Shinhao was in the hospital. At this moment, he was lying in a hospital bed, with Feng Wanrong and their son by his side, and their daughter nearby. The director of the Beijing Military District Hospital was explaining the results. Commander Shing, after our examination, we believe your arm is suffering from a condition called brachial plexus injury. It's a severe complication from the injury to your left arm years ago. Your arm was wounded by shrapnel back then, correct? The doctor asked. Shing Shinhao nodded. Yes, but the shrapnel was removed at the time, and the wound healed. The injury to his left arm had happened when Shing Shinhao was a young soldier, during a mission when he was wounded by shrapnel from an enemy grenade. At the time, medical conditions were harsh and technology far less advanced than now. Shing Shinhao had pulled the shrapnel out himself, bandaged the wound, and continued fighting. That battle ended in victory, and it was a turning point in Shing Shinhao's career. After the mission, the wound on his arm healed, and he never paid it much attention. In recent years, though, he'd occasionally felt a stabbing pain in his left arm, but since he used his right hand for everything, he didn't think much of it. It wasn't until a year ago, when the pain in his left arm and shoulder intensified, that he finally came to the hospital for an examination. Back then, nothing showed up during the checkups. They only knew it might be a lingering effect from an old arm injury. But now he was at the hospital. A while ago, Shing Shinhao suddenly noticed that the sensation in his left arm was diminishing. His sense of touch, pain, and temperature were all getting weaker, to the point of numbness. This immediately made Shing Shinhao realize something was wrong. He rushed to the hospital for an examination, and this time, they finally found the cause. Because of Shing Shinhao's status, as soon as he arrived, the hospital director personally led a team to examine him. Right now, Director Wu is in charge. The symptoms you've experienced in your left arm are entirely consistent with this condition, Director Wu said. Now that we know the cause, Director Wu, please prescribe the treatment as soon as possible, Fong Wanrong urged anxiously, her face full of concern. Director Wu looked at Shing Shinhao, hesitating as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Shing Shinhao frowned. Director Wu, just tell me exactly what's going on. Finally, Director Wu spoke. Although we've identified the problem, when it comes to treatment, after discussion, we believe there are currently two options, surgery or acupuncture. As for surgery, it involves many nerves and blood vessels in the arm, so it requires extremely high surgical skill, especially in your current condition. Moreover, this surgery also needs specialized equipment and supporting diagnostic tools. Overseas, this wouldn't be an issue, but here at home, our resources are relatively limited. So, the success rate would be lower. In fact, it said there was only one person who could perform this surgery, but he's already passed away. Director Wu mentioned a name. Shang Shinhao remembered him. He'd studied abroad, but died a few years ago. Then, what do we do? Director Wu, even you can't help. Fong Wanrong's eyes reddened. Director Wu, you mentioned acupuncture? Shing Shinhao asked. Yes. Acupuncture can also be effective, and it's relatively less risky. But unless it's a true master acupuncturist, it's impossible. And right now, there isn't a single one to be found. Shing Shinhao pressed his lips together and, after a long moment, asked, what if I choose conservative treatment? Conservative treatment will only slow things down. Eventually, your arm may atrophy, your upper limb could completely lose nerve control, you won't be able to move it at all, and you'll lose all motor function. In other words, Shing Shinhao thought, his arm could be crippled. And that's the best-case scenario. The real worry is it could affect other parts of your body, even cause complications like lung infections. In other words, there was a real risk to his life. Everyone present looked grim at these words. When it comes to his own life, Shing Shinhao naturally wanted to be okay. As for Fong Wanrong, she depended on Shing Shinhao now. Their son was still young and needed his father's support, so she certainly didn't want anything to happen to Shing Shinhao. Fong Manping, too, relied on her status as Shing Shinhao's stepdaughter to get where she was. Of course, she didn't want Shing Shinhao to die. She was still thinking about Li Tingxian if Shing Shinhao was around. Maybe the Li family would consider her out of respect for her stepfather. But if he was gone, she'd have no chance at all. Old Sheng, what are we going to do? After Director Wu left, Fong Wanrong sat beside Shing Shinhao, eyes red. Enough. I want to be alone. You all go out, Shing Shinhao said irritably. Fong Wanrong. In the end, Fong Wanrong left the room with Fong Manping and her son. Watching them leave, Shing Shinhao thought of Shang Zashi, that rebellious kid. That boy used to come home at least once a year, but now he didn't even come back for New Year's. Even when he did, he stayed at the Sang family's house. That ungrateful brat, if he knew about this, he'd probably be delighted. But what was wrong with being strict? What was wrong with a father disciplining his son? Even though he had a younger son, most of what he had would still go to his eldest. He'd done everything for his son's sake. How was that wrong? But the boy kept defying him. Shing Shinhao remembered that in just over half a month, it would be Sang Yuan's Memorial Day. That kid will probably come back, right? He'd have to find a time to see him. After another 2 days in the hospital, Shing Shinhao was discharged. They would start with conservative treatment, while he and the hospital would keep searching for someone capable of performing the surgery. As for an acupuncture master, that would be even harder to find. In the blink of an eye, it was already April. Shang Zashi, having taken leave, boarded a train to the capital with Guian. Because of the distance, driving wasn't practical, so they had to take the train. Guian was 5 months pregnant now, and with twins, her belly was round and prominent. Shang Zashi was constantly on edge. Trains were crowded and full of all sorts of people, which made Shang Zashi even more uneasy. So, he'd pulled some strings days in advance to get sleeper tickets. A sleeper was much more comfortable than a hard seat. Still, as they boarded, the crowd was overwhelming, and Shang Zashi's brows were tightly knit. He shielded Guian behind him, clearing a path step by step. Shang Zashi was tall and strong, so it wasn't hard for him to make way. People around them, noticing someone pushing through, were about to complain. But when they looked up and saw a man in military uniform, with a stern face and rebellious eyes, not someone to mess with, they backed down. And seeing the woman he was protecting, even though she wore a hat and scarf, her pregnant belly was obvious. People understood. With Shang Zashi leading the way, Guian felt fine. She'd taken the train before and knew the smell wasn't pleasant. Now that she was pregnant, she was even more sensitive to odors, so beforehand, she'd used her points in the exchange shop to get a special item that blocked all the unpleasant train smells and replaced them with a fresh orange scent only she could smell, as well as preventing motion sickness. So at that moment, all Guian could smell was the fresh scent of oranges. None of the train's unpleasant odors bothered her. She felt pretty good. Soon, Shang Zashi led her to their sleeper bunks, an upper and a lower berth. This trip wouldn't take as long as last time, about 30 hours, or a day and a night plus a few hours. Compared to the 2 days and nights it took to get from their hometown to the Northwest Military District last time, Guian thought this was much better.